The word "we" resonated deeply with all the prisoners. Were creatures like them also worthy to stand shoulder to shoulder with the mysterious and powerful cultivator before them, and be referred to as "we" by him? Beyond this place lies the boundless sea of stars, where countless warships of the immortal cultivators are locked in battle. Even if we set that aside, more reinforcements of the immortal cultivators will certainly arrive in 10 to 15 days. If you stay here, there is absolutely no way to escape your fate. Li Yao continued to bellow, no matter how much you bow and beg at the feet of the immortal cultivators for mercy, your fate will remain as cursed as before. You will still endure inhumane suffering in the sunless prisons and laboratories until you die in silence. There is only one way to survive. While Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is more weakly guarded than ever, join me in attacking the core of the space fortress, kill all the immortal cultivators, and take full control of the place. There are abundant resources here, including astronomical crystals, fuel, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Many civilian carriers are docked at the spaceports on the periphery. With enough fuel and food, they can transport some of us away. Success is assured as long as we hold out until the moment of the space jump. But the prerequisite for everything is to conquer Manjasaka, the city in the sky, first and gain complete control of the space fortress's defense system. Otherwise, even if we manage to hijack a few civilian carriers, it will still be impossible to sail out of the spaceports. Even if we can sail out of the spaceports, we will be shot down by the defense system of the space fortress in half a minute. Yes. This is a very dangerous, life-threatening mission. Most of you will die here. Nobody can guarantee your survival. But I can guarantee that the sacrifice of each of you will mean the deaths of 10, or even 100 immortal cultivators who will join you in the other world. This is all I have to say. If you still have the slightest courage in your veins, if you do not wish to die anonymously like an ant or a cockroach, if you have had enough of the mockery and derision of the immortal cultivators, if you want to avenge your deceased family members, and if you want to fight for a slim chance of survival for yourselves, just come with me. I will fight side by side with you. The resistors and the avengers will blow up Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and take back the freedom that belongs to us. After speaking resolutely, Li Yao wasted no time. He simply stretched the black wings at the back of his crystal suit to their maximum. Redness emanated from the tips of the feathers, igniting an overwhelming fire of fury as he dashed toward the main area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The prisoners in the remains of the prison looked at each other in bewilderment, pondering at a loss. It was unclear who roared first, but very soon, declarations of anger and regret echoed throughout the beehive prison. Freedom! The furiously burning tide of iron had gathered. Under Li Yao's direction, it congregated into an invincible tsunami, ready to destroy everything as it surged toward the most vulnerable abdomen of the immortal cultivators. In the central control room at the heart of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, Wuying, the owner of the space fortress, remained completely unaware of the superstorm brewing right beside him. His face, wearing a casual smile, was bathed in the colorful, flashing numbers and graphs displayed on thousands of light beams. He looked more confident of his victory than ever before. The coalition fleet of Starlight in space had been pinned down by the Imperium's fleet, personally led by Li Lingfeng. The crystal suit groups, resembling swarms of bees, had blocked every possible escape route for the cultivators. While it might take some additional effort, the destruction of the Starlight Coalition fleet was only a matter of time. The underground branch of Starlight on the Land of Sins, which they had intentionally kept as bait, was also on the brink of collapse. It seemed they might surrender without any further action from him. Everything was proceeding exactly as Li Lingfeng and he had meticulously planned. The sense of control made Wuying Lan's eyes narrow with pleasure, and he shivered softly. His nerve endings felt so comfortable, as if tickled by gentle electric currents. On a more significant level, the large epic quest Dying Light, a special show presented by the Heavenly Eye Group's Massacre streaming platform, now had an audience rate far exceeding those of similar shows from other corporations. It even surpassed the combined audience rates of the 2nd to 10th places on the rankings. To a large extent, it had monopolized the attention of the entire Imperium. According to the breath, heartbeats, brainwaves, and adrenaline secretion in the few samples, the viewers were deeply fascinated by the show and were completely immersed in the world and ideas it presented. Wuying Lan and Li Lingfeng would announce their grand entrance in the next step, further expanding their influence across the Imperium. For a moment, a ridiculous idea flashed through Wuying Lan's excitement-simmering mind: if the Heavenly Eye Group continued to develop in this manner, could Li Lingfeng really become the leader of the Li family and one of the 4 Kurfürsten of the Imperium, and would he, as an abnormal member of a branch of the royal family, have a chance to claim the ultimate throne someday? However, the idea was swiftly dismissed. Wuying Lan laughed at his own arrogance and foolishness. His reliance was on Li Lingfeng and the Li family, but the current emperor had already been pushed forward and supported by them. The Li family even arranged for Li Linghai to be the queen. According to the unspoken agreements of the 4 Kurfürst families from centuries ago, the Li family would now step back slightly in supporting the next emperor, having gained enough benefits from the current one. It was impossible for 2 emperors favoring the Li family to be elected in succession. Moreover, the Imperium was no longer in the age of Blackstar the Great 1,000 years ago. The so-called emperor was merely a puppet of the 4 Kurfürst families. Even if he were to become emperor someday, would it be interesting? He would be nothing more than a colossal puppet. The Heavenly Eye Group was his Imperium. As long as he could fully grasp the Heavenly Eye Group and extend the tentacles of the Slaughter Stream platform to every corner of the Imperium, so that everyone could hear his voice, see his perfect image, and dance to his will, everything would be enough. In such a case, he would be the uncrowned king of the entire universe. Looking at the audience rate that continued to rise and the reactions of the chess pieces, panicked, devastated, or bursting into fury, Wuying Lan chuckled with great satisfaction. Right then, feeble explosions and quakes echoed from a distant place above his head. Wuying Lan's chuckle froze. As if punched right in the nose, the ruler of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, looked more awful than ever. Narrowing his eyes, he stared coldly at the water cup on the control panel. Bo! 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 The control center, which should have been absolutely still, now had ripples spreading continuously in the cup, as if a dinosaur-like behemoth were crashing into his fortress heavily. Damn it! What could have gone wrong? No Starlight starships can approach us at all. All attacks have been blocked by our defense shield. With a grim face, Wuying Lan stared at the ceiling without blinking. His stern eyes seemed to pierce through the cabin walls, searching for the source of the explosions and quakes. My lord, the Beehive prison is under attack. The deputy commander of the Heavenly Eye Legion, a private armed force of the Heavenly Eye Group responsible for the security of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, stammered to him, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Wuying Lan's face was so pale that it seemed the blood in his body had frozen. Grabbing the captain of the guards by the collar, he gnashed his teeth. What do you mean by under assault? Who has attacked us, and how? We don't know yet. The captain of the guards replied, almost in tears. We only know that the energy relay station of the Beehive prison has been completely destroyed, and the Dragnet array is also compromised. The stability of our main energy core has been affected, and we have completely lost contact with the prison. By our estimation, things must have completely spiraled out of control. How is that possible? Wuying Lan burst into fury. The energy relay station of the Beehive prison has a protective shell made of 7 layers of superalloys, with defensive capabilities equivalent to the anti-explosive armors on the front of main force warships. Unless the Starlight scum sail their starships to the deepest part of the Beehive prison and bombard it right next to the shell, it can never be destroyed. Tell me, How many starships and troops did the enemy deploy to cause such damage, and where are they now? The captain of the guards was as puzzled as his superior, having no clue how the attack had been executed. Taking a deep breath, Wuying spoke, word by word, his fury turning into a gloom and indifference. Why was such a large-scale attack not detected earlier? Our spiritual nexus was hacked by the enemy, the captain of the guards replied. They sent false data streams into our alarm system. They were implanted in a very sophisticated way, which misled our system into thinking the beehive prison had been peaceful and quiet. What? The veins on Wuying's forehead were jumping wildly. Starlight's garbage couldn't have such hacking abilities. What's the situation now? Now, we are still repairing the system and tracing the enemy urgently. All the surveillance cameras from the beehive prison to the center of the city in the sky are under our control again. The captain of the guards quickly operated his portable crystal processor, triggering more than 10 intricate 3D light beams. The surging torrents on the light beams completely shattered Wuying's calm facade. Chapter 2102, Total Sabotage. The nearest facility to the beehive prison was the laboratories and living quarters of the researchers. Tens of thousands of specialists in biochemistry and magical equipment production, hailing from the Imperium of true human beings, were gathered in this area. Many had been working and living in the vast laboratory known as the Land of Sins for hundreds of years. They were the true treasures of Wuying's Heavenly Eye Group, Li Lingfeng's Li family, and the entire Imperium of true human beings. For the convenience of retrieving experiment materials and saving time, the laboratories had been established right next to the beehive prison. However, at this moment, the specialists were the first to suffer a devastating catastrophe. Moments ago, they were devoted to various experiments or busy tracking and observing the conditions of a specific experiment subject on the Land of Sins through light beams. The laboratories were peaceful and quiet, with everyone at ease. However, the series of explosions triggered by Li Yao, who blew up the energy relay station of the beehive prison with the cell obliteration cannon, had a profound impact on the area. After a few moments of deafening explosions and ground-shaking quakes, countless specialists conducting experiments were knocked to the ground. The illumination arrays on the ceiling flashed rapidly, and darkness engulfed the pathways and laboratories. The automatic fire extinguishing system released vast amounts of heat-absorbing foam. Caught unprepared, the specialists had no idea what was happening. Many were groaning in pain, buried under fallen cabinets and operating tables. Boom! 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 The sounds, resembling the bombardment of giant cannons, echoed from the distance. Soon, they were followed by a cracking noise. The indestructible gate was opened. Thud! 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 Hasty footsteps approached from the pathways and corridors. Twisted shadows, both tall and short, emerged from the smoke, and spots of red light flickered in the darkness. At first, the specialists thought these were the glimmers of the crystal suits of the immortal cultivator reinforcements. However, the intense stench of blood and heavy, animal-like breathing made their pores constrict violently, and their adrenaline surged to the maximum. By instinct, they realized the red lights were actually eyes, filled with flames of fury, hatred, agony, desperation, and revenge. Aoo! The masters of biochemistry and magical equipment had personally refined these prisoners, stimulating the growth of sharp claws and tusks, transforming them from powerless civilians into violent, brutal monsters and slaughter machines. Now, they were finally returning the favor to their masters. Thousands of prisoners charged into the laboratories like a flood with tusks and sharp teeth. Stop there. Many specialists and masters of magical equipment opened fire. Frankly, as experienced immortal cultivators, even if they were not pure combat types, they were still significantly stronger than the average prisoner. However, against the prisoners' astonishing resilience and overwhelming numbers, the researchers could only manage to hit a few in the vanguard before they were completely overwhelmed by the raging tide. Bam! 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 Rows of prisoners fell, but even more came from all directions, moving at a speed that far exceeded human limits, tackling the researchers with lightning speed. They bit with their teeth, scratched with their claws, and grabbed the researchers' throats, windpipes, and even internal organs, refusing to let go even after they had died, until they had torn out all their enemies' organs. The laboratories immediately turned into a living hell. No, the place was a living hell from the start. Almost all the prisoners had tasted the agony that was worse than death. They had watched their own mutations with their eyes, or even bid farewell to their families. The excruciating pain spread throughout every inch of the place. Now, they were venting all that pain back onto the immortal cultivators, not leaving a single drop of it behind. Ah! 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 Oh! Die now! Die now! Die now! Anyone who fell into the hands or mouths of the prisoners, whether specialists or experimenters, ended up as bleeding, broken bodies within half a minute. Some tried to struggle away, but the berserk prisoners were everywhere, snagging them back helplessly, leaving deep scratch marks on the floor. Naturally, there were experts supervising the enormous laboratories. These experts were Li Yao's targets. Lurking among the frenzied prisoners, he hid in the shadows of the taller ones and used the stealth techniques of the mystic skeleton Wuying. He would jump out from behind the enemy, surprising them, and execute the experts one after another. Right next to the experiment area was a small arsenal, where the latest magical equipment being researched in the Land of Sins was stored. Compared to the magical equipment that the immortal cultivators projected to the Land of Sins, these advanced devices had undergone 1 or 2 rounds of real-life testing, making them naturally more stable and powerful. Li Yao had long figured out the location of the small arsenal through Neltharion and the Mental Devil. Naturally, the arsenal was sealed by barriers. However, few, if any, barriers in the entire universe could stop someone in the divinity transformation stage. The Beehive prison has completely gone out of control. The prisoners have somehow broken away from the suppression of the Dragnet and are now running into the experiment areas and the living quarters of the specialists. They are in the middle of a cruel massacre, the captain of the guard said dryly. Additionally, they seem to have opened the state-of-the-art arsenal affiliated with the laboratories and seized a large amount of magical equipment that we are currently researching. Wuying felt the world spinning. The muscles and veins on his face were twitching, and it was unclear whether he was about to cry or laugh. He almost couldn't stand steady and collapsed to the ground. He had just reached the peak of his life, with the most brilliant path slowly unfolding before him. His ambitions, his cause, and his dreams were turning from unpredictable illusions into reality, bit by bit. But now, the filthy, humble prisoners had struck him hard in the face. The specialists and masters of magical equipment were his most precious treasures. Many of them had been invited from other sectors by him. They were the foundation of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the Land of Sins. Yet, they had been so easily killed by a bunch of prisoners. Who did this? Who did this? Wuying felt like grabbing the collar of the captain of guards and roaring desperately. But after staring at the light beams and shivering for a long time, he simply took a deep breath. Gnashing his teeth, he declared, one word after another, "Find a way to stop them." We're on it," the captain of the guard stammered. "But right now, most of our available forces are projected to the space battlefield to deal with the coalition fleet of Starlight. Look. The fleets of the two parties have been completely engaged. There's no way to separate them. A lot of our exos have taken off from the motherships and even invaded the enemy's starships. It would be very difficult to ask them to retreat immediately. While the coalition fleet of Starlight was essentially a pile of garbage, just like trapped beasts, at the last moment when they knew they were dead for sure, their combat ability could be quite astonishing if they were determined to perish together with their enemy. Now that the two parties were deeply engaged, summoning a large batch of forces back would inform the enemy of their weakness. One moment of carelessness, and the army might be crushed. Besides, even if they could summon a large batch of troops back, so what? The enemy was not attacking from the outside of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, but was savaging right inside the space fortress. Were they going to fight a street battle within Manjasaka, the city in the sky? The very thought made Wuying Lan feel the urge to vomit. Is there no way to stop them? Wuying Lan's eyes bloodshot, he said in a hoarse voice, cut off the channel from the experiment area to this place and pump away all the air in the experiment area. Or simply open all the airtight gates in the experiment area to space by remote control so that they will all be absorbed into space. In that case, all our specialists would be in grave danger too, the captain of the guards reminded him carefully. Generally, considering the scale of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, if all the specialists were killed abruptly, it would take decades to replace them with specialists of the same quantity and quality. The laboratory that Wuying Lan had constructed through arduous efforts would be completely destroyed. Wuying Lan glared at him. Moreover, it's difficult to achieve even through remote work, the captain of the guard said. The enemy is still disrupting our network and implanting all sorts of weird viruses into our crystal processors. The viruses are somewhat similar to the models that were once popular in the Imperium 100 years ago, but they have undergone very special upgrades and mutations. Overall, they are quite tricky. Deep within the mainframe crystal processor above the immortal cultivators' heads, the mental devil was maneuvering Neltharion to pierce the crystal wires, which were dozens of times thinner than hair, into the intricate chips while whispering a strange tune. Essentially, the viruses implanted into the control system of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, were the same ones that extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian had implanted into the super crystal processor of the Federation. These were the highly mutated and strengthened viruses created by the extraterrestrial devils. However, while extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian was trying to fully control the super crystal processor of the Federation with such a virus, it consumed a lot of his spiritual energy and computational ability. The mental devil, on the other hand, did not have to worry about issues of control and manipulation. All it needed to do was to sabotage blatantly and comprehensively to disrupt the enemy for 10 to 20 minutes, so Li Yao would have enough time to charge into the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Sabotage. 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 Ha ha ha. This is what I should always be doing, the mental devil grinned hideously in delight. It feels really good to rage unstoppably and destroy everything without any concern. Wuying Lan watched the tides of prisoners on the surveillance light beam, who looked like ferocious beasts. They were more like zombies and devils, filled with hatred, anger, and craziness, than living human beings. Fearless of death, they pushed forward relentlessly, sometimes not even seeking survival but the densest area of immortal cultivators, to die together with them in the cruelest and most violent ways. After looting experimental magical equipment from the laboratory's warehouse, the lunatics caused even greater damage. Soon, they broke through the channel between the laboratory and the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The guards of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, organized several counterattacks. The well-trained Exos easily repelled the zealous lunatics, but Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was left riddled with holes. The serial explosions caused a chain reaction, creating hundreds of holes in the outer wall of the space fortress. Immortal cultivators and prisoners were sucked out into the dark, cold universe. Inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky, many vacuumed, unpopulated areas appeared. Watching countless invaluable experimental facilities and the bodies of specialists floating in the vacuum or being sucked out of the space fortress, Wuying Lan felt as if his own internal organs were being torn out. His heart ached more than ever. You, glowering at the captain of the guards, Wuying Lan asked, do you have any way to stop those lunatics? It's very difficult, the captain of the guards replied, facing Wuying Lan's eyes brimming with killing intent. In fear, he explained, my lord, as you have seen, the prisoners have taken over the entire experiment area and released numerous mutated beasts that have undergone enhancement procedures. They are spreading through the experiment area like a pandemic and infiltrating the central living quarters. However, it is impossible for us to seal off all the gates from the experiment area to the central area. Even if we manage to seal them, it won't be difficult for the prisoners to blow up the gates by force. After all, we never considered the possibility of a street fight within Manjasaka, the city in the sky, when designing the space fortress. Moreover, we are severely short on personnel and must attack with extreme caution. It's impossible to defend every pathway leading to the central area. Given 5 times, no, even 3 times more soldiers, would be confident in annihilating all the prisoners. However, the damage to Manjasaka, the city in the sky, would be beyond our concerns. Wuying Lan's lips trembled for a long time before the despair in his eyes turned into boundless wrath. Somebody must be behind all this, he ground out. The prisoners couldn't have run loose without a reason, and our network couldn't have been hacked so easily. Then, the captain of the guards thought for a moment before continuing, should we cut off the stream? The coldness in Wuying Lan's eyes made the captain of the guards tremble more violently than ever before in his life. He berated, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea what dying light means for the Heavenly Eye group as an epic quest? Everything. It means everything. Nothing can possibly stop the stream from going on. Now, I want you to block the prisoners with your guards, stop their passionate momentum, and find out who is behind them. Then, I will take action in person. Whoever they are, I will dig out their hearts and livers and devour them right in front of their faces. Yes, sir. The captain of the guards stood at attention and ran off in a hurry under Wuying Lan's pressure. Wuying Lan continued to stare at the picture on the light beam, which showed half ocean and half fire. The muscles and veins on his face cringed. Eventually, he sighed and reached out to Tornado, Li Lingfeng's flagship. Li Lingfeng was making progress very smoothly. From the enormous light beam of the mainframe crystal processor of Tornado behind him, it was clear that a large starship of the Starlight Coalition fleet was exploding slowly, consumed by countless fireballs that looked like tumors. Li Lingfeng's face was full of confidence under the illumination of the colorful flames. He appeared as certain of his victory as Wuying Lan had been 10 minutes ago. But only 3 minutes later, his face froze like Wuying Lan's right now, and then thousands of cracks appeared, completely collapsing. Li Lingfeng craned his face to the crystal camera, filling the entire light beam so that Wuying Lan could see his enormous face. What do you mean? Mysterious intruders have set free all the prisoners of the Beehive prison, who now pose a threat to the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. What kind of mysterious intruders could have possibly achieved something so incredible? I'm on it, Wuying Lan replied, frowning slightly. But I need time and reinforcements. It's impossible for us to hold for long with the current forces of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Li Lingfeng glared at Wuying Lan in fury. Wuying Lan glared back at Li Lingfeng without a word. Li Lingfeng and he were partners, not just in a chain of command. Though the man had always been his greatest patron, he had also provided constant support to Li Lingfeng over the past decades, learning many of his secrets. They had been on the same boat for a long time. Now that it was on fire, it wasn't the time to decide who was more at fault. As expected, Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and calmed himself. How is the sabotage going? Like a furiously burning demon from hell, Li Yao roamed the pathways of the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. After violently opening a dozen gates leading to the central area, he asked the prisoners to attack freely and left the main group behind. There was only one reason for this: his attacks were too brutal, too violent, and too widespread, making it unsuitable for him to fight alongside the common prisoners. Boom! 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 The cabins behind Li Yao exploded one after another, bursting with overwhelming blasts and flames of spiritual energy. Countless immortal cultivators were screaming as they burned into ashes, but Li Yao didn't even glance back. In his eyes, Manjusaka, the city in the sky, seemed to have become an undefended, transparent city. He could clearly sense the flow of spiritual energy through every tube and the desperate, helpless mobilization of the guards, making it easier for him to select his targets and move toward them without unnecessary slaughter. His targets were the many warehouses of crystals and assets within the enormous space fortress. After finding each warehouse of crystals, he would quickly absorb the abundant crystals into his cosmos rings. With the support of the entire Federation, Li Yao had carried almost 30 cosmos rings of immense storage capacity, a dazzling extravagance even by the standards of the Imperium of true human beings. Li Yao was not a tight-fisted man. Thus, after absorbing enough crystals into his cosmos rings, he would assemble the crystals and components into crystal bombs as he advanced. These crystal bombs, hastily put together by hand rather than through furnaces, certainly weren't too powerful. But fortunately, the narrow, sealed space of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, was the perfect environment for the crystal bombs to showcase their potency. Boom! 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 Li Yao blasted his way forward. In many cases, he was too lazy to navigate the maze-like pathways, so he simply stuck the crystal bombs to the walls before activating the cell obliteration cannon, blowing up both the walls and the immortal cultivators hiding behind them. He advanced in a straight line, without hesitation. Finally, sensing the vast space ahead, radiating light and heat like a glowing sun, Li Yao wore a mysterious smile. This was his destination, the energy core of Manjusaka, the city in the sky. "It's very serious," Wuying struggled to say. "The enemy is about to invade our energy core." What? Li Lingfeng was so shocked he couldn't speak for a long time. He almost wanted to turn his eyes into iron hands and strangle Wuying. "You know what today means to us. This must never happen. No one could have predicted such an accident." Wuying shouted, his eyes bloodshot. "I'm even beginning to suspect that our queen might have vaguely learned some secrets and is crazy enough to interfere directly." The word "queen" made Li Lingfeng's pupils constrict violently. After a moment, he said solemnly, "I'll return to reinforce you immediately. Until then, you must defend the energy core at all costs. The stream must not be cut off under any circumstances." "I understand," Wuying replied coldly. "Manjusaka, the city in the sky, is my lifelong work. I will not allow anyone to sabotage it. However, we must prepare for the worst. We need to prepare for a forced landing. If the energy core is really damaged, the space fortress will be pulled by gravity and fall immediately." Before Li Lingfeng could respond, Wuying cut off the communication. Li Lingfeng stared at the dark light beam for a long time, his expressionless face hidden behind a clenched jaw, the noise so loud that everyone on the bridge could hear it. He suddenly rose and left the bridge. A moment later, the most dazzling bluish brilliance burst out suddenly in the midst of the simmering battlefield. From the blue flames arose an iron giant nearly 40 meters tall. It seemed to have been condensed by raging winds, and its streamlined body exuded a sense of speed and dexterity. Most eye-catching were the 8 pairs of stabilizer fins spirally distributed on its back, resembling 18 enormous wings. Boom! The exhaust flames spewing from the center of the 8 pairs of stabilizer fins extended for dozens of kilometers, even more astonishing than the exhaust flames of warships running at their highest speeds. It instantly drew all attention on the battlefield, becoming the undisputed hero of the show. This was the Tempest God, Li Lingfeng's Colossus. Chapter 2104, Wuying lands Metamorphosis. Wuying Lan rushed into the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, like an enraged crystal train. Many people had learned that the beehive prison had gone out of control, and a large batch of prisoners and mutated beasts had escaped. The central area was now in turmoil. The immortal cultivators, who once had a condescending demeanor as they controlled everything, were now like ants on a hot pan. It couldn't be helped. Those people were the honored guests that Wuying Lan had invited. They were the leaders of major families and even the military of the Imperium. It was impossible to keep the news from them. Moreover, with their keen senses, they could more or less hear the distant explosions and screams. Some of the prisoners and mutated beasts had even just fled to the area and were engaged in fierce battles with the immortal cultivators. Both the guards of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the honored guests from afar were compelled to join the battle and defeat the prisoners. Wuying Lan closed his eyes in pain, forcing himself not to think about his dim future as he hurried to the energy core at the highest speed. If Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was a bloody flower blossoming on the other shore, the energy core was precisely located at the pistol. The defense system of the space fortress, the spiritual shield, the heavy turret spread throughout, and the anti-gravity system were all based on the energy core. If the energy core was damaged, the entire space fortress would turn into a cold city of death. It might barely support its own weight before disintegrating into giant remnants and falling to the planet's surface. He would never allow such a thing to happen. On his way, Wuying Lan encountered an overwhelming tide of prisoners. When thousands of prisoners lunged at him through the narrow pathway, roaring and shouting, they seemed unstoppable, like the end of the world. They not only had tusks, sharp claws, and tough fists but also the most advanced magical equipment looted from the arsenals and dead immortal cultivators. Having marched all the way here, the prisoners now wielded weapons almost as good as those of the Heavenly Eye Legion. Wuying Lan had to struggle to escape the furious tide of people. However, his personal guards, who were acting alongside him, were almost entirely trapped and swallowed by the prisoners. The prisoners filled every pathway in every direction. Driven by their lust for killing, they didn't care whether they faced a noble, an important official, a core formation expert, or even a nascent soul cultivator. Even if they must die, they would still spray their blood on the faces of the immortal cultivators. If they could bite a part of the immortal cultivators, they would never let it go until they were completely burned to ashes. Wuying Lan had never seen such a dreadful army before. He never imagined that he would personally create such a desperate army. After tearing apart almost 100 prisoners in a row, his breath grew increasingly rapid. Finally reaching the energy core through a path of blood, he found the entire cabin already enshrouded in furious flames and thick, dark smoke. The rising explosions indicated that the heart of the entire Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was under the most violent attacks. Under his feet, the corpses of the immortal cultivators lay scattered in a mess. The bodies were so deformed that they were barely recognizable. Their faces, once twisted in extreme fear, were now unidentifiable. The eyes, with pupils that had relaxed and only whites remaining, deeply intimidated Wuying Lan. He had always been aware of the importance of the energy core cabin. Stationed here were the elite of the elites of the Heavenly Eye Legion. However, the miserable deaths of these elites clearly revealed how fragile and defenseless they had been under the enemy's attack. Who is it exactly? Wuying Lan's pupils constricted violently. An intense explosion took place behind him, completely blowing up the channel through which he had entered the energy core cabin. His retreat was blocked, and it would take a significantly longer time for reinforcements to arrive. In the black fog ahead, dozens of crimson countdowns faintly appeared. Some of the countdowns had only a few seconds left, while others still had a couple of minutes. Boom! With each countdown reaching 0, a critical unit near the energy core would explode with an ear-splitting blast. Colorful flames of light spurted out, transforming into beautiful springs in the black fog. Time bombs? Wuying found it hard to imagine what kind of insane enemy would play such a dangerous game with him in such a place. The explosions slightly blew apart the smoke, revealing a massive crystal bomb, over 3 meters in diameter, attached to the shell of the enormous crystal reactor at the center of the energy core cabin. The device also had a terrifying countdown, indicating that only 5 minutes were left. ****. Wuying could not imagine what would happen if the seemingly complicated and precise device was actually a crystal bomb set to explode in 5 minutes. The shell of the super-enormous crystal reactor was certainly indestructible. But so was the shell of the energy relay station in the Beehive prison, which the mysterious enemy had somehow managed to destroy. With cold sweat trickling down his forehead, Wuying searched the black fog around him gloomily. Desperate? A hollow, unpredictable voice suddenly came from the black smoke. Such desperation is what all the people on the land of sins taste every day. Now, you should savor it while you still can. Who are you? The cold sweat on Wuying's forehead froze into ice. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Who sent you here? Do you have any idea who you are going against?" A light chuckle came from the black fog. "Of course I do. I'm going against the entire Imperium of true human beings." "But so what?" The voice in the black fog said casually, "I'm just a random cultivator. Isn't it only natural that I challenge the Imperium of true human beings?" A cultivator? Wuying had never expected such an answer. He wouldn't have been as surprised if the enemy was sent by the Queen, by the other 3 Kurfürst families, by competitors who did not wish the Heavenly Eye group to rise and swallow their interests, or even by the Covenant Alliance. A cultivator. Wuying bellowed in fury, "Nonsense. How is it possible? The cultivators are already obsolete and not worth mentioning. How could they have raised such an expert as you?" "Exactly." The voice in the black fog said, "It is a long, long story. If you are interested, why don't we sit down and have a nice talk? But I need to remind you that you do not have much time left." Boom! The countdown of another crystal bomb reached 0, and it exploded brutally right before Wuying's eyes. His heart was immediately chilled. Do you know the ramifications if you destroy the energy core?" Wuying bellowed, "The entire Manjasaka, the city in the sky, will lose the energy support. It will crash to the land of sins from beyond the atmosphere like a broken shooting star. Everybody will be killed by then. It is exactly my purpose." The voice in the black fog was utterly unaffected. "I never planned to escape alive under the heavy siege of the Imperium's fleets. I am here to die together with Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Look at the countdown. You have already wasted 1 minute and 32 seconds, and you have 3 minutes and 28 seconds left, 27, 26. Gotcha." Wuying grinned hideously and charged into the black fog in a streak of brilliance like a hurricane. With every step he took, his body underwent drastic changes. Sharp bone spurs protruded from his face, which was as handsome as a marble statue. His muscles seemed to bounce rather than expand. His skin, warm like jade, turned into a gray shell. Even his starry eyes transformed into 2 clusters of green, demonic flames. His overwhelming auras were more violent than ever, almost forming a second, raging image around his body as gigantic as a mountain. Within a breath, the halo already enshrouded more than half of the energy core cabin, pushing Li Yao, who was hiding in the black fog, out. Bam! Wuying and Li Yao exchanged a punch devoid of any tricks. Wuying was forced back 3 steps, while Li Yao flew back into the black fog. Unparalleled strength, very close to the peak of the nascent soul stage. If you are truly a cultivator, you should be the greatest expert in starlight in the past few hundred years, shouldn't you? What a terrible oversight for the intelligence department to overlook you. Wuying Lan looked at his shattered fists and wore a hateful smile. With such strength, no wonder you were bold enough to sneak into Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to sabotage and free those wretched prisoners. However, if you think you can toy with me with just this level of power, you are far too naive a cultivator. Wuying Lan roared. Thousands of streams of brilliance burst forth from the cosmos rings deeply embedded in his flesh. His already abnormally enlarged body was now clad in a crystal suit, making it even more hideous than before. It was a terrifying crystal suit that combined the features of multiple insect species. As a product of the magical equipment development in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, over the past few hundred years, it was more of an oversized Ares extension than a simple crystal suit. Wuying Lan, whose body size had multiplied in his berserk state, transformed into an iron giant even more massive than Fist King Lei Zhonglia after donning the super crystal suit. Cultivator? Let me show you the true strength of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. After the metamorphosis, Wuying Lan's personality changed as well, as if some extraordinarily brutal and violent aspects deep within his heart had been awakened. You destroyed the beehive prison and wasted all my materials. He. I will not let you die so easily. You are destined to be the very first guest in the brand new beehive prison, where you will learn that living can be more miserable than dying, and you will beg to be sent to the deepest level of hell. In the brutal and savage roars, Wuying Lan's green flames of spiritual energy branched out and darted into the black fog, restricting Li Yao's movements. Li Yao bellowed, and the translucent black crystal suit suddenly dispersed into 100 clones that attacked Wuying Lan from all directions. Wuying Lan laughed in amusement and blinked into 100 blurred shadows. For experts at Li Yao and Wuying Lan's levels, the so-called clones and blurred shadows were not mere illusions but amalgamations of will, spirit, soul, and even physical strength, each capable of inflicting equally shocking damage. Bam! 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 The 100 Li Yaos and the 100 Wuying Lans engaged in close combat midair, their clashes adding to the chaos of the already explosive scene. At first glance, it looked like two armies in identical uniforms clashing with each other. Suddenly. Gotcha! Wuying Lan roared. The structures resembling protrusions on his crystal suit spurted out abundant air masses, further increasing his speed. He grabbed the arms of one of the Li Yaos, and exerted his strength. Shwa! 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 The 100 Li Yaos and Wuying Lans immediately dispersed, and all the clones and blurred shadows returned to their original bodies. Amidst the soaring flames, only one Li Yao remained, tightly suppressed by Wuying Lan, who was 3 times his size. Their arms were deeply entangled, locked in a pure contest of brute force. He. The air currents spewing from the gaps in Wuying Lan's crystal suit formed smoke as thick as cement. Even his crystal suit could no longer contain the swelling of his muscles and began to fall apart. The floor beneath his feet, made of superalloys as hard as diamonds, rippled outward from his feet, as if it were a wet swamp. Crack! 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 Li Yao's hands were flung away by him with brute force, and his joints twisted in the opposite direction. Both the crystal suit and his bones emitted bone-chilling noises of contortion. Hew! 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 The bloody wings on Li Yao's back, like a second pair of hands, flapped sharp feathers to attack Wuying Lan in 2 streaks of red. At the back of Wuying Lan's crystal suit, sharp appendages resembling mantis forelegs also emerged. Blurring into thousands of shadows, they clashed countless times with Li Yao's bloody wings in midair within half a second, producing ear-splitting noises and scattered, dazzling sparks. Cell Obliteration Cannon. Unable to move his arms, Li Yao opened the breastplate again and shot Wuying Lan directly in the chest. However, the hastily launched attack did little damage to his opponent. Instead, it fueled Wuying Lan's ferocity. The shell on the elevated shoulder of the grotesque crystal suit opened wide, revealing honeycomb-like flying sword launchers that bombarded Li Yao with hundreds of mystic rays. Li Yao was blown right back into the fog. It seemed he could no longer hold his ground and began to flee. "You know the feeling of fear now?" Wuying Lan sneered, "It's a pity that it's too late." His body, a cumbersome blend of dinosaur and gorilla, moved more agilely than the swiftest hummingbird. Turning into a streak of green, he simply blew Li Yao away from the black fog. Before Li Yao hit the ground, Wuying Lan had already dashed to the landing point and attacked him heavily again. After nearly 10 blows, Li Yao had nowhere to run, like a pebble in a transparent box. Boom! Continuous strikes left cracks in the translucent black crystal suit. Li Yao, pushed to the brink, roared in both anger and embarrassment. He spurted out the most violent crimson flames of spiritual energy, embroiling the broken pieces of the crystal suit and the remnants of magical equipment on the ground, and hurled them at Wuying Lan like a storm. Sensing Li Yao's agitation, Wuying Lan was secretly overjoyed. He also expanded his flames of spiritual energy to the maximum, using the techniques of remote manipulation to gather countless metal scraps from around and shoot them at Li Yao as well. The metal pieces, charged with abundant spiritual energy, produced the most colorful brilliance as they rubbed against the air at supersonic speeds. It was almost like the collision of two magnificent meteor showers, creating a riot of complex hues and shades. The metal pieces continued to change their trajectories and angles in the most unpredictable ways, blocking the enemy's pieces. Dazzling was far from enough to describe even a fraction of the splendor of their competition. Such rapid remote manipulation was a heavy burden on the soul and computational ability. Very soon, Li Yao fell backward, as if his soul and computational ability could no longer sustain the effort. His meteor shower was obviously scattered and lackluster, and he was hit by the clusters of metal pieces, the size of fists, under Wuying Lan's control. Vomiting blood crazily, he crashed to the floor. The meteor shower, controlled by Li Yao, suddenly dispersed and spattered in all directions. Wuying Lan's meteor shower, on the other hand, was highly compressed. Forming an unstoppable saber, it was locked onto Li Yao, enshrouded and boosted by green flames of spiritual energy. Wuying Lan stood in midair and stared down at Li Yao coldly from his high stance. Closing his right hand, he raised it slowly, as if it were a saber. Right then, the nerves in Wuying Lan's eyes suddenly cramped crazily. He discovered that the mysterious person claiming to be a cultivator had crashed right below the device suspected to be a super crystal bomb, next to the main reactor. The short but fierce battle between the two had only lasted a minute. There were still 2 minutes and 9 seconds left on the countdown. However, Wuying Lan heard a deep and mocking laugh from beneath the black crystal suit. He immediately realized the enemy's plan. But there was no time to stop him. Li Yao drew a simple rune in midair, which instantly broke apart and sent weak ripples of spiritual energy to every crystal bomb in the place. All the crystal bombs, including the one installed on the shell of the main reactor, detonated simultaneously. "No!" Wuying Lan roared in desperation and watched as a cluster of pure white light generated and expanded before his eyes. The light ball easily ripped apart the 9 shells of the main reactor and surged in like a flood that had broken a dam, immediately triggering a chain reaction. An overwhelming, destructive power was activated and spurted toward Wuying Lan from above. It was a life-blighting light and heat as intense as a supernova outbreak. Even if Wuying Lan were wearing 7 crystal suits, it would have been impossible for him to avoid being completely melted. He did not expect the enemy to be so insane as to die with him. Out of instinct, he narrowed his eyes and took a slight step back. But in just 0.01 seconds, Wuying Lan realized something was amiss. This was not a movie or a lousy game. Real-world energy reactors had dozens of safety measures. How could such a massive explosion have been triggered so easily? Even if catastrophic events like a shell fracture or a meltdown occurred, the radiation would spread slowly and steadily over days or years. The reactor's power would decline gradually, not cause an instantaneous supernova-like destruction. As expected, despite the vivid, lifelike illusions, his crystal suit and body remained unharmed. In 0.01 seconds, Wuying Lan realized it was a trap. In the next 0.01 seconds, he understood the trap's construction. The nearby crystal bombs were real, erupting in searing fireballs and causing chaos. But the crystal bomb attached to the main reactor's shell was the only one that was completely fake. It wasn't meant to detonate the main reactor but only to create a burst of astonishing sound and visual effects to mislead Wuying Lan into thinking the main reactor had exploded, causing him brief bewilderment. However, it took Wuying Lan only 0.02 seconds to figure out the truth. Given another 0.01 seconds, he was confident he could escape the fatal trap. Unfortunately, his enemy was not just at the peak of the nascent soul stage, but an expert in the divinity transformation stage, far stronger than him. In a life-and-death battle between top experts, the outcome could be decided in a single moment. Exactly as Wuying Lan was confused by the illusions, two giant hands suddenly extended from the dazzling light. Closing their fingers, they sliced through his breastplate and pierced deeply into his chest like two unstoppable sabers. Boom! 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 Wuying Lan felt as though 10,000 lightning balls were surging through his internal organs, or two raging torrents of magma were rampantly flowing, converging at his heart. Itching and aching sensations came from his ears, nose, throat, and eyes, as if lightning and flames were dashing out of his head. He tried to struggle and counterattack, but the crimson flames of spiritual energy around his enemy's body intensified tenfold, suppressing his green spiritual energy and even swallowing it. The light finally faded, and the black crystal suit, resembling the god of death, appeared clearly before Wuying Lan once more. The hands that had pierced his body now grabbed his heart and ribs, slowly pulling him down. His black mask concealed all facial features, and there were no crystal cameras embedded in it. Only red ripples in the half-transparent blackness were changing erratically, as if they were delivering messages from the deepest part of hell. Wuying Lan was so terrified that his soul nearly shattered. He finally realized what a ferocious creature stood before him, gripping his heart. It was a terrifying existence, possibly on par with Li Lingfeng. You have no idea what you are destroying. Wuying Lan screamed in desperation and fear. This is not just a simple platform for slaughter streams but a power that can control the entire universe. This is the way of life and governance for the future. This is a strength that directly enters the head and heart. Just listen to my explanation. I'm willing to give all the power to you. Just listen to my explanation. Li Yao tilted his head and thought for a moment. I won't hear it, Li Yao said. The hands he had plunged deep into Wuying Lan's body began to burn as he unleashed the most magnificent cell obliteration cannon directly into the enemy's internal organs. Chapter 2106, Obliterated. A.O. A. Wuying Lan was in such excruciating pain that his internal organs felt like they were on fire. He could not have regretted more. In terms of pure level, he was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage and had not crossed the threshold into the ranks of top-tier experts at the divinity transformation stage. Additionally, he was not a pure battle-type immortal cultivator but one with the rare triple talents in battle, administration, and research. This led him to conceive the innovative idea of the slaughter stream and establish the Heavenly Eye Group, one of the greatest media platforms of the Imperium. He also participated in the cutting-edge studies conducted in the experiments on the Land of Sins. Although he might not have been an expert, he was at least aware of the progress of the specialists and researchers and could occasionally offer groundbreaking insights. However, Wuying Lan's administrative and research talents, which required him to handle the paperwork of the Heavenly Eye Group and the academic issues of the laboratories on the Land of Sins, did not mean that his combat abilities were low. After realizing that his battle talents could only reach the peak of the nascent soul stage, Wuying Lan pursued an alternative approach. He modified his body with a wealth of research products from the laboratories on the Land of Sins. He injected various strengthening drugs and gene activation agents into his veins and cells and even replaced all his internal organs with brand new ones grown from mutated beasts. He discarded all his weaker organs and substituted them. In the laboratories on the Land of Sins, level did not necessarily equate to combat ability. For hundreds of years, they created thousands of secret techniques at the cost of millions of lives, exploiting the deepest potentials within the human body. Therefore, although Wuying Lan was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he could exert combat abilities equivalent to the low level of the divinity transformation stage after activating his most extreme bloodline. When he was on high alert, he could hold his own even against opponents at the middle level of the divinity transformation stage. Even if he encountered an experienced divinity transformation stage expert like Li Linghai, he still had a chance to escape. This was Wuying Lan's greatest reliance when breaking into the energy core cabin and facing the mysterious enemy alone. He was almost as formidable as the entire best combat squad of the Heavenly Eye Group. Moreover, the enemy's strength at the peak of the nascent soul stage that he sensed initially matched the profile of a Starlight super expert. Wuying Lan never considered the possibility that Li Yao was concealing his true strength. In his estimation, the best that Starlight, other Imperium forces, or the Covenant Alliance could do was to send a great expert with combat abilities nearing the divinity transformation stage to deal with the unimportant Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Wuying Lan never dreamed that he was facing an experienced divinity transformation stage expert who was intentionally hiding his strength and resorting to such a despicable trap involving both real and fake crystal bombs. The enemy could have crushed him with sheer power but chose to use plots and tricks instead. Wuying Lan couldn't fathom this at all. The multiple misjudgments completely deprived him of any chance to escape. Right now, as Li Yao's most violent spiritual energy crashed into his internal organs and limbs, vaporizing every mitochondrion inside each cell, Wuying Lan's mind was in utter chaos. Memories of the past surfaced, and he did not want to give up. He regretted deeply, writhing in pain. He tried his hardest to survive, even if it meant kneeling and begging the mysterious expert for mercy. However, he could no longer utter any words of explanation or supplication from his throat, which was burning in terror. All that could be heard were his screams, each louder than the last. Wuying Lan had never felt more desperate before. He had never felt more like an ant in the presence of the mysterious cultivator. Wuying Lan's body continued to expand. Li Yao's spiritual energy, raging like a flood, had already burned parts of his brain, causing his control over the mutated cells in his body to completely break down. His limbs expanded and writhed uncontrollably, growing clusters of hair and scales before his skin was ripped apart and dissolved, revealing the flesh beneath, packed like tumors. Ho! 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 Waving his deformed arms, Wuying Lan struggled to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape Li Yao's control. His body had grown to nearly 5 meters tall, but the crimson flames of spiritual energy dancing around Li Yao had condensed into a figure almost 10 meters high, still pinning him down tightly. Crack! 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 Wuying Lan's expansion had finally reached its limit. The mitochondria in his cells had been almost entirely burned up, and his bones shattered like a glass castle. Rampant spiritual energy burst from his face and his torn flesh. His massive body turned black and began to constrict rapidly. No! 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 Wuying Lan's soul let out agonizing screams as it fled from the shell, riddled with holes and burning fiercely. It transformed into hundreds of telepathic thoughts, scattering in all directions in a desperate attempt to escape Li Yao's savagery. However, before the telepathic thoughts could run far, hundreds of streams of spiritual energy, resembling tentacles, extended from his shell, entangling each thought and pulling them back into the shrinking, burning shell. Ji! 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 The telepathic thoughts could no longer form coherent thoughts, but they still shrieked like rats in boiling oil, struggling in vain until they were all pulled back into the body and consumed by the raging flames. In less than half a minute, the colossal body, once as majestic as a mountain, had shriveled into a charred corpse no longer than a meter, which then disintegrated into pieces. The last remnants of Wuying Lan's soul burst from the burnt corpse and coalesced into a vague, hazy face in midair, vaguely resembling Wuying Lan. The face was a mix of pain, regret, desperation, confusion, and myriad other emotions. The crystalline lens in Li Yao's palm hadn't yet retreated into his body. He opened his fingers and aimed at the remaining soul. As the light orbs flashed repeatedly, the soul was utterly obliterated before it could even send out a plea for mercy. Wuying Lan, the owner of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, who ambitiously tried to create a media empire, was obliterated in the cold, unforgiving space without any hope of reincarnation. The only things that could prove his existence were the charred pieces of his burnt body, which looked like charcoal, and the fragments of his crystal suit, now melted into lumps. Shwa! The bloody wings on Li Yao's back, which raged like angry flames, retreated. The biochemical crystal lens in his palms, used to activate the cell obliteration cannon, also disappeared. Li Yao did not even spare a glance at Wuying Lan's remains, which were nothing more than those of a lackey, not worth his time. Li Yao hurried to the main reactor of the energy core. Of course, he was not foolish enough to destroy the main reactor. It must be noted that the energy core not only provided endless energy for the defense system and anti-gravity rune arrays of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, but it also protected the overall structure of the space fortress. If the main reactor were to explode or shut down completely, the immense tidal forces alone would be enough to tear Manjasaka, the city in the sky, apart instantly, turning it into a deadly meteor shower that would brutally hit the surface of the Martial Meritocrats planet, making life on the land of sins, which was already difficult, even more challenging. In such a case, the ordinary people living on the land of sins would have to endure a second catastrophic strike. However, Li Yao did not want Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to continue floating above the atmosphere either. His main concern was that the people of the land of sins required the food and resources projected from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, regularly to survive. Right now, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was embroiled in chaos. It could be foreseen that few assets would be projected into the atmosphere in the next year and a half. The Imperium couldn't have cared less about the life or death of the people of the land of sins. Perhaps it would even save them a lot of trouble if the people of the land of sins were all starved to death. Therefore, Li Yao had to figure out a way to land Manjasaka, the city in the sky. It did not matter if the space fortress was blown apart, but the speed of the crash must not be too high. Ideally, the space fortress could be dismembered and sent to every part of the planet so that the people of the land of sins would have an opportunity to seize the abundant assets stored inside the space fortress and find new hope based on those things. Li Yao ran to the control panel of the main reactor. He had protected the control panel with defense rune arrays during his battle with Wuying Lan, keeping it unaffected. As expected, the main reactor was completely undamaged, though its power output was slowly dropping because the affiliated units around it had been sabotaged by Li Yao. Li Yao took a breath of relief. The mental devil's voice sounded in his head. "You are already done? Simple as that?" "I'm done," Li Yao said. "What do you mean by simple as that? Shouldn't there have been more?" I thought you were going to chat with Wuying Lan for a long time. The mental devil said. First, he would tell you all the pretentious but reasonable-sounding philosophies. Then, he would narrate his miserable origins, the reasons why he did everything he did, and his lofty ideals. After that, he would unravel certain shocking secrets. Eventually, you would find that he talked about so many things just to buy himself more time to perform a certain awesome and dominating transformation. Later, with the ultimate transformation, he would beat you up like a pig, but just before you were killed, you would somehow perceive a certain mysterious super-ultimate skill, allowing you to finally kill him at the most perilous and life-threatening moment. Li Yao. How could it have been so sophisticated? The mental devil, it's not sophisticated at all. You've been fighting like that all the time. Li Yao, says who? Vulture Li Yao is best known for his rapidity and decisiveness. I never talk if I can fight. Besides, I'm in the divinity transformation stage, why would I need to listen to the nonsense of a junior in the nascent soul stage? It would be a waste of my time. Enough of the crap. What's your situation? Is our show ready? Chapter 2107, Beginning of the Stream. Everything is set. It is exactly what you have expected. The mental devil shared the sounds and visuals with Li Yao. It was now lurking in the middle of an enormous array of crystal processors at the main control center of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, peeking at the specialists who were running about crazily like headless flies. The space fortress indeed has an emergency plan for fully automatic landing, which means that it can disassemble on its own and slowly land on the ground when it suffers an unexpected strike, to ensure the integrity of the main structure and the safety of the occupants inside. That makes sense, Li Yao said. Such orbiting space stations generally have standard automatic landing plans. Even if those inside the space fortress want to avoid the trouble, those living on the planet certainly do not want to be killed in a crash. In the Federation, all orbiting space stations must be equipped with fully automatic buffers and landing units. I imagine the same goes for the Imperium. Now, the landing plan has been activated, the mental devil said. The anti-gravity rune array is being gradually shut down and weakened. We are slowly entering the atmosphere and will probably land on the ground in 6 to 8 hours. As long as you stop sabotaging the energy core, I don't think the immortal cultivators in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, will disrupt the landing program and crash them into pieces, will they? Very good. I did not violently destroy the main reactor of the energy core but only sabotaged part of the cooling units, so the power output dropped to about 70%. Calculating quickly, Li Yao continued, such a power output shouldn't be enough to sustain its defense shield or provide much support for the mainframe crystal processors. On the other hand, how is the stream right now? It is still ongoing. The mental devil said, the enemy clearly does not want to abandon the epic quest of dying light. Just now, I vaguely heard that it is deeply associated with the lottery groups, stock prices, financial markets, and the interests of major families. It is not something that Wuying Lan could cut off if he wanted to. The live stream is still going on, but what they are sending out now are highly rendered and modified data packages. Some of the sounds and images are even purely fabricated. Technically speaking, this is no longer an actual stream. Now that Wuying Lan has been killed by you, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is lacking leadership. The remainder will only be even more at a loss about what to do. None of them will have the courage to shut down the stream. Got it. They will soon learn the feeling of falling into their own traps. Li Yao sneered. Have you located the nodes through which they are broadcasting the data packages and hacked them? Of course. Can you ask more meaningful questions next time? The mental devil grimaced. Don't forget that I swallowed abundant tenebrum energy from the internet extraterrestrial devil and absorbed all of Professor Mo Xian's knowledge about the spiritual nexus and crystal processors. I am, in a sense, a strengthened, new generation internet devil. The previous Internet Devil had devoured the Star Child from the Imperium at the beginning and had a deep understanding of the Imperium's crystal processors and spiritual nexus. Also, you reduced the energy core's power output by more than 30%, which significantly lowered the performance of the mainframe crystal processors here. Furthermore, I employed the trick of distraction, misleading the enemy into believing that I would launch a full-strength attack on the mainframe crystal processors of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to seize control of the space fortress. As it turned out, the enemy devoted whatever computational power they had left to defending the mainframe crystal processors. None of them realized that our real targets were the nodes of the spiritual nexus in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the data transmission bases. He. This is now essentially an undefended city where I can move freely without any hindrance. However, I need to remind you that I can only catch the enemy unprepared. They have an enormous array of advanced crystal processors, which are too overwhelming for me to resist. Once they realize what is happening, they can block all the loopholes within a minute. Additionally, we can only address the issues on the data sender side. We cannot influence the countermeasures of the data receptors. If the data from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, are packed and sent to a certain sector across the sea of stars, and the receiver detects any malicious intent, they can modify or even close the data exchange channel. Once the receiver closes the window and the door, there is nothing we can do about it. Frowning, Li Yao asked, "Ignore the details. Tell me, how much time can you earn at best?" "Here, about 1 minute," the mental devil replied. "After the data are sent to other sectors, depending on how intelligent the information scrutinizers of those worlds are, I may be able to persist for half a minute or perhaps 10 seconds. 10 seconds to half a minute?" Li Yao grinned in satisfaction. "That's enough. Remember to hack a few more crystal cameras and aim them at me. Try to make me look handsome, awesome, and extraordinary." While communicating with the mental devil on strategies, Li Yao did not slow down at all. After scanning and figuring out the situation in the main reactor, Li Yao simply reached for the collapsed pathway and waved his hands, blowing away all the metal remnants that had blocked the pathway. On the other side of the pathway, a team of immortal cultivators was drenched in sweat, trying to break through. Seeing the pathway automatically expand, they were all slightly dazed. Li Yao did not leave them much time for bewilderment or despair. The mystic skeleton blood wing turned into a streak of crimson and darted into the immortal cultivators, raising an overwhelming torrent of flames amidst their cries of devastation. 3 minutes later, the furiously burning mystic skeleton blood wing strode forward unstoppably in the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The central area, which had been peaceful, quiet, comfortable, and filled with the extravagance and nonchalance of the upper class just half a day ago, had now turned into a hell drowned in a sea of blood. Roars of the prisoners and cries of the staff resounded everywhere, mixed with the curses of some battle-type immortal cultivators. But their curses were often swallowed by the sounds of attacks and ferocious beasts feeding after only a few seconds. It was their own karma. Li Yao had only limited sympathy, and most of it had been given to the ordinary people on the land of sins. He found no disturbance at all when he saw the gory bodies of the immortal cultivators. "Help me! Help me! Help me!" A middle-aged man wearing a white gown, who looked like a laboratory researcher, ran to Li Yao in panic. Perhaps Li Yao's crystal suit and his indifferent vibe gave the impression that he was one of the immortal cultivators. As if he had encountered a lifesaver, the man leaped onto Li Yao's leg, half running and half crawling. Li Yao rolled his leg and kicked the man right back into the throng of hideous, insane prisoners behind. The sounds of flesh tearing and bones breaking immediately filled the air. Amid desperate screams, the researcher was torn into pieces the size of fingernails by the very experiment subjects he had created. Hoochie. 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 Bulging their bloodshot eyes, the prisoners stared at Li Yao. "Huh? Li Yao frowned slightly, releasing an aura of aggression that lashed at the prisoners like burning whips. They all grunted and finally calmed down somewhat. If you've had enough of killing, go steal more fuel and assets. Then, try to find a carrier in the spaceports, Li Yao said. Some of you must have experience piloting mining starships, right? If you can pilot a carrier, it's up to your luck. This space fortress will soon crash onto the planet's surface. If you can't find a carrier or can't pilot one, you'd better be prepared to live and lurk on or below the planet. Anyway, this is as far as I can help all of you. All the prisoners were slightly dazed. After looking at each other in bewilderment for a moment, they rolled their eyes and dispersed. Li Yao continued pushing forward through the burning, exploding pathways, over the bleeding, twisted bodies of the immortal cultivators and prisoners, all the way to the most critical part of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. This area housed the main control room and the information processing center. It was the last position still held by the immortal cultivators, guarded by the elites of the Heavenly Eye Legion, who had yet to be conquered by the tides of prisoners. The dead bodies of the prisoners had been piled up on one side of the pathway. The prisoners, driven to madness, repeatedly attempted to break in, only to be blasted back by the storm of firepower from the immortal cultivators. In their frustration, they shrieked in fury and clawed at themselves until they bled. Li Yao's arrival stirred up the prisoners' howls. Their passion and rage almost shook the entire pathway. Li Yao remained unfazed. He lightly patted one side of his crystal suit helmet and sent a mental ripple to Neltharion, who had long since dived into the place. Are you ready? Everything is ready. All the crystal cameras are aimed at you, the mental devil whistled. Bring it on. You must make sure I look handsome, invincible, graceful, and absolutely charming. Li Yao couldn't stress this enough. This is the first time in 1,000 years that a cultivator has held an unprecedentedly super live stream for all the people in the entire Imperium. Got it. Come on. The mental devil said, I guarantee that you will be as awesome, attractive, and charming as you can imagine, and even if the picture may only be a few seconds long, the girls in the entire Imperium, young and old, will feel their hearts flip and fall in love with you without regrets or complaints, as if intoxicated. That's good. In a smile, Li Yao hinted to the hideous, rampant prisoners to clear the way, while he fell to one of his knees, making preparations for a short-distance dash. Then, the two bloody rings were raised again like two red flags flapping in the end. It could even be vaguely seen that two enormous dragons were dancing crazily on the flags. You are so fond of live streams, aren't you? Let's play it then. Dear audience, the live stream that belongs to the cultivators, begins now. For a moment, the passionate battle hymn that solely belonged to Li Yao swept across the entire pathway, the entire Imperium, and the entire universe in the most overwhelming way, like an unstoppable tsunami. Chapter 2108, This is what cultivators do. Boom! The bloody wings on Li Yao's back intertwined into a helix. From the center of the helix, a dazzling light, nearly as brilliant as a starship's exhaust flames at full speed, spurted out. The blinding light was so intense that it reached 1,000 meters away and melted through 7 layers of superalloy cabin walls. The mystic skeleton blood wing roared like a primeval beast. The armor quakes turned into blasts, sweeping the bulky, mutated prisoners away like dry leaves and branches. Li Yao's speed immediately accelerated to its peak as he charged through the immortal cultivator's defense line, against a storm of bullets and mystic rays. At the first contact, dozens of immortal cultivators were sent flying into the air. Before they had a chance to struggle, their crystal suits shattered. The storm bolters, machine guns, crystal cannons, and all other firearms were drawn toward Li Yao. Li Yao did not even glance at the immortal cultivators. With their battle formation completely shattered, they could now be handled by the advancing mutated prisoners. The two wings behind Li Yao folded forward. The feathers, composed of mystic rays and spiritual energy, spun rapidly, forming an unstoppable drill that penetrated the indestructible gate, the last line of defense. Metals melted, and white smoke billowed. An orange, intensely heated channel was drilled through. Stomping on the melted metal, Li Yao marched unstoppably like a bloody tornado and barged into the control center at the most central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, facing hundreds of research-type and admin-type immortal cultivators, who were biochemists, specialists of crystal processors, and the managers of the platform of Slaughter Stream. Schwa. 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 When all the immortal cultivators looked at him in shock, fear, and desperation, none of them noticed that the crystal cameras distributed everywhere in the control center were aimed at the awe-inspiring and dominating mystic skeleton Wuying at the same time, or that their crystal processors, which were still functioning at high efficiency, had been implanted with abundant lethal viruses. Come on. Grinning hideously, Li Yao extended his arms to the maximum. Almost 100 storm bolters, machine guns, crystal cannons, chaotic fire crossbows, and tiny lightning railguns were slowly unfolded behind him in the shape of a sector, and crystal bombs spurted out of his dozens of cosmos rings like raindrops. They were distributed around him evenly like well-formed chess pieces, spreading out slowly. If you are so eager to watch, I'll show you what a real cultivator is today. In the Temple of Cultivators, the control center of the global sword network below the ground of the Land of Sins, under Wei Longtao's highly aggressive persuasion and the threat of countless spiritual puppets, most of the resistance warriors of Starlight had already collapsed. Some collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, their eyes glazed, and their minds empty. Some even sobbed against the wall, not for the upcoming fallout but because they had never really existed. Everything they knew was a lie. Their resistance, their endurance, and their pride were all jokes. No, it's impossible. None of this is true. Zhuo Jingyun, the bald, tattooed female warrior, and a few others were the only ones left who were still resisting stubbornly. But their stubbornness was more out of hatred for the deaths of their blood family members and the infinite fury over Wei Longtao's betrayal than a belief in cultivators. How is this happening? Is there really not a cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years? Of the two little ones from the desolate worlds, Lu Li was holding the pot of gold barley seeds tightly, while Han Te was holding Lu Li. Both could feel each other's ragged breathing and hopeless voices. For the first time in their lives, they felt the deepest confusion and the infinite malevolence of the adult world. Not far away, Xiaohe Wuxin and Xian Xiaoqi, the master and disciple with their unique relationship, simply chuckled in their desperation, their eyes filled with the resolve to die. They had already decided to fight until their last breath. Perhaps the Fist King was the only one who remained calm at this moment, for he was not a human at all. For him, he did not experience emotions like anger, fear, frustration, or despair. As long as his metal body could continue to move and his crystal processor could select the most appropriate tactic from the database, he would keep fighting with the same vigor as before. Just wake up already. Stop dwelling on your fantasies. Wei Longtao said earnestly, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. The cultivators have been doomed to extinction since 1,000 years ago. Those ghosts, those old-fashioned antiques, and those childish morons are unqualified, incapable, and have no chance of surviving in this world. Only the Imperium and the immortal cultivators are the sole dominators of the entire sea of stars. Zhuo Jingyun, you are the warrior in our organization that I have the highest hopes for. We can work together for Manjasaka, the city in the sky, as members of the Heavenly Eye Group. The most brilliant future awaits us, one that will be 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 times better than the sunless life we lead now, like rats in a gutter. Come on. Believe me. I have never made a wrong choice, and it won't be an exception this time. I will lead everyone to hope. He extended his hand to Zhuo Jingyun in the most sincere manner. Her face rigid, Zhuo Jingyun stared at Wei Longtao's large hand with her almost transparent eyes for a long time. Taking a deep breath, she spat out 2 words. Damn you. The bald female warrior raised her saber and aimed it at her leader, the tip of her saber trembling. We are cultivators. Looking at each other, Han Te and Lu Li gritted their teeth and lifted their weapons like Zhuo Jingyun, before they glanced at each other again in uncertainty. Aren't we? The Fist King extended his fist. Xia Wu Xian and Xian Shaoqi supported each other to raise their sabers. Countless resistance warriors also gritted their teeth, weeping as they raised their dented blades high. There will always be cultivators. Looking at Wei Longtao, Zhuo Jingyun declared, word by word, even if you can kill all of us, you cannot kill all the cultivators in the Sea of Stars. One day, our successors will show up. They will. Do you remember why our organization is named Starlight? Every glittering star in the dark universe represents a cultivator. As long as there is starlight in the universe, there will always be a cultivator burning somewhere out there. Wei Longtao felt an itchy sensation on his rough face, as if someone were stinging it with needles. For some reason, he didn't have the courage to look Zhuo Jingyun in the eye. All right. You are asking for your own death. That's not my fault. Then, just go to hell with all the dummies in space. Pointing at the starlight starships engulfed in flames by the enormous light beam above the temple, Wei Longtao laughed aloud to mask his frustration. The 1,000 spiritual puppets around, remotely controlled, had all transformed into battle form. Lethal brilliance was condensed in their dark barrels, all aimed at the temple's center. The last cultivators of the martial meritocrat sector stood next to each other, clutching their chains words and vibration sabers, letting out deafening roars. Right then. A few strange stripes flashed on the enormous light beam floating above their heads, sapping their morale. In the next moment, the picture blinked and switched from the space battlefield to inside Manjashaka, the city in the sky. The 3D light beam vividly manifested an incredibly glamorous, violent, and dominating black crystal suit in front of all the cultivators, immortal cultivators, and defectors. Boom! 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 The mystic rays and the barrage around the black crystal suit, like the wings of colorful butterflies, covered everyone's eyes in the most eye-catching yet dangerous way, as if the whole world were under his savaging and suppression. Everything was blown up into smithereens, and explosions were taking place everywhere. Utterly shocked, Wei Longtao could not recognize what was going on at all, and his beard was shaking non-stop. Zhuo Jingyun also opened her mouth wide. Her instincts told her that it was unlikely to be a scene where the immortal cultivators were butchering the cultivators. Instead, it was more like Han Te and Lu Li were lost for words for a long time. Looking at each other, they found nothing but confusion on their faces. All the cultivators were dumbfounded, so shocked as if a series of crystal bombs had been detonated right on the tips of their noses. From the broadcast rune arrays on the 2 sides of the light beam, the most violent music exploded out. The stormy drumming almost bashed everyone's eardrum and heart at the same time. However, even the most violent music could not suppress the roar of the master of the black crystal suit that was triggered by his soul. Open your goddamn eyes and observe. This is what cultivators do. What's this? Cultivators? There was nothing but dead silence in the Temple of Cultivators. Everybody, be they a cultivator or an immortal cultivator, was frozen into an ice statue, including the spiritual puppets that had entered the battle. The remote signals from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, seemed to have been seriously jammed. The slaughter machines were all shivering slightly with their heads tilted. Some of them were even roaming about, opening and closing the weapon compartments but unable to lock onto a target. This is the interior of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the most central pivot of control, no less. Xiahou Wuxin, who knew a thing or two about the bloody flower of the other shore, was the first to realize what was happening. He roared in ecstasy, "The cultivators in space have broken into the most central part of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. They are on a killing spree. Rivers of blood are running in the control center. This wretched man has been lying to us." Holding Lu Li's hand tightly, Han Te mumbled, with hot tears streaming down his face, "Look. What a strong cultivator. The legend is true. The cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years does exist. The strongest cultivator in the Sea of Stars has arrived." The young man roared out with a strength that almost tore apart his chest. Wei Longtao trembled, his face as pale as a dead person's. It's impossible." Looking at Li Yao on the light beam, who was slaughtering the enemy unstoppably, he stuttered, "There is no such thing as a cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years. Everything is clearly under the immortal cultivator's control. Everything." Before he could finish, a metal storm had already rushed to his face. "Cut the crap. Let the battle begin," the Fist King said casually. Inside the Temple of Cultivators, roars and cries echoed, and flames of spiritual energy soared to the sky. Many resistance warriors of Starlight were repeating what Li Yao had just said. "Open your goddamn eyes and observe. This is what cultivators do." Chapter 2109, Shocking the Universe. The Land of Sins, or the Martial Meritocrat Sector, was the first world to receive the astonishing images and roars from Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Almost simultaneously, the data transmission bases, which had been hacked, corrupted, and hijacked by the mental devil, sent out countless data packages along the high-speed information transmission routes, long planned to reach the hundreds of sectors and thousands of planets of the entire Imperium of true human beings. These packages included the groundbreaking images and roars from the cultivators. In the unsettled space zone, aboard the mining starship of the model mining base of the Imperium, Gao Xiaojian, a representative of the distinguished miners who had undergone full-body mechanical enhancements, was enjoying a special show with his co-workers in the loyalty room. The cultivators' comedic moments had them bursting into laughter, while the explosions of the starship stirred their blood. When the lightning trident, the symbol of the Imperium of true human beings, flapped on the beam of light, every miner cheered from the bottom of their heart, feeling proud of the immortal cultivators and the Imperium. Suddenly, the picture changed. The dominant fleet of the Imperium, the invincible immortal cultivators, and the cultivators fighting like caged beasts were all replaced by the image of Li Yao wreaking havoc inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The dark and mysterious crystal suit, the blood wings flaring like flags, and the light cannons firing consecutively made him appear as a reincarnation of the god of death, leaving an indelible impression on the hearts of Gao Xiaojian and his co-workers. It was impossible for them to imagine the picture showing immortal cultivators massacring cultivators, especially since Li Yao was reciting "cultivator" after every blow, kick, and slash. This is what cultivators do. This is what cultivators F*King do. After 1,000 years, the cultivators are back again. Li Yao was practically writing "cultivator" on his forehead. Among those crying and fleeing in panic, with broken limbs flying everywhere, some were clearly wearing the military uniforms and standard crystal suits of the Imperium of true human beings. The lightning trident emblem, the symbol of the Imperium, was clearly visible on their chests and arms, impossible to miss. Bam! In the picture, one of the immortal cultivators was tossed to the ground heavily. As he struggled to crawl, he screamed in the most ear-splitting way, revealing the emblem of the trident lightning and the logo of the Heavenly Eye Group on one side of his helmet to the camera. His screams, filled with fear and desperation, were blood-freezing enough to chill Gao Xiaojian and his workmates, despite the vast distance they had traveled in space. Boom! Gao Xiaojian and his colleagues were completely shocked into bewilderment, as if 10,000 crystal bombs had exploded in their heads simultaneously. They found it impossible to accept such a horrifying scene and could not change their mindset so quickly. How could the immortal cultivators, who were butchering cultivators like chickens with confidence just a few seconds ago, now be butchered themselves, reduced to pitiful prey in mere moments? It was too bloodthirsty, too violent, and too thrilling. The loyalty room was engulfed in chaos. Throughout the entire mining starship, every cabin watching the special slaughter stream was in turmoil. Gao Xiaojian felt all the lubricant in his body boiling. His head, bombarded by crystal bombs, seemed like a erupting volcano. He stood up, lightheaded, waving his mechanical arms, but unsure of what to do. He could only continue watching the 3D light beam in a daze. On the 3D light beam, Li Yao's slaughter and destruction were still ongoing. After depleting the ammunition of the storm bolters and crystal cannons, he began to mercilessly sweep the area with the cell obliteration cannon. Most of the immortal cultivators in the control center were administrative or research types. None could last a few seconds against a battle-type cultivator in the divinity transformation stage. They turned into smoke and burnt bodies amid screams and moans. The few immortal cultivators who had managed to survive were nearly soiling their pants in fear. Gao Xiaojian had never seen immortal cultivators so devastated. In his mind, they were always haughty, taciturn, fearless, and full of righteousness. Wasn't such a devastated and comical demeanor more fitting for cultivators? Or rather, even the desperate cultivators from earlier did not look as panicked as these. Deep within Gao Xiaojian, a fragile part of him collapsed. The world before his eyes became blurry and unreal. Ear-splitting buzzes echoed inside the loyalty room. Countless immortal cultivators stormed into the room, brandishing their electromagnetic whips. Gao Xiaojian had once harbored a profound fear of these whips, knowing they could inflict unbearable pain on both organic and mechanical bodies. However, the immortal cultivators also seemed disoriented, swinging their whips aimlessly, unable to find a target. The massacre displayed by the light beams continued, relentless and filled with the satisfying thrill of resistance and revenge. After a moment of confusion, a few immortal cultivators leapt towards the crystal processors, tearing them apart along with the light beams. The loyalty room plunged into darkness, leaving only the heavy, disordered breathing of the immortal cultivators. Some deceitful enemy has tampered with our signals and projected false videos, the immortal cultivators shouted hoarsely. The loyalty education is suspended. Everyone, return to your respective chambers immediately. No talking, no moving. Gao Xiaojian and his workmates remained silent under the waving, spluttering electromagnetic whips, acting as docile machines as they had always done. They lined up in order. When Gao Xiaojian glanced at his workmates beside him, he noticed they were also looking at him with peculiar expressions. Their artificial eyes flickered continuously, and they could see the surprise and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Are the Lord Immortal Cultivators afraid? They longed to ask each other, but ultimately, they suppressed their confusion, burying it deep along with other questions. However, despite many of their organs being replaced by crystals and cold machines, the numbed miners still had their own minds and souls. Deep within their brains, countless questions bubbled up like the high-pressure gas leaking deep within the mines, beyond their control. Were the images real? Was the expert who looked like a god of war truly a cultivator? Who was he exactly? What was this all about? The myriad questions merged into Li Yao's roar once more. This is what cultivators do. The same image was simultaneously transmitted to countless planets across numerous worlds and space zones throughout the entire Imperium. Wuying Lan and Li Lingfeng had gone through great lengths to establish the slaughter stream platform and construct the information channels leading to billions of terminals in different worlds, all to deeply imprint their image into the eyes, minds, and hearts of the Imperium's billions of people. This was the brightest moment for both cultivators and Li Yao. While the immortal cultivators scrambled to cut off the spiritual nexus, block the images, disrupt the signals, and smashed the crystal processors, their roars of embarrassment and fury echoed through the void. Yet, hundreds of thousands of workers, farmers, and even low-level immortal cultivators had already witnessed Li Yao's invincibility. They saw how Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was riddled with holes under his assault, and countless immortal cultivators trembled in fear beneath his feet, only to be obliterated in screams. What? What is this all about? Countless people tore off their virtualization helmets and screamed in desperation. What? What kind of monster is this? Such a tough cultivator. Buildings similar to the loyalty room were in chaos, with exclamations of disbelief echoing continuously. False. False. Everything is false. Some immortal cultivators were so shocked that their hearts nearly exploded. They kicked their crystal processors to the ground and brutally smashed them. But moments later, they immediately regretted their actions and searched everywhere for new terminals to access the slaughter stream. Accident. A super stream accident. The governors of countless planets ground their teeth in utmost fury. Wuying and Li Lingfeng had always wanted to impress them with the power of the spiritual nexus and the media. Now, they had learned this lesson in a ridiculous, bizarre, and unimaginable way. In about 10 seconds to half a minute, all the information transmission channels of the slaughter stream platform were shut down. Some resource planets even resorted to extreme measures, including a global blackout, to completely block the import of the poisonous information. But it was too late. The shocking performance, lasting no more than half a minute, was enough to implant a new idea into the hearts of countless people across the Imperium and to awaken a different realization, that the immortal cultivators were not invincible and that there were other choices beyond obedience. The power of the spiritual nexus was never more evident than at that moment. The images, lasting only a few seconds, spread rapidly through the various nodes of the Imperium's spiritual nexus. While the nobles, sector masters, and sect leaders could suppress the slaves and part of the hominoids from spreading this information in cyberspace, many middle-level and low-level immortal cultivators also saw the images and became deeply intrigued by the mysterious cultivator. A mysterious and formidable enemy was always particularly eye-catching. It was impossible for the Imperium to deprive all the immortal cultivators of their right to surf the spiritual nexus, right? In less than 5 minutes, Li Yao had become the most popular star on the spiritual nexus, capturing the highest attention and becoming the topic of everyone's discussion. His declaration had shocked the entire universe. Chapter 21:10, Focus of the entire Imperium. In no more than 1 minute and 3 seconds, all the sectors had cut off information transmission to the slaughter stream platform of the Heavenly Eye Group. However, by then, the mental devil had already fully seized control of the spiritual nexus bases in Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The images of Li Yao's unstoppable killing spree were compressed into data packages and fabricated through multiple layers before being dispatched to the various nodes of the spiritual nexus in the Imperium, as well as all addresses found in the database of the crystal processors in the space fortress. These nodes and addresses on the spiritual nexus could range from a specific professional academic forum in the Imperium, the public mailbox of an export, to even the official website of a deep sky fleet. As an enormous nation spanning hundreds of sectors, thousands of planets, and billions of people across the universe, the Imperium of true human beings could not afford to overlook the value of the spiritual nexus, no matter how secluded and autocratic it seemed. A hyperlight-speed communication network in space was the foundation of a universal nation and the tool for its governance. Shutting down the entire network was absolutely out of the question. If the Imperium of true human beings truly lost the spiritual nexus that connected all the sectors, it would undoubtedly disintegrate within 24 hours. Thus, after the mental devil sent the videos of Li Yao's battle, or massacre, to the nodes on the spiritual nexus of the Imperium, nothing could stop its exponential spread. What a terrifying speed! What unstoppable moves! What a marvelously crafted crystal suit! Since when have the cultivators had such an expert? It's too amazing and unbelievable. Is he one of the cultivators who used to dominate the entire universe before the appearance of the immortal cultivators? At this moment, including the young officers of the Imperium's army, countless immortal cultivators recalled the days when the entire universe was governed by the cultivators. The founders of the Star Ocean Republic, the sole superpower in the universe during the old days, also called themselves cultivators. Who is he? Who could he possibly be? The immortal cultivators scoured high-level private forums and intelligence websites for information on Li Yao. No expert could have just emerged from nowhere. For someone as powerful as Li Yao, there must be traces of his past. However, despite countless immortal cultivators sharing their intelligence, they couldn't uncover Li Yao's origins. The only thing spreading continuously was a snippet of the battle images of the mysterious expert. What a mysterious cultivator! Even some of the Imperium's leadership, including many sector leaders, elders, sector masters, and lords, noticed Li Yao with great surprise. The true upper class, the controllers, and the manipulators behind the scenes in the Imperium had initially focused on Li Lingfeng. In their eyes, the cultivators who fought like caged beasts and could never be completely annihilated, like cockroaches and rats, were not too much of a concern. Compared to the heated, fierce war on the front lines, the minor military operations in the rear mattered little to the Imperium's foundation. Their interest was more in Li Lingfeng than in Starlight, the cultivator resistance group. Li Lingfeng was among the best immortal cultivators of the Imperium's prime generation. It was said that many elders in the Li family had high hopes for him. He had a good chance to take a leap forward in the future, or even become the leader of the Li family and one of the four Kurfürsten. Perhaps, in the near future, perhaps 100 or 200 years later, Li Lingfeng would be qualified to join the circle of the big shots, chatting and negotiating with them to maintain the balance of their mutual interests. The Operation Dying Light was almost a minor test given by the elder experts of the Imperium to Li Lingfeng, to see if he was truly qualified to be a prominent Kurfürst, and to ascend to the Supreme Hall where the stars and the cosmos were at his command. Therefore, the Li family did not deploy all available resources or fully support Li Lingfeng. It was meant to see if he could resolve the issue of the cultivators neatly with his own abilities alone. In the eyes of the Imperium's big shots, including the leader of the Li family, the cultivators were nothing more than turtles in a tank or loaches that had bitten the hooks. Even if Li Lingfeng wasn't capable enough to command an operation of the scale of Dying Light, the battle would merely be prolonged, significantly reducing its promotional value, or perhaps a few small fries might escape. Nothing worse could happen. Little did they anticipate that a vulture Li Yao would suddenly jump out and strike right through the heart of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Consequently, Li Lingfeng's game completely collapsed, and he couldn't have been more devastated. Bam! In the picture, the chest of one of the immortal cultivators burst out abruptly once again. Through the bleeding, twisted hole in his internal organs, countless immortal cultivators could be seen dancing crazily in the flames, along with the black crystal suit that resembled a fiend. At this moment, the elites of numerous immortal cultivator families had gathered in Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Many of them were among the most distinguished in the younger generation. As the hopes of their families, they were sent to the land of sins by their families' top figures to gain more experience. However, at this moment, they were all killed brutally by Li Yao or the mutated beasts in the most horrific ways. Boom! 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 With all the moving targets eliminated, Li Yao began to. Note, I corrected the sentence Li Yao began to Li Yao began to attack the cabin walls for grammatical clarity. The term means madly or frenziedly, and it is more appropriate to place it at the end of the sentence to modify the verb attack. However, to ensure the text is entirely in English, the corrected version is: Li Yao began to attack the cabin walls frenziedly, blowing up all the units that could be destroyed. It was needless to say that the space battlefield right next to Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was where a fierce fight was taking place. The fleet of the Imperium, commanded by Li Lingfeng, and the coalition fleet of Starlight both received the data packages that the mental devil had sent out wildly. The most magnificent and bloody images were displayed on the public channels. This is. The cultivators and immortal cultivators engaged in the fierce battle found it hard to believe their eyes. The scorching battlefield froze for 3 seconds due to Li Yao's astonishing action. For a moment, they were suspicious, wondering if it were some kind of bad joke. However, the collapse and fall of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was an obvious fact happening right now. All starships had detected the chaos of spiritual energy and the plummeting orbit of the flower of the other shore. As the space fortress and the atmosphere rubbed against each other at high speed, the bloody flower of the other shore was immediately enveloped in colorful flames. The mad and futile dance could be clearly sensed even from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. One captain of Starlight launched a destructive mystic ray at Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to test it. The spiritual shield and defenses he expected, however, did not appear. The mystic rays advanced unstoppably and struck the target in less than 20 seconds. A massive light ball rose on the surface of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and when the light ball dissipated, a torrent of metals erupted out. The target's spiritual shield has completely lost effect. The force field twisting array is also gone. The crystal railguns and the mystic ray guns can now easily hit the target. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is dropping fast. It seems barely able to stabilize in its geosynchronous orbit. The amazing discovery overjoyed all the cultivators. They were here for a great battle, ready to die alongside Manjasaka, the city in the sky, even if it cost them their own lives. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, they had to seize it, no matter how grave the price. They were determined to shoot down the man-eating nest of fiends. The starships of Starlight seemed to have received the same instructions. All of them charged relentlessly at the bloody flower of the other shore. They ignored the bombardments that the immortal cultivators rained upon them and instead vented their fury and hatred on Manjasaka, the city in the sky. It was a simple calculation. Both parties were unleashing their fiercest firepower upon the enemy, but no matter how ragged the Starlight starships were, they were protected by spiritual shields and force field twisting arrays. As long as their spiritual energy held out, they could withstand at least 70% of the attacks. On the other hand, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was both an enormous target and had lost most of its energy supply, causing a complete paralysis of its defense system. It had to endure 100% of the cultivators' attacks. Which parties would suffer the greatest damage in such mutual attacks? For a moment, the cultivators' morale was higher than ever, while the immortal cultivators seemed disorganized. It must be noted that they never considered the quest of dying light to be a real battle, but only a game. A game. Only God knew why this was happening. Who is he? Who is this mysterious person exactly? Countless cultivators were crying desperately on their starships. Who is he? Is he the cultivator who has been lurking on the land of sins all this time, the senior who went into hibernation during the golden age of the martial meritocrat civilization 1,000 years ago, and the legendary cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years? Are the legends we heard growing up all true? Does he really exist? Including Gao Kangda, all the cultivators felt their blood boiling. No matter how hard they tried, they could not think of a second possibility. A legendary hero had arrived out of nowhere at the most crucial moment, fighting side by side with them and completely altering the outcome of the battle. It was truly. As long as one of the billions of stars is still shining, there will always be a cultivator who keeps fighting and burning fiercely, illuminating the entire universe. The starlight never dies, and neither will the cultivators. There will always be cultivators. Let's show those damn immortal cultivators what real cultivators are made of. Gao Kangda burst into laughter and tears. Activating the spiritual shield of his armed mining starship, Great Mountain, to its maximum, he charged toward Manjasaka, the city in the sky, like a meteor tearing through the sky. Legendary cultivator, let us lend you a hand. Chapter 21:11, Pretend to be dead, or burst out again. At the center of the turmoil in space, and under everyone's watchful eyes, deep inside the pistols of the bloody flower of the other shore, Li Yao shoved away the last immortal cultivator in his sight. With his left hand behind his back, he raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and fired the cell obliteration cannon, blasting the unfortunate cultivator into more than 20 cabin walls away. Well. The mental devil's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Who could possibly stop me? Li Yao blew on his right palm. However, due to the helmet on his crystal suit, it was merely a cool and intimidating gesture. No, what I'm trying to say is. The mental devil hesitated. Do you want to know who I am? I am your doom. Li Yao struck another awkward pose for the numerous crystal cameras floating in the air. I think it's time for you to call it a day. This place is about to be melted into a steel factory, the mental devil said helplessly. Just cleanse your neck and wait patiently, as I will come for you one by one, very soon. Li Yao pointed his middle finger at the crystal cameras, declaring his intentions thoughtfully and coldly. After a sneer, he unleashed mystic rays from his fingertips and obliterated all the crystal cameras brutally. How was that? How was that? After destroying the crystal cameras, Li Yao seemed to have transformed into someone else. He eagerly asked the mental devil, "Did you catch my last move? Wasn't it incredibly shocking and distinctive? The sector masters, the lords, the emperor, and such in the Imperium of true human beings must be stumbling in fear, aren't they?" That's what I wanted to tell you earlier, the mental devil said. Our channels to the outside world on the spiritual nexus have been completely cut off, both those on the slaughter stream platform and other miscellaneous nodes on the spiritual nexus. It's impossible for us to continue sending out the data packages. Li Yao, so, I said the last few lines and made those poses for nothing? The mental devil, exactly. Since the line, "Who on earth can stop me," nobody could see or hear you anymore. However, speaking of which, how are you capable of speaking such shameful lines so solemnly? Don't you feel sick and pretentious? Li Yao, why didn't you say it earlier? The mental devil, I meant to say it just now, but you were too busy feeling good about yourself to notice me. It can't be helped. I wanted to send out some more data packages, but you specified that the control system of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was not to be sabotaged, in case the space fortress really went out of control and crashed on the planet's surface. As a result, some sort of internal barrier in the crystal processors seems to have been activated, automatically cutting off all data transmission, both internally and externally. There's nothing I can do right now. Forget it. Such things are all details. I think this is enough for the day. Let's just offer a better performance to the people of all the sectors of the Imperium next time we have an opportunity. Li Yao licked his dry lips. It was only now that he felt the fatigue deep in his brain and veins. However, the fire of the soul was still burning fiercely, and he couldn't have been more excited. How about it? You must have sent out quite a few minutes of video just now, didn't you? Yes, the mental devil replied. Through the high-speed special channel of the slaughter stream platform alone, we already transmitted about 55 seconds of video, shot from different perspectives and places. After the slaughter stream platform was overloaded, I duplicated the video into thousands of copies and scattered them randomly into the vast depths of the Imperial spiritual nexus. A surging tide must have been raised in the entire sea of stars by now. I have to say, the game has truly gone big this time. Of course. The cultivators are announcing their grand return after 1,000 years. The bigger the scene, the better. Li Yao said confidently with a smile. In this way, it's certainly possible to plant a different seed in the hearts of countless people and immortal cultivators of the Imperium, isn't it? Li Yao still hadn't forgotten the black hole plan he proposed 100 years ago. The so-called black hole plan wasn't about magical equipment like black hole bombs, but about how to activate the strength of the people and transform millions of ordinary individuals into black holes that intimidated the immortal cultivators. The Star Glory Federation was too small, after all, and could barely compete with a united Imperium of true human beings on the frontal battlefield. The best it could do was to emerge as a surprise force at a critical moment when the balance of power was about to shift. But if he could incite the wrath of all human compatriots in the Sea of Stars, it might reshape into overwhelming tides that could change the universe. Li Yao had not quite figured out what he should do specifically. It might turn out to be a protracted war that would last 1,000 years, and he was nothing more than a minor vanguard in the struggle for ordinary people to reclaim their dignity and freedom. But at the very least, he had planted a seed in everyone's heart. Li Yao had no doubt that, in the right time and place, the billions of seeds sown in the hearts of the people would have a chance to take root, sprout, and bear amazing fruits. All right. The immortal cultivators have been mostly killed. We've announced our grand entrance in front of the billions of people across the entire Imperium. The fall of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is now unstoppable. So, the only issue at hand is how to get away. Thinking quickly, Li Yao rubbed his hands together, a cunning smile curling his lips. However, first, I don't think the 30 or so cosmos rings we brought along are full yet, are they? Li Yao looted trophies in the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. His targets were naturally the most cutting-edge magical equipment and the most precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, including high-purity marrow crystals and advanced fuels used to power crystal suits. Of course, he also wouldn't miss out on the vast experiment files and research data housed in Manjasaka, the city in the sky. All the precious files and data were stored in the mainframe crystal processors, locked tightly by various barriers and seals. Li Yao and the mental devil were unable to crack these barriers for the time being, so they simply resorted to the simplest and most straightforward approach. They dismantled the storage chips from what appeared to be the most advanced crystal processors and stored the trophies in their cosmos rings. The abundant data accumulated in the labs over nearly 100 years, along with all the files on countless top-secret projects, fell into Li Yao's hands. While he was emptying the central control center, a deafening explosion echoed from the shell of the nearby space fortress. Li Yao softly whistled, conjuring a chaotic azure storm in his head. Li Lingfeng is back with a Colossus. What a fierce surge of spiritual energy, more powerful than a fully armed arsenal warship. Li Yao chuckled, setting the mystic skeleton Wuying into stealth mode. He then controlled his breath and heartbeat, even locking all the pores on his body to prevent the slightest leak of spiritual energy. As long as he wasn't seen with the naked eye, he would be indistinguishable from the cold bodies around him on any scanning magical equipment. It was true that Li Lingfeng was far stronger than him in both level and experience. No matter how low and shameless his tactics, the chances of taking down Li Lingfeng, as he had with Wuying Lan, were less than 1%. But so what? Both were in the divinity transformation stage and had the aid of a Colossus. He was only one minor level below Li Lingfeng and lacked some battle experience with other experts in the divinity transformation stage. While he couldn't defeat Li Lingfeng, it would be equally difficult for Li Lingfeng to kill him. Besides, even if Li Lingfeng wanted to kill him, he had to find him first. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was a large place. The main structure was like a fusion of multiple metropolises, making it as complex as a maze. Currently, explosions, fires, and debris were everywhere. Every place was mired in chaos. Li Yao certainly wouldn't be silly enough to go out and challenge Li Lingfeng. He would simply pretend to be a presence that could be seen everywhere, just watching how Li Lingfeng could possibly find him. Boom! 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 From afar, Li Lingfeng seemed to be wreaking havoc with his Colossus, Tempest God, venting the fury in his heart. Go ahead. This is your own space fortress, after all. You can tear it apart however you want. In the end, it's your own spiritual energy that gets consumed. Li Yao sneered, seeing the vulnerability beneath Li Lingfeng's dazzling identity and power. The unparalleled expert, who could potentially grow into the next Kurfürst, seemed to be another spoiled noble descendant who had never faced significant adversity and was not as strong-willed as he appeared. Li Yao had seen too many such individuals who thought they could control everything. Whenever things went out of their control, they were completely at a loss, and their true selves were immediately revealed. Li Yao resolved to feign death until the end and see what Li Lingfeng could possibly do. Right then, another accident occurred. As if 100 heavy cannons were affixed to one side of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, they barraged it brutally, causing the space fortress to suddenly tilt and fall at a higher speed. The flames burning on the hull were much brighter than before. No. It was not the barrage of heavy cannons, but the relentless collision of countless ragged, breaking starships against the bombardment of the immortal cultivators. They hit the main structure of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, with force, then activated their power rune arrays to the maximum. This propelled the space fortress towards the planet, while the most dazzling exhaust flames erupted. These were the starships of starlight. Li Yao could clearly sense the surging spiritual energy within each starship and the undying determination of the cultivators inside. Dumbfounded, Li Yao immediately understood what his fellow cultivators, fighting hard at the center of the cosmos, were trying to do. Naturally, they could not know everything Li Yao had done inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky. They were unaware that the fortress was doomed. All they saw was the weakness of the immortal cultivators, and they wanted to aid Li Yao. Using their starships and their lives as weapons, they aimed to bring the towering Manjasaka, the city in the sky, crashing to the planet's surface. Chapter 21:12, Our Colossus. One starship, another starship, and then yet another. At least dozens of starlight starships crashed or were deeply embedded into Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The exhaust flames they spewed out resembled the slanted pillars of a magnificent palace after its collapse or the numerous pillars of light that pierced deeply into the space fortress, hastening the dismemberment and fall of the fiend's nest. More starships provided protection for their comrades, enduring the blows of the immortal cultivators until they disintegrated and vanished into the darkness of the universe as spheres of light. The cultivators' strategy, treating death as their homecoming, left Li Yao deeply stunned. He recalled visiting the War Museum in the East Ocean of the Federation during his younger days, where he saw the distant expanse, known as the eternal flagship of the Federal Army. In the final battle against the Far East Demon Kingdom, which decided the fate of the Star Glory Federation, the distant expanse, having exhausted all supplies and ammunition, had done the same. It charged at the enemy's battle formation with its iron hull and burning resolve, toppling the formidable enemy flagship. Perhaps, at the two ends of the Sea of Stars, the cultivators of the Federation and the cultivators of the Imperium had many differences. Perhaps, under the oppression and annihilation by the Imperium of true human beings, the cultivators here had lost much. However, in the end, some things could never be changed. They were all cultivators. Li Yao's nostrils flared, spewing hot streams that felt like smoke. At this moment, he sensed that Li Lingfeng's fury, capable of destroying everything, was directed at the starships crashing into Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Most of these starships were modified carriers and mining vessels, far less structurally sturdy than military starships. After enduring the intense bombardment from the recent battle, they were already riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. They could not withstand Li Lingfeng's hateful attacks at all. They were dismembering, exploding, collapsing, and turning into scattered debris. Not good. Li Lingfeng is now on a rampage, fueled by fury and embarrassment. Devastating images flashed through Li Yao's mind. If I continue to pretend to be dead and do nothing, he will certainly destroy the starships of all the cultivators. Li Yao's fingers began to twitch uncontrollably. The smoke rolling within his nostrils and throat condensed into scorching magma. His brain simmered, and his soul bounced up and down like a gorilla in heat. Hey, what are you doing? Maneuvering Neltharion, the mental devil transformed into a streak of red and appeared before Li Yao again, causing sharp ripples. Don't do anything rash. Li Lingfeng is not Wuying Lan. He is not someone you can handle right now. He is a renowned expert in the divinity transformation stage. Li Yao rubbed his nose. But I am a rising star among the divinity transformation stage experts, like the sun at 8 o'clock in the morning. The mental devil hastened to say, "Son my ass. Don't be reckless, and don't do anything foolish. You can't win a head-on clash against Li Lingfeng. Even if both of you are in the divinity transformation stage and have a Colossus, the combat ability of the Colossi depends on intact logistical, maintenance, and industrial systems. Without enough backup supplies and a maintenance workshop, our Colossus is nothing but a one-time weapon. If it's broken and runs out of supplies after the battle, what will you do in the next one? Where will you maintain your Colossus, and where will you refill the fuel and ammunition?" Li Yao hesitated. That's true. You do have a point. On the shell of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, the massacre continued. The starships of Starlight were no match for Tempest God, Li Lingfeng's Colossus. They were torn apart and blown into cosmic dust one after another. The mental devil, of course I have a point. Moreover, consider yourself. If you and Li Lingfeng are both heavily wounded after the battle, he can recover using the most advanced medical facilities at any moment, but what will you do? Don't forget that we're in the Imperium. Where will you find a hospital capable of treating patients in the divinity transformation stage? Li Yao, huh. Well said. The mental devil, if you know I'm right, don't act rashly. Don't do anything foolish. Calm down. You must calm down. Li Yao, understood. Calm down. I must calm down. The mental devil, what are your hands doing? Why are you taking out the cosmos rings? Why are you summoning Little Black? Why is your hair standing up as if you're experiencing an electric shock? It is now entangled in crackling electric arcs and shining in red and gold. Hey, hey, hey. Don't think you can defeat your enemy with just a headful of cool hair. Let me tell you, the most sensible decision right now is to preserve our strength and escape at the first opportunity. Are you listening to me at all, Shoal? I am. Your words are so correct and make so much sense. Li Yao opened his fingers and combed his hair, which had risen like a bunch of arrows to the sky. Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, however, as you know, I've always been this way since the first day I embarked on the path of cultivation. This is what cultivators do. This is Vulture Li Yao. At the edge of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, on the bridge of the armed mining starship Great Mountain, Captain Gao Kong watched his comrade starships being blown up by Li Lingfeng's Colossus, yet he wore a satisfied smile through his tears. With everything reaching this point, the battle's outcome had far exceeded everyone's expectations. They had truly shot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Nothing could stop the fiend's nest from falling, and all the evil immortal cultivators inside had met a miserable end. It was almost an accomplishment too good to be true. Gao Kong could easily imagine the enraged and overwhelmed looks of the immortal cultivators. The enemy had even deployed a Colossus to deal with mobsters like them. That was a Colossus, the ultimate weapon of the Imperium of true human beings and the pinnacle of human civilization, a king of destruction they had never imagined, even in their darkest nightmares. Having shot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and been felled by the wrath of a legendary Colossus, Gao Kangda felt his life was worth it. Forward! 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 Laughter mingled with his swift movements on the control panel as he wrung out the last bit of momentum from Great Mountain, driving it deeper into the shell of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to hasten its fall. When Li Lingfeng's Colossus, Tempest God, tore apart a light warship and appeared before Gao Kangda's Great Mountain, the old miner and cultivator, who had already fulfilled his desires, felt no fear. Instead, he admired the destructive, invincible, and unstoppable beauty of the Colossus through the light beam. How majestic! Despite the layers of superalloy armor, Gao Kangda still sensed the aggressive aura of the war machine. It was as if the sun were plummeting toward him, impossible to resist. All he could do was watch as Li Lingfeng's storms engulfed them. Every part of Great Mountain that could scream was doing so. Feeble, shimmering electric arcs filled the air. Everyone's hair stood on end, and even their fingernails were splitting with cracks. The scent of destruction permeated every corridor and cabin of the armed mining starship. Even the metal walls and floors groaned in pain. It was the unmistakable smell of death. The Colossus, the ultimate weapon in the sea of stars, was just as dominating as expected. Most of the crew members closed their eyes and gritted their teeth, waiting for their impending destruction. Gao Kangda, however, was the exception. He bulged his eyes, unwilling to miss the opportunity for a close encounter with the Colossus. The unparalleled magnificence and the astonishing beauty deeply shocked and captivated him. Then, he witnessed the most incredible scene he would never forget. Li Lingfeng's Colossus, the Tempest God, had already raised a saber over 20 meters long, and the light from the enormous blade extended hundreds of meters. It was more than capable of slicing a medium-sized starship in half. However, as the Tempest God's smooth movements reached their peak, it froze for a moment. Then, red flames, resembling blossoming lotus flowers, erupted from the twisted gaps of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, behind it. Amid the red flames, black spiritual energy spread in ripples. At the center of the ripples, a black Colossus burst forth. It was as if the gates of the deepest hell had opened, releasing billions of undying soldiers carrying the wrath of unrest souls. A black saber, intertwined with crimson fire, slashed at Li Lingfeng's Tempest God, in a storm of overwhelming brilliance. Boom! 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 Caught off guard, Li Lingfeng was struck directly in the chest by the enemy. The two colossi plowed a devastating ravine into the shell of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and deafening noises echoed like the explosion of crystal bombs when the ripples of their collision spread to Gao Kangda's starship. Two colossi. Gao Kangda and his crew, the warriors of all the surviving cultivator starships, and the soldiers in the immortal cultivator warships further away, were all astounded by the sight before them. The two colossi were like deities that had descended from the sky. One had crimson flames of spiritual energy dancing on its black shell, and two overwhelming wings that stretched 1,000 meters. The other had a blue body forever enshrouded in the most violent tornadoes, with 4 interconnected storm wings on its back and a saber in hand capable of slicing a planet. They passed by each other and collided brutally, creating hundreds of red and blue streaks, leaving dazzling, blurred shadows and trajectories in their wake. Engaging in thousands of clashes in a moment, they were evenly matched. The mysterious black Colossus had in fact blocked the fury of Li Lingfeng's Tempest God, saving Gao Kangda and most of the cultivators. Is this? Gao Kangda's eyes grew hot and wet as he watched, and he murmured in disbelief, "Our Colossus." Chapter 21:13, Bluffing the Truth. Gao Kangda had never imagined that a Colossus would one day stand before him, resisting infinite blades and flames. He had seen the magnificent performances of the Colossi in some of the promotional videos of the Imperium of true human beings. They were the ultimate weapons, both blessed and cursed by all the deities and devils in every universe, something no one dared to think about how to combat. In Starlight's original plan, once the Imperium's colossi appeared, the only solution was to have all the warriors relentlessly charge at them, buying a tiny bit of time with their lives for those behind them to cause greater damage to Manjasaka, the city in the sky. However, this desperate strategy collapsed the moment the Tempest God arrived, revealing its paleness and absurdity. Faced with a furious Colossus, even if they were all shattered into pieces, it would be impossible to sustain the attack for long. But right then, their own Colossus appeared. The Colossus belonging to the cultivators and the immortal cultivators' Colossus engaged in an open, splendid, and brilliant confrontation, a confrontation of dreams. At that moment, Gao Kangda seemed to see dazzling golden light from billions of stars focusing on their Colossus, further highlighting the mystery and unstoppable momentum of the Black Colossus. "Come on, our Colossus." Gao Kangda clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, along with all the warriors of Starlight, trying to channel the hot waves from the depths of his soul into the power units of the Black Colossus to give it a boost. Boom, 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 boom. The more they fought, the crazier the two colossi became. Their original bodies were only about 40 meters tall, a mere grain of sand in the boundless universe. But the flames of spiritual energy they unleashed raged for thousands of meters, like two shining, unstoppable shooting stars. The universe seemed to shatter with every collision. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, as the battlefield, was savaged once again. It continued to collapse and disintegrate, while metal torrents rose non-stop like volcanic eruptions. The shell of Gao Kangda's starship was bursting under the blows and might be ripped apart at any moment. Suddenly, the thousands of blurred shadows created by the two colossi vanished. They grabbed each other by the arm and started to wrestle. From their bodies, an overwhelming presence, even larger than a starship, burst forth. Invisible waves of spiritual energy spread in all directions like surging tides. Gao Kangda's and the other starships shook like lonely boats at the crest of a tsunami. Both the cultivators and the immortal cultivators were so deeply shocked by the scene that they were almost choked. Along with the overwhelming tides of spiritual energy, a powerful telepathic message reached the starships of the cultivators, turning into a shriek. "Hey, don't come to get yourselves killed. Your mission has been accomplished. The fate of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is sealed. Fall back now." Gao Kangda and his crew bulged their eyes at the unexpected voice. It took them half a second to realize what was happening. "Senior. Are you the legendary cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years?" It was clear that the voices of Gao Kangda and the others could not penetrate the multiple layers of plate armor and the vacuum to reach Li Yao. So, they could only continue to hear Li Yao gritting his teeth and bellowing, "Do you hear me? Manjasaka, the city in the sky, has been destroyed by us. The victory of this battle is ours. What matters most now is to retreat. Run. The more people who can escape, the better. There's no need to die here for nothing. You are seeds. You are hope. Your very existence is more important than anything else. Run. Run to the depths of the universe and tell everyone what happened here. Spread the ideas of the cultivators to everyone. The immortal cultivators will try to disguise or even erase the battle. They will deny the existence of you and me. But it doesn't matter. You've captured plenty of videos. Along with you, they will be the best proof. Tell the truth to everyone. This is your new mission and your new destiny. So, while I help you block this guy, do your best to escape." Ah! In a roar, every energy transmission tube on the Tartarian skeleton, resembling crimson thorns, doubled in size, and the wings on its back split into 8 pairs. With the spiritual energy output far exceeding its limits, Li Lingfeng's Tempest God was pushed back by the force and hit a 9-barreled turret at the edge of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, smashing the turret to pieces. The starships of Starlight all received the message sent by Li Yao's soul. They felt their noses itching when they heard, "Victory is ours." However, it was not yet time for tears of joy. The senior cultivator, who had been lost for 1,000 years, was right. They had witnessed the sordid methods of the immortal cultivators firsthand many times. The Imperium, which controlled all media and public channels, could easily modify or even overturn the outcome of any battle and fabricate any fact they needed. For example, miners who rose up in desperation could be labeled as rebels, and Starlight, a cultivator resistance group, could be described as a terrorist organization. Today, they had secured a rare victory in the countless resistances of the past few hundred years. Someone must send this refreshing news out and tell the entire Imperium the truth so that the ever-burning flames of resistance could be passed on. We have won. Let's retreat. Many starships of the cultivators, not deeply trapped in the space fortress, began to reverse, preparing to break away from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and evacuate. The starships of the cultivators that were further away and hadn't yet crashed into the space fortress also changed direction and moved outward. In the vast, boundless space where there were no territorial restrictions, it was barely possible to completely block a fleet dashing randomly. Moreover, the starships of the immortal cultivators were themselves deeply shocked by Li Yao's unexpected arrival. They were also panicked and anxious due to the fall of their base, Manjasaka, the city in the sky. They were unsure whether to block the cultivators' starships that were scattering in a hurry, to aid Li Lingfeng in dealing with the mysterious and powerful cultivator, or to find a way to hold Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and prevent it from falling. Each mission was incredibly challenging. Without an order from Li Lingfeng, the commanders of the immortal cultivators' starships were momentarily at a loss. Some of the cultivators' starships were too damaged to make a space jump. Knowing they had no chance of survival, they turned and crashed into the starships of the immortal cultivators, increasing the odds of success for their comrades. Amidst the furious flames, the cultivators laughed. "Let's show you who we are. This is what cultivators do." The universe bore witness to their greatest fulfillment and grandeur in hundreds of years. Sensing the nearby cultivators' starships taking action, Li Yao laughed loudly while spitting blood in the spiritual residence of the Tartarian skeleton. Li Lingfeng was indeed the strongest opponent he had ever faced. The clash of experts in the divinity transformation stage was vastly different from the peak of the nascent soul stage. While the personal combat ability at the divinity transformation stage might not greatly surpass that of the nascent soul stage, it offered far superior control over the surroundings. Li Yao felt he had transcended the limits of his physical body with the enhancement of the Tartarian skeleton. He was evenly distributed across the surrounding 1,000 square meters, forming a small world under his absolute control. On the opposite side, Li Lingfeng had also expanded into a small world where gloomy winds howled, and overwhelming flames of spiritual energy surged under the influence of the Tempest God. The materials, spiritual energy, will, and even the laws of the two small worlds were colliding in the most mysterious and unpredictable ways, each trying to engulf the other. After each collision, after the physical damage and the soul's consumption, Li Yao sensed that his beliefs were shaken to some extent. He couldn't help but grow a deeper understanding of the dangers and mysteries inherent in the battles of the divinity transformation stage. After just 1 minute, Li Yao already felt as drained as if he had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. Li Lingfeng was indeed too strong for him to handle right now. However, he was not about to give up so easily. Li Jialing mentioned that Li Lingfeng's Colossus is named Tempest God, capable of condensing the vortexes of spiritual energy into tornadoes. It's truly impressive. However, my techniques originated from the thunderstorm. I am a man who can execute a tornado. He. Come on. As long as I survive this battle, I will certainly be able to grasp the mysteries of the divinity transformation stage and become a seasoned expert in it. Li Yao laughed maniacally, burning his life and soul, and swung his blood-stained saber, releasing thousands of crimson flames without a care. Li Lingfeng, though bewildered, was far more agitated and infuriated than Li Yao, who was armed with ample information. He did not anticipate that the cultivator would have such a tough colossus, seemingly even more advanced than his Tempest God, or that the user of the Black Colossus was another expert in the divinity transformation stage who possessed a domain. Although the enemy was no match for him, he still felt his heart grow colder, and continued to fight. Every expert in the divinity transformation stage was the tip of an iceberg, with an inestimably vast force behind them. Li Lingfeng immediately began to browse through the records of all experts in the Imperium of true human beings and even the Covenant Alliance, along with their colossi, but he found absolutely no information about Li Yao and the Tartarian skeleton. This only increased his panic. "Who are you, really?" After Li Yao blocked his attack once more, Li Lingfeng could no longer hold back and unleashed intense waves at Li Yao's colossus. "Why are you mad enough to oppose the Imperium?" Li Yao had a thought. Chuckling, he sent black waves of telepathic thoughts back at his adversary. "I'm not half as mad as you, considering you had the nerve to steal the son of the Imperium's queen." Chapter 21:14 Thunderous Tornado Saber, the luxurious and upgraded version. After speaking, Li Yao sensed that Li Lingfeng's entire domain trembled, as if a furiously burning planet had suddenly collapsed inward. It was clear that he was greatly shocked. "Do you work for the Queen?" Li Lingfeng's telepathic thoughts spread out in the most disordered manner. This was it. Li Yao was overjoyed. He had only been bluffing Li Lingfeng with a highly absurd conclusion, one he inferred from the incomplete information he had gathered, particularly Li Jialing's look and his foster father's final words. However, given Li Lingfeng's anxious reaction, his deduction was likely true. The mysterious young man, Li Jialing, was indeed the son of his foster father and Queen Li Linghai. Somehow, he had fallen into the hands of Li Lingfeng, the queen's brother, who then turned the young man into a secret weapon specifically to deal with the queen. Yes, in that case, everything would make sense. If not for Li Jialing's special identity, there would have been no reason for Li Lingfeng to invest so many resources in the young man or reveal so many secrets to him. What better weapon to strike at a mother than her son, filled with hatred and misunderstanding? What do you think? In an instant, hundreds of malevolent ideas flooded Li Yao's mind. He laughed. "Of course I work for the Queen. Otherwise, do you really believe that the abjectly poor and devastated cultivators are capable of raising an expert in the divinity transformation stage and retrieving a colossus of such performance?" Li Lingfeng. "The Queen has learned everything you've done. So, she sent me here in advance to thwart your entire plan. Now, your scheme is bankrupt, and you have lost the game entirely. Just wash your neck and wait to embrace the infinite wrath from the Queen." Li Yao's telepathic thoughts pierced into the Tempest God's spiritual residence like the sharpest flying swords. Li Lingfeng's flames of spiritual energy retreated rapidly, clearly deterred by Li Yao's roar. For a moment, he was deeply suspicious of his own plan. However, in the next second, the quintessence of the Li family's prime generation realized he had been tricked. No matter what, the secret was the greatest weakness of his dear sister and the almighty Queen of the Imperium. She would absolutely not tell it to anyone else. It was even less likely that she would reveal the secret to an expert in the divinity transformation stage, as it would be terribly difficult to eliminate the informant to keep the secret, even with the Queen's power. "You are bluffing." Li Lingfeng burst into fury, but there was no time for that. As Li Lingfeng was shocked and wavering, the thorny veins on the Tartarian Colossus expanded at least 3 times, like ferocious dragons awakening. Many of the thorny veins were torn apart, spewing intense mists of blood. The black wings on his back were also splitting and extending, like clusters of black lotus flowers in full bloom. From the saber, forged from the spine of a primordial beast, on his raised arms, furious flames and overwhelming tides were rolling out, and the crimson brilliance from the saber almost pierced through the entire universe. Li Yao's most lethal move had been prepared in that moment. His head was filled with the scenes of him challenging the tornado in the super thunderstorm area deep within the grand desolate plateau when he first donned his crystal suit. He recalled the unparalleled sense of comfort and gratification as he slashed the tornadoes, enshrouded in electric arcs and as fierce as dragons, into halves, disregarding his own life. At that moment, Li Yao's domain expanded to its limits and completely engulfed Li Lingfeng's domain. The entire world resonated with the wild beats of Li Yao's heart, soul, and saber. It was as if the stars in the universe had turned into his musical notes, and the entire sea of stars was simmering under the influence of his battle hymn. The domain within 1,000 square meters was entirely dominated by the aura of Li Yao's blade and the resolve to march unstoppably forward, undeterred by the tornadoes. Returning to my beginning, the thunderous tornado saber, now in its luxurious and upgraded version, will execute the tornadoes and kill you. Li Yao and the Tartarian skeleton were completely fused. Countless octagonal, ancient, and gleaming runes deep within the Tartarian skeleton shattered, releasing a destructive force that swept over the Tempest God on the opposite side with overwhelming power. Boom! A red and blue colossal sphere rose from the collision of the two colossi. The thousands of rippling waves pushed away all nearby starships. Regardless of whether they belonged to cultivators or immortal cultivators, the spiritual shields and force field distortion systems of all the starships were screaming in distress. The spiritual shields of many starships, already severely damaged, were overwhelmed, and their hulls emitted chilling sounds of metal twisting when the overwhelming spiritual energy was directly dumped upon them. For the starships whose spiritual shields still managed to sustain, all the light beams were flashing crazily in colorful stripes, as if they had been caught in an extremely crazy nightmare. When the dazzling light ball finally dimmed, all the cultivators and immortal cultivators saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The battlefield below the two colossi, or rather, the shell of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, now had an enormous crater more than 5 kilometers in diameter after the blow. All the cabins and metal structures in the giant crater had been devastated and reduced to a gargantuan swirl. The metal scraps inside the swirl had been melted by the high temperature, only to be quickly consolidated into glittering pearls that were shot in all directions randomly. The Tartarian skeleton suffered heavy damage. To launch the unstoppable, tornado-slaying attack, its shoulder joints, elbow joints, and ankle joints were all broken. The saber had been cut in half, and only 1/3 of it was still grasped in the hand. To pursue the highest damage, Li Yao did not bother to consider defense at all. In the dreadful counterattack of the Tempest God, the Tartarian skeleton was riddled with holes, its broken internal parts exposed, and fuel, lubricants, and stabilizers spurting out crazily, as if the internal organs of the machine were erupting with flesh and plasma. However, Li Lingfeng's Tempest God was in no better condition. The previously dazzlingly glamorous shell was now filled with deep damage. All kinds of silver, glittering liquids were surging out, condensing into shiny little balls in the vacuum, while brilliant sparks haunted all the joints. Several fingers were even cramping uncontrollably, suggesting a major fault in the neural connection system between the Colossus and its user. Most devastating of all was that Li Yao's half-broken saber was deeply embedded in the face of the blue Colossus, so deeply that almost half of the head of the Tempest God had been chopped off. The previously graceful and inviolable demeanor of the Colossus was entirely gone. It looked ugly and distressed, devoid of the dignity of the Tempest God. How? How is it possible? All the immortal cultivators were greatly shocked. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that their whole world was about to collapse. The divinity transformation stage had transcended the limits of normal humans and embarked on a journey to the real world of the legendary deities and devils. In the hearts of the common soldiers, these cultivators were the living embodiments of invincible. This was even more true for battle-type experts in the divinity transformation stage. Administrative, research, or cultural experts in the divinity transformation stage might boast their own remarkable techniques, create unprecedented enterprises, command thousands of starships, and establish studies that would influence future generations for the next 10,000 years. However, their causes and studies were often too esoteric and indirect, making it difficult for regular people to grasp the magnitude of their power. Battle-type experts in the divinity transformation stage were different. Their destructive force, as well as the most primitive acts of sabotage and slaughter, could be displayed right before the eyes of soldiers and perceived by every nerve ending. Most of the soldiers that Li Lingfeng brought on the Dying Light mission were part of his personal troop, which he founded and supplied himself. They were loyal to him and followed only his commands. Even other members of the Li family could not influence them. It was not hard to imagine the unwavering loyalty and faith the soldiers had in him. Li Lingfeng was a god in their hearts, someone who could lead them from victories to triumphs, and from triumphs to eternity. But now, a game that was supposed to be an easy win had turned into a chaotic war. Then, his own base was conquered. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was turned upside down, and the massacres were even broadcast to the public. It was as if they were slapping Li Lingfeng's face, left and right. At this moment, in a straightforward clash devoid of any tricks, the invincible god in their hearts was slashed across the face by the enemy, with the broken blade deeply embedded in his head. The saber cut not only Li Lingfeng's Colossus but also the faces, hearts, and souls of all the immortal cultivators. Ugh! Many of the immortal cultivators groaned in pain, finding it hard to believe that there was such a mad and resilient cultivator as Li Yao in this world. Ah! Li Lingfeng pulled the broken saber from his head, leaving behind a black, grotesque wound, from which metal fragments were protruding. He looked even more pitiful than before. He had gone mad, and the flames of spiritual energy, each more intense than the last, erupted again. But he could do nothing to counter Li Yao's overwhelming attack just now. He is truly, outrageously strong. Inside the Tartarian skeleton's almost boiling spiritual residence, Li Yao vomited blood and laughed self-mockingly. Li Lingfeng truly deserved to be one of the best in the prime generation of the Imperium and an experienced expert in the divinity transformation stage. In terms of their Colossus levels, Li Yao's Tartarian skeleton was originally well sealed deep inside the Nuwa warship for more than 100,000 years. It should have been more advanced than Li Lingfeng's Tempest God. In terms of timing, Li Yao launched a full-strength strike after a long preparation, having thrown out a great secret to disturb Li Lingfeng's mind. Li Lingfeng, on the other hand, only managed a hasty counterattack while under disturbance. Li Yao had taken advantage of every detail, creating the best situation possible. However, even with all the advantages in their mutual attacks, the two parties were still evenly matched, and the Tartarian skeleton suffered greater losses. Judging from how the Tempest God was jumping around, roaring in fury, it was clear that the attack did not critically affect the enemy. But it was impossible for Li Yao to perform a second attack anytime soon. The enemy turns out to be so strong. It can't be helped. It seems I have to burn my life and soul to perform my secret ultimate skill. Li Yao swallowed a mouthful of blood. His eyes constricted into needle-like slits as he shrieked, "Run!" Indeed, it was thrilling to run immediately after ambushing someone in the divinity transformation stage. Chapter 21:15, Vomiting Blood in Anger. When an expert in the divinity transformation stage, driving a Colossus, the ultimate weapon in the sea of stars, unleashed overwhelming spiritual energy as if determined to die with their opponent, barely anything could stop them. Conversely, when a divinity transformation stage expert, seemingly gone mad and resolved to die with their enemy, suddenly turned around and escaped like a weasel, even fewer things could halt them. Such was the case with Li Yao's Tartarian skeleton. A moment ago, it was still bursting with dazzling sound and visual effects, as if determined to perish with Li Lingfeng. In the next second, it had transformed into a stealthy streak of brilliance, diving into one of the holes in the broken Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and rushing away at top speed. The transition from a resolve to die with the enemy to fleeing, from valiance to cowardice, was smooth, natural, and flawless. Even Li Lingfeng was stunned by the actions of the mysterious divinity transformation stage expert. He had witnessed countless divinity transformation stage individuals in his life, some fearless of death, others as mad as devils, some as majestic as mountains, others as vast as oceans, and still others as unstoppable as the scorching sun. But he had never seen such a weaselly one. Now that the enemy intended to escape, Li Lingfeng naturally followed. However, he immediately found himself in an extremely awkward situation. He couldn't be more concerned. It must be noted that, although the mutated prisoners and Li Yao caused insane sabotage and slaughter inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky, just now, the metropolis was vast and as complex as a maze. It couldn't be entirely destroyed in just half an hour. At this moment, the main structure of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, remained intact. Despite its slow descent into the atmosphere, the buffer rune arrays enveloping the bloody flower of the other shore had already begun to function, flashing and emitting gentle exhaust flames. Coupled with the optimal trajectories for cut-in and landing set by the mainframe crystal processors, the likelihood of a safe landing was very high, ensuring that more than half of the buildings would remain undamaged. Many immortal cultivators in the space fortress, particularly those far from the central area, were still alive. Many of them were descendants of the major families in the Imperium and the military leadership. Li Lingfeng certainly did not want to accidentally harm them, so they became Li Yao's best shields. What could Li Lingfeng do? Wage a great battle inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky, turning the place upside down, blowing up the space fortress entirely, and killing all the immortal cultivators who might or might not be alive in the process? If that happened, Li Lingfeng would not be able to bear the crushing wrath of the major families of the Imperium and the military fleets. Everyone knew he was the greatest patron of the Heavenly Eye group, and many immortal cultivators had come to the land of sins for trials, vacations, and business negotiations out of respect for him. This place was the center of his connections and the most important nest outside the Li family. How could he possibly destroy it himself? Besides, the space fortress contained countless advanced facilities and experimental results, all precious yields from decades of his dedication. They were his greatest leverage in competing for the position of Kurfürst. How could he destroy decades of hard work? Li Lingfeng's heart was not just bleeding, it was hemorrhaging. Even now, he still hadn't figured out where Li Yao could have come from. Clearly, Li Yao did not work for the queen. But if he were a cultivator, how could he have possessed the strength of the divinity transformation stage and maneuvered a Colossus with such remarkable performance? With no outlet for his anger, Li Lingfeng felt his lungs would explode with fury. The fleet of the immortal cultivators was as awkward as Li Lingfeng. Many of their starships had already broken free from the chaos and approached Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Having sustained minimal damage, they still maintained formidable firepower. But even if they could unleash all their might, what difference would it make? An expert in the divinity transformation stage, hidden inside a Colossus, was not so easy to lock onto. They might end up blowing up Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and all the immortal cultivator hostages inside before hitting Li Yao. Therefore, they could only watch as Manjasaka, the city in the sky, fell deeper into the atmosphere, inevitably crashing to the planet's surface. Li Yao, however, seemed to see through their predicament. He was sabotaging everything in his path while holding his head as he fled inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The Tartarian skeleton was now too severely damaged to withstand another head-on clash with the Tempest God, but it was still more than capable of going on a rampage inside the space fortress, stomping on a few bug-like immortal cultivators, or blowing up a few pieces of delicate but vulnerable magical equipment. Following Li Yao's tail, Li Lingfeng watched his lifelong work burning and exploding non-stop. Countless blackened and twisted bodies of the immortal cultivators also brushed past his Colossus, crashing apart into ashes. He felt almost like crying and dragging Li Yao to hell with him. Stop there. Li Lingfeng's telepathic thoughts seemed to howl like a ghost. Who are you exactly? Whoosh. Li Yao controlled the Tartarian skeleton and shrank it, dodging the 3 waves of light balls that Li Lingfeng shot out and moving horizontally with the help of the explosion's blast. He then tore the roof off a secret chamber where 100 immortal cultivators were hiding, giving all of them a taste of the blasts blown out by Li Lingfeng. The immortal cultivators were not very high in level, and most were not even of the battle type. It was not hard to imagine their fate in the clash of 2 colossi. Without even looking back, Li Yao chuckled non-stop. We are both in the divinity transformation stage. Would you please say something more philosophical instead of the meaningless drivel like, stop there, or, who are you? How can I possibly stop or tell you who I am? You, watching the 100 immortal cultivators being burned into roasted ducks by the exhaust flames of the 2 colossi, Li Lingfeng was so exasperated that he almost vomited blood. He shouted, I will not let you go. I will certainly make you die the most miserable death and never have a next life. Do you hear what you are saying? It's the same rubbish again. Do you have any constructive topics we can discuss? Li Yao smiled. In fact, the 2 of us don't have any conflicts in our fundamental interests. Besides, violence is never a solution to any problem. Why can't we turn chaos into harmony and sit down to talk nicely? Violence is never a solution to any problem. Turn chaos into harmony. Sit down to talk nicely. Looking at the messy, gory environment around him, Li Lingfeng suddenly felt that he shouldn't communicate with the sordid and stealthy divinity transformation stage fellow anymore, because he would certainly be infuriated to death if they continued. Just activate your divinity transformation stage computational ability and think hard. Li Yao, however, continued sending noises to Li Lingfeng's soul. My purpose was to blow up Manjasaka, the city in the sky, which I have already accomplished. Even if you dissect me into pieces and obliterate both my body and my soul, you cannot restore the space fortress to its former state. Therefore, I am not necessarily your biggest problem at this moment. Right now, your greatest headache should be Li Linghai, your dear sister and the queen of the Imperium. Li Lingfeng's soul trembled as he demanded loudly, what do you know exactly? I know that you stole your sister's child, Li Yao said with a chuckle. That Li Jialing must be Li Linghai's biological son and your biological nephew, but he cannot be His Majesty's son. I don't need to bluff you, it's an undeniable fact. It's impossible. Instead of answering, Li Lingfeng simply bellowed, it's impossible that you work for the queen or learned everything from her. That's true. I certainly didn't learn everything from the queen, because even the queen might not be aware of the whole truth, Li Yao said hurriedly. However, it doesn't matter where I learned everything. What matters is whether I will release the secret to the public and make you face the queen's infinite wrath. This is the greatest scandal for the queen. Once it's made public, the queen will be the first to take the hit and be doomed forever. Li Lingfeng sneered, as the queen of the Imperium of true human beings, she should be a model for all mothers. Yet, she had a bastard in secret. Once this is exposed, the Li family will be the first to punish her. On what basis do you think she can deal with me? You are too naive if you think you can blackmail me with that. I would be really naive to believe your lies. Li Yao chuckled, anyone with the slightest wisdom can figure out the truth easily. It's been more than a decade since you stole Li Jialing and refined him in secret. If you truly wanted your biological sister dead, or to protect the honor of the Li family, you should have submitted the boy to the leader and the elders of the Li family and asked for their discretion. For the interests of the Li family, they would have killed Li Jialing without any mercy. After all, as your biological sister, the queen is from the Li family too. Her scandal would have been the Li family scandal. Once exposed, it would have been an unprecedentedly heavy blow for the Li family. How on earth would Li Jialing have been tolerated in the Li family? But as it turned out, Li Jialing is still very much alive even today. He has also undergone all kinds of procedures from you and has been raised into a highly dangerous super warrior. I assume you must have been doing everything behind the leader and the elders of the Li family, didn't you? Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent him to such a distant place as Manjasaka, the city in the sky, for strengthening, when there were bound to be tremendous secret techniques within the Li family that Li Jialing could have been refined with, would you? Therefore, you had your own plans in this matter too. You were hoping to use Li Jialing to blackmail your sister to achieve a certain purpose, a purpose that is not necessarily in the best interest of the entire Li family. If we get to the bottom of it, Li Lingfeng, Lord Li, your loyalty to the Li family is rather suspicious to me. Chapter 21:16, Rapid Fall. The telepathic thoughts of the two clashed hundreds of times, like the edges of blades. The two colossi continued to rush and change their locations, one fleeing and the other pursuing. However, no matter how fiercely Li Lingfeng attacked, he achieved nothing except causing more damage to Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and accidentally harming more immortal cultivators. Li Yao's insightful and penetrating critique made Li Lingfeng's face pale, his heart frozen, and his soul tremble violently. Sensing the panic in Li Lingfeng's heart keenly, Li Yao knew his deductions were correct. The divinity transformation stage was indeed marvelous. Not only had the damage been enhanced to an unprecedented level, but his computational ability was now as swift as lightning, allowing him to piece together the general picture from broken, incomplete clues. While clutching his head and fleeing like a rat, Li Yao dodged Li Lingfeng's attacks in seemingly dangerous but actually riskless ways, laughing aloud. Let me continue my guess. What do you want to blackmail the queen for? The most likely goal is the position of the Li family's leader and the Kurfürst, isn't it? As you said yourself, the tallest tree in a forest is often the first to be destroyed by the wind. Although you are one of the best of the prime generation of the Li family, there must be countless competitors within your family who covet your position. Immortal cultivators are all ambitious and ravenous, and not one of them is not greedy for the positions of family leader and Kurfürst, right? It may be hard for you to defeat all your open and clandestine competitors on your own, but if the queen has a certain weakness that forces her to obey your command, your chances of becoming the future Kurfürst, with your influence and the queen's combined, will be very close to 100%. Therefore, to become the future leader of the Li family and the future Kurfürst, you ignored the best interests of the Li family and kept Li Jialing, a highly dangerous and unstable factor, a secret. Instead of informing the elders and leader of the Li family, you carefully cultivated him into a powerful asset with great potential, intending to use him as your greatest leverage in your game with the queen. Lord Li, am I right? Who are you? Who exactly are you? Li Lingfeng truly felt uneasy this time, wondering how the mysterious divinity transformation stage expert knew such covert matters. He hadn't revealed all his cards yet. Even his sister, the queen of the Imperium of true human beings, shouldn't know much about it. For a moment, Li Lingfeng even suspected the mysterious divinity transformation stage expert had been following him for a long time and was some sort of ghostly existence. It doesn't matter who I am. Waving the half-saber, Li Yao blocked another hasty and disorganized attack from Li Lingfeng. He laughed, I have no interest in the dirty politics within the Li family or the ethical dramas between you and your sister. What you consider a great secret is not even worth mentioning to me. However, if you continue pushing forward aggressively and have to kill me, don't blame me for dragging you into the mess. Lord Li, think about it, with the chaos I've caused in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, your epic quest of dying light is now completely disrupted. The entire Imperium has seen the images of my blatant sabotage and insane massacres. I believe new fleets of the Imperium will soon be mobilized from the front lines to clean up the mess. Moreover, since the accident was caused by you, the newly arriving fleets of the Imperium will most likely be from the Li family, or at least heavily mixed with the Li family's private forces, to clean up after you, right? He. If the two of us continue to fight, I will inevitably be caught by the powerful immortal cultivators of the Federation. But take a guess, will I tell them everything I know under their interrogation? The epic quest of Dying Light, which you were certain about, has turned into a mess, showing your incompetence. Hiding a dangerous factor like Li Jialing behind the backs of the Li family's leaders suggests that you are not loyal enough to the family. If you are only incompetent, there are still chances for you to learn from your mistakes and continue training. But if your loyalty to the family is questionable, how can the leaders of the family continue to support you? Even if some are willing to support you, others will criticize you for it. TSK. Incompetent and disloyal, how can you lead the Li family and become the future Kurfürst? Therefore, I have nothing to lose except my worthless life, and I've enjoyed it enough. It doesn't matter if I die. I'm only sorry for you, Li Lingfeng, Lord Li, as your promising future will die with me. Ha ha ha. For someone as ambitious as you, the deprivation of your power and strength will be more miserable than death, won't it? Speechless, Li Lingfeng could only mask the panic and unease in his heart with increasingly furious flames. That was because Li Yao was right. He had indeed acted behind the backs of the family's powerful figures regarding Li Jialing. Once exposed, it would be far more serious than failing to annihilate the cultivators. The failure to eliminate the cultivators was a matter of ability at most, but concealing Li Jialing's existence was surely a matter of attitude, suggesting sinister intentions. Li Lingfeng regretted keeping Li Jialing for cultivation years ago. Yet, with the situation reaching this point, there was no turning back for him. Lord Li, I have a proposal, Li Yao continued, seeing Li Lingfeng's silence. No one wants it to come to this, but what's done is done. No matter how angry you are, you can't change it. Why don't we part ways with a smile and forget the past? You let me escape without a word, and I promise I won't tell anyone. That way, you'll have more time to clean up the mess and figure out how to handle the criticism from your family and the fury of the various influential figures, right? Li Lingfeng. Li Yao, what, you don't trust me? Rest assured. If we ever have the opportunity to get to know each other, you will realize that I am best known for my honor and integrity. When I say I'll keep something to myself, I will never say a word that's relevant to the matter. How about it? If you are okay with it, I'll be off. Li Lingfeng, you want to go? I'll be damned today if I let you leave in one piece. The intensity of the tornadoes raised by his saber was 10 times higher than before. Li Lingfeng was so infuriated by Li Yao that he no longer cared about Manjasaka, the city in the sky. He simply unleashed his ultimate skill again. No kidding. If the enemy could escape through such fancy talk, he would be too disgraced as an immortal cultivator in the divinity transformation stage to hang around in the Imperium anymore. At this moment, they had already crashed into the atmosphere along with Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The space fortress had activated the forced landing program at the beginning. Whatever was left of the anti-gravity rune arrays were operating at full strength, and the buffer rune arrays around also unleashed twisting force fields, reducing the fall speed to a bearable level. However, the impact and the starships of countless cultivators crashed into the space fortress, as well as the great damage caused by Li Yao and Li Lingfeng's massive fight within the space fortress, greatly disturbed the normal functionality of the forced landing program. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was falling faster and faster, dismembering as it went. It was like a meteor that had covered half the sky. Han Te, Lu Li, the Fist King, Zhua Jingyun, Xiahou Wuxin, and Xian Xiaoqi, who had just escaped from the underground trap, along with all the sinners living on the land of sins, witnessed a dreamlike scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The lofty, inviolable Manjasaka, the city in the sky, which had controlled every aspect of their lives for hundreds of years, was truly falling. It was as if half of the burning sky was collapsing with it. On the collapsing sky, two enormous, godlike shadows, one red and the other blue, could be vaguely seen. They continued crashing into and passing by each other, disrupting the world's stability and raising massive ripples. That is, holding their breath, Hante and Luli observed the sky in disbelief, feeling the urge to burst into tears. Very strong. The Fist King analyzed the combat ability of the two godlike figures. His crystal cameras glinted with the most dazzling brilliance. The city in the sky has collapsed. Manjasaka has been shot down. Was it done by those two beings? Countless sinners clutched their hair, overwhelmed and confused. Even the most apathetic sinners had vaguely sensed that the fall of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, marked the end of an old era, and an unpredictable new era with infinite possibilities was arriving at full speed. Hurry up. Let's loot it. Looting all the assets that had fallen from the sky was a natural instinct deeply ingrained in the veins of every sinner on the land of sins. Only those with the strongest instincts had survived the brutal eliminations over the past hundreds of years. Very soon, someone realized that the remnants of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, must contain infinite resources, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times more than what was offered in every bliss ceremony in the past. All the sinners danced in ecstasy and swarmed to where the meteor shower was crashing, fully armed. To minimize the force of the crash, the landing point of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, had been automatically set to the seashore. However, the speed of the fall was now 3 times higher than the safe landing speed. Before the main structure at the core hit the land, countless pieces and remnants that had been dismembered from the main body already bombarded the ocean's surface. The high-temperature torrents of flames immediately boiled the ocean, raising a great amount of mist, as if in the most bizarre dream. The water pillars raised by the collisions of the remnants, however, swallowed the mist in the next moment. They soared to an altitude of almost 100 meters, forming a strange forest of seawater. The sinners living in the seashore area all witnessed the apocalyptic scene with astonishment. The ever-rising tides far exceeded the most enormous tsunamis they had seen in their entire lives. Roaring like spears and ferocious beasts, the waves overlapped and charged at the shoreline relentlessly. Countless remnants also struck the shore directly, raising a spectacular ocean of fire. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky, raging in the dim light, as if it were another Judgment Day. Before they realized what was happening, the largest remnant, which was the main body of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, where Li Yao and Li Lingfeng were, had already landed heavily. The blast pressed the ocean into a dent thousands of meters in diameter before it touched the surface. The tides rising at the edge of the dent reached altitudes of hundreds of meters, almost blocking the sky and the sun. Boom! The collision of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, with the ocean produced an explosion that ripped apart the eardrums of countless sinners living ashore. Blood streamed from their ears, rendering them deaf to the rumbling sound as the surging tides swallowed the shoreline. They could only see a towering azure wall devouring the sky and the earth, advancing unstoppably. It was a collision so great that it could be observed by the naked eye from outside the atmosphere. The circular tides did not subside until almost half an hour later. The waves surged more than 100 kilometers inland in many places, causing rampant flooding. Both the immortal cultivators and prisoners within Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the sinners living near the shoreline were consumed by the waves. Some were even carried 100 kilometers away in the chaos. Everyone was engulfed in turmoil, and Li Yao was certainly no exception. He had been anticipating the crash of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The massive collision, the hazy mist as seawater vaporized from the scorching spiritual energy, and the widespread explosions and blasts provided the perfect cover. The moment the space fortress struck the ocean, Li Yao, who had prepared for this, retreated his Colossus at top speed. Without putting on a crystal suit, he slowed his breathing, heartbeat, pulse, adrenaline secretion, and soul waves to a near standstill, mimicking the dead bodies scattered around as the surging tides carried him deep inland. Even with Li Lingfeng's divinity transformation stage cultivation, he could not escape the shock and chaos when Manjasaka, the city in the sky, slammed into the ocean. As his towering Tempest God form, hundreds of meters tall, burst from the waves and scanned the battlefield with telepathic thoughts, how could he possibly locate Li Yao? Finding a single drop in the ocean was impossible, even for someone at the divinity transformation stage. Moreover, Li Yao's heartfelt advice still echoed in his ears. The thought of the impending troubles caused Li Lingfeng such a severe headache that he nearly jumped to his feet in rage, spitting out a spray of blood. "I won't let you go. I absolutely won't let you go." From the depths of the raging sea, Li Lingfeng's desperate and frantic roars reverberated. 10 minutes later, in the flooded area near the seashore, among the ragged reefs, Li Yao, heavily wounded all over his body, lay in the mud with his limbs spread out, swollen like tea leaves that had been overly soaked in a pot. He gazed at the pieces of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, that passed through the sky, leaving trails of black flames behind, and laughed while vomiting blood. He hadn't expected that he could really bring down the man-eating nest of fiends. Despite the minor error in his calculations, which resulted in the heavy damage to Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the surface of the land of sins due to a crash speed nearly 4 times what it should have been, the forced landing program didn't completely lose its effectiveness and managed to preserve the city to the greatest extent possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as a 100-kilometer tsunami. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, would have been completely vaporized upon impact, possibly creating a super crater almost 100 kilometers deep. The blast would have certainly swept across the entire planet's surface, annihilating all life. Li Yao could faintly sense the vigorous, chaotic, and obstreperous waves of spiritual energy from all around. They were humans. Survivors. Both the prisoners and the sinners from the land of sins were tough individuals who had practiced various techniques. Most had managed to survive the twin calamities of the blast and the tsunami. Driven by their innate survival instincts, they were now gathered together, with some excavating the remnants of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Some were pulling the starships that had crashed alongside the space fortress, attempting to refuel and repair them. The less patient individuals, noticing that the sky's shackles had been shattered, ascended with their bare bodies or minor magical equipment like flying swords and crystal suits, soaring beyond the atmosphere. Indeed, the people here had been sealed away for too long. They hadn't seen what lay beyond the sky in nearly 1,000 years. Now that the seals were completely lifted, almost none hesitated to escape the land of sins and explore space. Freedom, the innate instinct of any living being. Li Yao closed his eyes, spat out a small fish, and chuckled. It wasn't a flawless operation, but he had done everything he could as a lone wolf lurking behind enemy lines. Due to the chaos he caused, some of the Starlight Coalition's starships would likely escape, avoiding total destruction. With Manjasaka, the city in the sky, now crashed in the offshore area of the land of sins, many assets had been scattered by the waves, providing enough resources to sustain the sinners for a while. Most importantly, the seals that tightly blocked the sky were gone. Li Yao believed that, with the sinners' strength and their thirst for freedom, they would certainly find many useful things among the wreckage of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and repair smaller starships to leave the wretched, cursed place. As long as the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance continued on the front lines, it was impossible for the Imperium to deploy too many troops to the unimportant sinners in the land of sins. Even if a new city in the sky were to be established, the project wouldn't be completed overnight. It would take at least a few decades. In just 3 to 5 years, Li Yao was confident he could cause greater trouble at the heart of the Imperium, helping the sinners escape their fate as experiment subjects forever. Run now. You are all free humans, not experiment subjects or the puppets of anyone else's will. Li Yao looked at the pillars of light rising to the sky and grinned with satisfaction. Li Lingfeng's roars echoed faintly from the ocean's surface far away. However, Li Yao had lowered his body temperature to match the nearby reefs, and the land of sins was now simmering. How could Li Lingfeng possibly detect him so quickly? Li Yao extended his middle finger toward Li Lingfeng and waved it. A streak of redness flashed and floated over his head. It was Neltharion, controlled by the mental devil. Li Lingfeng is right there. He's now bewildered and completely mad, the mental devil said solemnly. His body is riddled with holes. This is the perfect chance to continue the attack and destroy him. What do you think? Shall we go? After a moment's thought, Li Yao spat out another mouthful of blood. No. Mercy is a great virtue. I am not a cruel and bloodthirsty person. So, I'm just going to let go of him today. Is that so? The mental devil sniffed. Are you sure you're not going to have another fight with him, to perish together with the enemy? I don't think so, Li Yao said, shaking his head while vomiting blood. Let's keep the big picture in mind. I think I'm smarter than that. You are smarter than nothing, the mental devil shrieked. If you were anything close to smart, you wouldn't have charged out in a fit of rage and fought a life-and-death battle with him. How brave, how magnificent, and how thrilling and mind-boggling. Everything is perfect now. Our Colossus is broken and ragged, you can't stop vomiting blood after the fight, dozens of your bones are fractured, and your soul is seriously damaged. It's no better than the wound from a few days ago. But now you're picking up your rationality again and realizing you're still smarter than that? Why don't you go and continue challenging him, seeking chances of survival from certain death with your smartness? I won't stand in your way at all. Go now. Li Yao. Don't burst into fury just yet. Listen to my explanation. The mental devil, hee. With a bitter smile, Li Yao said, do you think that I fought a life-and-death battle with Li Lingfeng just now because of a spur of the moment, a rash decision made by an unclear head? The mental devil, was it not? Li Yao chuckled and said, of course not. Haven't we gathered a lot of intelligence from Li Lingfeng's reactions? The mental devil sniffed. The intelligence could have been gathered through other methods gradually. Besides, you exposed part of your own intelligence, which made Li Lingfeng focus his attention on us. He won't let us go easily. This is not necessarily a fair deal. Li Yao said, you're right. Proving the intelligence was only the secondary purpose. Or rather, it was a cover for my real goal. I fought hard against Li Lingfeng to prepare for our escape. Is that so? The mental devil was rather surprised. What do you mean? Do you know my greatest advantage in pure combat when compared with Li Lingfeng? Li Yao's eyes glittered as he explained, it's true that he is an experienced expert in the divinity transformation stage. In terms of level, battle experience, and available firepower, he is much better than me. I was no match for him in a head-on clash. It was incredibly difficult to escape and avoid his pursuit entirely. However, I still have a significant advantage that Li Lingfeng, and most likely, most of the divinity transformation stage experts of the Imperium, do not have. That is my knowledge and studies about the Colossi. Chapter 21:18 Absolute Advantage. The Colossi? The mental devil circled around Li Yao and remarked, stop boasting. The overall development level of the magic equipment industry in the Imperium of true human beings is clearly higher than that in the Federation. Are there no specialists better than you? The magic equipment industry in the Imperium is undoubtedly far more advanced than the Federation's. However, when it comes to the most cutting-edge aspects of a Colossus, and the specific work of a refiner, I'm not boasting, but I am confident to compete with anyone. Li Yao snapped his fingers, swollen like carrots, and grinned. Don't forget that I spent over half a year on the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector, working with dozens of Colossi. There were both intact super colossi, like the Tartarian skeleton, and those dissected into components for maintenance. Moreover, there were even dozens of complete maintenance manuals for the colossi on the Nuwa warship. Dozens of colossi, along with their maintenance manuals. Do you see these every day? Even a powerful and prosperous nation like the Imperium of true human beings would surely witness a storm of bloody competition if any colossus were to appear. Everyone would fight over it. Who could have been as lavish as me, scrutinizing dozens of colossi from head to toe and inside out? Li Yao was absolutely confident in the maintenance and enhancement of the colossi. The art of refining could be unpredictable and mysterious, but ultimately, it was a skill that improved with practice. If one could observe more, practice more, handle real objects more, and conduct unrestrained and destructive training more, their expertise would definitely soar. Without enough colossi for practice, no matter how much knowledge they had learned from books, they would barely be able to put it into real use. The Imperium of true human beings, having occupied the center of the cosmos, certainly had a great number of colossi. There could be hundreds, if not thousands, of them, including all the miscellaneous, second-hand units. However, even if there were thousands of colossi, after they were distributed to the major families, fleets, and sectors, how many could each force get on average? Li Yao estimated that, despite Li Lingfeng's prominence, the colossi he had access to couldn't have been more than a handful. Furthermore, his access couldn't have involved destructive dissection and dismemberment. The best he could have done was observe and examine them. The colossus that the guy was truly good at was probably the Tempest God and the Tempest God alone. It couldn't be helped. Li Yao's experience in that regard was probably unique in the entire universe. Not counting the few experts in the leadership of the Covenant Alliance who might have inherited abundant primeval relics, it was nearly impossible to find a second super refiner who had dismantled, repaired, and maintained dozens of colossi in person like Li Yao did, at least not in the Imperium. The gap between Li Lingfeng's combat ability and Li Yao was almost as wide as the gap between their knowledge about the colossi. Do you know the greatest feature of Li Lingfeng's Tempest God? Li Yao elaborated, in short, speed. You can figure it out by its name. Since it is called Tempest God, speed is certainly its specialty. You have also seen the helical wings on the enemy's back. At first glance, I can tell they are a very advanced and precise structure of spiritual energy, which can boost speed to an unimaginable level. At the very least, it will be much faster than the Tartarian skeleton. The mental devil was slightly dazed. I don't think Li Lingfeng's Colossus is as good as the Tartarian skeleton, is it? It's not a matter of levels, Li Yao explained. The Tartarian skeleton is a well-balanced main-force colossus with no obvious shortcomings, giving it a very high comprehensive battle performance. However, the Tempest God is somewhat like Yin Yang, Long Yangjuan's colossus. Both belong to the high-speed and agile type. Also, because Li Lingfeng's level is slightly higher than mine, he can naturally maximize the speed advantage. Without the obstacles in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, he might have caught up to me within half an hour. I wasn't scared of the immortal cultivators' starships, no matter how many came. After all, those faster than me were not as agile, and those more agile did not have as high an acceleration. If I had to, I could almost board the starships and turn everything inside upside down. In the vast space, it was nearly impossible for the starships to stop me from escaping far away on their own. However, if Li Lingfeng's Tempest God kept following my trail, it could be a real headache. I couldn't defeat him, and I couldn't shake him off. The moment would eventually come when my own spiritual energy and the fuel of the Colossus ran out. By then, if the enemy's starships attacked me together, what choice would I have except to raise my arms and surrender? The mental devil was enlightened. So, if we wanted to escape, we had to take care of Li Lingfeng's Colossus first. Exactly. However, completely wrecking Li Lingfeng's Colossus would be too difficult. Damaging his power units in a specific way would be enough, Li Yao chuckled. Do you think I dueled with him as if I were fearless of death just now for no reason? I paid the price of all the damage to the Tartarian skeleton, which is now on the verge of collapse, just to destroy the power system of Li Lingfeng's Colossus. The mental devil recalled the battle just now and realized Li Yao's slashes and postures during the collisions were somewhat strange. He had intentionally exposed many flaws in a few rounds, as if offering himself to Li Lingfeng as a target. Everything was finally clear now. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao laughed like a blossoming sunflower. It's true that my Tartarian skeleton was riddled with holes and almost shattered in the intense battle just now. It may seem deplorable, but every power rune array is still intact and can perform at 100% speed because I paid special attention to protecting the power system. Li Lingfeng's Tempest God is different. It doesn't appear to have suffered any fatal damage and only looks less graceful than before on the surface. However, my flames of spiritual energy have secretly invaded its body and sabotaged the core chips and rune arrays in the power units. If my calculations are correct, the maximum speed of the Tempest God has dropped by at least 11.2%, and the working duration has decreased by 7.7%. Something will go terribly wrong if it is overloaded for a long time. The mental devil asked, only 11.2%? It's good enough. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough, Li Yao replied. Even if Li Lingfeng is more ambitious than talented, he is an authentic expert in the divinity transformation stage and has some brains. If I had damaged the power units of his Colossus too much, he would have become suspicious and devised countermeasures after deducing my real intentions. Based on the understanding of the Tempest God I gained from the battle just now, I am confident that Li Lingfeng won't be able to catch me after the maximum speed is reduced by 11.2%. That is exactly my plan. You said we needed to preserve our strength and keep the Tartarian skeleton intact to face the challenges ahead. That is very correct. However, if we can't escape the Martial Meritocrat sector, there won't be a later, will there? So, even at the cost of completely blowing up the Tartarian skeleton, it's worth it as long as we can flee the Martial Meritocrat sector. After a brief silence, the mental devil sniffed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Yao grimaced. The situation was too urgent to explain. Besides, I figured you could easily sort out such simple logic with your vast computational ability, right? The mental devil. Right. What do we do now? I sensed that Li Lingfeng seems to have left the area. He must have realized that things weren't going to work out if he continued to act like a crazy person. He probably went back beyond the atmosphere to gather his fleet and prepare to clean up the mess. Should we run now? Not so fast, Li Yao said, vomiting another mouthful of sticky plasma and laughing miserably. While I planned everything well, that guy Li Lingfeng's capabilities still far exceeded my expectations. Even my bladder has almost been blown up by him. No. I need to rest and fill myself with some medical drugs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures before I have enough strength to control the Colossus. Besides, there's someone I have to meet and a promise I need to fulfill. Li Yao closed his eyes and released feeble telepathic thoughts to detect Li Lingfeng's whereabouts. After ensuring that Li Lingfeng had truly left the area, he finally felt relieved to increase the power of the telepathic thoughts, searching for a special signal that had been agreed upon earlier. Very soon, he locked onto the target. Spectacular. It's not far from here, just a few thousand kilometers away. The Fist King and the rest are still alive. Li Yao said, both surprised and delighted. In a rugged mountainous area, 3,500 kilometers from the shoreline, the earth was roaring as tremendous dust and mist spurted out of the fissures. A bizarre and hideous earthly dragon crawled out and rushed across the ground. At first glance, the earthly dragon couldn't have looked more miserable. It had initially pulled a dozen armed cars, forming a narrow and graceful body like a dragon's, but now only the locomotive remained at the front, equipped with a drill of mystic rays. Even the locomotive was ragged, patched, and riddled with holes. It had also been installed with an assortment of turrets and reactive armor, leaving the impression that it would fall apart once activated. Boom! 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 The moment the earthly dragon emerged from the planet's surface, deafening explosions erupted in the crevice behind it, sealing most of the pursuers in the rock strata. The locomotive, brimming with smoke, was now fully loaded. Zhuo Jingyun, Han Te, Lu Li, Xiahou Wuxin, Xian Xiaoqi, and a dozen Starlight Resistance fighters were crammed into the narrow space like packed sardines. Zhuo Jingyun piloted it herself, showcasing her best driving skills honed over the past decades. The Fist King, meanwhile, had connected his crystal processor to the earthly dragon's mainframe crystal processor to enhance its performance, achieving the unbelievable, extreme speed. The tracks ground against the ground, raising sparks and electric arcs, as if the vehicle were about to take flight. At that moment, the Fist King's artificial eyes blinked. Staring at the fiery inferno where Manjasaka, the city in the sky, had crashed, he said, one word at a time, "He is back." Chapter 21:19, Grandpa Yao's Reappearance. Is it Grandpa Yao? Han Te and Lu Li were blushing with excitement. It was unclear whether the sky, burning furiously, had dyed their faces red. Looking at each other, they finally summoned the courage to ask the question they had been holding back for a long time. "Master Fist King, what do you think about the crash of Manjasaka, the city in the sky? Is the legendary cultivator who has been missing for 1,000 years real, and is it Grandpa Yao?" After hearing the question, everyone focused their attention on the Fist King. Isn't the cultivator who has been missing for 1,000 years just a lie fabricated by the immortal cultivators? Zhuo Jingyun mumbled, then clenched her fists and asked with glowing eyes, "Does he really exist?" "I do not have enough evidence to conclude whether or not the cultivator who has been missing for 1,000 years exists," the Fist King replied, pointing to a crystal processor on his left shoulder that protruded abnormally due to a careless connection with his cold finger. He then added casually, "However, the Temple of the Cultivators, or the control center of the global sword network, was a real place. It collapsed a very long time ago and eventually fell into the hands of the immortal cultivators. It is undeniable that they modified and utilized this relic, as evidenced by the mainframe crystal processor of the global sword network here. So, in my opinion, among the ungrounded and obscure legends that have been passed down for hundreds of years on the land of sins, some are the lies fabricated by the immortal cultivators, but others may be real. Some magnificent beings, far exceeding our and the immortal cultivators' expectations, are still active on this dark land and in the even darker realms beyond the stars. It's Grandpa Yao. It must be Grandpa Yao." Lu Li covered her eyes, so excited that she was nearly in tears. Grandpa Yao is the cultivator who has been missing for 1,000 years. He single-handedly shot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and rescued us along the way. Yes. Now everything starts to make sense. Han Te said confidently. Grandpa Yao's mysterious origins, his unparalleled strength, and his creative, unconventional methods. He is the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years. He infiltrated the land of sins to gather intelligence and make tactical plans before the immortal cultivators launched their grand scheme. Finally, in a fierce attack, he completely thwarted the immortal cultivators' plans and saved all of us. Wait a moment, Zhuo Jingyun and the Starlight Resistance warriors looked at each other in bewilderment, still confused. "Who is this Grandpa Yao you're talking about?" "He is an expert far stronger than me," the Fist King said casually, making Zhuo Jingyun and everyone else gasp in surprise. Grandpa Yao was an expert active hundreds of years ago. He might have survived the Judgment War. Even the combined might of the immortal cultivators couldn't kill him. Han Te said proudly, "Grandpa Yao is very awesome. I believe he is the one who blew up Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the expert who went on a killing spree, slaughtering the immortal cultivators until they begged for mercy on the light beam just moments ago. Lu Li held back her excitement and declared. Zhuo Jingyun and the many resistance warriors of Starlight swallowed hard. They would never forget the bloody, cruel, and flagrant scenes they witnessed on the enormous light beam in the underground. The mysterious crystal suit, resembling a dark god of death, emitted halos as intense as blood, reaping the lives of the seemingly magnificent immortal cultivators, the high and mighty angels, as if they were mere chickens and dogs. Was it the mysterious Grandpa Yao? He was truly formidable, living up to the title of the cultivator lost for 1,000 years. He is moving toward us at high speed. The Fist King pressed his crystal processor softly, receiving the signals Li Yao sent relentlessly. 1,500 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. 500 kilometers. He's here. Everyone felt their hearts tighten. Though Li Yao hadn't arrived yet, many of Starlight's resistance warriors, including Zhuo Jingyun, already felt an urge to worship him. A distance of several hundred kilometers was nothing for someone in the divinity transformation stage. If Li Yao hadn't been flying close to the ground and using most of his spiritual energy to cover his traces, fearing Li Lingfeng might discover him, and if he had unleashed the most intense flames of spiritual energy, he would have covered 1,000 kilometers in just 3 seconds. He's here. Even the Fist King's voice carried subtle emotion, a rare occurrence. Should we stop? Zhuo Jingyun asked, somewhat nervously. The other resistance warriors were even more anxious, wondering what kind of magnificent being, probably with 3 heads and 6 arms, would be showing up before them. They had expected Grandpa Yao's entrance to be astonishing and impressive, leaving a blazing trail of sparks and lightning. At the very least, there should have been some sonic booms from supersonic flight. But unexpectedly, nobody noticed any anomalies, and the gate of the earthly dragon was not even opened. Somehow, a stranger found his way into the narrow space that was already as crammed as a can of sardines. It almost seemed as if he had ripped through the fabric of space and emerged from the void. What an uncanny technique and what a terrifying level. Excuse me, everyone. Please forgive my intrusion, the stranger said very gently. Would you please slightly retract your elbow? It is pressing into my groin. Everyone turned their necks with difficulty and stared at the mysterious man in bewilderment. The man who had appeared inexplicably had ragged clothes and a body full of bruises. His face was black and blue, so swollen that his eyes were barely recognizable. He was truly a sight to behold, a misery to look at. The Fist King. Zhuo Jingyun. Xiaoho Wuxin and Xian Xiaoqi. Han Te and Lu Li were dazed for a long time before they stuttered to ask in unison, Ji Grandpa Yao, is that you? Yes, Li Yao grinned, stretching his swollen, bruised body, which made him look even worse. But joy shone through his eyes, narrowed to 2 slits, as he said, I promised you that I'd be back. No, Sister Zhuo, let's not stop here. Many immortal cultivators may be patrolling and peeking from the sky. It's safer to hide inside the vehicle until they disperse. It's really Grandpa Yao. Han Te cried in joy. Then, he observed Li Yao carefully for a long time, thought hard, and said carefully, I understand now. This is a very sophisticated technique of body reincarnation, right? Grandpa Yao found a body of flesh and blood that was relatively fresh and finally returned to the human world without the boundary of metals and machines. However, if you had reincarnated yourself into a body to be reborn, why didn't you choose a body in better condition, Grandpa Yao? This body looks like a pig. Does it matter? Lu Li frowned and argued. With the magnificence of Grandpa Yao's soul, he would certainly have chosen a strong body if he were to reincarnate. As long as the body's sturdiness was good enough, it would suffice. Even if the body was as ugly as a pig, so what? Grandpa Yao certainly wouldn't have cared less about that. Li Yao. Excuse me, but this is not body reincarnation. This is exactly the body I was born with. This is what I really look like. Han Te and Luli were both astonished. Huh? You? Interrupting the two little chatterboxes, Zhuo Jingyun couldn't help but ask on behalf of all the resistance warriors, who were exploding with curiosity, Senior, are you the legendary cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years? Were you the one who shot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky, performed the slaughter in the live stream, and battled a colossus in the sky just now? Thinking for a moment, Li Yao admitted frankly, the crash of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, indeed had a lot to do with me. The one who appeared in the stream was me, too. Later, I competed against Li Lingfeng in a colossus. However, the cultivator who has been missing for 1,000 years has nothing to do with me whatsoever. A legend is perhaps just a legend, after all. What? The answer was truly out of everyone's expectations. Zhuo Jingyun couldn't help but ask, then, if you will forgive my bluntness, who are you exactly? Are you a cultivator too? That's right, Li Yao said with a warm smile, speaking each word firmly. I am a cultivator, and I always will be. Zhuo Jingyun, Han Te, Lu Li, and all the other resistance fighters sensed the strength in Li Yao's words, which ignited their passion. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. We really don't know what to say. After a long days, Zhuo Jingyun finally said, so, to speak, you are a hero from the space branch of Starlight who has been persisting in the resistance against the Imperium of true human beings in the Sea of Stars, Senior? Li Yao pondered for a moment, and deciding it wasn't the right time to reveal the great secret about the existence of the Star Glory Federation, he simply shook his head and said, I have nothing to do with Starlight. I can only say that the universe is far vaster than your imagination. Where there is darkness, there is light. In the vast expanse of the universe, countless resistance forces similar to Starlight exist, some even 100 times stronger than Starlight in comprehensive capabilities, capable of competing with the Imperium of true human beings. I come from one such resistance force. What? Zhuo Jingyun and the other resistance warriors were truly shocked. In the boundless sea of stars, there were countless other resistance forces like Starlight? They were not alone. They were not fighting by themselves. Countless individuals, struggling to survive in the darkness and mired in despair, were rising up in defiance when they could no longer bear it. Is it true? Zhuo Jingyun's voice trembled hoarsely. Of course it is true. The universe is vast, anything is possible. So, do not give up, no matter how desperate the adversity you face. Li Yao grinned. However, this is not the time for all the details. The most important thing right now is to get you out of this wretched planet. Chapter 2120, Escape from the Land of Sins. Escape from the Land of Sins. It was what all the resistance warriors had been dreaming about. Tell me about it. What is your situation right now? Li Yao asked with keen interest, but he was taken aback when he saw the Fist King's unusual appearance, which made it seem as though he had grown an extra head. Fist King, what's going on with you? Where did you find such an advanced crystal processor core? Li Yao inquired. We did find the Temple of the Cultivators or the control center of the Global Sword Network, the Fist King explained. However, as you might have guessed, it was a trap set by the immortal cultivators. Wei Longtao betrayed us and led a vast array of the immortal cultivators' spiritual puppets to surround us. They then played the battle scenes outside Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to make us hesitate. Many resistance warriors were caught in a desperate situation. However, at the last moment, the streams all turned to footage of your great sabotage. The immortal cultivators' spiritual puppets were paralyzed. Li Yao nodded. The immortal cultivators' spiritual puppets were directly controlled by Manjasaka, the city in the sky. When he blew up the control center, it was only natural that the spiritual puppets lost their function. The Fist King continued, the spiritual puppets were paralyzed, and the immortal cultivators were overwhelmed by the images of your invincible slaughters. We immediately began to break out of the siege and had a massive battle inside the temple. Then, as the place was reduced to rubble in the battle, I accidentally noticed the deeper structure of the so-called temple. The so-called Global Sword Network likely existed before and played a significant role in the Judgment War, delivering a heavy blow to the immortal cultivators. Later, after sustaining destructive damage, it was buried underground. I couldn't repair the Global Sword Network, but I found the Crystal Processor Core. It was a highly advanced piece of computational magical equipment that greatly enhanced my computational abilities. With the improved combat capabilities from the boost in computational power, Zhuo Jingyun, Xiahou Wuxin, and I led a group of soldiers to break out of the siege. Wei Longtao and the other immortal cultivators are now sealed underground and won't be getting out anytime soon. Even if they do manage to escape, they won't be able to do much. Li Yao smiled. Now, Manjasaka, the city in the sky has completely collapsed. The immortal cultivators won't be able to block the sky again for a few months. At this moment, this world belongs to the sinners of the land of sins. If Wei Longtao and his immortal cultivators are bold enough to dig to the surface, they will face an ocean of wrath from the sinners. I fear their outcome will be more than miserable. But this is not a place to stay. The Fist King said, if we do nothing, the immortal cultivators will seal this place again sooner or later. We have to run, no matter what it takes. Exactly. Li Yao agreed. I was thinking the same. The immortal cultivators' fleet is in disarray, and some of the Starlight Coalition starships are still harassing them in space. This is the best opportunity for a successful escape. But I estimate that the hope of escape will significantly drop after each day, or even after each hour. A few months later, when the immortal cultivators re-establish their order, a ghastly price will have to be paid by anyone who wants to leave. Therefore, within 48 hours, you must find a starship capable of a space jump. You need to get out of here first. Grandpa Yao, Han Te and Luli were quite anxious. But what about the village of peace? What about our family and friends? This is a war. Weakness and hesitation are not permitted in war, Li Yao said solemnly, looking at Han Te and Luli. Tell me, do you want to fully save the village of peace, your family and friends, and even the entire land of sins? Han Te and Luli glanced at each other and nodded their heads emphatically. Of course. Then you must leave this place first, Li Yao said. You must have already realized how vast the universe is and how magnificent the Imperium of true human beings can be, right? Even if one Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is destroyed, the Imperium still has the capability to rebuild 10 or 100 more. If you stay here, worried about your family and homeland, you will merely repeat your past life, struggling desperately alongside your family, and ending up as experimental subjects and puppets with no hope at all. If you do not wish to continue such a tragic fate, to see Marshal Meritocrat's planet degenerate into the land of sins as before, or to witness the repetition of centuries of slaughters and plunders, you must run out first. Train yourselves and build yourselves up in the sea of stars, and create a real, powerful starlight. I believe that you will return with thunder and fury someday and completely liberate the entire land of sins. His words made all the resistance warriors breathe faster. It was quite right. In the past 100 years, the descendants of the resistors of starlight were nothing more than rats hiding among the rocks scattered across the land. But a broken sky was right before their eyes. From this moment on, it was absolutely possible for them to roam the sea of stars and awaken the strength that had been sleeping for 1,000 years. Can we really be a member of Starlight? Can we be real warriors and real cultivators? Han Te and Luli asked, disbelief written on their faces. Of course, Zhuo Jingyun couldn't help but smile. You were very brave just now, among the few who fought side by side with us. You are certainly qualified to be real members of Starlight. Go now. If you truly wish to protect your homeland and save the Martial Meritocrat sector, it is all the more important that you march to the Sea of Stars. The greater the trouble you cause in space, the safer it will be in the Martial Meritocrat sector. You might find the logic hard to understand for the time being, but believe me, it is absolutely correct. Li Yao declared resolutely. I believe that even if Leader Gu Zhengyang were here, he would definitely approve of my choice. Perhaps he is trying to gather resources to build a starship and break through the sky at exactly this moment. Han Te and Luli thought carefully for a moment, then they looked Li Yao in the eye and confirmed again, but we will definitely come back, right? Yes, Li Yao smiled and extended his hand through the crowded throng, taking the young man's hand. He said warmly but firmly, we will certainly be back. When we return to the land of sins, it will not be as simple as blowing up a tiny Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Do you still remember what I said? This world is wrong. So, when we return to the land of sins, we will rectify the entire world. Han Te and Luli took a deep breath. Looking at each other, they nodded their heads determinedly. Understood, Grandpa Yao. We will fight side by side with you, Master Fist King, and Sister Yun. Li Yao smiled and patted the young man's hand. Then, he turned his gaze to the Fist King. How are you planning to leave? A lot of debris from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, has been scattered along the coast. We plan to try our luck there and see if we can find any useful remnants or fuel, the Fist King said, tapping his head. Don't forget that I'm a decent refiner. With enough remnants, I can definitely assemble a small starship or a space shuttle. As long as we have a small starship, a space shuttle, or a crystal suit, we'll have a chance to fly beyond the atmosphere and reach the Starlight branch in space. We might even hijack one of the immortal cultivators' starships and perform a space jump. That's the original plan. No, that's too risky, Li Yao shook his head. Although the immortal cultivators are in brief chaos, their main fleet didn't suffer major damage despite losing Manjasaka, the city in the sky. It's impossible to take control of a warship easily. How about this? Many civilian carriers were docked at the spaceports of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. These carriers also had the capability for space jumps. I estimate that the well-structured spaceports, equipped with anti-gravity facilities, couldn't have been completely destroyed in the crash. I detected the area where the main body of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, collapsed on my way here. I'll give you a set of coordinates. Let's try our luck there and see if we can find an intact civilian carrier. However, even if we find one, it will still be a major challenge to locate crew members capable of piloting it. Forget it. Let's just find one first. The Earth Dragon changed direction and dashed toward the coordinates provided by Li Yao. At this moment, almost everyone on the land of sins was rushing to the coastal area with various magical devices. It resembled the most vibrant bliss ceremony. Some were working together to excavate the burning remnants from the ground. Some unrepentant bandits were fiercely battling each other. Others were engaged in intense skirmishes with immortal cultivators who had escaped from Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Fire and smoke filled the air, turning the entire coastal area into a battlefield. The situation couldn't have been more chaotic. However, in the face of the colossal remnants, as majestic as mountains, as vast as cities, and as intricate as labyrinths, all the sinners of the land of sins felt a sense of reverence and momentarily forgot their competitive urges. Even the smallest remnants were nearly 100 meters in diameter, resembling a cluster of skyscrapers. The largest remnants were over 1,000 meters in diameter. They stood like giants on the ground, abruptly. It was clear that much of the structure remained intact. They were not torn apart by brute force but dismantled voluntarily under the forced landing program to minimize the impact of the crash. Therefore, it was very possible that the people, assets, and even the escape capsules and small starships inside were still intact. Wait! When they passed a hill of broken remnants that looked like wasted metals, Li Yao suddenly called for a halt. By then, the entire coastal area was enshrouded in fire and smoke. Yells, screams, and gunshots were everywhere. The bizarre dust soared to the sky, tearing it apart. Dozens of immortal cultivators' starships had broken through the atmosphere, emerging from the midst of tidal, fiery clouds, trying to regain control of the chaotic situation. However, in the face of a planet over 20,000 kilometers in diameter, with a main continent spanning more than 50 million square kilometers, even the comprehensive supply starships, some over 5 kilometers long and qualified to be called super starships, were nothing more than grains of dust. How could they suppress everyone on the ground immediately? The sinners on the land of sins were the most ferocious and fearless creatures. When they were too hungry, they would not hesitate to pounce on the most invincible deity or devil in the universe just to taste their flesh. The immortal cultivators once maintained absolute control over the land of sins. Many sinners were filled with reverence for the mighty angels. But that was because Manjasaka, the city in the sky, hung in the firmament, firmly suppressing everyone. Now, even Manjasaka, the city in the sky, had been shot down. As the saying goes, a phoenix stripped of its feathers is no better than a chicken. Once the sinners realized the immortal cultivators had their own weaknesses, the deep-seated fear within the sinners was instantly replaced by brutality. They feared no one. If the immortal cultivators dare to come down, they would not hesitate to fight back. In many places, the fleets under Li Lingfeng's command have already engaged in small-scale battles with the sinners, but the suppression has not gone well. The main purpose of Li Lingfeng's operation is to annihilate the space fleet of Starlight. He does not think much of the puppets and chess pieces on the land of sins. Therefore, the fleet he brought is more suitable for zero-gravity, vacuum space battles. In the words of the Star Glory Federation, it is a standard deep-sky fleet. Battles in zero-gravity space are completely different from those in atmospheres with normal or high gravity. It is not unusual for a magnificent starship, specifically produced for space battles, to avoid the gravity sphere or atmosphere of a planet. If it approaches, the anti-gravity rune arrays on the starships would be wasted. Many such starships do not even have anti-gravity rune arrays installed. Their slightly vulnerable internal structures are not adapted to gravity and would collapse under their own weight before any engagement. After all, they are designed to float in zero-gravity space for their entire lives. Why would they need to install redundancies like anti-gravity units? It is like the deadly whales in the deep ocean. Once stranded on the beach without the buoyancy of high-density seawater, the whales cannot move and may suffocate or even explode from their own weight. Li Lingfeng does have a batch of planet attack warships designed for assaults and landing battles in atmospheres. But it was a shame that the planet's attack warships had been docked in the spaceports of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and they had collapsed to the surface of the planet along with the enormous space fortress. Chances were that some of these warships had fallen into the hands of the sinners. Therefore, the immortal cultivators found themselves in a difficult position, possessing vast starships but unable to descend into the atmosphere to engage in battle. They were too preoccupied to concern themselves with the existence of Li Yao and the others. Li Yao had planned to bring Han Te, Lu Li, the Fist King, and the rest to the few remaining spaceports that he had identified. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared they had arrived too late. Many gangs, active along the coast, had already set their eyes on these colossal remnants. They had invaded the facilities and were adeptly gathering resources. Some were even fighting over the loot. If Li Yao, the Fist King, Xiahou Wuxin, and their companions were to loot the items without regard for the consequences, none of the bandits would be a match for them. However, such actions would certainly cause significant commotion, likely drawing the attention of the immortal cultivators. Coincidentally, Li Yao detected intense metal reactions more than 30 kilometers to the east of the Earth Dragon. He extended his telepathic thoughts to scan its outline and realized it was an enormous starship that no gangs had yet discovered. He made an immediate decision and asked Zhuo Jingyun and the Fist King to move eastward. As they passed through a mountainous area, they came across a hilly mass of metal in a small basin. It was hard to believe that this was a starship. Everybody rubbed their eyes for a long time before they finally realized it seemed to be a broken starship that had crashed deeply into Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The starship had fallen with the space fortress, breaking into enormous pieces because it was unable to move itself out of the space fortress. Could this starship still be activated? Could it fly out of the atmosphere and even perform a space jump? Everyone looked at Li Yao suspiciously. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao did not say anything but released his telepathic thoughts deep into the debris, carefully scanning the structure of the starship. To his surprise, he discovered that the starship was as sturdy as a rhino and as solid as a weight. Although the shell was seriously broken and twisted, its main structure was still intact despite the massive blow. Moreover, there were still feeble life reactions inside. Li Yao stopped hesitating. He slightly widened his stance, extending his toes into the ground, and stretched out his arms, spreading his fingers toward the metal debris embedded deeply in the ground. Everyone else was preparing to excavate and explore, not knowing what Li Yao intended to do, but they could sense the waves of spiritual energy rising from his body like a tsunami. They gasped and couldn't help but step back. Some of the resistance fighters, who had been murmuring moments ago, wondered if Li Yao was the legendary cultivator lost for 1,000 years and whether Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was brought down by him. After seeing his awe-inspiring display, no one who had seen what happened next had any doubts about Li Yao. Ho! Li Yao bellowed. The veins all over his body immediately protruded from his skin, entangling his extremely sturdy frame like 100 dragons. His skin turned crimson in the blink of an eye. Translucent beads of blood leaked out of his pores, only to be vaporized into intense red mists around him by his spiritual energy. It was almost as if a 5-meter-tall crimson giant had emerged from his body. The hard ground crumbled like tofu beneath his deeply embedded legs. Ripples formed on the ground in giant concentric circles. Every resistance warrior felt violent quakes beneath their feet, as if 10,000 ferocious beasts were breaking through the crust. Crack! 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 Before their eyes, the metal remnants that looked like a hill disintegrated and fell apart, as if dismantled by countless pairs of giant hands. On closer inspection, everyone noticed that the starship deeply embedded in the remnants was undamaged. What was being removed was only the debris that shrouded it. In the next moment, a scene that made countless hearts race and breaths catch unfolded. Li Yao's spiritual energy flames flared as he pressed his soul. Employing the remote manipulation technique to its maximum, he actually plucked the enormous starship from the ground, moved it horizontally for hundreds of meters, and then gently laid it down. Viewing the crater left behind, nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, and then the starship as massive as a mountain, everyone felt they were in a dream, unable to control their pounding hearts. Such a mountain-moving technique was more like a method of the gods. It was too powerful for anyone to imagine. How can there be such a strong person in the world? Is he really a human being at all? Don't be silly. This is the cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years. It is only natural. At this moment, no matter how Li Yao denied it, all the resistance warriors had already reached the same, unquestionable answer in their hearts. Li Yao was their legend, their hope, and the long-awaited cultivator that had been lost for 1,000 years. At that moment, everyone felt as if the dark clouds in the sky had all vanished. They could see the glittering paths in the sea of stars. Fortunately, the starship had an extremely sturdy structure to begin with. Plus, it penetrated deeply into Manjashaka, the city in the sky, and the array of buildings in the space fortress served as the best buffer during the crash. So, the main body of the starship is still intact, and most of the crew members inside are still alive. Li Yao withdrew his spiritual energy and grinned. Judging by its appearance, it seems to have been modified from a civilian mining starship. There are no marks of the Imperium's lightning trident or Li Lingfeng's emblem on the hull, suggesting it is a starship of starlight. Let's rescue them. Half an hour later, the crew members aboard the civilian mining starship were all rescued by the resistance warriors. Li Yao's guess was correct. It was an armed mining starship named Great Mountain, belonging to the Starlight Coalition fleet. It had charged too hard into Manjashaka, the city in the sky, drilling deep through the space fortress's hull, leaving no time to escape in time. So, it simply went deeper and accelerated at full strength, hoping to buy more time for the comrades' retreat. Eventually, it fell together with the space fortress, which absorbed most of the blast. Most of the crew members of the Great Mountain did not suffer critical injuries. Though still lightheaded, they would feel better after a brief rest. When they learned that their saviors were the fellow cultivators they had almost given up on and the descendants of the authentic starlight from the underworld of the Land of Sins, Gao Kanga and the entire crew were naturally overjoyed, nearly roaring in ecstasy. However, there was little Li Yao could do when they whispered tales of the cultivator lost for 1,000 years while performing full maintenance on the Great Mountain. Li Yao was having a secret conversation with the Fist King, far away from the crowd. He had a rather self-contradictory attitude toward the Fist King, an artificial intelligence with automatic learning functions. Li Yao had thought that he would be highly vigilant and strongly repelled by the concepts of virtual life or artificial intelligence after experiencing the chaos caused by the extraterrestrial devils in the Star Glory Federation, where the artificial intelligence almost went out of control and fully infiltrated the spiritual nexus. But for some reason, when he faced the Fist King, an auto-learning artificial intelligence, he did not feel the same way at all. Instead, he had an uncanny sense of warmth when he talked to the AI. Perhaps it was because he had uncovered deeper secrets about artificial intelligence and virtual lives in the virtual spirit sector, the collapsed virtual world. The phrase, virtual virus from a higher dimensional universe, still echoed in his ears. Or maybe, the despicable and foul human scoundrels were enough for him to loathe, and there were simply too many enemies in the boundless universe. The Pangu clan, the extraterrestrial devils, the alien species, all of them had the potential to destroy human civilization. He really did not have the additional energy to hate an artificial intelligence that did not yet show signs of life. In any case, the Fist King had fulfilled his part of the deal by helping to ensure the safety of Han Te and Luli. Li Yao did not want to break his promise, even though he was dealing with only a cold machine. Grab this. Li Yao threw over a Cosmos ring and sent the opening password to the Fist King's crystal processor. The First King snatched it and observed it for a while in his hand before he asked, "What's this? Didn't we reach a pact where you help me protect the two little ones, and I'll do my best to help you get stronger?" Li Yao smiled. "You've done a great job so far. The two little ones have been unharmed in such a troublesome and dangerous environment. But it's quite a headache for me on my end. Now that we are still besieged and fleeing like mice, I can't find a stable refining workshop or enough resources to help upgrade you. So, I'll give you some good stuff first. Consider it as interest. These are the storage chips I stole from the mainframe crystal processors in the laboratories and the control center of Manjashaka, the city in the sky. All the data about the experiments on the cutting-edge magical equipment conducted on the Land of Sins over the past hundreds of years must be stored inside. I believe that the test data of the cutting-edge magical equipment will be of great use to you." The First King's artificial eyes immediately brightened. His tone was still cold, but it rose in pitch. "That's right. I am a special kind of cutting-edge magical equipment myself. If the test data of all the best magical equipment over the past hundreds of years are integrated into my main database, they will certainly generate more diverse variations and make my combat capabilities 100 times stronger than before. Pausing for a moment, he adjusted the light of his artificial eyes and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Li Yao couldn't help but smile. "You know how to say thanks too?" "Not exactly," the first king replied. "Neither the real me nor the identity of Fist King Lei Zhonglia often needs to say thanks." "I am still learning," Li Yao said. Looking at the creature's bizarre appearance with two heads, he wondered if he was making the right decision. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Is the deal between the two of us still valid?" The Fist King responded, "What do you mean?" "You've got to escape the land of sins. The universe is vast and full of dangers. The world outside might be even more perilous than here. I'm still not convinced that the two little ones and the resistance warriors of Starlight are safe. They are too weak," Li Yao explained carefully. "But you are different. With the central control crystal processor of the global sword network and the development data of all the cutting-edge magical equipment from the past few centuries, I believe it won't take long before your combat ability soars, and you become a real super expert, right? If you can continue protecting the two young ones and the small group of cultivators, I believe their chances of survival will be much higher." The Fist King inquired, "What about you? You are clearly 10 times stronger than me." Li Yao shook his head. "I can't stay with you right now. On one hand, I need to keep Li Lingfeng and the other immortal cultivators distracted to create an opportunity for you to break the siege. On the other hand, there's a greater secret I must uncover, one that likely pertains to the core power of the Imperium." The secret Li Yao referred to was the dramatic relationship between Li Jialing, Li Linghai, and Li Lingfeng. If he could get to the bottom of the matter, he might be able to reach out to Li Linghai through Li Jialing, thereby causing chaos directly at the heart of the Imperium. Wouldn't it be easier for him to achieve his goals of diplomacy, balance, and sabotage, if so? Therefore, Li Yao had to find Li Jialing. It was impossible for him to break out of the siege with Han Te and Lu Li. The Fist King would be the best bodyguard for the small group of cultivators. The Fist King's artificial eyes flashed for a moment before he said coldly, "But I only want to become stronger." "But you are already stronger than before." Li Yao smiled. Looking at the storage chips in the Fist King's hands, he said, "Trust me. If you continue down this path, you will only grow stronger, or even become the strongest in the entire universe someday. Isn't the fall of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, the best proof?" The Fist King was deep in thought. Although his two high-performance crystal processor cores were calculating simultaneously, his metal body still trembled violently. "You are truly very strong," the Fist King said. "However, no matter how I calculate it, I cannot find the slightest possibility of shooting down Manjasaka, the city in the sky." "I can't take all the credit for that," Li Yao said. "I just showed up in the right place at the right time and did the right things. It's more accurate to say that everyone in space and below the ground worked together, fought bloody battles, and achieved this together. If Starlight hadn't shown up, and without your intelligence and cover, I might not have been able to bring down the space fortress even if I were 10 times stronger." The Fist King asked again, "The thing you used earlier was a Colossus, the legendary ultimate weapon in the Sea of Stars?" "Exactly," Li Yao said. "If you are still willing to conform to our deal and protect the two little fellows, as well as the group of cultivators, in the next few years, maybe I can strengthen you comprehensively someday with components and units from the Colossi. Or rather, I can reshape you into a Colossus." Li Yao was not bragging. He had discovered so many Colossi on the Nuwa warship in the ancient sages sector. With the wealth and power of the Glorious Sunlight Group under his name, even if he could not obtain an intact Colossus, it would certainly be no trouble to purchase debris from some of them. In fact, the Glorious Sunlight Group was one of the state-of-the-art magical equipment development platforms in the Star Glory Federation, possessing a vast array of colossi components and units for research and duplication. Moreover, Li Yao believed he would be engaged in fierce battles with even more Imperium colossi in the future. Capturing one or two wouldn't be surprising. If the Fist King was willing to join the side of the cultivators as our intelligence, Li Yao felt it would be a worthwhile investment to perform a complete upgrade using units from a few colossi. As expected, the Fist King's artificial eyes were glittering and burning with excitement again. He touched the breastplate at his chest, where there was no heart, only the gold barley seeds that Luli had given him. All right. It is a very charming offer. According to my calculations and deductions, this deal has a strong positive effect on improving my combat abilities, the Fist King said, as if explaining his logical reasoning. Until the Imperium or any other force makes a better offer, I will keep Hante and Luli safe and sound. Li Yao smiled. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. Gratitude means nothing to me. All you need to do is remember the promise you made today, the Fist King confirmed to himself. You know who I truly am, and you don't need to treat me like a human. I am simply a sophisticated piece of magical equipment, a cold puppet, and a fully wound machine. Gao Kangda and his crew arrived. They had performed a full maintenance check on Great Mountain. Fortunately, this ancient mining starship, which dated back hundreds of years, was designed to operate in the most perilous asteroid fields and stony belts. Its construction considered the possibilities of cosmic storms and meteor strikes, so the ship's shell and internal structure were built to be the toughest, sturdiest, and most robust possible. It had a high survival capability and could continue flying even at 50% damage. As long as the shell was patched up temporarily and enough fuel was added, the mining starship could take off, break free from the planet's gravity, and even perform space jumps through four-dimensional space, though this would still be highly risky. With the introductions from the obstreperous fellow cultivators at the underground branch of Starlight, and seeing the massive crater left on the ground after Great Mountain was plucked, Gao Kangda and his companions finally understood how they had been saved. The pictures of Li Yao dominating the battles in space, invincible in his crystal suit and Colossus, were witnessed by them with their own eyes. Many of them felt their hearts almost explode due to Li Yao's spectacular performance. Plucking such a colossal, armed mining starship from the ground using only the technique of remote manipulation was so marvelous that they couldn't have been more stunned. It was beyond any doubt that the halo of the cultivator lost for 1,000 years now firmly rested on Li Yao's head, and there was no way he could shake it off now. Chapter 21-23, A New Way Out. Senior. Gao Kangda, Zhua Jingyun, and other resistance members of Starlight greeted Li Yao with bows. Their eyes, brimming with both reverence and admiration, made goosebumps rise on his skin. Don't call me senior. I am just your fellow cultivator. Li Yao struggled with such awkward situations. However, with so many cultivators from Starlight looking at him earnestly, it felt inappropriate to stay silent. After a moment's thought, he spoke frankly, Captain Gao, and all the fellow cultivators here, you must have heard the whole story from the underground branch members, haven't you? Right now, we are still in the midst of this urgent situation, and we have to fight our way out while seizing every second. There's no time for small talk, so I'll get straight to the point. I am not the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years. While it might always be a wonderful tale, this is the truth. Whatever you might think, this is the reality. Even if I were to lie to you and say some ambiguous things, the day will come when the truth is revealed. We'll all be in an awkward situation then. So, it's better to clarify everything now. Well, Zhua Jingyun and Gao Kangda exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of disappointment at Li Yao's blunt denial. I understand that, for desperate resistance groups like Starlight, you often have to bolster yourselves with some baseless hopes. That is perhaps how the tale of the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years originated, right? Without pausing to address everyone's disappointment, Li Yao continued solemnly, but it is impossible to defeat the Imperium of true human beings and save your family and homeland with just baseless stories. Besides, while I am not the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years, I am definitely a genuine, common cultivator. You have all seen my strength with your own eyes. An ultimate weapon like Colossus is not something a single individual can produce, maintain, and use. You should understand the significance of a Colossus belonging to the cultivators, right? Gao Kangda, a resistance warrior who had traveled far and wide for more than 20 years, with his deep understanding of the industrial system based on his work experience in the mining group, immediately grasped the implications. He asked excitedly, "Senior, where are you from exactly? Is there another starlight out there, one that is more ancient, powerful, and authentic, hidden in the depths of the universe?" Li Yao smiled and said, "I know that you are not the original starlight that emerged from the martial meritocrat sector, but rather a group that was organized just decades ago by resistors fed up with suppression and exploitation. But in my eyes, you have done an excellent job and are truly deserving of the name Starlight. However, the universe is vast, and there are more cultivators than you might think. I am not from Starlight, but from a force 100 times more powerful, where there are at least hundreds of cultivators whose combat abilities match or slightly fall short of mine. Shouldn't such a piece of news be a better morale booster than the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years? Li Yao slightly bragged about the Star Glory Federation. However, if slightly worse than could be defined as the level just below the divinity transformation stage, which is the nascent soul stage, it was possible to form a team of 1,000 nascent soul stage cultivators, taking into account the 8 worlds of the Federation as well as the 2 special districts, Firefly and Boneyard. Together with the colossi of the captured Black Wind Fleet, the total number of colossi in the entire Federation was close to 100. Almost every battle-type nascent soul stage cultivator had the opportunity to be trained using the colossi. If the Imperium of true human beings were not regarded as a united entity, the Star Glory Federation would not be significantly worse than any force within the Imperium's territory, including the 4 Kurfürst families. Thus, while Li Yao was bragging, he certainly had ample confidence to do so. There are 100 people as strong as you. Gao Kangda, Zhou Jingyun, and the others were all shocked. They stammered, Is that true? There's no need for me to lie to you. If I were to deceive you, I could have agreed with your preconceptions and admitted to being the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years, Li Yao said solemnly. In any case, I hope you can understand 2 things, fellow cultivators. First of all, your resistance is definitely not meaningless. Like the flames ignited in a dark night, no matter how feeble and flickering they may be, there is always a chance for them to light up the entire Imperium. Therefore, I am very happy to see that Starlight exists for real. I also hope that the fellow cultivators here will fight side by side through bloody battles until the flames we ignited illuminate every planet. Secondly, there is still hope. I believe that drastic changes will happen to the Imperium of true human beings before long. As long as you persist in the universe, you will certainly witness the arrival of these changes. By then, everything will be different from now, and there will be great room for the survival of Starlight. So, don't be frustrated or desperate, just live on stubbornly. Tell everyone everything that happened in the martial meritocrat sector or the land of sins. Another day of your survival will mean another triumph for us. Gao Kangda and Zhou Jingyun looked at each other and said gravely, Are you saying that the force you are with will eventually surface and create more miracles like what happened this time? Li Yao smiled. As you've said, it is a miracle, and miracles don't happen daily. However, you are not wrong. We will definitely surface and raise the banner of cultivators openly at the center of the cosmos. Gao Kangda nodded thoughtfully. Like Zhou Jingyun and the other crew members, he was eager to understand everything. But as a member of Starlight, he had seen too many betrayals and defections and understood the cruelty of the Imperium's interrogational methods. Naturally, he knew very clearly that he should not learn what he was not supposed to know. "Got it," Gao Kangda said solemnly. "The main body of Great Mountain, our armed mining starship, is fine. Now, my brothers are seizing every second to fix the shell. By estimation, the ability to undertake space voyages will be recovered within one night at most. I will bring all the fellow cultivators out of here safe and sound." "Excellent." Li Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked, "If you can break out of the siege, do you have a destination?" "Well," Gao Kangda hesitated before saying, "we had a few secret bureaus before. However, from the operation, it seems our organization was so deeply infiltrated that it was no better than a sieve. I don't think those few secret bureaus will be safe. If we go there, we'll walk into a trap. If left with no choice, we will have to wander in space for a while and make a living by robbing the Imperium's carriers." "Robbing the Imperium's carriers, like space pirates?" Li Yao thought for a moment and asked, "Captain Gao, you are from space. I believe you must have been quite informed when you dealt with the Imperium's army, didn't you? How much do you know about the space pirate groups in the Imperium?" Gao Kangda was slightly taken aback. Then he replied, "In our most difficult times, we sometimes engaged in robberies and other activities we weren't particularly proud of. However, we were different from the scoundrels who had no boundaries. Our targets were the starships from the Imperium's noble families, which transported goods for the nobles and warlords, and we never bothered civilians. Therefore, we lived in peace with the traditional space pirates, each minding our own business. The best we knew were their names and active areas." Then, Li Yao asked, "Have you ever heard of a space pirate named Boss Bai, or a force called Big Bai Space Pirate Gang?" "Boss Bai?" Gao Kangda thought for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I have. He started his business only in recent years, but he made quite a name for himself when he began. He's a notorious bandit who has risen to fame in the space pirate community. Our organization has never had any encounters with him, but we've heard news about him now and then. We know he's a cunning, cruel, and extremely brutal man. Whether it's the carrier fleets of the four Kurfürst families, the arsenals of the Imperium's fleets, or other space pirate groups, he has never lacked the courage to rob them, and he has never failed a job. However, the Imperium is vast. Boss Bai's space pirate group seems to be active in a few sectors in the fourth quadrant of the Imperium and has nothing to do with us. Why did you suddenly bring him up?" "Nothing special," Li Yao smiled. "I merely wanted to suggest that, if you truly have nowhere else to turn, you could jump to the area where Boss Bai is active and try your luck. Trust me, wherever Boss Bai is, the Imperium's army will be too busy dealing with their own crises to pay much attention to the likes of you. There will be more room for you to operate. Moreover, if you ever get the chance to meet Boss Bai, just tell him everything I did on the Land of Sins, and he will recognize me immediately. Then, there is a 50% likelihood that he will give you selfless help and provide tremendous support to help you live through the difficulties. Is he an old friend of yours, Senior?" "That's great," Gao Kangda said. "However, there is only a 50% chance." "What about the other 50%? Li Yao said solemnly, "Well, the other 50% chance is that he will find you and even myself to be great troubles. When he learns that I told you to go to him, he will kill all of you at the earliest opportunity." Gao Kangda. Li Yao continued, "We are only talking about the situation where you have absolutely nobody to turn to. Isn't it even riskier to wander purposelessly in space? The death rate will certainly be well above 90%. So, it is better to try your luck at Boss Bai's place. You can try to adulate him more. For example, you can say that, the person who asked me to find you thought most highly of you and believed that Boss Bai was the only person in the entire cosmos who could stand up to the infinite wrath of the Imperium and provide a shelter for all of us, or something along those lines. I imagine he won't be too heartless, or maybe he will. 2124 Create your own future. Okay, got it. Gao Kangda nodded solemnly. If we can indeed escape from here, we will try to contact the fellow cultivators now scattered in the Sea of Stars. If we really can't find a place to stay, we will try our luck where Boss Bai is active. Han Te and Lu Li had been listening quietly. Hearing the slight hint of farewell in Li Yao's words, they couldn't help but ask hurriedly, Grandpa Yao, are you not leaving with us? I can't leave with you, Li Yao said with a grin. The immortal cultivators are unlikely to give up quickly. They may have heavily guarded the area. The chances of breaking out of the siege by force are low, but if you wait here for another couple of days, more of their starships will surely come to reinforce them, making escape even more difficult. Your starship needs 12 hours for maintenance and to be refueled. So, I will break the siege in 10 hours to distract the immortal cultivators. If Li Lingfeng plans to capture me, he won't succeed without the cooperation of more than half a fleet. This will be your best chance to escape. The odds will be quite high that you can break out successfully. Then, after a moment's thought, Han Te and Lu Li asked worriedly, won't it be very dangerous for Grandpa Yao to be chased by more than half a fleet? Also, both the crystal suits and the colossi can only perform normal cruising and cannot execute a space jump, right? What will you do when you run out of fuel and spiritual energy? Li Yao chuckled. Don't worry about that. I will have my own solutions. In any case, I promise you that I will be fine. I'll give you a method of secret communication later. Once we are all safe again, we can always reach out to each other and fight for a common purpose once more. Alright. I know there are many things you want to say and many questions you want to ask, but it is very urgent right now. Every second could determine whether we escape or not. Please go back and take care of the starship. I need to meditate and treat my wounds so that I can face Li Lingfeng and his fleet in the best condition. At that moment, Li Yao was indeed heavily wounded, and his soul was somewhat disordered. Realizing the life-and-death situation they were in, everyone respectfully bid farewell to Li Yao, not daring to interrupt his healing any further. Gao Kangda and Zhou Jingyun went back to maintain the starship and reorganize the troops. The Fist King left with them, intending to connect his crystal processors to the mainframe crystal processor of Great Mountain, hoping to enhance the starship's performance. Han Te and Lu Li, however, clung to Li Yao. Though they hadn't spent much time with him, Li Yao had truly become the key to changing their lives. Before they met Li Yao, they were just insignificant characters in the desolate land, living plain, hopeless lives. But Li Yao brought them into a vast, greater world, allowing them to witness the entire Sea of Stars. The two of them had deeply bonded with Li Yao, who was like a navigator to them. Grandpa Yao. Han Te and Lu Li looked at Li Yao hesitantly. The young man scratched the electromagnetic metal rings on his left arm, while the girl played with the corner of her coat, gently biting her lip. What's the matter? Are you worried about the upcoming journey? Li Yao smiled. Don't worry. I've asked the Fist King to continue looking after you. While he might act like a cold machine, I find him more reliable than most humans. You'll be fine under his protection. Plus, if there's anything you need to know, you can learn from him. I believe he will teach you a lot. Yes, Han Te nodded. Master Fist King is truly a good guy. We also think he's better than a lot of the mean, bad people on the land of sins. He gives us the same feeling as you and Grandpa Yao. We will definitely follow Master Fist King and learn as much as we can, but... Lu Li added, but we can't bear to leave Grandpa Yao. Li Yao was slightly taken aback. The attachment these two young ones felt for him was something he had never experienced with Wu Mian, Xie Anan, or Jin Xinyue. Perhaps it was because, when he met them, his abilities were not strong enough to offer them much protection. Now, though, he might be in a position to guide many people and protect an entire world. It's all right. We will meet again. Li Yao patted the young man's shoulder and then opened his hand, offering them 2 cosmos rings. Inside the 2 cosmos rings are nearly 8 jade chips, which store the techniques I have selected for you over the past few days, considering your previous random, unorganized training. If you work on them diligently, they should help shatter the coagula that have formed in your veins and brains, allowing you to reach a brand new level. There are also some heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and marrow crystals inside, which I stole from Manjasaka, the city in the sky. It seemed like a waste not to take them. As for the cosmos rings themselves, they are ultimate treasures for space travel and stealth guerrilla warfare. Come on, each of you will have one. Keep it safe. Grandpa Yao. Although Hante and Luli were uninformed, they knew the value of the cosmos rings. Their eyes instantly turned red. Li Yao, fearing such scenes more than anything, gently flicked the foreheads of the 2 young ones and said with a smile, "All right, this isn't our last farewell. Don't make it so sad. I am giving you the 2 cosmos rings under the following conditions. I hope that by the next time we meet, you will have grown into experts who no longer need the protection of the Fist King or anyone else, and you will be real cultivators." "We will." Hante clutched the cosmos ring tightly and declared solemnly, "Rest assured, Grandpa Yao. We will become real cultivators before we return to the land of sins and change the wrong world." After a moment's hesitation, Hante whispered, "Grandpa Yao, may I ask you one last question? What exactly makes a real cultivator?" Slightly dazed, Li Yao felt his cheeks burning. He replied, "Well, this is rather awkward. I really don't know the answer to your question. If someone had asked me this 100 years ago, when I first became a cultivator, I would have told them without hesitation that cultivators stood for friendship, slaying evil, aiding the weak, and protecting the country. Cultivators must persist in their beliefs despite unfavorable circumstances and discouraging remarks. They must surpass the limits of their lives, explore previously unknown levels of mystery, and find a new direction for the future of human civilization. But as I trained and advanced to higher levels, I encountered more and more people and things, both positive and negative. Sometimes, I was left puzzled about the true meaning of cultivator. Perhaps everything I mentioned earlier is what being a cultivator means, but the true cultivator encompasses much more. It is connected to everything in the universe. Many times, I had no doubt about a certain definition of cultivator and defended it as my firm belief. But often, I realized that my understanding was not entirely correct, or rather, it was only correct on a very basic level. As I ascended to higher levels, new discoveries required me to continue my training and to explore the reasoning at a higher level. So, I do not want to tell you what exactly makes a real cultivator or the true meaning of cultivation, because it might restrict your future development and confine you to my way of thinking. I believe that everyone has unique experiences and destinies. Having been born in the dark land of sins, and after all the bloody and cruel things you've been through, it is truly remarkable that you can still keep a bit of brightness in your heart. Then, just travel through the sea of stars with the brightness in your heart. Perhaps, after a long time, after meeting countless people and things, you will tell me what a true cultivator is when we meet again. In the end, the essence of being a cultivator is that you must find your answer with your own heart. No matter how the world and the universe change, I believe that something in your heart will remain the same. So, go and find your own answer. We'll see each other again in space. Hante and Luli nodded their heads vigorously, their eyes welling up. After a moment's thought, Luli took out the can of seeds she treasured as much as her life and solemnly handed a handful of the gold barley seeds to Li Yao. "Grandpa Yao, I've given this a lot of thought," the girl said solemnly. "In the past, my mother's last wish always occupied my mind. I wanted to grow the gold barley across the entire land of sin so that everyone would have enough to eat, and wars would never happen again. But if the universe has always been as dark and cold as it is, even if the gold barley were truly grown all over the land of sins, it wouldn't take long before they all withered and perished, right? If the entire universe is drowned in the flames of war, how can the land of sins be an exception? So, I have expanded my dream. I'm going to grow the gold barley in the 3,000 sectors across the entire universe. Grandpa Yao, can you help me scatter these handfuls of seeds in space so they can take root, sprout, and spread across the entire universe? Li Yao took over the gold barley seeds carefully, looking into the girl's eyes, which were as clear as water and as unwavering as jade. He nodded his head emphatically. No problem. You can count on me. Li Yao smiled, I'll find the most suitable place to plant the gold barley seeds. Who knows? It might even be the magnificent, inviolable royal palace of the Imperium of true human beings. Ah! Thank you, Grandpa Yao. Lu Li bowed deeply at Li Yao and wiped her eyes before breaking into a brilliant smile. Farewell and safe journey. Safe journey. Li Yao took a deep breath, feeling a bit hesitant to leave them as well. But he still waved at the two young ones. Go now. Embrace your fate and create your own future. Chapter 21-25, Who Can Stop Me? 10 hours later, night had fallen once more over the land of sins. This time, however, colorful mystic rays were rising to the sky from all corners of the desolate land, piercing the dark sky and breaking through the atmosphere. In a crevice within a mountainous area, Li Yao slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the empty cans of medical drugs and strengthening nutrients. Every last drop of the fluids had been absorbed by him, seeping into every mitochondrion in his cells. After 10 hours of meditation and recovery, his physical strength, soul, and fighting spirit had all reached their peak. It was time to break out. To avoid bringing trouble to Han Te, Lu Li, the Fist King, Zhou Jingyun, Gao Kangda, and the others, Li Yao had been treating his wounds in the mountains, over 5 kilometers inland, in the middle of an unmanned wilderness. The only signs of life were the flickering torches on the horizon. Everything appeared peaceful and quiet. However, Li Yao knew that this tranquility was a facade. Li Lingfeng and his fleet would not let him go easily. They must be gnashing their teeth and sharpening their sabers, waiting to ambush him outside the atmosphere when he boosted his spiritual energy and broke the siege. Li Yao could only hope that he was a bigger prize than Starlight, to distract the immortal cultivators and buy precious time for Han Te, Lu Li, and all the others on the land of sins who yearned for freedom. Little Black, I'll have to count on you again. Please hold on. Li Yao touched the black cosmos ring on his index finger and raised his arm. Clusters of black mucus flowed out of the cosmos ring, emitting the brilliance of Mercury before enshrouding him in the blink of an eye. He seemed to have donned a most mysterious crystal suit. This was the original form of Little Black, the flying sword named Black Wing, crafted from materials more flexible and tensile than liquid metal, and possessing powerful spiritual energy interaction and telepathic thought enhancement abilities. Shua. After every inch of his skin was meticulously covered and protected by Little Black, Li Yao opened his arms and slowly drifted to midair. Black and red streaks of light continued to spurt from his cosmos ring, outlining and framing a colossus around him. Next, a network resembling veins and nerves appeared, followed by the intricate magical equipment units that could activate thousands of techniques. The Tartarian skeleton stood on in land of most nightness, arrays and precise structure and the magical energy and circuit. Call symbol. Most night end. In the skeleton was subtle magical energy flow and of melting noises around the land of sky of body on light in. Call symbol skeleton are sky and light. Profound night sky. Most skeleton sky. Night flood as body most white soul surge in. Call symbol fields released a tsunami spiritual energy. Sky face lifted. Boundless night. Flooded body. The nightness. Land while bound sub-skeletonus light in. Sky soul energied. Call as soul light in. Call land. Most white night and, can you 9% carat spiritual energy. The sky of melting and land of the skeletal skeleton call ghosted spirit surge and thunder in the Ukrainian air leaked spirit. Soul energied. Centuries power. Most white rushed out. In the next, Li Yao's ledger the V of soul Vit. Call power body most white soul V in. Centuries power body most soul light. Centuries power. Soul light in. Call symbol body released white unable soul energy surge around him. The symbol. Released white thunderness. Transformer skeleton supreme sub. Profound writes the aftermath soul light in. Calmness body most white soul light in. Centuries power soul light. Vit. Centuries power. Most white EFF and. Can, a call form sub. Skeleton soul around the face in. Centuries power. Most white Fness. Arrays energy precise form sub. Utterly soul light. Centuries power. Soul light in. Call symbol body most threatening boom, 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 boom. The most violent flames of spiritual energy spurted out of the Tartarian skeleton, instantly covering almost 1,000 square meters of land. All the uneven hills were blown into powder by the airwaves. Pebbles the size of fingernails were first captured by the Colossus's force field, spun around it rapidly, and then hit the ground hard with cracking explosions. Just as the hills crumbled into stones and the stones landed heavily, the Tartarian skeleton rose into the sky, transforming into a crimson pillar of light that pierced through the clouds like a glittering long spear. Grandpa Yao. Hundreds of kilometers away, Han Te and Lu Li held each other's hands, staring at the scene in a daze. Something wet and clear was shimmering in their eyes. Behind them, the Fist King stood silently, with disordered light emanating from his artificial eyes. He seemed deeply puzzled about why the very special human was doing all of this. All the other resistance warriors of Starlight knew that Li Yao had broken out of the siege in such a conspicuous manner only to distract the immortal cultivators for them. Their blood boiling and hearts racing, they secretly clenched their fists and cheered for Li Yao in their hearts. Li Yao's spectacular breakthrough was also witnessed by countless sinners on the land of sins. The red spear that pierced the sky and lingered for a long time also deeply pierced their hearts. Perhaps the scene would become a legend that the sinners would talk about passionately for a long time to come. Outside the atmosphere of the Martial Meritocrats planet, Li Yao was releasing heat and radiation far exceeding what a heavy starship's main engine could produce, in the most blatant way, making no effort to conceal his presence. His goal was to attract the attention of all the immortal cultivators. Naturally, he was detected by the immortal cultivators' fleet lurking beyond the planet's gravity sphere. Hardly had Li Yao escaped the planet's gravity well and entered the dark void of space when he sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy speeding toward him. It was Li Lingfeng. The man clearly had no intention of letting him go and had been lying in wait. Not just Li Lingfeng, but the hundreds of starships in the nearby immortal cultivators' fleet were also drawn to Li Yao, advancing aggressively like countless blood-stained tusks. He. You think you can surround a colossus in the vast, boundless space where there are no obstacles at all? Li Yao sneered. You can't be more foolish. This isn't a siege on the ground. The universe is too vast. Not just Li Lingfeng's few hundred starships, but even thousands would be nothing more than grains of dust. There was at least 1,000 kilometers between each pair of starships, far too sparse to control the entire space around the planet's edge. Moreover, conventional material weapons couldn't match his speed, and only the mystic ray weapons that moved at the speed of light had any chance of hitting him, provided the enemy could lock onto him first. Until his fuel and spiritual energy ran out, only Li Lingfeng's Colossus had any chance of catching up to and stopping his Colossus, giving the surrounding fleet an opportunity to encircle him. But Li Lingfeng's Colossus was very fast. Tempest God was certainly not a misnomer. Li Yao grinned, baring his glittering teeth. The cunning in his eyes made him look like a weasel that had just stolen a chicken. It was impossible for Li Lingfeng to have predicted the coordinates where he broke through the atmosphere. So, at the beginning, the two were tens of thousands of kilometers apart. Despite the high speed of the Tempest God, it had to use its maximum power output to cover the long distance as quickly as possible. The result of prolonged extreme output was that, when they were only slightly more than 1,000 kilometers from each other, the spiritual waves of the Tempest God suddenly flickered oddly, and the Colossus's speed plummeted. The tricks Li Yao had played on the power units of the Tempest God during the competition, at the cost of heavy damage to the Tartarian skeleton, had finally paid off. Sensing that the enemy's speed was decreasing and that he was unlikely to be caught, Li Yao burst into laughter and rushed off with confidence. Not far ahead, however, there was a lone immortal cultivator starship launching mystic rays and electromagnetic bullets at him, hoping in vain to slow him down. It was a Piranha-level arsenal warship. Li Yao's eyes gleamed with interest, and a cruel smile spread across his lips. To completely destroy an arsenal warship of this level, it would only take him 7 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the Tartarian skeleton disappeared, or melted, into space like a cluster of unpredictable black smoke. The enemy's stormy attack missed its target, achieving nothing but the feeble ripples that spread out. Schwa! In the next second, the Tartarian skeleton appeared atop the Imperium's arsenal warship, staring coldly at the enemy from its elevated position. Though the Tartarian skeleton was heavily wounded and riddled with holes, it could not stop the ripples of spiritual energy from spreading from the Colossus' arms, condensing into a drill that resembled a red lotus. Tearing apart the seemingly solid armor of the arsenal warship, the Colossus raged and rampaged unstoppably through the ship's cabins. Only 7 seconds later, boom! 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 The Piranha-level arsenal warship, bristling with weaponry, turned into a series of dazzling light balls. The ammunition and crystal warehouses exploded with intense force, releasing abundant radiation and high-energy particles that completely disrupted the detection systems of Li Lingfeng and the other immortal cultivator starships. In the vacuum where there is no friction, the remnants of the exploded warship sped away like shooting stars. Without external forces to interfere, they would continue drifting forward until they exited the Martial Meritocrat sector. The moment the arsenal warship exploded, Li Yao withdrew the Tartarian skeleton under the cover of intense spiritual waves. He hid himself in a mustard seed combat suit and within the mysterious, liquid crystal processor, called Little Black, crouching in the middle of a medium-sized remnant and rushing toward the edge of the Martial Meritocrat sector. Thousands of such remnants now floated through space. It would take Li Lingfeng at least a day and a night to scan each and every one of them. Hante, Luli, this is as far as I can help you. Looking at the land of sins not far away, Li Yao had many complicated feelings, which all turned into one blessing. I wish you and all the fellow cultivators the best of luck. Realizing he had been fooled, Li Lingfeng, who had burst into a fury, showed no intention of letting Li Yao go. That made sense. Li Yao had many secrets and even pointed out his connection with Li Jialing. He was truly more valuable than Starlight. As expected, Li Lingfeng set aside the chaotic, unrespected land of sins for now and summoned all available forces to catch Li Yao. However, he went in the wrong direction. He couldn't have foreseen that, instead of fleeing to the peripheral space zones of the Martial Meritocrat sector, Li Yao had slightly adjusted his course and moved to the 9th satellite of the 5th planet in the galaxy. Jingle Bell, the most advanced stealth exploration starship of the Star Glory Federation, and Li Yao's greatest reliance for his escape, was hidden right there. Chapter 21-26, Blind Jump. Li Yao spent half an hour searching before he found Li Jialing on the 9th satellite of the 5th planet in the Martial Meritocrat sector. Li Jialing had been sending out weak signals from his crystal suit while hiding deep within a crater fold. The special signals could only be received when one was close to the satellite and adjusted the communication channel to a specific frequency. This was the communication method Li Yao and Li Jialing had agreed upon earlier. Seeing that Li Jialing, the enigmatic and deeply connected little weirdo, was safe, Li Yao let out a long breath of relief. Dragging Li Jialing by the elbow, he connected their communication channels and said, "Let's go to my starship. We'll talk later." Inside Jingle Bell, Li Yao stored the crystal suit and Little Black back into the Cosmos Ring. Wearing only the mustard seed combat suit, he warmed up his slightly exhausted body, gradually calming down. Only one step remained before their final escape. His hands turned into two clusters of mist as he swiftly operated Jingle Bell's control panel. Meanwhile, Li Jialing watched him from the back, his eyes wide with suspicion and fear. "What's wrong?" Li Yao asked, not looking back. "Why are you flinching? Are you scared of me?" "Of course I am, because you're a complete monster," Li Jialing swallowed hard, mustering his courage. "I knew you were strong, but I didn't know you were that strong. You even blew up Manjasaka, the city in the sky. So many immortal cultivators were killed by you on live stream. I have never seen anyone as terrifying as you before." "Monster?" Li Yao grinned. "I feel flattered to be called a monster by you, because you are a little monster yourself. As I told you before, although my skills are extraordinary, my combat ability is unparalleled, and my level is immeasurable, I am a low-key and approachable man. So, you need not regard me as an omnipotent expert who can destroy a world at will. Just consider me a regular brother. Huh? Low-key and approachable?" Li Jialing said in disbelief. "If I hadn't seen your brutal rampage and massacre on the live stream, I might have believed you." Li Yao smiled again. Not planning to pursue the issue any further, he simply threw a Cosmos Ring at Li Jialing. "Take it. This is the storage chip from the mainframe crystal processor of Wuying Land's most confidential laboratory. I believe data from his most cutting-edge projects must have been stored inside, like the procedures performed on you. Those things should help unravel the secrets within you." Li Jialing grabbed the Cosmos Ring and breathed fast. After a moment's thought, he asked again, "What happened to Wuying Lan?" Li Yao replied, "Now that even Manjasaka, the city in the sky, has been blown up, he was, of course, killed by me. But speaking of which, his strengthening mutations at the last moment were quite something. I once practiced a technique called Apocalyptic Body. His mutations were like an upgraded version of the Apocalyptic Body. Had he not underestimated his enemy, it would have been quite tricky to deal with him. Right, when I eavesdropped on Li Lingfeng and Wuying Lan's conversation, they mentioned that Wuying Lan had performed the same procedures on you as he did on himself. Additionally, the refinements on you seemed even more advanced. Does that mean you will be like Wuying Lan when you are in an extreme outburst?" After hesitating for a moment, Li Jialing nodded dutifully. "Yes. While my combat ability is not as tough as his right now, we are on the same path." So, Li Yao grew excited. "You can transform into a magnificent and hideous primeval beast like Wuying Lan did? Come on, make a change and show Brother Yao what it's like." Li Jialing. "No. Li Yao, why are you so reluctant? I'm not asking you to do it for fun, but to measure your extreme combat ability. This way, I can draft a few tailor-made tactics for you and figure out if there are ways for us to work as a team in battle. You must know that there's a long road ahead with many battles waiting for us. Lawless, unrestrained freedom? How can you get such a precious thing so easily?" Li Jialing bit his lip softly, a hint of confusion and panic in his eyes. Ever since his independent will was awakened, the young man with unique origins and experiences had considered it his sole purpose to rise against Li Lingfeng and escape the cage. It felt as though he lived his life for a single goal. When he was in the cage, every second of his life was filled with purpose, and he felt one step closer to his target with each passing moment. However, now that he was about to break free from Li Lingfeng's control, he felt somewhat at a loss about his next steps. Brother Yao was right. The universe was vast, but where could he find genuine freedom? After a moment of silence, Li Jialing asked, "Where are you taking me, Brother Yao? Let's make a space jump out of the martial meritocrat sector and find a world far, far away from here first." Li Yao, after completing the final tests, confessed to Li Jialing, "When I fought Li Lingfeng, I managed to extract some very interesting information from him. Our earlier speculation was correct. There is indeed a very significant connection among you, Li Lingfeng, and Li Linghai, the Queen of the Imperium. Once we are safe, I'll explain everything in detail. But you must understand one thing first. Until the issues between you, Li Lingfeng, and Li Linghai are fully resolved, you will never find true freedom. Do you agree?" Li Yao had no intention of deceiving Li Jialing. On one hand, he hoped to reach out to Li Linghai, the Queen of the Imperium, through Li Jialing, to observe the Imperium's power center up close, which required Li Jialing's cooperation. Honesty was the foundation of any cooperation. More importantly, Li Yao was now 99% certain that Li Jialing was his foster father's child, probably the only one. Li Yao had deep feelings for his foster father and naturally did not want to push his foster father's biological son to the opposite side, risking a potential life-and-death confrontation in the future. At the very least, from his experiences with his foster father in the Heaven's Origin sector, his foster father was more inclined toward the ideology of the cultivators. He was a kind, righteous, and warm man. Li Yao did not think that his foster father would want his biological son to become a selfish, heartless, and inhumane immortal cultivator, a cockroach armed to the teeth. Li Jialing looked at Li Yao carefully for a moment before nodding his head slowly. "I agree. However, leaving Li Lingfeng and Li Linghai aside, I'm more curious about your role in this whole incident, Brother Yao. Was our encounter really a coincidence?" Li Yao said, "It was. You can stop overthinking it." Li Jialing frowned deeply. "I still find it hard to believe, and I feel that something is greatly wrong with your arrival, Brother Yao. So, let's change the question. Were you and I not related at all before our encounter?" Li Yao was slightly dazed. Li Jialing, the little prodigy crafted by Wuying and Li Lingfeng, was truly unexpectedly smart. He couldn't help but scratch his chin and said, "Let's get out of here first. I'll explain it to you later." "So, that's a yes." Li Jialing whistled in contentment, wearing a simple and brilliant smile of an ordinary young man. He took a deep breath in relief and sat down comfortably, leaning against Li Yao's hibernation capsule, no longer afraid of Li Yao. Tilting his head and looking at Li Yao's back, he said in a low voice, "Brother Yao, do you know that I have never trusted anyone in my entire life, not Li Lingfeng, not Wuying Lan, or anyone else in the Li family? I never believed anything they said." The young man paused for a moment, his Adam's apple moving up and down, before he said softly, "However, I have decided to take a gamble. I want to trust someone without any reservations for the first time. I only hope that I'm making the right decision." Jingle Bell began to shiver softly, its smooth jade-like shell covered in a dark red halo. Blowing away the stones and dust, the starship flew into space. "You can never be wrong to trust me." Li Yao laughed aloud as the starship trembled violently. "Look, we've already escaped." Boom. 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 Before Li Yao could finish his sentence, more than 10 violent fireballs burst around Jingle Bell. Rocks splattered and crashed against the starship's shell with a cracking noise. The tiny stealth exploration starship shook as if it were a canoe in a surging tide. Li Jialing was knocked away, his head hitting the ceiling, nearly stunning him. He rubbed his head hard. Perhaps the fury, rampage, and shocking performance earlier had used up all of Li Yao's luck. Their nearly perfect escape plan finally had a small error at the last moment. Li Linghai detected Jingle Bell's location in time and, leading almost 10 starships of the immortal cultivators, attacked aggressively. Although the distance was too great for them to lock onto the tiny Jingle Bell, it was no problem to aim at the gargantuan 9th satellite of the 5th planet in the galaxy. Cannons of mystic rays, crystal rail guns, and all kinds of space torpedoes bombarded the 9th satellite like a storm, nearly tearing it apart into pieces. "Come on. You don't have to go that far," Li Yao shrieked. "The space around us is so unstable. How can we perform a space jump? What do we do now?" Li Jialing clenched his fists, his face pale but with a brutal determination. "I'd rather die than be captured by Li Lingfeng and taken back to the Li family to be studied like a freak and a monster. I might as well do everything I can to avoid that. It's true that we must do everything we can, but not to fight against Li Lingfeng. We need to see if we have enough luck." Li Yao gritted his teeth, quickly altering the space jump pattern on the control panel and changing the destination to the nearest habitable planet in the star map database. He then turned on automatic navigation and landing. "No matter how unstable space is, we have to jump out of here first. There's no time to charge energy or lock onto the destination. We can only attempt a super-near space jump and see where it takes us." Crack. 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 Under the onslaught of the blasts and the fragments of rock, the shell of Jingle Bell and its supporting structure were being twisted and broken rapidly. Gaps and dents, visible to the naked eye, had appeared. A starship in such a state was absolutely unsuitable for a space jump. Even a gap as wide as a finger could result in the entire ship disintegrating during the journey through four-dimensional space, leaving it trapped there forever. This was common knowledge. However, Li Yao had no other choice. He could sense Li Lingfeng's overwhelming fury, even though the man was tens of thousands of kilometers away in the cold void of space. He would rather face the chaotic storms of four-dimensional space than fall into Li Lingfeng's hands. It can't be helped. We have to take our chances now. Li Yao's eyes were so red that it seemed blood was dripping from them. Spiritual energy flowed out of his pores, enveloping the entire starship like an invisible aura. This formed a defensive layer of spiritual energy around Jingle Bell, increasing the cohesion of its internal components. On one hand, Li Yao was now in the divinity transformation stage, ensuring the intensity and stability of his spiritual energy. On the other hand, Jingle Bell was a lightweight starship, no more than 30 meters long. This allowed Li Yao to support it on his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the intense bombardment. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The bloodlust in Li Yao's eyes was palpable, and Jingle Bell sprouted two black wings of spiritual energy, resembling a crystal suit or a colossus. Every feather on Jingle Bell's wings was spurting out waves backward, accelerating it to its highest speed as it charged at Li Lingfeng and the immortal cultivators' starships. The mystic rays and electromagnetic bullets from the immortal cultivators' starships smashed and exploded around Jingle Bell non-stop, like hellish claws extending from the void, trying to snatch Jingle Bell. However, Li Yao's defenses blocked and parried them time and time again. Even so, Jingle Bell was still shrieking and quaking, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Li Jialing's face turned pale with fear. Despite all the terrifying monsters he had seen in the Li family and the Beehive prison, the young man had never imagined there could be someone as insane as Li Yao. Li Lingfeng's Tempest God turned into a streak of azure light, rushing at Jingle Bell. A head-on collision would mean certain destruction. Not even a god could save the stealth exploration starship. Crazy, demonic laughter erupted from Li Yao's chest. His eyes and lips were torn, and his skin was breaking, as if his physical body could no longer contain the surging spiritual energy within. Jingle Bell accelerated to unprecedented speeds as it faced off against the Tempest God, Li Lingfeng's Colossus. "Catch me if you can, idiot." Li Yao condensed his wild laughter into a telepathic message and sent it to the enemy. At the same time, he smashed the control panel. Space jump, activated. In the next moment, the thousands of Saber auras triggered by the Tempest God slashed at Jingle Bell overwhelmingly and unstoppably. Almost 1,000 destructive rays also erupted from the immortal cultivator's starship, blocking all possible escape routes for Jingle Bell in every direction. However, before the Saber auras, mystic rays, space torpedoes, and electromagnetic bullets could reach it, fuzzy ripples appeared directly in front of Jingle Bell. These ripples tore apart the three-dimensional universe, forming a mysterious round gate, resembling a hole dug by a worm. Jingle Bell dove into the hole and disappeared, as if it had submerged into an invisible swamp. All the attacks from the immortal cultivators missed their target, tearing apart only the shadows left behind by Jingle Bell. When the fireballs dissipated, the gate of ripples vanished into the vacuum. Li Yao and Li Jialing had successfully escaped the immortal cultivator's siege and fled from the martial meritocrat sector. "Go after them!" Li Lingfeng roared with utmost fury, his voice utterly distorted as he bellowed, "Even if we have to chase them to the edge of the cosmos, the two of them must be caught. I will tear them apart with my own hands." Beep! 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 Ji! 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 Do! 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 All the magical equipment units that could ring or sound were shrieking. Even those that couldn't sound were screaming, moaning, and crying at the most ear-splitting frequency. However, even the cacophony of the magical equipment units couldn't drown out the roars of Li Yao and Li Jialing. It was truly the most dangerous space jump Li Yao had ever experienced in his entire life. It was 10 times more perilous than when he crashed into the skeleton dragon with Sparkle years ago, jumping to an unknown land with the creature. At least, back then, there were only minor damages on Sparkle's shell, and its structure remained relatively stable. This time, however, Li Yao felt like a fly thrown into a cosmic toilet, flushed into the abyss of the universe with turbulent water currents. He was being minced into pieces 100 times every second, each second dragging on like 100 years. His muscles, bones, neural network, and even every cell had collapsed. The mitochondria and cell nuclei were torn apart by sheer force, jumbled randomly after being squeezed and kneaded. He felt as if he had been pressed into a giant cell himself. The excruciating agony seemed to stretch on endlessly until, suddenly, they felt their bodies becoming lighter. They were thrown from the four-dimensional space back into the three-dimensional universe like crumpled paper tossed into a bin. It was as though they had leaped to the ocean's surface from a depth of 20,000 meters, and though they could finally breathe the fresh air, the abrupt shift almost made Li Yao vomit his internal organs out. Li Yao, however, was in relatively good condition. He could hear Li Jialing gagging so violently that it sounded as if the young man was expelling his heart, liver, kidneys, lungs, and spleen. But Li Yao had no time to tend to Li Jialing, for he heard the mainframe crystal processor's automatic navigation and landing system emitting the most devastating shrieks, and he saw the gigantic planet looming next to the starship. The good news was that the automatic navigation and landing system of Jingle Bell proved to be trustworthy. The star map of the Imperium, over 100 years old, given to him by D. Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, still worked. This brought them to the world closest to the martial meritocrat sector. The bad news was that the automatic navigation and landing system of Jingle Bell was too trustworthy. Instead of jumping to the zero-gravity vacuum of space, they had jumped directly into the gravity sphere of a massive planet. The strong gravity immediately captured the tiny Jingle Bell. Because Jingle Bell suddenly appeared from the void and lacked a stable inertia relative to the planet's gravity, the tidal forces instantly tore it apart, piece by piece. Boom! 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 Enormous fireballs burst from the bottom of Jingle Bell, signaling the failure of all power units. With no propulsion, Jingle Bell plummeted from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters like a heavy iron block. At any other time, Li Yao and Li Jialing could have easily summoned their crystal suits, flown in the sky, and landed softly like feathers. However, they had just endured a dangerous space jump and suffered from the aftereffects of intense space ripples. Their bodies were in disarray. How much spiritual energy could they possibly summon? By the time Li Yao managed to focus and a cluster of spiritual energy appeared, they were only a few hundred meters from the ground, inside a starship that was now more like a shooting star. Ah! Li Yao blew out spiritual energy wildly and constructed 9 buffer layers in front of the broken Jingle Bell while gesturing for Li Jialing to put on his crystal suit. Boom! The moment they both had their crystal suits on, Jingle Bell crashed into a massive fireball amidst a deafening explosion. The remnants and components burned furiously and were scattered over dozens of square kilometers like dandelion seeds carried by a wild wind, never to be seen again. Jingle Bell was completely destroyed, including the set of magical equipment units that could assemble a super-remote information transmission base in space to contact his hometown. Li Yao woke up half a minute later. Realizing the situation, he muttered F***ck for another half-minute. As he struggled to breathe in the foul air, the stinging sensation in his lungs reminded him of the planet's harsh atmosphere. Looking at the horizon and observing his surroundings, Li Yao couldn't help but gasp. What a harsh, habitable planet this was. The atmosphere seemed to contain strange materials, with the sky always draped in dark clouds and black fogs. Lightning bolts danced wildly among the clouds, occasionally diving down to strike the ground, sending electric arcs rippling across the landscape. It was almost like a bizarre, eternal forest of lightning that never dispersed. Beneath the gloomy sky, Li Yao saw no plateaus or signs of human development. The terrain was filled with folds that rose to the sky, similar to that of Boneyard but even more rugged. At the very least, the folds on Boneyard were patterned and in circles, while the folds here, or the apophysis, were irregular, interconnected, and disordered, like the tusks of underground beasts bared out of the ground. Bolts of lightning and sandstorms were occurring everywhere. Using the probe magical equipment on his crystal suit to measure the wind speed, Li Yao discovered that even in the relatively stable area where he was, the wind speed had surpassed the level 3 strong wind in the Federation. Meanwhile, in the distant areas where giant rocks were constantly rolling, the wind must have reached the level of a hurricane or super hurricane. It was no surprise that tornadoes stood on the horizon, moving slowly, swallowing thunder and lightning, like giants whose heads reached the sky. What a wretched place. Is this really a habitable planet? Li Yao saw with his own eyes a giant rock hundreds of meters in diameter being absorbed by a tornado surrounded by lightning, breaking into pebbles and shrouded in electric arcs. He couldn't help but remark in amazement. He immediately retrieved the data of the nearby sectors and compared it to the hellish view. Then, he frowned even more deeply. This is the Sand Primitive Sector. 2128 Sand Primitive Sector. When Li Yao found Li Jialing in the mess of debris, half slithering and half crawling, the young man was trying to move away from the garbage on him. Voila! Li Yao waved his hand, and the broken remnants flew away, freeing the young man from the cage. This is, looking at the rough environment around, Li Jialing was more or less stunned. Pondering for a moment, his voice trembled as he asked, "Have we jumped to the Sand Primitive Sector?" "Yes. I found the mainframe crystal processor in the debris just now and checked the automatic navigation and landing system. We have indeed jumped to and landed on the only habitable planet, and the home planet, of the Sand Primitive Sector, Li Yao said. How much do you know about the Sand Primitive Sector? The Martial Meritocrat Sector and the Sand Primitive Sector were two deeply involved worlds, similar to the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector. While they were not as close as the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector, which were a pair of twin worlds, the distance between them was still much shorter than the typical distances between sectors. Otherwise, the first exploration fleet sent out from the Martial Meritocrat Sector wouldn't have discovered the Sand Primitive Sector first, introduced the natives of the Sand Primitive Sector, leading to the destruction of the Martial Meritocrat civilization and the birth of the immortal cultivators. Therefore, when Li Yao commanded Jingle Bell to automatically search for and lock onto the nearest world to the Martial Meritocrat Sector according to the star map, it was only natural that they jump to the Sand Primitive Sector. The information Li Yao knew about the Sand Primitive Sector was all from Su Changfa and Di Feiwen. It was outdated information from more than 100 years ago, and their descriptions of the Sand Primitive Sector were mostly quite obscure. Li Jialing, however, knew more about the issue. After a moment's thought, he said, Li Lingfeng once told me about the Sand Primitive Sector. By the time Blackstar the Great returned to his hometown with infinite wrath, the Martial Meritocrat Sector and the Sand Primitive Sector had already been highly integrated. They even had a coalition government and were, in many ways, the same civilization. Therefore, when the Martial Meritocrat Sector suffered attacks from the Imperium's fleets, the Sand Primitive Sector faced the same thunderous blows. The civilization was completely destroyed, and the planet was reduced to a scarred wasteland. Actually, that's not entirely accurate. The Sand Primitive Sector had always been a desolate place. It was a vast desert with a harsh environment and a life that was extremely difficult. Otherwise, the people of the Sand Primitive Sector wouldn't have strived so hard to migrate to the Martial Meritocrat Sector, using all their wisdom to do so. The Sand Primitive Sector was not very suitable for human survival from the start. According to the Imperium's evaluation of habitable planets, it was at the worst and most unacceptable level, with its index of human survival and development nearing zero. The attacks from the Imperium's fleets only made the situation worse, completely transforming it into a silent, lifeless land of death. Later, the Imperium seemed to have turned the Sand Primitive Sector into a massive laboratory for magical equipment. Unlike the Land of Sins, this place was used for experiments of massive destruction, with no consideration for human survival. After centuries of these experiments, the native inhabitants of the Sand Primitive Sector were completely wiped out. The place has been completely forsaken since then. After all, massive destruction experiments could be conducted on any random desolate planet. There was no reason for them to undertake a long journey here for the experiments, right? The Sand Primitive Sector is now an abandoned and forgotten world, one whose value has been fully exploited. Throughout the 1,000 years of war between the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, or the earlier universal war between the Star Ocean Imperium and the rebellions of the Blood God, extraterrestrial devils, and remnants of demons, it wasn't uncommon for vibrant, prosperous worlds to be entirely decimated and reduced to desolate wastelands. The Sand Primitive Sector is no exception. Li Yao nodded thoughtfully. Then, he asked with a curious tone, if that's the case, why did you seem scared just now? While the environment of the Sand Primitive Sector is harsh, it is only so for ordinary people. Li Yao had a body forged by the mental devil, with his primitive cells activated and his internal organs far stronger than those of the average cultivator. Li Jialing, for her part, had undergone multiple transformations, allowing her to shift into a ferocious creature as hideous and aggressive as Wuying Lan at any moment. Both of them were true monsters. Despite the atmosphere of the planet being laden with lethal elements, these could not harm the two strangers. Additionally, Li Yao carried ample water, food, and crystals in his cosmos rings, making it feasible for them to stay for a while without issue. However, Li Jialing responded with concern, still, the Sand Primitive Sector is somewhat different from other abandoned worlds. I'm told that a lot of apparitions live here. Apparitions? Li Yao blinked. What is that? They are like the lowest level extraterrestrial devils, but much more brutal, Li Jialing explained. The Sand Primitive Sector was originally the territory of the Sand Primitive natives. Their unique training system differed from the mainstream hierarchy of the refinement stage, the building foundation stage, the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, and the divinity transformation stage found in the outside world. The natives of the Sand Primitive Sector worshipped the Chi-Yu cult. When they mastered their techniques, they could summon God Chi-Yu into their bodies, granting even ordinary people unparalleled combat abilities. According to Imperium studies, this was a kind of berserker technique involving psychological cues and self-hypnosis to activate deep brain forces. Practitioners of this technique experience strange soul changes, and it's likely that significant apparitions remained after their death. Li Yao had once communicated with Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu, an expert spectral cultivator in the Ancient Sages sector. He had a basic understanding of spectral cultivator arts and the difference between ghosts and apparitions. In the world of cultivation, all intelligent beings had a soul. If a person's soul and will persisted after death, it turned into a ghost. Ghosts retained most of their memories, self-awareness, and personalities from life. Aside from the loss of their physical bodies, they were not much different from living people. That was why the Star Glory Federation granted all ghosts fundamental human rights and treated them as special human beings. However, not all ghosts were fortunate enough to maintain a stable form and structure for an extended period. In fact, the ghosts who could maintain a stable form for a long time were the minority. Most ghosts were soon disrupted by the radiation and magnetic fields of the outside world after losing the protection of their corporeal bodies. They would shatter and lose most of their memories and personalities. The soul fragments that lost their true selves, retaining only the faintest instincts of life, were known as apparitions. Apparitions were a sort of transitional beings between life and pure energy. Without excessive interference, they would naturally transform into pure energy and be absorbed into the robust life cycle of the universe. However, if they were influenced by malevolent forces, or if the apparition's master had been a fierce, brutal, and ill-tempered individual in life, it was possible that the apparitions would not disperse for a long time. They might even absorb the foul and negative energy around them and gain destructive power. Some theorists posited that apparitions were the initial form of extraterrestrial devils. Other theorists believed that, while apparitions were not technically extraterrestrial devils, they provided the fertile ground for their birth. When thousands of apparitions combined, it was possible for a powerful extraterrestrial devil to emerge. Li Jialing said, most of the practitioners of the Chi-Yu cult were fearless, defiant rebels. Their souls did not disperse after death but turned into countless apparitions that still haunt and roam the scarred wasteland. Even the Imperium's destructive experiments over the span of hundreds of years failed to completely eradicate all the apparitions. According to Li Lingfeng, the authorities of the Imperium later changed their minds. They wanted to close the Sand Primitive Sector for 100 or 200 years as a way of preservation, to see if the apparitions in the sector could evolve into beings like extraterrestrial devils. If they could, the Imperium's studies on the origins and evolution of extraterrestrial devils would make a giant leap forward, and the Sand Primitive Sector would become valuable again for testing magical equipment and techniques designed to resist these devils. Li Yao raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Yes, Li Jialing affirmed. Li Lingfeng and Wuying Lan talked about it before. During one of their chats, they mentioned that the reopening of the Sand Primitive Sector wouldn't be too many years away. If the few projects on the Land of Sins are all successful, they would have enough capital to bid for the monopolization rights of the Sand Primitive Sector. If they win the lease and invent some secret techniques to resist the extraterrestrial devils or even enhance combat abilities against them, they would certainly make a fortune. There are still more than 10 years before the reopening, and it will be a public bidding, not a clandestine deal. So, they talked about it openly. I see no reason why they would lie about it. So, I'm worried that some powerful apparitions, or even things like extraterrestrial devils, are active on this planet. It would be quite a disaster. While speaking, Li Jialing looked far away at the gloomy, raging winds and fogs. The bolts of lightning were condensing into terrifying faces in the tornadoes, as if extraterrestrial devils were grimacing at them. Extraterrestrial devils? Li Yao grinned and said casually, "Rest assured. I estimate that only some unworthy apparitions or insignificant devils could be living on the planet. Otherwise, the authorities of the Imperium would have opened the sand primitive sector in advance to reap them. Even if there are really extraterrestrial devils, I happen to be their ancestor. They will definitely be a great deal." Li Yao and the mental devil both licked their lips. The last time in the Star Glory Federation, the two of them worked together to tear apart the Internet Devil and devour tremendous Tenebrum energy from the enemy, laying down a solid foundation for their later upgrades. The sweet and refreshing sensations still lingered on their tongues. At first, Li Jialing thought Li Yao was bluffing. But after seeing Li Yao's casual demeanor and recalling his rampant killing inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky, he couldn't help but shudder in coldness. Maybe the guy isn't bluffing. The young man muttered to himself, judging from how brutal and violent he was, it shouldn't be surprising if he did swallow some extraterrestrial devils before. Chapter 21-29, Haunting. Swallowing hard and observing his surroundings carefully, the young man felt he was increasingly distant from the absolute freedom he had always dreamed of. Sighing helplessly, he asked, then, "What do we do now, Brother Yao?" "Stay calm. Brother Yao always has a plan. Though the environment we're in appears harsh, everything is under control," Li Yao declared confidently, raising the many cosmos rings on his fingers. "Firstly, before finding you, I gathered a substantial amount of starship remnants, particularly those from the Space Jump Unit. Even at the moment of the crash, I released ample spiritual energy to safeguard the most valuable components, which remain intact and undamaged. Secondly, since this place is the former sand primitive sector, where human activity was once frequent, our task will be much easier. Though the sand primitive people were barbaric and aggressive, their civilization advanced to a high level, especially after contact with the martial meritocrat sector. They learned advanced technologies and created a substantial space fleet, forcing the resistors in the martial meritocrat sector to develop a global sword network to counter them, correct?" Pausing for a moment, Li Jialing nodded. "Yes, that's right. The sand primitive people must have been skilled in space travel." "Precisely," Li Yao said with a smile. "Just like the land of sins, this planet is likely filled with remnants of sand primitive starships. No matter how powerful the destructive weapons were, it's unlikely they could have completely wiped out all the remnants of the starships, right? Besides, my cosmos rings are filled with units, crystals, and fuel that I acquired in Manjashaka, the city in the sky. Just rest assured. As long as we find enough remnants, with Brother Yao's remarkable refining skills, fixing and enhancing a starship of above-average quality will be a breeze. Together with the Space Jump Unit in my possession, escaping from the sand primitive sector won't be a problem. Once we're off this planet, with our combined strengths, we'll be as free as fish in the sea or birds in the sky. Who could possibly stop us?" Li Jialing, looking up at the sky with worry, did not ease his furrowed brows in the slightest. He asked, with a touch of suspicion, "Is that so?" "Of course." Li Yao patted the young man's shoulder and declared, "Trust Brother Yao. This time, there won't be any accidents." Li Jialing pointed to the sky. "But, Brother Yao, look. What is that? Li Yao followed the direction of the young man's finger and found the tumultuous, murky sky to be as restless as if it were simmering. Chapter 2130, Arrival of More Dreadful Enemies. Burned by the young man's firm eyes and sensing the strength that radiated from his soul, Li Yao couldn't help but smile. Alright, let's figure out what we can do to get away from Li Lingfeng's hunting again. Li Jialing said, there is no way to escape here. On an abandoned planet with such a harsh environment, where we don't even have a starship, how can we possibly get away from Li Lingfeng's hunt? It is precisely because of the harsh environment that we have a chance of survival. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao scanned the environment and the speed and direction of the wind. Trust me. The large starships Li Lingfeng brought are not suited for battles in standard gravity within an atmosphere, let alone on a planet with such a chaotic magnetic field, disordered spiritual energy, and extreme weather. They are like beached whales, much less accustomed to the environment here than we are. As for starships, who says we don't have any? Look up there. Li Yao pointed to the sky, where the immortal cultivators' starships brought by Li Lingfeng hovered. Even if we are left with no choice, and Li Lingfeng pushes us to the brink. Li Yao sniffed. I still have an ultimate method to turn defeat into victory, and he will definitely be caught off guard. Li Jialing grew very curious, unable to think of any ultimate countermeasures in their dire situation. She stuttered, What? What could that be? Very simple. Since you are Li Lingfeng's most important leverage, grinning malevolently, Li Yao opened his fingers, pulling the young man toward him. He drew a sharp dagger from his cosmos ring, pressed it against the young man's carotid artery, and declared grimly, if Li Lingfeng goes too far, I will kill you and destroy his only leverage. We'll die together. Let's see who is more afraid. Li Jialing broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of cultivator are you? One who survives. Li Yao retracted his dagger, licked his lips, and gazed at the sky for a moment. His expression suddenly changed. Not good. Li Lingfeng has found us. How is that possible? It's such a vast planet. We created massive spiritual waves and infrared radiations during the crash. It makes sense he could track us. We need to leave now. Their crystal suits remained intact after the crash, and there was still ample fuel in the reactors. With dazzling light spouting from the power rune arrays, they transformed into two streaks of brilliance and charged toward the most treacherous mountains, where the thunderstorms were most intense. Boom! 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 Li Lingfeng's starships fired relentlessly, forming towering volcanoes around them. The magma and metal shrapnel rained down on them with overwhelming force, but Li Yao's volatile and ever-moving tendrils of spiritual energy blocked them. Before Li Lingfeng's Colossus could draw near, Li Yao and Li Jialing had already plunged into the forest of lightning, enveloped in black mists and eerie wind howls. Boom! Crack! The environment within the thunderstorm was even tougher than they imagined. Under the blowing wind, raindrops surrounded by electric arcs seemed to be parallel to the ground, shooting at them vehemently like bullets and raising colorful ripples on their spiritual shields. Lightning bolts as thick as boas and as hideous as dragons struck the ground straight, spraying countless balls of lightning on the planet's surface, which did not disperse for more than 10 minutes. The high folds on the ground were all shattered by the lightning strikes. Smaller rocks had been blown away by the furious wind, colliding with each other at high speeds midair, forming a bizarre belt of floating stones. They were like the sharpest teeth of monsters. The immense power of nature was something even the starships of the immortal cultivators did not dare to mess with easily. Even Li Yao and Li Jialing had to slow down in the thunderstorm despite their monstrous abilities. Increasing the intensity of their spiritual shields, they tried hard to resist the wind, lightning, and broken stones. With the help of the pale light when lightning illuminated the sky, Li Yao vaguely saw a collapsed building standing deep within the folds and mountains not far away. As they drew near to observe more carefully, they discovered it was a religious building that looked like a temple. Perhaps hundreds of years ago, it was high, magnificent, and awe-inspiring, as could be seen from the dark, colossal statues still standing inside the temple. But now, after centuries of lightning strikes, wind corrosion, and stone impacts, the once splendid temple had only its trembling, dilapidated walls left. The iron-made, impressive statues had been split apart by lightning bolts, partially melted and leaning to either side. This should be a Chiyu temple, Li Jialing said in a low voice after observing the building carefully for a while. People of the Sand Primitive Sector once worshipped the Chiyu cult. Chiyu temples were the most important structures in their civilization, usually at the heart of their towns or tribes. Looking at the dilapidated temple before him, Li Yao felt a mix of emotions. It had been over 100 years since Su Changfa first told him stories about the martial meritocrat sector and the Sand Primitive Sector in Kunlun. Regardless of the barbaric, zealous, and bloodthirsty role the people of the Sand Primitive Sector played in the martial meritocrat sector's destruction, it was no longer important. Their civilization met its doom almost immediately after the martial meritocrat sectors. Ashes returned to ashes, and dust to dust. The former martial meritocrat sector became the land of sins, and the only remnants of the Sand Primitive Sector were likely these crumbling Chiyu temples. Human civilizations were sometimes remarkably resilient and powerful, yet they could also be as fragile as storm-tossed candles, on the brink of being extinguished at any moment. While Li Yao was lost in thought, eerie sounds suddenly echoed from the collapsed temple. Then, hundreds of semi-transparent energy beings. The spiritual energy in the area was highly chaotic, yet the energy beings seemed unaffected. They hissed loudly at Li Yao and Li Jialing before lunging at the strangers aggressively. Apparitions! Li Jialing exclaimed in shock. Are these the apparitions that evolved from the negative emotions like hatred, regret, and violence of the Sand Primitive Sector's people after their destruction? Are they apparitions? Translation note: the original text used, which can be interpreted as, crawled out, or, climbed out. I chose, crawled out, to maintain the eerie tone of the scene. They don't seem very different from regular devils to me, Li Yao said with a smile, moving his hands quickly to cast his spell. Crimson flames of spiritual energy soon condensed into the image of a giant, almost 5 meters tall. With dazzling brilliance shining out, it extended its arms agilely and grabbed a few apparitions without any trouble. After crumbling them into the purest negative emotions, it devoured the prey. Naturally, this was the skill of the mental devil. In the first place, the mental devil and the extraterrestrial devils came from the same origin. One might even say that it was a very special extraterrestrial devil in a unique form. During the ultimate battle in the Star Glory Federation, it absorbed all the Tenebrum energy of the Internet Devil and gained a deeper understanding of the structure of Tenebrum energy. The so-called apparitions were not even real extraterrestrial devils but were only slightly more advanced than the pure negative emotions. No matter how many there were, they were like lambs to a slaughter when they approached the mental devil. The mental devil swallowed the apparitions that lunged at it and soon devoured all of them, leaving none behind. Still unsatisfied, it emitted strange sounds of hunger and ravenous appetite. The remaining apparitions wasted no time fleeing back into the wind and lightning, not daring to tangle with this unparalleled devil. Li Jialing was truly dumbfounded. He did not expect that everything his brother Yao had said was true. When the man claimed he was going to eat the apparitions alive, he indeed swallowed all of them without any hesitation. This only made Li Jialing have even more complex feelings about brother Yao. What is going on? Li Yao quickly cleared out all the apparitions in the Chiyu temple. However, confusion clouded his face. Narrowing his eyes, he looked back beyond the thunderstorm. Li Lingfeng and his group didn't chase after us, did they? It seems they didn't, Li Jialing replied, slightly dazed. Is it because the lightning, thunder, tornadoes, and rocks here are too violent for their starships to break through? Even so, they should have small assault warships, all-terrain armed shuttles, and crystal suits, right? Shouldn't they send a large force to invade the area and surround us? Li Yao's nose twitched, as if he could smell danger in the air that still carried the scent of electric currents. Something's not right. Li Lingfeng seems to have run into some trouble. From beyond the thunderstorm, faint explosions, sounding like broken bubbles, could be heard from the distant horizon. Li Yao's expression changed rapidly. He was even more anxious now than when he discovered that Li Lingfeng had followed him here. The 8 starships Li Lingfeng brought seemed to have been attacked, and it was quite an unexpected assault, Li Yao mumbled. Who's insane enough to attack a prime generation expert of the Li family, one of the 4 Kurfürst families, in the heartland of the Imperium of true human beings? Li Jialing observed, well, isn't it you, brother you? No, that's not the same. Li Yao's eyelids twitched, and his expression grew increasingly grave. I only played a trick on Li Lingfeng and went on a rampage where he couldn't reach me. It's impossible for me to have a head-on clash with Li Lingfeng. But right now, someone seems to be annihilating both Li Lingfeng and his 8 starships. Who could possibly have such capabilities, such boldness, and such precise control over timing? Is it an accident, or has someone been observing Li Lingfeng from the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to strike? Let's go to the Qiyu Temple. Li Yao circled the Qiyu Temple with Li Jialing a few times, but, instead of hiding inside, they discovered a natural underground fissure behind the temple. Li Yao's scans indicated that the fissure was connected to a complex cave system with multiple branches, which led to the planet's surface through another fissure 5 kilometers away. With exits at both ends, it was the perfect shelter for them. Inside the underground fissure, the roar of the thunder was less disturbing. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Li Yao touched the center of his brow, where his spiritual root was located, with his right fingers. Expanding his senses to their fullest, he penetrated the chaotic storm and watched to see where Li Lingfeng was. 2131 In the Thunderstorm. The thunderstorm was simply too chaotic and intense, echoing deep inside Li Yao's soul like 10,000 vortexes, significantly disrupting his senses. However, it also provided perfect protection for his telepathic thoughts, making it impossible for the 2 parties engaged in the fierce fight to notice him. Through the pouring rain and rumbling thunder, Li Yao gradually painted a fuzzy, modeled picture in his head. The 8 starships that Li Lingfeng brought were patrolling and searching like tyrannosaurs as huge as mountains. However, from the dark corners, 100 velociraptors marched out. They should be assault warships, hunting warships, and full-terrain armed shuttles designed for battles within the atmosphere. Breaking apart the formation of the tyrannosaurs, with their strikes, they bit into the critical parts of the tyrannosaurs brutally. Li Lingfeng did not anticipate encountering a second enemy other than Li Yao in such an unpopulated, forsaken world as the Sand Primitive Sector. He wanted to command the starships to float beyond the atmosphere, but there was no time. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. The main 4 starships, which could be 3 to 5 kilometers long, were indeed awesome in the vacuum of space, but in the atmosphere, with high gravity, high friction, and disordered spiritual energy, their shortcomings, such as enormous weight, weak anti-gravity units, and clumsiness in turning, were all exposed. The enemy's small starships, on the other hand, seemed like the cutting-edge models designed most recently. Despite their small size, their firepower was no less impressive. Also, they had come fully prepared, and their first barrage had already ripped apart the plate armor of Li Lingfeng's starships, raising a series of dazzling fireballs. This is a planned attack. Li Yao thought to himself, this is definitely not an accidental encounter but a fatal assault launched by a mysterious new force that had been monitoring and following Li Lingfeng all the way, until he was separated from his main troops and recklessly ordered the main force starships to descend into the atmosphere. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts were concealed, appearing as the lightning waves in the thunderstorm as he continued searching the battlefield. Very soon, he locked onto Li Lingfeng's coordinates. The man's Colossus, Tempest God, had unleashed the most devastating tides of spiritual energy, more eye-catching than a volcanic eruption. Naturally, Li Yao couldn't have missed him. However, Li Lingfeng had no opportunity to deal heavy damage to the enemy's starships because his opponent was another Colossus. What's happening? Another Colossus? And one that is even stronger than Li Lingfeng's Tempest God? Li Yao's heart was racing, and he was breathing fast. He felt as if all his pores were stinging, as if someone were stabbing needles into him. If the spiritual energy Li Lingfeng was releasing was like the endless magma erupting from a volcano, the Colossus fighting him was like an boundless ocean filled with the most terrifying swirls. No matter how much magma erupted from the volcano, it would be completely swallowed by the swirls, leaving not a drop after flowing into the ocean. Of course, Li Lingfeng had just fought fiercely with Li Yao, and the shock and unsteadiness of his mind were inevitable after decades of hard work were destroyed. Additionally, the power units of his Colossus had been sabotaged by Li Yao, causing a significant drop in his speed. These were all advantageous factors for Li Yao. However, based on the collisions of the spiritual energy from the two Colossi, Li Yao estimated that even if Li Lingfeng were at his peak, his Colossus were in perfect condition with no damage, and he had the most abundant supplies, he still would not have been a match for the mysterious enemy. Are you kidding me? My combat ability right now is more or less at the middle level of the divinity transformation stage. I don't stand a chance in a head-to-head battle with Li Lingfeng. So, he must be at least at the high level of the divinity transformation stage. But right now, the mysterious enemy is beating Li Lingfeng as easily as eating a pie, which means that the mysterious enemy is at least at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, or even higher. Li Yao swallowed hard and did not dare to think any further. While the mysterious enemy's target was Li Lingfeng at the moment, Li Yao was in the Imperium of true human beings, where everyone was a potential foe. He did not think the mysterious enemy had come to rescue him. Since the enemy had been monitoring and following Li Lingfeng, they must have witnessed everything he did in the martial meritocrat sector, and they knew that Li Lingfeng rushed to the sand primitive sector to capture him and Li Jialing. This raised a question. Would the enemy let him and Li Jialing go after taking down or capturing Li Lingfeng alive? This is bad. Li Yao's face suddenly turned extremely grim. He was absolutely confident he could survive in Li Lingfeng's hands. Li Lingfeng, who had more ambition than capability and was only slightly stronger than himself. However, the new mysterious enemy gave him the feeling of a viper as thick as a boa, ready to transform into a dragon and swallow the world at any moment. This enemy was far more sophisticated than Li Lingfeng. While Li Yao was quickly devising countermeasures, Li Lingfeng had already failed. Li Yao sensed that his Tempest God first erupted with a cluster of the most dazzling spiritual energy, as if a supernova were rising from the earth and blossoming to its fullest abruptly. Then, it collapsed at a visible speed, as if shrinking from a supernova into a black hole. Nothing could be sensed anymore. This generally indicated that a Colossus had been completely destroyed. However, Li Yao keenly perceived Li Lingfeng's intentions. The man was about to escape. The immortal cultivators' starships Li Lingfeng brought relentlessly crashed into the mysterious enemy's Colossus. While they were clearly no match for the enemy, they managed to buy a few minutes. Seizing this precious time, Li Lingfeng retreated his Colossus into the Cosmos Ring and quickly put on a stealth crystal suit, just as Li Yao had done moments ago. He then dove into the thunderstorm and vanished into the chaotic spiritual waves. Let's go. After a moment's thought, Li Yao suddenly rose. We have to find Li Lingfeng. What? Li Jialing was dazed, finding it hard to believe his ears. Find Li Lingfeng? Won't we just be walking into his trap? Besides, it seems to be a mess out there. How can we find him? We are not feeding ourselves to him, and we don't have a choice right now. Li Yao sighed and said with a bitter smile, as for how we can find Li Lingfeng, that's not a problem, because he is secretly sending out spiritual waves in all directions. He is expecting us. Concealing their spiritual energy and scent to the minimum, Li Yao and Li Jialing moved soundlessly in the thunderstorm, like the ghosts of two loaches. Very soon, they discovered Li Lingfeng, who was staggering forward through the lightning and storms. A few days ago, Li Lingfeng was still intimidating and awe-inspiring, giving the impression that everyone was under his control. He was truly like a powerful, unparalleled expert. But the Li Lingfeng they saw now, though not covered in wounds, was brimming with fear and panic, which were seeping out of every gap in his crystal suit. He looked wretched, like a wild dog with its tail cut off. Witnessing such drastic changes in just a few days, even Li Yao felt a pang of sympathy for him, despite being an enemy. He seems to be suffering from very serious internal injuries, Li Jialing said affirmatively. If we join forces to ambush him, there's a good chance we can take him down. Wait. I don't think Li Lingfeng is our primary problem anymore. After a moment's thought, Li Yao made the decision. Let's talk to him first. There are many secrets about you that we need to extract from him, don't you agree? Li Yao and Li Jialing appeared in the storm, one in front and the other behind, staring at Li Lingfeng, who was not far away, like two shadows without substance. Li Lingfeng sensed their presence immediately. Quivering, he wiped his helmet, which had been covered in icy rain. In a triangular formation, the three of them confronted each other in silence amidst the roaring winds and pouring rain. In the next moment, Li Lingfeng made an unexpected move. He touched a rune array on the left temple of the helmet, causing it to retract into the crystal suit, exposing his entire head to Li Yao and Li Jialing without any protection. This was a gesture of submission or friendliness. Li Yao chuckled softly. Lord Li seems to be wounded, and quite badly. Do you need any healing drugs? I happen to have some. Lightning illuminated the bleak landscape, and Li Lingfeng's face indeed did not look good. Ignoring Li Yao's mockery, he gritted his teeth. Didn't you want to die with me? Here's your chance. If we attack each other now, we will truly be holding each other to death. So, what's your choice? If you want to fight, let's fight. Walla! Walla! Lightning struck beside Li Lingfeng, revealing an unprecedented determination on the face of the unworthy noble. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, locking onto every muscle and pore on Li Lingfeng's body, giving him no chance. He asked cautiously, who is chasing you now? They are a very patient hunter. Li Lingfeng sniffed. It seems you've also sensed the enemy's might and savagery. After the 8 starships I brought were completely destroyed, you were too frightened not to answer my call and show up. When a mantis is capturing a cicada, a sparrow lurks behind to take them both. Yes, this is precisely a recurrence of that ancient yet deadly trick. However, are you really a cicada? Tell me who you are exactly. And you? He turned his gaze to Li Jialing, staring at him resentfully, and declared, one word at a time, why did you betray me? Li Jialing's pupils constricted to the smallest point. His body trembled slightly but quickly steadied. Opening his hands, he said casually, I am an immortal cultivator. Betrayals are nothing unusual for us, right? Do I need a reason? You, Li Lingfeng's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets as he stammered, you have no idea who you are or what you face. You are truly foolish and asking to be killed. Then, just tell him plainly. Li Yao suddenly had an idea. He said, tell Li Jialing who he is, who his parents are, and who the mysterious enemy is that is chasing you right now. After a brief silence, he let the raindrops hit his face until it was pitted. Finally, he spoke a name, Li Linghai. 2132, Shocking News. The one who had been following and hunting Li Lingfeng at the heartland of the Imperium of true human beings, against all rules, was actually Li Linghai, his biological sister and the queen of the Imperium. It was a shocking, unexpected, yet perfectly reasonable answer. Who else but the Queen of the Imperium could boast the capabilities to crush Li Lingfeng the moment they met and force him to escape in desperation? Li Yao was full of curiosity about the Queen of the Imperium, who was suspected to be his foster father's lover in the past. He knew that since Wuying Qi, a man of the time, rose unstoppably 1,000 years ago and established the Imperium of true human beings, there had never been an emperor as dominant as Blackstar the Great in the Imperium. The emperors that followed were increasingly weaker. Additionally, due to the natural constraints of the vastness of the universe, imperial authority had been collapsing continuously. Today, the emperor had been marginalized, and the warlords were rising, almost dissecting the Imperium. The emperors had to be elected by the four, Kurfürsten, and naturally, they were under the control of the powerful warlords as puppets. As the Queen of the Imperium, Li Linghai was naturally a tool for the four Kurfürst families to monitor and control the emperor. However, from Li Lingfeng's words, it was not hard to tell that the Queen of the Imperium did not seem willing to submit to her fate as a surveillance tool and had her own ambitions. Moreover, if the emperor were merely a puppet of the warlords, how could he have commanded the army to secure such a strategic triumph against the Covenant Alliance on the front lines? Even if it was part of the Covenant Alliance's scheme of retreating for a better attacking position, as Li Yao and the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet had speculated, the emperor's leadership over the Imperium's army was certainly unquestionable. In the enormous counterattack of the Imperium that lasted for years, what role had Queen Li Linghai been playing, and what exactly was she up to? Was the Imperium's counterattack only aimed at the Covenant Alliance, or was it something more? Thinking quickly, Li Yao did not change his expression but simply said with a chuckle, "Got it. Your schemes have been seen through by the Queen. You are in deep trouble." "Yes, I am in deep trouble," Li Lingfeng admitted without refutation, staring at Li Yao and Li Jialing in desperation. He grinned hideously. "But you are going to die with me. Both of you." "Lord Li, I remember we communicated sincerely earlier," Li Yao said, rolling his eyes. "Surely you're not naive enough to think you can hide the relationship between yourself, Li Linghai, and Li Jialing now, are you? Of course, your downfall is inevitable, but why would anything happen to us?" "Ha! Ha ha ha!" Li Lingfeng burst into laughter. In the violent thunderstorm, his messy hair was scattered and danced wildly in the wind. "So, you fools know nothing of the truth. Especially you, Li Jialing. I raised you out of goodwill and gave you the best resources. Even my own descendants never received such great treatment. Finally, you have become the best expert in the younger generation of the Li family. And this is how you repay me? You are truly ungrateful. You don't know what you're doing at all. There's no need to embellish yourself." Li Yao stepped forward and stopped before Li Jialing. He then said coldly, "We have learned about all your schemes. What now? Regarding Li Jialing's real identity, do you want to talk about it, or shall I? I don't have anything to hide at all. I plan to find an appropriate opportunity to tell Li Jialing from the start. What's wrong with saying it frankly right now?" Li Lingfeng couldn't have looked more candid. It was hard to tell if he was faking it or if he had genuinely intended to do so. Pausing for a moment, he said again, "However, before we get to the bottom of everything, you must clarify one thing first. What do you think my ruthless sister Li Linghai is here for, and who is she trying to kill?" Li Yao replied, "You, of course. Is that really a question?" Li Lingfeng smiled bitterly. "Wrong. She may have learned about everything I did and therefore grew determined to kill me. However, if she wants to kill me, there would be countless opportunities for that. She has no reason to choose such a risky way." Li Yao blinked his eyes. "Is she here to kill me?" "Wrong again." Li Lingfeng panted quickly, staring at Li Yao with utmost hatred, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "I admit that you are very strong. Perhaps a mysterious, malicious force looms behind you, and you cannot be regarded as just anyone. But no matter how strong you are, it's not enough for the Queen of the Imperium to attack you in person. Li Yao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. Unless Li Linghai possessed the techniques of divination, she couldn't have predicted that he would appear in the martial meritocrat sector and then jump to the sand primitive sector. However, the sand primitive sector was a desolate world without any living creatures. The three visitors from outer space were the only inhabitants. Since Li Linghai's target was neither Li Lingfeng nor Li Yao, it could only be Li Jialing? Li Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. She's here to kill Li Jialing? Yes, exactly. Li Lingfeng laughed maniacally. I considered every possible scenario and made the most thorough plans, yet I still severely underestimated my ambitious, brutal, and ruthless sister. I thought that even if the secrets were leaked and she somehow learned of the matter, it would have been absolutely impossible for her to take Li Jialing away from me. But I didn't anticipate that she never intended to save anyone. She's here just to kill her own biological son. A dazzling bolt of lightning flashed overhead, as if slashing Li Jialing's face. What? What did you say? The young man asked, his face pale and his lips trembling. Li Yao moved to his side, placing his hand on the young man's shoulder and channeling a stream of spiritual energy to help stabilize his soul and mind. I'm saying that you are Li Linghai's biological son, my biological nephew. Now, your own mother is trying to kill both of us to keep us silent forever, so she will have no troubles in the future. In the midst of the craziest, creepiest, and most hateful laughter, Li Lingfeng continued, how about it? Is it clear enough? Although Li Yao had provided Li Jialing with some information before, giving him a basic understanding of the relationship between him and the Li siblings, the darkest truth seemed to have deeply stunned the young man. He was speechless for a long time. Li Yao, in contrast, quickly considered the loopholes in Li Lingfeng's declaration with a gloomy face. What now? Do you think I'm lying? Li Lingfeng quickly sensed the subtle changes in Li Yao's soul and sneered, now, it's your turn to think carefully with your computational ability of the divinity transformation stage. In fact, the whole matter is very simple. Li Jialing is the biological son of our mighty queen of the Imperium, but it is truly a shame that my dear nephew's father is not His Majesty, who is invincible, unconquerable, undefeatable, with a feat close to Blackstar the Great. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who will suffer the most if such a great scandal is exposed? Yes, the Li family will definitely suffer a heavy blow. Even I will be affected by the astounding scandal. But wouldn't the Queen herself suffer the worst? My sister's ambitions are even greater than mine. In the past 100 years, she appeared to be docile to the family and completed all the missions the family entrusted to her diligently, as if she were truly loyal to the family and the warlords and willing to be a tool to control the emperor. But in secret, she has been raising loyal subordinates and making friends with the smaller warlords at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium, as well as the young, low-ranking officers in the space fleets. She gradually built her own force, and by the time the family vaguely noticed her ambitions, it was already too late to get rid of her. Although my sister's ambitions are immeasurable, and even I do not know exactly what she is pursuing, I am very certain that whatever it is, it requires supreme power as a foundation. If the scandal of her having a bastard son behind the emperor's back is disclosed at such a moment, the enterprise she has worked hard on for 100 years will be completely ruined. Her power, her position, her strength, and her ambitions will all be for nothing. So, smart and mysterious man, tell me, does Her Grace have any reason to keep such a great nuisance in the world instead of annihilating him completely to eradicate her weakness? Li Yao's eyelids twitched quickly. He gnashed his teeth. Even if Li Jialing is killed or you are, will it help? Is there no evidence at all for such a significant matter? For example, have you not kept any items, like experimental data or blood samples, that you could threaten to disclose if you die? Those things are all indirect proofs. They are not enough to overthrow a mighty queen, Li Lingfeng sneered. The leaders of the Imperium have done too many clandestine deals in secret, but as long as there is no direct proof, there will always be a way to cover up or even eliminate the evidence. In this particular case, there is only one direct proof, Li Jialing himself. As long as Li Jialing is killed and his body is reduced to nothing, no matter how many indirect proofs others present, she can always argue that they are fabricated to slander the queen. With the queen's current position and power, such fabrications will not affect her at all. Therefore, she can let me go today and allow me to escape in desperation like a stray dog. After all, I have lost everything and no longer pose a significant threat to her. Nobody will, or rather, nobody dares to believe me. But she absolutely will not let go of Li Jialing, because Li Jialing is the only one who poses a potential threat to her position, her power, and her ambitions. After hearing that, Li Jialing finally couldn't help but grunt and vomit a mouthful of dark blood. He almost collapsed on Li Yao's body. "Are you all right?" Li Yao hurried to support the young man. He thought for a long time but came up with no words of comfort. Don't overthink it. In fact, this is quite normal. A lot of people have experienced it before. I'm sorry, my dear nephew. I plan to find a better opportunity and tell you everything gradually, Li Lingfeng said coldly. However, you have forced me into this. Also, maybe informing you of everything in the most straightforward way is of greater help for you to recognize your fate and the coldness of the stars above your head. 2133, The Young Man's Armor and Tusks. Are you really okay? Li Yao felt that Li Jialing's soul was like a shaking plaza on the verge of collapse, filled with countless crystal bombs ready to explode at the slightest touch. Drenched in cold sweat, he continued to comfort the young man. I know this family drama must be hard for you to accept right now. Why don't I stall your uncle so you can have a good cry? That won't be necessary. Li Jialing took a deep breath. Li Yao could almost hear every muscle and nerve in the young man's body strain, as if his bones were about to shatter, before gradually relaxing one by one. The young man calmed down, and it was a creepy, almost terrifying sensation. In just a few seconds, it seemed the young man had transformed into someone completely different. Beneath the surface, a thick, cold armor adorned with tusks had formed. Or rather, he had shed the armor of the ordinary young man he had been wearing and revealed his true self, cold, indifferent, heartless, and dark. I'm fine. Really, I am. Li Jialing said in a low voice. Brother Yao is quite right. As an immortal cultivator, and growing up in the power dynamics of the Li family, familial bonds are nothing but a joke. This is quite normal. Bravo. Li Lingfeng laughed. Of course you're fine. Only then can you prove the value of the decades I've spent teaching you. For all those years, I've taught you schemes, betrayals, slaughters, and negotiations. I taught you to be untrustworthy, iron-hearted, and to seek only your own interests. Everything I did was meant to make you as calm and rational as you are now when the moment came. Even the ancients knew that those born into the royal family could never enjoy the love and friendship of ordinary people. That is the price of power. Crushed by absolute power, any parental bond would be reduced to nothing. The Li family controls countless worlds, and our power is 100 times greater than that of ancient sovereigns. Your mother is the authentic queen of the Imperium. What kind of mother-son relationship do you expect, given your identities? Wouldn't it be too naive to hope for more? You're quite right, uncle. Li Jialing replied calmly. His voice, as cold as an iceberg, made Li Yao shudder. The young man was increasingly adapting to his role after just 10 seconds. He sneered, but why should we trust you completely? Even if Li Linghai is truly my genetic parent, is she really here to kill me? Could it be that you're simply making things up in your desperate struggle because you have no other choices now? Li Yao swallowed and asked in a low voice, "Hey, are you really alright?" "I'm fine. In fact, I've never felt better. At least, I know who I am and where I come from now, don't I?" Li Jialing said indifferently. Li Yao was slightly dazed, unsure how to respond to the young man's terrifying calmness. Li Lingfeng said solemnly, "With everything coming to this point, is there any reason for me to deceive you? You can figure out everything if you think about it carefully." If she hadn't been planning it, how could Li Linghai have arrived so quickly? "It's been less than 24 hours since the mysterious man next to you disrupted my Dying Light quest and blew up Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Even the Li family's frontline reinforcements haven't been mobilized, gathered, regrouped, and teleported to the Martial Meritocrat sector. How could Li Linghai be so fast? Besides, the matter has nothing to do with her. As the Queen of the Imperium, she should have more important things to attend to. How can she have the time and the right to meddle in my affairs? There is only one possible answer: she has been here since a long time ago. She didn't come for the mysterious man next to you. It's possible she didn't even know of his existence. From the beginning, her target has been very clear: you. I suspect she learned long ago the secret of hiding you under my custody. She simply held back and pretended to be unaware while secretly devising a way to completely dispose of you. The best opportunity for her was when I left the Li family's fief for the Martial Meritocrat sector to advance the Dying Light quest. Her secret fleet must have been lurking at the edge of the Martial Meritocrat sector, monitoring my operations. Perhaps, if the mysterious man hadn't intervened, she would have appeared out of nowhere and launched a cutthroat attack at the most intense and chaotic moment during the quest. Li Jialing asked, "If it was a secret fleet, it couldn't have had a large number of starships, right? How could they have broken into Manjasaka, the city in the sky?" Li Lingfeng raised his voice as he said, "Don't you understand? She only needed to break into Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to rescue you. But if her goal from the start was to kill you and keep you quiet, she wouldn't have needed to bother my main fleets and the space fortress. She could just have leaped out of nowhere, obliterated the area you were in after verifying your coordinates, and then escaped without raising any alarms. She could have even let Starlight take the blame for the assault. If everything had gone to plan, she would have returned to the capital of the Imperium in 3 days. Then, even if I had indirect evidence in my hands, what could I have done?" This must be what she was thinking. The starships and crystal suits she brought this time don't have any sigils or emblems. They must be a secret force she established personally. However, the starships have been sanded down and layered with many useless metals, which actually resemble the ragged starships of Starlight. Isn't this enough to prove my point? Of course, no one expected that this mysterious friend would suddenly appear and disrupt everything, ruining my decades of hard work and completely throwing off Li Linghai's plans. She was forced to chase us to this place at great risk. Li Yao rubbed his nose. "Well, you're welcome. It was my pleasure." Li Lingfeng glared at Li Yao, and the cruelty in his eyes was even more alarming than the lightning flashes in the sky. Tilting his head and thinking for a while, Li Jialing said slowly, "Even if what you said is true, it doesn't prove that she has no intention of saving me. What if her secret fleet was lurking at the edge of the Martial Meritocrat sector, just waiting to steal me away at the most critical moment?" Ha ha. You still have some expectations for your gene provider, or your birth mother, if you will, don't you? I suggest you abandon such naive and ridiculous ideas. They will only make it more painful. Li Lingfeng grinned hideously. Do you think I am both cruel and sordid? Then let me tell you, compared to your mother, who seems straightforward and outspoken but has such a sophisticated heart that she almost deceived the Li family and even the entire Imperium, your uncle is almost a pure and flawless cultivator. Are you not curious about one thing? If you are Li Linghai's biological son, why did you fall into my hands, and why was I the one who raised you in secret? Also, why have I invested so many resources in you, regardless of the cost, to build you into a secret weapon to deal with Li Linghai, when I know very well your relationship with him. Isn't it common sense that mothers and their children are naturally connected? Was I not scared that you would join Li Linghai's side after you found out the truth, in which case I would be losing everything and gaining nothing? Li Jialing was slightly dazed. Perhaps you were too conceited to think that I would never find out the truth? He. If you think that way, you are greatly underestimating your uncle and your birth mother, Li Lingfeng said. Your uncle is in the divinity transformation stage, and your mother's level is even higher than mine. If the two of you were to meet at close range, how could she not recognize that you are her biological son? In such a case, it would be likely that the mother and son would team up against me. Wouldn't I be setting myself up for failure and raising my own gravedigger? Li Yao and Li Jialing both frowned and thought hard. It didn't make sense. However arrogant Li Lingfeng might be, there was no reason for him to leave such a significant loophole. I dared to do everything I did because I was confident that you would stand by my side, even if you learned the whole truth, for a simple reason, Li Lingfeng said with a smile, revealing his answer calmly. This isn't the first time Li Linghai has tried to kill you, it's the second. She killed you once decades ago, or, more precisely, disposed of you while you were still in the fetal stage. At the time, she thought she had completely disposed of the redundant fetus that was you. Little did she know you survived the catastrophe and were eventually saved by me. At that time, Li Linghai did not have the formidable power and strength she has today. So, I was able to conceal your existence for decades and eventually find a way to raise you in secret. Do you understand now? Although Li Linghai is your birth mother, she has always seen you as a trouble. She will do everything in her power to kill you, and she has already done so once. As for me, I am only your uncle. I didn't save you because you are family, but because I regarded you as leverage and intended to build you into a secret weapon. However, objectively speaking, it was indeed me who saved you, raised you, and protected you at the most critical moment. I even summoned all the resources at my disposal to bring you up without any reserve. Li Jialing's body trembled, and his voice became even colder. So, I owe you a thanks, uncle. He. I never expected a thank you from you. I know you hate me, but I couldn't care less about your gratitude or hatred. Li Lingfeng sniffed. I am now only telling you the truth. So, please think carefully with the calmness and rationality that I have instilled in you over the years. Should you side with your uncle, who saved and raised you, or your mother, who has tried to kill you time and time again? 2134 Business is business. Li Jialing hesitated. No matter how many armors and tusks the young man had hidden in his heart, or how much darker and more sophisticated he was than his peers, his experiences were still limited by his age. Even if he were the sharpest sword in the darkness, he would still need the tempering and polishing of time to gain the edge to cut through the stars. Li Lingfeng's words sounded too convincing for Li Jialing to discern their truth. His mind in turmoil, he glanced at Li Yao again, as if this brother Yao, who appeared out of nowhere, was his greatest reliance at the moment. Little did he know that Li Yao was also in quite a predicament. After advancing to the divinity transformation stage, Li Yao had become even more adept at perceiving others' micro-expressions, heartbeats, scents, and even the quakes of their souls. In other words, it was now easier for him to tell if others were lying, thanks to his keener senses. Although Li Lingfeng was of a higher level, the man was severely injured, and his soul gave an unsteady, flickering impression. It was barely possible for him to completely deceive Li Yao. Li Yao sensed clearly that when Li Lingfeng spoke, his facial muscles, heart, nerve endings, and soul did not show any signs of deceit. At the very least, based on Li Yao's experience, Li Lingfeng should be telling the truth. Are you serious? Li Linghai is brutal enough to kill her own biological son? Li Yao clicked his tongue in disbelief, feeling his head explode. Ever since his foster father's last words were revealed more than 100 years ago, Li Yao had been inexplicably captivated by the name Li Linghai. The reason was very simple. Li Yao believed that his foster father was a kind, righteous man who had made it clear in his last words that should Li Yao or the Star Glory Federation ever face trouble, they could seek out Li Linghai in the Imperium of true human beings, who would undoubtedly offer protection. Since his foster father trusted Li Linghai, and the two might have been in a romantic relationship in the past, Li Linghai must be a good person, or at least, the lesser of two evils, among the many immortal cultivators. This was Li Yao's initial thought. His plan was to find Li Linghai through Li Jialing to see if there was any possibility of compromise or even cooperation between him and the least bad, immortal cultivator. One might say that Li Yao's primary purpose in sneaking into the heart of the Imperium of true human beings was to locate Li Linghai. However, according to Li Linghai's recent words, the queen of the Imperium of true human beings was practically the embodiment of the immortal cultivators. Her ruthlessness and cruelty were almost textbook, and she did not hesitate to sacrifice her son for power. If she could kill her own blood son without batting an eye, what significance could the foster son of her former lover, a figure from over 100 years ago, hold for her? Li Yao's dream was beautiful, but the harsh reality was brutally cold. What's to hesitate? The few starships I brought to the Sand Primitive Sector are about to be torn apart by Li Linghai. Make a decision now. Li Lingfeng spread his arms, his voice low and firm, his expression honest. Yes, Jialing, I admit that I have been lying to you all along. In fact, I should have told you the truth earlier to avoid such misunderstandings, which led to you running away. However, please try to see things from your uncle's perspective. In the past, your true nature was not fully awakened, and your uncle could not clearly perceive your psychological state. If I had told you the truth, only to upset you and potentially cause mental derangement, what could I have done? Additionally, after you learned the truth, your demeanor would certainly have been different from before. If you exposed any loopholes, you might have brought disaster upon yourself at any moment. It must be noted that the Li family has always been extending its influence into the royal palace. However, since Li Linghai's power grew, she has been reversing this and infiltrating the Li family from the royal palace. Even I was not certain that she was unaware of your existence. As it turns out, despite my prudence and vigilance, she still discovered you and has personally led a secret squad to dispose of you. Good boy, I know you are a smart person and a true immortal cultivator. Let's not talk about the groundless familial bonds, but focus on the simplest and most substantial interests. Yes, I admit that when I rescued you at first, I saw you as a rare asset and intended to mold you into a secret weapon or a valuable bargaining chip for the highly dangerous game between Li Linghai and me. However, during the process of your refinement, I gradually discovered the infinite potential hidden beneath your weak appearance, strength inherited from Li Linghai that left me in awe. He. None of my sons or grandsons have amounted to anything significant. Even the most distinguished among them only possess mediocre aptitudes and ambitions at best. His accomplishments would be limited, and it would be best for him to help the family manage a resource planet. He was not even 1/10 as capable as you. Since you have such amazing potential and are my blood nephew who can carry on my genes, is there any reason I shouldn't raise you well and refine you, regardless of the cost? In summary, am I using you? Yes. Do I see you as a tool and a weapon? Yes. Do I hope that you will someday kill Li Linghai? Yes, again. But did I raise you with all my heart? Yes. Did I invest 10 times more effort and resources in you than in my biological sons and grandsons? Yes. Do I want you to be my true heir, to carry on my genes, my power, and my title? Yes. Just think carefully about everything I've done for you, and you'll see that I'm not lying. Human relationships are all about manipulation. I use you, and you use me. Is there anything wrong with that? Having qualities that others value is more reliable than any familial bond. Let me repeat myself. our interests align. We can definitely work together to accomplish great things and control the family one day. The Li family in the next 100 years will belong to us. However, your interests and Li Linghai's are not on the same page. She already tried to kill you once when you were a fetus. Do you think she'll let you go this time? Li Jialing breathed heavily. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I have no interest in your power struggles, neither yours nor Li Linghai's. The blood connections of a mother or uncle are completely meaningless to me. I only want to live a life of absolute freedom, where I can do anything I want. Absolute freedom? Li Lingfeng was slightly dazed before bursting into laughter. You silly boy. The universe is boundless, with countless stars, but it is filled with fights, slaughters, rules, and regulations you must abide by, and unparalleled experts who can blackmail, browbeat, control, hurt, and meddle with you. Where exactly can you find a life of absolute freedom? Let me tell you. If you truly want to live a life of absolute freedom, it is very simple. You must seize absolute power by any means possible. Only when you have absolute power will you have absolute freedom. When you become the master of a planet and wield its absolute power, you will have absolute freedom on that planet. By the same logic, when you become the lord of a sector with supreme power, you will be absolutely free in this world. You can kill whomever you want and do whatever you please. Even if the world is turned upside down, no one will dare to tell you to stop. Hee hee. If you can one day dominate the Li family as my heir, many sectors will have to listen to your command, and countless starships will obey your will. In the fief of the Li family, you will be unrestrained and enjoy absolute, lawless freedom. The young man began to breathe heavily. Glancing at Li Yao, he hesitated for a long time before speaking in a low voice. You've said a lot, but what exactly do you want? I have a small plan, but whether it works will depend on the mysterious man next to you, Li Yao replied. Li Lingfeng focused his gaze on Li Yao again, but the brutality in his eyes had vanished, replaced by shrewdness and cunning. If I'm not mistaken, you're not a real cultivator, are you? After a brief silence, Li Yao chuckled. Of course not. How could dreamers like cultivators raise a divinity transformation stage expert and use him as a scout? And how could they maintain such a well-preserved colossus? You know better than I do, fellow cultivator Li, the immense logistical pressure that entails. It's impossible without a fully equipped industrial system and well-trained personnel. Do the cultivators meet those conditions? They couldn't afford a single leg of the Colossus even if they sold everything they own. Li Yao had initially addressed Li Lingfeng as Lord Li but now referred to him as fellow cultivator Li, suggesting they were in the same boat. I thought as much. The nonsense about a cultivator from the sky can only fool 3-year-olds and the ignorant hominoids, Li Lingfeng said coldly. So, who are you exactly, and what is your purpose in braving all these dangers on your own? In any case, the impressive combination of a colossus whose combat performance surpasses the Tempest God, and an expert in the divinity transformation stage is not something the mobsters on the Imperium's fringes can offer. Do you know how popular and eye-catching your Heavenly Eye group and your Slaughter Stream platform were over the past century? Li Yao asked. As the saying goes, the bird that flies highest is the first to be shot. The Slaughter Stream is a novel invention, unseen in the past 1,000 years, and the idea of controlling the Imperium through media is both intriguing and terrifying. There are bound to be some pedantic, outdated forces that dislike your Slaughter Stream and do not want you or the Li family to wield this new, unpredictable power. Consider me a representative sent by these outdated forces that oppose the Slaughter Stream and wish to prevent you from gaining this new strength. I am here to disrupt your operations, and they will seize the opportunity to strike, aiming to destroy both your stream platform and the Heavenly Eye group. Don't take it personally. I, for one, actually admire your ideas and creations. The Imperium is simply too stale and ancient. It's time to let in some fresh air. However, an order is an order, and business is business. I'm sure you understand. 2135 Turn a foe into a friend? I am not angry. In fact, I appreciate your honesty, which is a good start for our cooperation. Li Lingfeng said sullenly, at the very least, it is much better to admit the truth than to persist in the ridiculous identity of a cultivator. Li Yao couldn't help but tap the helmet of the mystic skeleton battlesuit to lower the facial cover. With a look that said, I feel the same way, he bulged his eyes and said, you think the identity of a cultivator is funny and absurd too, right? That's too damn right. When those jerks came up with the identity for me, I thought the same thing. I cursed them right then and there. What is your problem? Is there something wrong with your head? Are you not at all considering reasons and logic? I would definitely have to reveal the capabilities of the divinity transformation stage in my Colossus in my mission, but the cultivators are a bunch of outlaws and gangsters who have been killed and brutalized since 1,000 years ago. What kind of fool would believe that the cultivators could send someone in the divinity transformation stage to carry out a mission in a Colossus? It was absolutely impossible. Even pigs wouldn't believe that. If this were a novel, readers would lambaste the author for being too unbelievable, outrageous, and adding too many lucky factors to the supervillain cultivators. There's no way it could have deceived you in the cunning, smart big shots of the Li family. To be honest, I've pretended to be a lot of people in my life. I could even play a 16-year-old prostitute convincingly. But pretending to be a cultivator in the divinity transformation stage this time is truly a very troublesome challenge. I can't imagine what exactly makes a divinity transformation stage cultivator, what is on their mind, or what they look like. Li Lingfeng nodded slowly. I understand it very well. The high and mighty big shots of families and the commanders of the coalition fleets never care about the actual situations on the front lines. Instead, they always expose the specific executors to all kinds of unnecessary dangers. Li Yao rolled his eyes and put on a cunning smile. What now, fellow cultivator Li? Are you trying to figure out which family or space fleet I come from? It doesn't seem important. Anyway, guess how those bastards replied to me. They argued that victors don't need to explain and won't be punished. As long as I could sabotage your plan neatly and destroy Manjasaka, the city in the sky, nobody would care if the cultivator from the sky was real or fake. Or rather, even if all forces and everyone knew clearly that I was a fake cultivator and in an obvious disguise, so what? Your stream platform would already be destroyed, and the Heavenly Eye group would likely be merged and swallowed by others. The cultivator from the sky would never show up again. It would be clean and neat, with no sequela, right? No, there is a sequela, Li Lingfeng said coldly. The tales of the cultivators would spread throughout the sea of stars. Countless hominoids would be inspired by the non-existent scumbag. They would cause great trouble and seriously jeopardize the overall interests of the Imperium. Li Yao laughed. I didn't know that fellow cultivator Li is such a noble patriot. But rest assured. The Imperium is so magnificent that the cultivators can barely be called an ailment. A questionable tale and a few videos, which could be fabricated by any crystal processor, can't hurt the foundations of the Imperium. Besides, that is all the families and relatively independent space fleets have been doing. The interests of the family and the fleet are always placed above the interests of the Imperium, right? Yes. You have made it in a very remarkable way. Li Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and said word by word, even though I am on your opposite side, I have to admit that it is a clean, rapid, and textbook stealth and sabotage operation. Others will only admire your ruthlessness, decisiveness, and heartlessness, without being bothered by your ridiculous false identity as a cultivator. Li Yao raised an eyebrow and whistled. He said with a smile, You really don't hate me? Your calmness now strikes me as a bit pretentious, fellow cultivator Li. Of course, I hate you. I want to skin you, cut you into pieces, and burn you to ashes. When he thought of the damage Li Yao caused to Manjashaka, the city in the sky, the brutality in Li Lingfeng's eyes flared up again. To be honest, if it were yesterday, or even just half an hour ago when I had 8 warships and hundreds of elite warriors hunting you together, I definitely wouldn't have let you go. I would have made you beg to be killed, tortured you alive for 10 years, and drawn out your soul to shatter it, making you die for good. But what's the point in saying that now? Even if I hate you to the core, so what? Right now, the greatest threat to me is not you, but Li Linghai. In the meantime, the greatest threat to you is not me but Li Linghai as well. Like you said just now, business is business. There's nothing personal between you and me. Even if we do have the greatest hatred toward one another, we can make concessions at a life-and-death moment, right? Li Yao rolled his eyes, and the smile on his face grew more intense. Yes. Business is business, and interests are interests. Anything can be bargained and negotiated for survival. Besides, you are just a tool. Li Lingfeng said, I know everything about the experts above the peak of the nascent soul stage who are public in the Imperium, including their techniques, attack patterns, and the colossi they use. All their data are in my head, but you are certainly not among them. So, the answer is obvious now. You are a secret weapon domesticated by a certain family, just like I trained Li Jialing, and Li Linghai raised her secret armed force, the Deep Ocean Fleet. Like you said just now, you can pretend to be countless people in the most vivid way, and even acting as a 16-year-old prostitute is not a problem for you. It confirms my speculation. You are the kind of creature, like a pretender or a ghost warrior, trained to help the family with clandestine businesses through the most bloody, dark, and dangerous missions, right? Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. As if stung by an invisible needle, his voice suddenly turned cold. Ghost warriors? I don't like the sound of that. I know you don't, Li Lingfeng smiled. Every deeply rooted ancient family has tragic figures like you, who can never show their real faces or enjoy the dignity, power, and glory they deserve despite their dominating strength. Instead, they have to carry out the most dangerous, evil, and ugly missions time and time again. One moment of carelessness, and they will either be killed miserably on the front line or thrown out as a scapegoat when the scheme is exposed. Take your mission, for example. There's no need to describe the dangers of sneaking into Manjashaka, the city in the sky, alone to sabotage and face my thunderous fury. You could be killed by me at any moment. Even if you return in one piece for now, should any information be leaked, the Li family may burst into fury and trace back to the schemer behind the scenes, the force you belong to. Chances are, you will be traded or sacrificed. TSK, TSK, TSK. When I think about it, while I am quite miserable right now, your condition isn't much better. In their confrontation, Li Yao seemed to lose his temper for the first time. He said coldly, fellow cultivator Li, what are you trying to say? We seem to be running out of time. What I'm trying to say is that we are actually the same kind of people. I understand you. Li Lingfeng was even more sincere than when he spoke to Li Jialing a moment ago. Although you are in the dark and I am in the light, we are essentially the same tools for our families. Everyone knows I am the best of the Li family's prime generation, the well-acknowledged next Kurfürst. But how many people know that I am just a pawn that the family's big shots have pushed to the forefront? If a tree grows taller than the other trees in the forest, it will inevitably be destroyed by the wind. Do the seniors in my family not understand such a simple logic? If they truly want me to be the leader of the family and the Kurfürst, there is no reason for them to announce it so openly. Shouldn't they simply train me, support me, and give me more troops and power in secret? But now, they have publicized it on a large scale and informed everyone that I am very likely to be the next leader of the family and the next Kurfürst. What is the meaning of that? They are obviously pushing me to the forefront to shield the real future heir in their hearts from internal and external storms and arrows. Hee hee. They thought I was truly blinded by my ambitions, but I knew exactly what they planned. I will never admit to being a tool. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, the Heavenly Eye Group, the Slaughter Stream platform, and everything about Li Jialing were attempts I made to escape my pitiful fate. I am the captain of my own fate. The real powers in the Li family consider me a fool, a puppet, and a tool, but I will show them who will have the last laugh and who is most qualified to control the entire Li family. As he neared the end of his tirade, Li Lingfeng was already yelling. Li Jialing, who had been raised in secret by Li Lingfeng since childhood, never knew his uncle, whom he considered a fiend, had such depth. He was stunned for a moment. Sensing the young man's subtle change in feelings, Li Lingfeng smiled at him casually. Why, Jialing, did you not expect your uncle to be someone like this? In fact, you should have. Where exactly do you think the insubordination and sense of competition deep inside your soul came from? Pausing for a moment, he extended his hand toward Li Yao again and said slowly, moreover, I believe that any expert who has advanced to the divinity transformation stage is unwilling to have their fate controlled by a family, a fleet, or a sect, living like rats in the gutter that will never see the sunlight. Your Colossus is so formidable. Don't you want it to appear in the sky of the Imperium's capital someday, in broad daylight? Li Yao. Well, to be honest, I have given it some thought before. 2136 Wisdom back online. It's no use to just give it some thoughts. Li Lingfeng suddenly raised his voice and declared in a domineering tone, my fellow cultivator, whose name I do not know but who is as pitiful as me, although you have been concealing yourself, I have already figured out your identity and your situation from the traces you left behind. Li Yao was slightly taken aback. Have you? First, raising an assassin, assaulter, and saboteur in the divinity transformation stage in secret, while keeping it hidden from everyone, and having a Colossus not registered in any database in the Imperium, considering the entire Imperium, the forces with such capabilities can only be the 4 Kurfürst families and a few warlords of the coalition fleets who have recently risen. Your origins can hardly be outside these few forces. Li Lingfeng stated resolutely, however, with such a remarkable background and impressive capabilities, you have been used by the force behind you as a secret agent to carry out a mission that borders on suicide. It seems to me that life within your force must be quite uncomfortable. You are likely hated, envied, and ostracized. Someone might even have hoped to kill you through me, didn't they? Otherwise, I can't think of a reason why a high and mighty expert in the divinity transformation stage would risk coming to ruin Manjasaka, the city in the sky. There are no personal benefits for you, and it's 99% likely you would be killed. Just like right now, if Li Linghai hadn't arrived suddenly, you would have been killed by me a long time ago. As an expert in the divinity transformation stage, you should be able to calculate gains and losses in the blink of an eye. How could you have acted so rashly? It is utterly unreasonable. Li Yao's pupils dilated and constricted, and the veins on his face pulsed visibly. He said slowly, fellow cultivator Li, should I commend you for your wisdom finally coming back online, demonstrating the computational and deduction abilities of the divinity transformation stage? Li Lingfeng sneered, eliminating all unreasonable and illogical choices, my speculation is the only possible truth. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain your arrival and actions at all. After a long silence, Li Yao finally sighed and said, it may be the truth, but so what? Everyone in the universe has their constraints. Even if you are as strong as a god, it is impossible to do as you please. The resources and treasures consumed by someone in the divinity transformation stage every day are astronomical. The seemingly powerful Colossus also requires a vast industrial system for maintenance. There are issues of fuel, ammunition, and weapon replacement. Without the support of a family, what can I do by myself and my Colossus? Therefore, Although I know I'll be hanging by a thread if I take on the mission to sabotage your territory in the Martial Meritocrat sector alone, although I know the fake identity of Cultivator definitely cannot fool everyone in the entire Imperium, although I know there's a good chance I will be killed by you, or be hated by you, who are at a higher level in the divinity transformation stage than me, for the rest of my life, even if I am not, and although I know the entire Lee family will consider me prey if the incident is exposed, and I will likely end as a sacrifice in their private deals, and although I know it's a scheme by someone in my force to kill me indirectly, I know everything clearly, but so what? So what? You're quite right. I'm just a tool, the sharpest saber. However sharp the saber is, it cannot decide whose hands it will be grabbed by or what it will slash. As he approached the end, blood glistened in Li Yao's eyes, and his voice was filled with anger and resentment. Li Lingfeng observed him quietly for a while before suddenly chuckling. It seems I was not wrong at all. We truly share the same unfortunate life. I should not loathe you but the force behind you, the ones who went through all the trouble to destroy my lifelong work, the Slaughter Stream platform, and the Heavenly Eye group, and who also intended to destroy you along the way. The blood in Li Yao's eyes shone as he said gloomily, yes. Maybe those guys wanted us to kill each other in battle, to be a stone that killed two birds. Blinking his eyes, Li Lingfeng put on an even sunnier smile. He said, we've been fighting and chatting for a long time, but I don't seem to have learned my fellow cultivator's name yet. After pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, call me Vulture Li Yao. Li Lingfeng glanced at Li Jiaoling, and his eyes showed even more certainty. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, and his hostility flared again. Why have your senses been locked onto Li Jiaoling? Are you trying to determine if I gave you a false name through his reactions? I have no doubt that you gave me a false name, Li Lingfeng chuckled. However, judging by my little nephew's reactions, you gave me the same pseudonym you gave him, which more or less confirms your sincerity. Li Yao glanced at Li Jiaoling and mumbled, I'm feeling more and more that I underestimated you yesterday. I thought you were just a noble with more ambition than talent. But in the dangerous moments of life and death, your wisdom is erupting like a volcano. Even such a top-secret detail, that Vulture Li Yao is a false name, has been seen through by you. Impressive. Enough talk. Now that we have more or less revealed our cards, what do you want, fellow cultivator Li? Vulture Li Yao, fellow cultivator Li, right? Don't be so vigilant. You may find it hard to believe, but I really don't mean any harm to you right now, nor am I qualified to. I just hope that we can warm each other up and give each other a hand. Opening his hands, Li Lingfeng said frankly, you know better than anyone that the quest of dying light has been completely messed up, Manjasaka, the city in the sky has been demolished, and the Heavenly Eye group is hopeless. Whatever influence I've built over the past decades might fall apart. It's impossible for the big shots in my family to continue trusting and supporting me like before. In short, I'm poorer than at any moment in the past 100 years, and it's barely possible for me to make a comeback on my own. Why would I refuse the friendship of another expert in the divinity transformation stage under these circumstances, especially one who commands such a powerful colossus? Friendship? Li Yao sneered. What will I get? The same, the friendship of an expert in the divinity transformation stage. Li Lingfeng smiled. Although I have nothing now, my core troops haven't suffered any damage. They are still clearing up the mess in the Martial Meritocrat sector, unaware of what's happening here. The wretched Sand Primitive sector has been messed up by decades of destructive experiments, making it barely possible for us to send signals out. The bottom line is, if you help us survive this crisis, I'm absolutely confident I can rise again. If you truly want to change your fate, I believe you wouldn't mind receiving some selfless help from the real controller of the Li family, would you? The alliance of two experts in the divinity transformation stage is enough to make the universe tremble. How does that sound? Do you want to show up in the most glamorous seat in the Imperium and openly claim the power and glory that belong to you? Li Yao's eyelids twitched violently, and he ground his teeth like a grater. In an even hoarser voice, he said, "That's all? You want to fool me into selling my life to you with such empty talk? Of course. That's about the future. Right now, what matters most is my dear sister and her grace of the Imperium." Li Lingfeng sniffed the air, his nose quivering non-stop. "She has already entered the thunderstorm and is searching for us amidst the pouring rain and thunder. Unfortunately, the magnetic field here is too chaotic. She can't lock onto our coordinates for the time being, but it won't be long. How about it? I don't believe you're not interested in the Queen." Li Yao said, somewhat unnaturally, "Why would I be interested in the Queen?" With a "you can't fool me" look on his face, Li Lingfeng said, "Stop pretending, fellow cultivator Li. We have been communicating openly and honestly. Now that a great enemy is approaching, is there any need to hide? If you and the force behind you weren't interested in the Queen, how could you have learned so many secrets?" Li Yao was dazed for a moment, and the defense on his face gradually relaxed as he said, "All right. I admit that the major forces in the Imperium are all greatly interested in the Queen. After all, as you said, she has gradually revealed her ambitions and poses a threat to many different people, doesn't she? Who can argue with that? My sister has become more and more unpredictable, immeasurable, and even horrible after just 100 years, Li Lingfeng sighed and said. Pushing her to the throne of Queen was perhaps the gravest mistake the Li family made in the past 100 years. But who could have foreseen that she would grow into this? All in all, she has everything she needs and is about to show her most aggressive side. At such a critical moment, she will not allow any unexpected factor to disrupt her plans. The three of us must be eliminated here. If we continue to fight each other, we will only be killed one by one with no chance of winning. However, if we can join forces, with two experts in the divinity transformation stage and Li Jialing, the perfect experiment subject that Wuying Lan and I carefully refined, we won't be entirely on the losing side. It's important to note that Li Jialing's existence has always been her biggest secret. Even the Deep Sea Fleet, the secret force she founded, is not allowed to know the truth. Besides, she couldn't have guessed that we would join forces. She thought the two of you had escaped to the deepest part of the thunderstorm. So, she will certainly come here to hunt on her own, without any help. This is our best opportunity. Li Jialing had been listening in silence the entire time. Finally, he couldn't hold back and asked, "You want us to kill her together?" Li Lingfeng chuckled. "I didn't say she must be killed. I know that you might be unable to make that decision. However, getting her under control, talking to her, and making some deals, or asking her to tell the truth about your origins, do you find that acceptable? Rest assured. Your uncle wouldn't bear to kill your mother." Li Yao said to the young man coldly, "He still wants to control the forces deep inside the royal palace through your living mother. To put it more frankly, he wants to your mother accumulated in secret over the past 100 years to realize his own ambitions. Do you understand?" Note, the word in the last sentence is not translated to English as it seems out of place and may be a typo or incomplete phrase in the original text. If it is meant to be included, please clarify the intended meaning. 2137 The Weird Queen. Smart. Li Lingfeng simply grinned, giving no denial at all. If the Queen truly dies, many people will smile even in their dreams. But will that bring us any good? We will simply be doing somebody else a favor, won't we? Besides, she is my sister, who shares the same father and mother with me. If possible, I do not want to completely end up on bad terms with her. My plan is to talk to her nicely and see if we can combine our resources. Then, if I want to take back what is mine in the Li family, or she has any plans, or fellow cultivator Li has other ideas for the future, it will be easier for us to achieve our goals if we help one another, right? I believe that as long as we join hands, faced with the sincerity of two experts in the divinity transformation stage, even my sister would have to think carefully. I'm done. Please cherish this rare opportunity. Fellow cultivator Li, you should be well aware that if I hadn't run into today's misfortunes, I definitely wouldn't have shared so many secrets and truths with you. Now that you have learned so many secrets, it is impossible for you to return in one piece. Cooperation with me is your only way out. Otherwise, even if the Queen and I don't kill you, thousands of others will if they know what you know. All in all, the lives of the three of us now lie in your hands. Vulture Li Yao, you will decide where we go next. Li Yao's eyebrows were furrowed, and his expressions were constantly changing. His eyes were now filled with brutality, now as profound as abysses. His eyeballs rolled crazily, as if he were calculating his next move in a complex game. Finally, he said cautiously, "It seems I have no choice but to trust you. However, I need to figure out a few things first, which concern the odds of success if I take action." Narrowing his eyes, Li Lingfeng stared at the edge of the thunderstorm and said hastily, "All right, just ask." Li Yao said, "What is the greatest disagreement between you and Li Linghai?" "You are biological siblings. While familial bonds mean little to us immortal cultivators, the two of you shouldn't have many conflicts of interest. It should have been possible for you to communicate effectively and handle the older generation of your family together. Why have you become so antagonistic to each other? Isn't such a civil war too foolish?" The question seemed to have hit a nerve with Li Lingfeng. The muscles on his face twitched wildly for a moment. Then, perhaps because the situation was too urgent to allow for fabrications, he pondered for a moment and said, "Yes. When my sister became the queen of the Imperium, it was impossible for her to return to the Li family as its leader and Kurfürst. So, theoretically, she should not be my competitor, and it would be reasonable for us to form a stable alliance of interests, with one inside the Li family and the other in the capital of the Imperium. However, over 100 years ago, when the Li family was selecting a queen, she was still a junior with little influence, while I had already distinguished myself and had a say in the matter. Regarding her entry into the royal palace, I might have played some tricks, which may have caused her to hate me to this day." Li Yao thought of something. "Didn't she want to become the queen?" Li Lingfeng nodded at Li Jialing. "If she had been willing to be the queen, why would my nephew be born? However, it was over 100 years ago. Power is like the most intoxicating wine. Once tasted, it's hard to give up. In recent decades, I've noticed that she enjoys being the queen quite a bit. Yet, time erodes hate. The main between us isn't the old grudge, but our differing beliefs." "Beliefs?" Li Yao was slightly dazed. "You're both ambitious immortal cultivators. How can your beliefs be different?" "They are absolutely different. My sister's depth is beyond the imagination of others. Even the Li family's top figures have never fully understood her. Only I, her blood brother, can perceive her unusual traits." When he mentioned Li Linghai, Li Lingfeng shuddered slightly. He struggled to continue, "My ambition is to lead the Li family and be one of the 4 Kurfürsten. It's no secret. I'd say every immortal cultivator in the 4 Kurfürst families shares this ambition. I believe you do, too. Don't you want to be the master of your own force? It's a common ambition, nothing extraordinary. But my sister is different. In the few close encounters with her in recent years, I've clearly felt that what she wants is more than just the Li family, she wants the entire Imperium." Li Yao's eyes glittered. "Note means disagreement or difference of opinion, which fits better in the context. I've adjusted the translation accordingly. Are you suggesting that Li Linghai intends to rule over the entire Imperium?" Li Lingfeng shook his head. "If only it were so simple. I am highly suspicious that her burning ambition will eventually destroy the entire Imperium." "Destroy the Imperium?" Li Yao was truly stunned for a moment. Li Lingfeng might not be the smartest person in the world, but he was undoubtedly bold and determined. Even someone like him had been awed by Li Linghai's ambitions. What was Li Linghai trying to achieve exactly? Taking a deep breath, Li Yao managed to calm himself and asked, "Fellow cultivator Li, you seem to be overstating. Do you have any proof?" "I do not have any direct evidence," Li Lingfeng shook his head and said, "however, for those in the divinity transformation stage like you and me, we can sense a lot through subtle traces based on our intuition. In many cases, conclusions can be drawn without concrete evidence." "Intuition?" Li Yao smiled. "Your intuition told you that our queen was as terrifying as that? Trust me. There's no need for me to lie to you at such a moment." Li Lingfeng said hurriedly, "I was perhaps the earliest person in the entire Imperium to discover her horrors. The reason was simple. Decades ago, I accidentally intercepted the fetus of my nephew, Li Jialing. After learning the background of the fetus, I tried to restore my relationship with her using the fetus as leverage." Li Yao interrupted, "I'm afraid you didn't truly want to restore the relationship but instead hoped to blackmail her, so she would stand by your side during the competition for the leadership of the Li family and the Kurfürst, right?" "It's the same," Li Lingfeng said. "The fact is, after receiving Li Jialing's fetus, on one hand, I asked Wuying Lan to devise a set of perfect plans to strengthen the fetus, preparing to develop him at the right moment. On the other hand, I secretly investigated Li Linghai, trying to uncover more of her weaknesses before our confrontation. However, while I was completely ignorant before the investigation, the results shocked me. My dear sister was not the loyal, dutiful family tool she appeared to be. She had secretly established a secret armed force known as the Deep Sea Fleet and extended her influence into critical departments of the Imperium, gathering power and building her own forces. Her true intentions were unknown. Not only that, her personality and abilities had undergone drastic changes, as if she were a different person. I even had a ridiculous feeling, Her Grace, the Empress of true human beings, was not my biological sister at all, or at least not the Li Linghai I personally escorted to the royal palace over 100 years ago." "What?" Greatly surprised, Li Yao thought quickly, "Someone replaced or possessed her?" "It's impossible," Li Lingfeng shook his head. "It's a serious matter, it's absolutely impossible to possess the Queen of the Imperium. The rigorous tests on blood samples, cells, genes, and even soul waves every year prove that the woman is indeed my biological sister, Li Linghai. Otherwise, considering the brainwashing methods of the Covenant Alliance and the brain-invasive techniques of the extraterrestrial devils, if the Queen could be possessed or replaced, the same would likely happen to the Emperor and the warlords. The vast Imperium would collapse abruptly. However, despite knowing for a fact that the woman is my biological sister, Li Linghai, I still feel uneasy time and time again. For example, more than 100 years ago, before my sister became the crown princess in the capital, she was a very pure battle-type immortal cultivator and an elite warrior of the family. She was even an overly sentimental and indecisive person. She was indeed talented and even more gifted than me in training. No matter how complicated and abstruse a technique was, she would grasp it after a quick look. By her 20s, she was already able to fight on even terms with the warriors in the prime of their lives in my family, and with me, who had already distinguished myself. However, by the standards of the immortal cultivators, she was simply too merciful, naive, innocent, and ignorant of the treachery of human minds. Perhaps it was precisely because of her qualities of sentimentality, leniency, and innocence that the family chose her as the crown princess at that time and the future queen. Li Yao nodded. "I understand. A woman whose feelings were so abundant that she was almost fragile would be easier to restrain and control by the family. She would serve better as a tool to monitor the emperor for the family. Should anything go wrong, she would have many weaknesses that you could take advantage of." Li Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, but he still nodded. "You're right. None of the four Kurfürsten want to see an ambitious, sophisticated, and uncontrollable queen. Tender, sentimental women, who are highly dependent on the family, have always been the best candidates for queens in every generation. On the other hand, although everyone is aware of the political nature of the marriage, the feelings of the prince or the emperor himself must also be considered. It would be too simplistic and crude to see a well-trained, cold, and ruthless female spy as the crown princess or queen. If the prince or the emperor were provoked and grew resentful, it would be quite problematic. Therefore, the four Kurfürst families still hope to choose an unsophisticated, genuinely attractive woman, preferably with some unnecessary innocence, naivety, and kindness. In the end, it was my sister, Li Linghai, who was chosen. Li Yao said, "I've heard a thing or two about the news from the royal palace, but I wasn't certain of its authenticity. The force I belonged to was involved in the issues surrounding the election of the crown princess. However, those guys only wanted me to train hard and turn into a slaughter machine with more brawn than brain. They never bothered to explain the inside information to me clearly." Li Lingfeng said with a smile, "We still have a lot more intelligence to share once things are settled here." Li Yao sniffed, neither approving nor disapproving. "Please continue, fellow cultivator Li. If the queen were a kind woman, or at least not weak by nature, why are you so terrified of her now?" "That's the problem. My sister's personality has changed drastically over the past decades. She has become even colder, more ruthless, and more heartless than me. Perhaps she changed more than 100 years before entering the royal palace, but she disguised herself very well, and no one discovered it." Li Lingfeng sighed and turned to Li Jialing. "Jialing, I don't want to lie to you. At first, I intended to use you as leverage. I thought it would be difficult to completely change one's nature, no matter how cruel and cold your mother became. I believed that when we met, she would hesitate or show some weakness. In a contest between two experts, a moment's hesitation can be more than enough to decide the outcome of the battle. I even thought that, even if she was ruthless enough to dispose of you as a fetus, basically, an abortion, she would certainly hesitate slightly when she saw you standing before her as a grown man, right? But I was wrong. I truly underestimated my kind-hearted, sentimental, and docile sister. Or perhaps, she experienced remarkable events in the past decades that granted her unsettling opportunities. All in all, when I confronted her just now, I deliberately used you to distract her. However, I clearly sensed that she was utterly indifferent to you and was here solely to kill you. There was not the slightest trace of maternal affection in her. You must trust your uncle. Moreover, I would like to reveal an even greater secret to you. In the past 100 years, my sister and His Majesty had 12 princes and princesses in total, 4 of whom died. According to my secret investigation, the deaths of at least 2 of the princes were highly suspicious and likely linked to my sister." Li Yao and Li Jialing were both stunned. Li Yao asked, somewhat disbelieving, "Are you suggesting that she has already killed at least 2 of her own children?" "Very possible, believe it or not. There's no need for me to lie to you about that, right?" Li Lingfeng sneered, "Jialing, you should understand now. As the ancient said, even ferocious tigers do not eat their own cubs, but your gene provider is a fiendish woman 100 times more ferocious than a tiger. If you have the slightest expectations or extravagant hopes for her, you will suffer in the end." Li Jialing swallowed hard. Despite the extensive modifications that Li Lingfeng and Wuying Lan made to his mind, everything that happened today was enough to make his head spin. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. "So, you're saying something is truly wrong with the queen?" "Of course," Li Lingfeng said, "think about it. She was just a mediocre woman who knew nothing but fighting at the beginning. However, in only 100 years, she founded her own forces while keeping it a secret from the spies of the 4 Kurfürst families and numerous warlords. During the Imperium's full counterattack against the Covenant alliance, she helped the emperor consolidate his authority in the army and won the support of many low-ranking officers. Such sophisticated planning and the resources and wealth required to recruit subordinates while deceiving everyone, where did they come from? They couldn't have just appeared out of thin air, could they? Got it. It seems the queen indeed has great secrets behind her. Li Yao's eyes glittered with greed and bloodthirst. So, you wanted to tame the queen, monopolize the secrets, and grow even stronger than her? Yes. That was my plan for the past decade, Li Lingfeng admitted frankly, spreading his arms. But the situation is different today. I would like to, and I have to, share this big secret with you. Li Yao's eyes darted quickly, and he asked, one last question. How strong is the queen exactly? Very strong. At least one level higher than me, Li Lingfeng replied, seeming truly desperate for cooperation. He didn't fear that it might scare Li Yao away, adding, this is another remarkable and mysterious issue. The queen was a tool we used to monitor the emperor. She shouldn't have any secrets. The family has been closely monitoring her training all along. No matter how talented she is or what fortunate events she experienced, there's no reason she should be so strong. Besides, she spent most of her time in the heavily guarded royal palace. What kind of fortuitous encounters could she have possibly run into? Li Yao once heard Di Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, talk about these anecdotes. Ever since the time of Blackstar the Great, the emperor of the Imperium's chief adversary was not the Covenant Alliance or the cultivators, but the numerous nobles and warlords, including the 4 Kurfürst families. The central government and local forces were in a constant tug-of-war, maintaining a delicate balance that formed the foundation of the Imperium's 1,000-year history. As the Imperium's territory expanded, the power of the warlords and local forces naturally grew, leading to a steady erosion of the emperor's authority. Eventually, the emperor became a puppet of the nobles and warlords. To prevent the rise of another unprecedented figure like Blackstar the Great, the nobles and warlords were extremely cautious of the royal family. The education and training of the royal family were closely monitored by the 4 Kurfürst families. The tutors for the royal family were chosen by the warlords, and there were strict regulations governing the arts and techniques the royals could practice. Any disobedient or persistent members of the royal family were likely to die suddenly from mental derangement. It was impossible for an emperor or a royal prince to discover a supreme technique in the royal library and rise uncontrollably after mastering it. Since Li Linghai was a member of the Li family, she should have been practicing her family's techniques, and her training within the royal palace should have been under strict control. How, then, did she manage to advance to the peak of the divinity transformation stage, surpassing even Li Lingfeng? Li Yao's head was a jumble of confusion. But thankfully, Di Feiwen had told him a lot of the inside information about the Imperium before, which spared him from looking ignorant. Li Lingfeng continued to cheer him up. However, there is no need to be too worried, fellow cultivator Li. Although the Empress' absolute combat ability is higher than ours, she has sneaked into the Martial Meritocrat sector and the Sand Primitive sector for an annihilation operation, which must be kept a secret from everyone. It is difficult for us to kill her, but it wouldn't be too realistic for her to kill 2 experts in the divinity transformation stage, even if she is at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, right? On the other hand, we do not even need to have a head-on clash with her, we only need to threaten that we will run away for a few days, which will put her in a very awkward situation when the main troops arrive. Therefore, we do have bargaining chips to play the game with her. I stand by what I said. As long as we can put down our grudges and join our hands sincerely, she definitely would not be bold enough to attack us. Li Yao's fists were clenched, loosened, and clenched again. Finally, he made up his mind and slowly nodded his head. Fine, I'll work with you for now and figure out what trump cards the queen has. Spectacular. Li Lingfeng clapped his hands and smiled. Then, please hide somewhere, fellow cultivator Li and my nephew. She is unaware that the 2 of you are right here. You will be an unexpected troop. Wait. Li Jialing bulged his eyes and glanced from Li Yao to Li Lingfeng again, through lightning and rain. He gnashed his teeth. I haven't promised anything yet. Huh? Li Lingfeng frowned, puzzled. Jialing, I thought you had become calm and rational after years of training and refinement. As your uncle, I've explained everything to you. If you still can't make the right decision because of rashness, hatred, or family ties, you would be a great disappointment. I don't care about family ties. Even if Li Linghai is my biological father, so what? Li Jialing trembled but managed to continue. However, I still can't trust you completely. There are too many unclear details in this whole situation. Who is my father exactly? Is he from the Covenant Alliance? How did Li Linghai meet someone from the Covenant Alliance, exchange life seeds, and eventually combine them into a fetus? Why did he do that? Where is my father? I won't be taken advantage of like a fool again until all these questions are answered clearly. Li Lingfeng looked terrible. He glanced at Li Yao, as if weighing the pros and cons of revealing everything. After a moment, he said coldly, "So, you've guessed it too. That makes sense. Since I've told you your true identity, the origin plan corrupted by the Covenant Alliance doesn't make sense, and the incomplete path of ultimate benevolence in your mind would be even more inexplicable. Yes, your father is indeed from the Covenant Alliance. But as for the details, even I only know the general picture." Wait. I don't want to hear it from you. God knows if you are lying to me again. Li Jialing demanded. I want to hear it from Li Linghai in person. If you truly want me to cooperate with you and deal with Li Linghai, you will find a way to make her speak the whole truth and corroborate your words. Then, I will make my own judgment. If what you said just now is true, we will certainly give you a hand at the critical moment. If not, you can go to hell. Li Lingfeng did not expect Li Jialing to play such a move. Even Li Yao couldn't help but smile. Fellow cultivator Li, it seems that at least one thing you said is true, you have truly invested all your efforts and resources in your nephew. He has been shaped into such an excellent talent. 2139 Queen in White. At this moment, the rumbling thunders in the distance grew noticeably intense, as if something had pierced the heart of the dragon like lightning. The three of them looked into the distance and discovered that the thousands of bolts of lightning on the dark horizon at the edge of the thunderstorm were all twisting strangely and converging in the same direction, as if drawn by a mysterious force. Billions of sparks, resembling a galaxy of stars, were ignited. Li Lingfeng's expression changed. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he said hurriedly, "All right, I promise I will find a way to make your mother admit the truth. I hope you stay calm and rational, and don't get yourself killed before then. Let's go. Li Linghai is coming." Li Yao knew it was time to leave. He dragged Li Jialing and took him to hide in the thunderstorm. The thunderstorm area they were in was filled with too many shattered rocks and rugged ravines, all potential hiding spots. With Li Yao's refined control over his spiritual energy, concealing both their scent and presence was not a difficult task at all. When they hid in the mud at the deepest part of a ravine and adjusted their body temperatures to match the environment exactly, Li Jialing still hadn't recovered from his shock and found it hard to believe his own performance just now. I really checkmated Li Lingfeng just now and forced him to concede? Why do I feel that Li Lingfeng was acting rather strange today, and didn't have his usual sense of oppression at all? Even his computational ability seems to have dropped, and he doesn't seem tricky to deal with at all. It's not a matter of oppression or computational ability, he hasn't suddenly turned stupid, Li Yao said with a smile. It's just that his absolute capabilities have hit rock bottom, leaving him with no choices under these circumstances. Think about it, the Li Lingfeng you faced was the future Kurfürst, deeply trusted by the family, with the Slaughter Stream platform and the Heavenly Eye group at his disposal. He had the best cards in his hands, and when you played a game with him, he could easily throttle you with a few random cards. But now, he's run into a dead end and lost everything. Not only has he lost his base and his family's trust, but he's also being hunted by his dreadful sister. How do you expect him to play a game with you when his head might fall from his neck at any moment? Even the best cook cannot make food without ingredients. Strength is the basis of everything. Both deceptions and acting skills are just petty tricks. Their effects can only be maximized with the support of great strength. If you have the worst cards in your hand, no amount of bluffing will help. The thing about humans is that they always tend to believe what they want to believe. For Li Lingfeng right now, does he have any choice other than believing that the two of us are sincerely cooperating with him? As the saying goes, a dying patient will try every doctor. That's exactly the case right now. That explains a lot. The man couldn't have foreseen he'd be as miserable as today, could he? Greatly enlightened, Li Jialing couldn't help but smile smugly. He then glanced at Li Yao again and asked suspiciously, "But speaking of which, are you a cultivator or an immortal cultivator, Brother Yao? Why do I feel that you were lying to me at the beginning and speaking the truth to Li Lingfeng just now?" Li Yao said, "Are you serious? I am an out-and-out cultivator. Trust me. I was deceiving him, not you. But I don't think being a cultivator makes sense. It would be more logical if you are an immortal cultivator, or a dark assassin and a ghost warrior raised by a powerful force like the four Kurfürst families," the young man said solemnly. "As you just said, even the morons who have nothing but water in their heads wouldn't believe you are a cultivator." Li Yao. This issue is very complicated, absurd, and hard to explain. I'll explain it to you later if we have the chance. For now, you can trust me. Just look at Brother Yao's righteous, merciful, generous, and kind-hearted nature. How can I not be a cultivator? Li Jialing. Li Yao, this is just a minor joke to lighten the mood if you're feeling low. Anyway, let's set my identity aside and focus on you first. You've just heard many great secrets. Don't feel too sad. After a brief moment of silence, the young man said softly while biting his lips, "There's nothing to be sad about. In fact, after all those years of secret procedures and the incomplete barriers in my head, I had vaguely guessed that my gene provider wasn't just any immortal cultivator but an eminent person in the family. Besides, Li Lingfeng clearly had ulterior motives when he raised me, sparing no expense. I'm only a teenager, and even with his refinement, it's impossible for me to achieve the divinity transformation stage. My combat abilities wouldn't be of much help to him, so the answer was obvious: my origins were extraordinary and valuable to Li Lingfeng. So, after learning that one of my gene providers was Li Linghai, the queen of the Imperium, I honestly didn't feel much, except that I should have thought of it earlier. However, it was truly unexpected that she tried to kill me multiple times." Li Yao placed his hand on the young man's shoulder, feeling the quiver of every muscle in silence. Li Jialing gently pushed Li Yao's hand away, putting on a stubborn smile to pretend he didn't care. "But it doesn't matter now. I never had much hope for my birth parents anyway. If you never have hope, you'll never be disappointed. If you never trust anyone, you'll never be deceived or betrayed. If you foresee the worst, the darkness won't hurt you too much when it arrives. These are the principles I've lived by to survive all these years, and I'll continue to abide by them in the future, living a good life." Seeing the tooth marks on the young man's lips and the gleam in his eyes as he pretended to be tough, Li Yao was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally said, "At the very least, you can trust me. I will never deceive or harm you." A glimmer of hunger flashed in Li Jialing's eyes. "Really?" Li Yao replied firmly, "Yes. I swear that even if Li Linghai does not treat you as a son, Brother Yao can still be your only family. You can absolutely trust me." "Absolutely." Li Jialing said, "All right. Then, Brother Yao, please tell me honestly, where you came from, who you are, why you are here, and if you know anything about my birth father." Li Yao hesitated. Well, Li Jialing smiled. Forget it. I know you don't want to talk about it right now. I'll just believe you one more time, since you'd rather hesitate than make up a random lie to trick me, Brother Yao. Li Yao smiled in relief. That's right. I'll reveal the answers to all your questions at the right time. But for now, I want to stress that you must not trust Li Lingfeng. I have a feeling that your mother, Li Linghai, isn't a completely bad person. Or rather, even if she has done some irregular things, she might have her reasons. Li Jialing nodded. I never trusted Li Lingfeng 100% to begin with. That's why I asked him to confront Li Linghai and tell us the truth. Li Yao replied, that's good. No matter what, I hope you give your mother, as well as yourself, a chance. The young man paused before answering, I understand what you mean. I am who I am. I won't become Li Lingfeng or Li Linghai, I will always be Li Jialing. As they spoke, distant thunder rumbled closer like a torrent, and hundreds of lightning bolts twisted and reflected, forming a bridge of light high above the ground. Nearby clouds were vaporized into colorful mists that spread out in concentric rings, resisting the agitated spiritual energy and the chaotic magnetic field. A small world, completely unaffected by any thunderstorm outside, had been created. A pure white, flawless, and glittering crystal suit stepped onto a bridge made of lightning and walked through colorful mists, transformed from clouds, toward the three escapees. The moment the white crystal suit appeared, it seemed to absorb all the violent energy between the sky and the earth. The pouring rain and lightning were suppressed, and the crazily shaking tornadoes were frozen and completely destroyed upon her entrance. The ripples of spiritual energy from the broken tornadoes turned into visible streaks of light, flying and hovering around the white crystal suit, as if building a special altar or a glamorous throne for her. Wow, such a dominating presence. Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue. He examined the white crystal suit on Li Linghai's body carefully, finding no gaps at all. It seemed to be carved from a single piece of natural white jade, showcasing features of naturalness, simplicity, and smoothness, giving the odd impression that the crystal suit had no vulnerabilities and no place for attacks to land. Raindrops occasionally fell on the crystal suit, only to create colorful ripples on its surface, as if diamond shields were rising. Li Yao had never seen such a strange material before. It might involve certain primeval treasures or amazing refining technologies he had never heard of. The crystal suit's basic performance alone should surpass his mystic skeleton blood wing. The queen's acuity and delicate control of her domain were also incomparable to his, having been in the divinity transformation stage for only a few days. The queen of the Imperium of true human beings was indeed formidable. No wonder Li Lingfeng was terrified of his sister, despite being at the high level of the divinity transformation stage. Li Lingfeng was sitting cross-legged on a raised dais between two ravines. Instead of fleeing, he had stabbed a shiny saber before him, unleashing overwhelming spiritual energy. By burning his life and soul, he had enhanced himself to his strongest state, as if preparing for one last battle with Li Linghai. 2140, 1 century ago. The fury of the divinity transformation stage was never to be underestimated. Despite Li Lingfeng's unremarkable performances when faced with unexpected setbacks, he possessed the combat ability of the divinity transformation stage. Now, acting as if he were fighting with his life, the ground was torn apart, rocks shattered, and even lightning bolts were affected by his magnetic field, forming an indestructible fortress around him with the rocks and rain. He did look somewhat magnificent at this moment. Voila! It was Li Lingfeng who attacked first. The azure spiritual energy cut through the land like a visible saber, creating a gap as thick as a boa that zigzagged all the way to Li Linghai's feet. The pure white crystal suit stopped at the end of the gap, the airborne stairs of lightning transforming into a glittering throne, making her stand in the middle of the thunderstorm like a monarch of gods. Although there was nothing resembling an expression on the mask carved from the white jade, her intense disdain was obvious. Not running anymore? The Queen of the Imperium mocked casually from behind the jade mask. Her voice was quite eccentric. When first heard, it couldn't have sounded more pleasant and elegant, mixed with a condescending indifference. It was the most standard, perfect, and flawless voice a queen should have. However, when Li Yao examined it, he felt that the voice seemed carefully processed. Every wave in every syllable had been micro-adjusted to perfection before being sent out through broadcast rune arrays. This was a carefully modified voice. Even the feelings of mockery and nonchalance were fabricated. The real feelings and will of the voice's master were hidden deeply, making it impossible to discern her thoughts. Very impressive. Li Yao's pores, which had constricted to the minimum, were almost expanding again, leaking cold sweat. The queen was exerting immense pressure. Though she had only spoken 3 words, she seemed even more terrifying than Li Lingfeng a few days ago, when the man was mysterious, unpredictable, and confident in his victory. Li Yao had a faint illusion, unable to tell whether the queen had spoken to Li Lingfeng or whispered those 3 words directly into his own ear. He couldn't help but shudder. Li Lingfeng also trembled, holding his saber tightly, and demanded, "Li Linghai, don't be too outrageous. If I were to escape at full speed, heedless of everything, you might not catch me in 3 days and 3 nights. By the time the troops of the Li family and other families arrive, what can you do? However, it will benefit neither of us. I will be as doomed as you. We are biological siblings, sharing the same parents. I do not wish for something that will only please our foes and dishearten our allies. That's why I chose to wait here for us to have a proper talk. This is not because I fear you. Pleasing our foes and disheartening our allies?" A low chuckle came from beneath the jade mask, and Li Linghai said casually, "So, after more than 100 years, you remember again that you are my biological brother and we are family. We haven't spoken for 100 years. What do you want to talk about now, our siblinghood? We should certainly discuss our siblinghood. Perhaps you had some misunderstandings about me 100 years ago regarding certain matters. However, so many years have passed, and we have both undergone significant changes. There is no grudge between a brother and a sister that cannot be resolved, right?" Li Lingfeng rolled his eyes and said, "However, let's set siblinghood aside and focus on parenthood for now. Let's talk about your own children, shall we?" The voice from beneath the jade mask showed no hesitation or fluctuation, almost sounding like a pre-recorded message. "His Majesty and I have 12 children. Which one of them do you want to discuss?" Li Lingfeng sneered. "My dear sister and our esteemed queen, let's not waste time beating around the bush. What I want to talk about is not the 12 children that His Majesty and you have, but the 13th child, the one you had with someone from the Covenant Alliance, and the one you are here to kill today." The jade mask remained silent. Li Lingfeng continued, "If you don't speak, I'll take your silence as an admission. To be honest, I have indeed chased them all the way here to the Sand Primitive Sector, but the Sand Primitive Sector is not a desolate wasteland. Quite a few starships are docked here. Where do the starships come from? It's simple. You know that the Sand Primitive Sector is very close to the Martial Meritocrat Sector, which will open in another few decades, releasing the devils that have been sealed for almost 300 years. Wuying Lan and I were very interested in the Sand Primitive Sector and intended to turn it into a second land of sins. Due to our advantage of the short distance, we often sneaked in for explorations. For safety and operational convenience, we hid a few small, fully fueled, and easily controlled starships here. It shouldn't come as a surprise, should it? Let me tell you, even if you kill me right now, it will be useless. The little one, with the blood of your family and the Covenant Alliance, can still run free in space on one of my starships, which wouldn't be too good, would it? So, let's talk and figure out how we can resolve this issue. Then we can deal with the annoying old guys in the family. How does that sound?" The jade mask remained silent, almost like it was not part of a crystal suit but a lifeless statue. It wasn't until half a minute later that Li Linghai finally touched the left temple of the helmet gently, dissecting it and retracting it into the crystal suit. The most astonishing, beautiful face was revealed. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. He couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, "Wow, a white-haired girl." The queen before him should be well over 150 years old, perhaps even nearing 200, but her face seemed untouched by time. Her eyes, cheeks, and teeth were as captivating as they had ever been. Yet, the contours of her face were somewhat delicate, evoking the image of a lonely, pitiful flower battered by a devastating storm, bringing her much pain and suffering. Anyone who saw her would feel a strong urge to protect her. She lacked the aggression and detachment in her voice that one might expect. However, all these feelings were based on ignoring her stark white hair and haunting eyes. If counting her pure white hair, as dustless and glistening as a crystal waterfall, and her eyes, almost transparent and reflecting white light without any sign of blackness, the tenderness became domination, the weakness became brutality, and the seemingly feeble lines provided a stark contrast to her cruelty and condescension. It was perhaps inaccurate to describe her as an example for all mothers in the world. However, her astounding style was definitely fitting for the queen of the Imperium of true human beings. "Your mother is rather cool." Li Yao secretly sent a feeble wave into Li Jialing's head. The young man turned around slowly and glared at him. After she took off the helmet, she seemed to have unlocked a certain seal. Li Linghai's aura rose to its highest, almost making the whole sky of lightning kneel before her. Her white hair moved on its own, despite the lack of wind, and she stared at Li Lingfeng with her almost transparent eyes for a long time before finally asking, "How much do you know exactly?" "Who else knows? What I know is much more than you expect. If you don't believe me, I can tell you a short story, dear sister," Li Lingfeng began, rolling his eyes, before Li Linghai could reply. More than 100 years ago, a gifted, smart, elite female warrior with infinite potential emerged in a certain well-established, powerful family of the Imperium of true human beings. She defeated many competitors in a series of tournaments within the family and won the admiration of many seniors and big shots, who prepared to dedicate more resources to her and teach her more advanced and sophisticated techniques of the family. However, the elite female warrior, almost perfect, had one tiny flaw. For an immortal cultivator, she was surprisingly gentle, almost docile, despite her formidable combat abilities. To cure her of her sentimentality and leniency, the family's top officials decided that she needed more real-life battle experience. Consequently, she was exceptionally drafted into the family's exploration team and tasked with exploring unknown world fragments in space. It is well known that almost all sectors have been discovered after the Imperium's expansion to date. Continuing to explore outer space is both expensive and challenging, often not worth the effort. However, countless broken small worlds, or world fragments, still scatter throughout the cosmic seas. These fragments may contain relics from thousands of years ago, the secret treasures of senior experts, or even the colossi, the ultimate weapons of the primeval era. Thus, aside from the troops fighting the Covenant Alliance on the front lines, the World Fragment exploration teams were the best-equipped forces of every family. Her recruitment into the family's exploration team, where she had just distinguished herself, clearly demonstrated how highly the family valued her. Unfortunately, on her very first mission, the young female warrior's starship encountered a cosmic storm. The violent space turbulence blew them to an unknown location, destroying the starship and causing significant casualties. However, to their surprise, they discovered a mysterious world fragment in the depths of the universe. In this mysterious world fragment, they encountered another exploration team from the Holy Covenant Alliance, the Imperium's sworn enemy. The Covenant Alliance's exploration team had also been nearly destroyed by the cosmic storm and had wandered to the same place. With nowhere to run in the world fragment, the two exploration teams, having lost numerous crew members and assets, were both desperate to loot trophies from the enemy to repair their starships. Naturally, the most intense battle began the moment they met. The fierce battle raged on until nearly everyone died, except for a young female warrior on her first mission and a refiner from the Covenant Alliance. 2141 Clearing the Mists. When Li Yao heard a refiner from the Covenant Alliance, he almost cried out. He was now almost certain that the refiner from the Covenant Alliance, who ended up in the mysterious world fragment along with the young female warrior mentioned by Li Lingfeng, was his foster father. His foster father later wandered to the Star Glory Federation in the Heaven's Origin sector at the edge of the cosmos. If Li Lingfeng was not lying, what unusual stories occurred between the man and the woman from opposing sides, and what impact did their encounter have on them? At the very least, from Li Yao's perspective, the incident must have been a turning point in his foster father's life. His foster father came from the Covenant Alliance, and based on Li Yao's understanding of the Covenant Alliance, people there suppressed their feelings and self-will, hardly qualifying as human. They were utterly different from his foster father, who was warm, kind-hearted, generous, and sometimes lonely. How did his foster father transform from a standard inhabitant of the Covenant Alliance into the middle-aged man Li Yao met in the magical equipment graveyard, one who had the feelings of a normal human and even sometimes cried late at night? Could the answer lie in the mysterious world fragment? He secretly observed Li Lingfeng's countenance. Although the white-haired queen's helmet had disintegrated and retreated, her face still seemed covered by a transparent mask, making it impossible to read her true feelings. However, she did not stop Li Lingfeng from continuing the story. Li Lingfeng smiled. All that happened later was only the young female warrior's side of the story, because she claimed that the world fragment was a rare, floating world fragment, which seemed to drift erratically between three-dimensional and four-dimensional space. Its entrance and coordinates were completely unpredictable. Nobody else had ever found the world fragment again. According to the young female warrior, both parties had only one last survivor. She was a warrior, and the other survivor was a refiner. Naturally, she had an overwhelming advantage and easily suppressed the enemy. To explore the world fragment and dismantle the magical equipment units on the enemy's starship for the maintenance of her own, the young female warrior of the Imperium did not kill the refiner of the Covenant Alliance, but forced him to assist with the exploration and maintenance. She even decided to capture him alive and bring him back to the Imperium. Because the starship was severely damaged and their resources were limited, it took them half a year to finally repair the Imperium starship. The man and the woman spent half a year alone in the mysterious, unknown world fragment, but they found nothing of value. The world fragment was unattractive, with few resources or relics and little worth developing. This, of course, was the young female warrior's side of the story. Half a year later, they finally escaped from the world fragment on the Imperium starship and returned to the Imperium. However, before they were discovered by the Imperium's border patrol, something strange happened. According to the young female warrior, the Covenant Alliance refiner had secretly kept a few powerful weapons during the 6 months of maintenance and exploration. He ambushed her at the last moment, trying to seize the starship and escape back to the Covenant Alliance. After a fierce battle, the refiner was killed by her, and his body was sucked into the vacuum of space through the broken hull of the starship. Naturally, it was impossible to locate a tiny body in the vast universe. It was all about the incident. By the time the Imperium's patrol teams discovered the young female warrior, the dilapidated, collapsing starship contained only her and the numerous bodies of the immortal cultivators she had brought back. She was the highest authority to recount everything that had transpired over the past year. Of course, I have to admit that everything the young female warrior has said so far is flawless, without any major loopholes, right, dear sister? Yes, Li Linghai said casually. There are indeed no loopholes. The Imperium and the Covenant Alliance have been sworn enemies for 1,000 years. It was rare for the immortal cultivators to negotiate peace with the Covenant Alliance. Besides, the young female warrior also appeared meek, kind-natured, and easily swayed. How could the elders and dignitaries of the family have suspected she was lying? Li Lingfeng smiled. Most importantly, the family conducted numerous loyalty tests, questioning her mind and asking her to repeat every detail that happened over the past year hundreds of times. No loopholes were found. Eventually, her account was deemed real and trustworthy, and she was declared to have no issues. She was allowed to return to the family's battle sequence. Although she returned to the family's battle sequence, her submissiveness and sentimentality seemed even more pronounced than before. She sulked and was in a daze every day, and no one could tell what was on her mind. Her potential in training was almost drained, and her performance was even worse than a year ago. Everyone thought that her mind had been affected by the cruel encounter, leaving incurable scars deep within her soul. No matter how much she trained herself, it would be impossible for her to grow into a natural, smooth, and flawless super-expert. Her seniors and the prominent figures in the family also abandoned her one after another. Later, the family received a rare opportunity to select a crown princess. After rounds of selection and negotiations, she was sent to the Imperial Terminus sector, the capital of the Imperium, to serve as the crown princess. Decades later, when the former emperor passed away and the crown prince ascended the throne, she naturally became the almighty queen of the Imperium. Li Linghai listened in silence and observed with indifference. "Is there any problem?" "Up until now, no problem at all," Li Lingfeng said with the warmest smile. "However, a minor issue arose soon after, which I hope my sister can enlighten me on. Why did the esteemed, highly revered queen of the Imperium, after living in the capital for decades, suddenly retrieve one of her life seeds, combine it with a life seed from an unknown individual in the Covenant Alliance to form a fetus, and launch it into the depths of the universe inside a highly advanced automatic starship, as if she intended for the fetus to develop into a healthy baby in space and escape the power struggles of the Imperium to live a free and unrestrained life in some remote place?" Li Linghai's face remained as expressionless as before, and she did not respond. However, the lightning below her feet suddenly became bright and violent, like raging dragons. Li Lingfeng sniffed. Gripping his saber tightly, he showed the determination of a desperate fighter once more as he shouted, "It seems that your grace is neither interested in my story nor willing to answer my questions, right? Fine. I'll tell the story to the seniors of the Li family, or even the experts of other families, and ask for their enlightenment." Li Linghai's almost transparent eyes narrowed to the size of needle tips, and she restrained the lightning dragons beneath her feet from lunging. Li Lingfeng laughed and said, "That's right. I have never wanted to fight you since the beginning. I only want to chat with you and ask a few questions. What exactly happened in the mysterious world fragment 100 years ago? Did you control the refiner of the Covenant Alliance to maintain the starship with him, or did more happen that you didn't care to admit? Also, is the mysterious world fragment really as barren and unpredictable as you described? Could it be that many priceless treasures are hidden there, making it a rare relic? The strangest thing is, if something was really wrong and you were lying, how did you pass the meticulous loyalty tests of the family? Could it be that you received some legacies from the relic 100 years ago, techniques that were enough to resist the interrogation of the mind?" As a bystander, Li Yao more or less had answers to the questions as he listened in. It seemed that Li Linghai did lie to her family 100 years ago. She and Li Yao's foster father were certainly more than just a victor and a captive. The two must have grown deep feelings for each other during their half-year together. Otherwise, his foster father wouldn't have mentioned Li Linghai in his last moments or asked Li Yao to seek her out in the Imperium if he encountered any trouble. On the other hand, the world fragment that Li Linghai and his foster father discovered couldn't have been the forsaken, unattractive, and barren place she described. The reasoning was simple. Little Black was found in the world fragment by his foster father. The seal on Black Wing was quite sophisticated, and the liquid magical equipment form after the seal was broken was the best medium for humans to use the colossi. The enhancement and buffer effects were far superior to the neural connection liquids produced by the Federation. After thorough analysis, Li Yao and the Federation's masters of refining speculated that Little Black might be a product of the Star Ocean Imperium from 10,000 years ago. The Star Ocean Imperium was the first magnificent empire in modern times that unified the entire universe. The cultivators of today owe their origins to this empire. The civilization was so brilliant that it still tantalizes cultivators in many aspects today. In addition to Little Black and his final words, Li Yao's foster father left him half of a strange key. From the style and material, it did not seem to be a product of the past few millennia but rather likely a piece of magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium. His foster father asked him to bring the half-key to Li Linghai if he ever had the opportunity. Perhaps Li Linghai had the other half of the key? What could the key open once the two halves were combined? These mysteries haunted Li Yao, but he could finally see glimmers of light in the dark night, no longer utterly confused and clueless. Furthermore, Li Yao boldly estimated that even in the worst-case scenario, where Li Linghai had become a cruel and heartless person who cared neither for her relationship with Li Yao's foster father nor for her biological son, Li Jialing, she would still desperately need the half-key in Li Yao's possession, dating back to the age of the Star Ocean Imperium. It was now more or less a new leverage for Li Yao to stay alive and play the game with the queen. Li Linghai remained silent, as if she hadn't heard a word her brother said. However, Li Yao vaguely noticed that thousands of cracks had appeared on the invisible mask on her face, and the feelings in the deepest part of her heart were slowly leaking out. Li Lingfeng also sensed his sister's subtle changes. More confidently, he continued, "If the queen cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I do have an immature speculation that I would like to propose." Perhaps the young female warrior had many stories with the refiner from the Covenant Alliance, deep within the mysterious world fragment, but she kept them secret and didn't report them to the family. The initial events were likely true. The exploration teams of both parties did engage in a brutal battle, in which most people were killed. She and the refiner from the Covenant Alliance were the only survivors. Given her combat skills, it was naturally more than easy for her to capture the enemy and keep him alive to maintain the starship and explore the world fragment with his refining expertise. However, no one could tell what transpired during the following half-year when the man and woman were alone together. Their relationship far exceeded the boundary of captive and enemy, and the most passionate love erupted. Isn't that incredible? Logically, a well-trained immortal cultivator with unwavering loyalty to the Imperium would never fall in love with someone from the Covenant Alliance. People from the Covenant Alliance, on the other hand, are all human-shaped machines with their feelings and emotions under high control or completely obliterated. How could they possess the ability to love? Thus, no one has ever thought that way in the past 100 years. But as I reflected on the entire incident, a eureka moment suddenly occurred to me. Was it possible that the world fragment itself contained certain anomalies, such as traps, arrays, or ancient relics and heritages, and that the two of them encountered something that interfered with their souls and facilitated a certain degree of mutations in both? The mutations allowed the refiner from the Covenant Alliance to break the blockage of the three fundamental laws and gain the ability to feel, ultimately falling in love for the first time. Meanwhile, the female warrior, once meek, innocent, and unsophisticated, was given a certain dark heart that even the family's big shots and loyalty tests could not see through. On closer inspection, the speculation makes a lot of sense, at least from the refiner of the Covenant Alliance's perspective. A human-shaped machine, who had been suppressed by barriers and never tasted any emotions, learned for the first time what love, hate, and human beings' natural urges were after the shackles were shattered. At exactly such a moment, finding a beautiful, captivating girl right next to him, it was only natural that he fell in love with her devotedly. As for the female warrior, she encountered a cosmic storm and the death of all her companions on her very first mission to the Sea of Stars, far from her family. It was only natural that her soul was greatly shaken. In the midst of the perilous, mysterious world fragment, it wouldn't be strange that she regarded the refiner from the Covenant Alliance, the only man nearby, as her sole reliance and gradually developed feelings for him. I can easily imagine how the refiner from the Covenant Alliance, after his seals were broken and his desires unleashed like wild beasts, would express his love in a clumsy and passionate way. The female warrior, who had only known training and fighting in her family, had never faced such a situation before. It was only natural that she lost her defenses and threw herself into his arms. Crack! Crack! The ground beneath Li Linghai's feet split apart in massive explosions. The cracks spread in all directions, like dragons in the most terrifying way. Li Yao, however, frowned secretly. He knew this was a sign that Li Linghai's mind was disturbed, and she had lost control of her spiritual energy, which was certainly not a good sign. It seemed that Li Lingfeng was indeed onto something she preferred not to discuss. Li Jialing was also breathing heavily, and he could hardly maintain his stealth. Li Yao thought that the young man was already remarkable for staying calm for so long after overhearing such shocking information. Li Lingfeng's arrogance was almost visible in every pore of his face. He continued, "Alas, good days do not last." The unfortunate couple from opposing sides could not hide in the world fragment forever. After the starships were repaired, they had to part ways. The female warrior reported upon her return that she had personally killed the refiner from the Covenant Alliance. Was it true? I doubt it. Perhaps they used the resources from the relics inside the world fragment to repair their respective starships before returning to their own sides, never to see each other again, except that they hid the relationship that must never be revealed deep in their hearts. Perhaps the female warrior thought it was just a minor episode in her life, one she would soon forget. Even if she couldn't forget, the memory would be nothing more than a treasure in her heart to be revisited occasionally. But she greatly underestimated a sentimental woman's yearning for love. It was especially true when she was forced to marry a man she did not love at all, used as a tool by her family to infiltrate the heart of the Imperium. There, she was to monitor or even manipulate her husband according to her family's orders. The cold and dark contrast made the wonderful memories of her past turn into a cluster of venomous thorns that gradually grew inside her chest, slowly entangling her heart, her limbs, and her head. Perhaps she had never been in love with her husband, had she? Even though she tried to forget her past and transfer her feelings for the refiner of the Covenant Alliance to her husband, the orders from her family would not allow it. She was not allowed to have any feelings for her husband, which could affect the great cause of the 4 Kurfürst families to control the Imperium. Sometimes, I even doubt if she ever loved the 12 children she and her husband had. None of the children were born out of her own will, she was only forced to retrieve her life seeds and fertilize them when there was no other choice. She had no feelings for the children at all. Whenever she saw her husband and those children, she was reminded of her desperate fate and became even more desperate. The desperation reached its peak in the year her husband transitioned from Crown Prince to His Majesty. Perhaps until then, she harbored illusions that some accidents might occur, and another prince would become the emperor, or that her husband might die an abrupt death. After all, history was rife with crown princes dying suddenly. In such a scenario, her life in the future might be somewhat freer, and she might even escape the center of the power struggles. But after the crown prince became His Majesty, and she transitioned from the crown princess to the queen of the Imperium, she would be forever ensnared in the capital's desperate cage. In her utmost despair, or perhaps driven by feelings that others did not understand, she did the most shocking and bold thing on a whim. She secretly retrieved one of her life seeds and unfroze the life seed of her lover, which she had kept for decades from the Covenant Alliance. After combining them into a zygote, she found a way to modify an unmanned exploration starship, granting it the abilities of automatic navigation and nurturing human babies. She placed the fetus in the unmanned exploration starship, set the destination to the edge of the cosmos, and launched it into space. Why did she do that? Perhaps after giving birth to so many biological children she did not love, she yearned to have a baby that she truly wanted with the one she truly loved. Perhaps she saw the baby as a form of reincarnation, hoping the child would go to a place no one could find, far from slaughter, conflict, schemes, tricks, deception, and betrayal, living a free and unburdened life. Perhaps it was a silent rebellion against her family? Or did she want the child to find the man, her lover from the Covenant Alliance, who had broken the 3 fundamental laws? Can you tell me the answer, Your Grace, and my dear sister? Li Linghai shivered slightly. Her initial calmness was entirely gone. You are quite imaginative. Narrowing her eyes, Li Linghai sniffed and said, What a shame that you are not a culture-type immortal cultivator. He. It has nothing to do with imagination, it's all about computation and deduction abilities. Tapping his head softly, Li Lingfeng said, Did you know that I spent 30 years drawing your psychological portrait without missing any details? Also, we share the same parents. Though we don't know what's exactly on each other's minds, we do have many similarities in our thinking. After 30 years of repeated deductions and computations, I believe my speculations are at least 70% correct. There's no need to deny it. Just let me finish. The most spectacular part is about to come. Up until now, the story has been quite warm and sweet, hasn't it? It's quite normal for a woman to do something silly in the heat of passion when she's captured by love, right? But our queen was definitely no ordinary woman. She had certain remarkable experiences in the mysterious world fragment, which triggered strange mutations in the deepest part of her heart. She had been immersed in the swirls of power for so many years. Power is like a drug. Once you touch it, you can never get rid of it. You only fall deeper and deeper, growing more and more addicted. Having been immersed in the swirls of power for decades, the queen grew tired of being a mere puppet and a tool for the family. She made other plans, intending to seize the highest power. However, the fetus, a combination of her bloodline and that of a man from the Covenant Alliance, a product of her rashness, was clearly her greatest weakness and vulnerability. If discovered, it would lead to dire consequences. Therefore, from almost the moment the unmanned exploration starship was launched, she regretted, or rather, grew rational again. She immediately made up her mind to destroy the unmanned exploration starship and the fetus inside. She did put it into practice. She caught up to the starship and blew it up in the depths of space, obliterating the trouble for good. At the very least, she thought she did. The young man's breath suddenly turned heavy, and he almost cried out. Li Yao quickly pinched Li Jialing's neck to prevent the young man from exposing them to the dreadful white-haired woman. Li Linghai's attention seemed entirely fixated on Li Lingfeng, or rather, on Li Lingfeng's mouth. She appeared to be in a trance, and her delicate, flawless face seemed to be cracking. From the fissures, a hint of regret, hatred, and persistence for power leaked out. However, she failed to notice Li Yao and Li Jialing's peculiar behavior. After only a few seconds, the feelings were all frozen, as if the invisible mask had been glued and repaired again. Her heart was utterly frozen, without the tiniest loophole. It seems that since the moment you ordered the unmanned exploration starship to be blown up, my dear sister has become the very person you once loathed and despised, a monster that feeds on power, just like me, Li Lingfeng said with a smile. Yes, the fetus was only a product of your momentary rashness. Or rather, it was the last remnant of the soft-hearted and sentimental Li Linghai of the past. When the fetus was destroyed in the unmanned exploration starship's explosion, the Li Linghai of the past died completely. From her utterly deformed corpse, a brand new person arose, an ambitious queen of the Imperium with hidden intentions. Such a queen of the Imperium would never care about the methods or sacrifices needed to achieve her goals, including even her own children. Therefore, after she learned that the accursed fetus, her sole weakness, was not destroyed but raised, she wasted no time preparing to destroy the fetus a second time and to kill her own son, an obstacle that hindered her ultimate purpose. That is why you are here today. You are here to kill, not to save, aren't you? Li Linghai was silent for so long that Li Yao and Li Jialing thought she might deny it or at least come up with an excuse. But in the end, the pale-eyed queen of the Imperium simply smiled and said, "Which procedure went wrong exactly? The unmanned exploration starship?" "Yes." Seeing that Li Linghai gave no denial, Li Lingfeng knew that Li Yao and Li Jialing must have heard the cruel answer. He said with an even brighter smile, "I had long been secretly watching you behind the family's back. My original purpose was merely to learn the inside information of the royal palace from you so that I could gain greater benefits in the family. At that time, your wings were not fully grown yet, and your wisdom was far from perfect. How could you have escaped everyone's attention when you got an unmanned exploration starship and performed such strange mutations? You should really thank your brother, because I helped you kill 2 people at that time and prevented the secrets regarding the unmanned exploration starship from leaking out. Otherwise, instead of just us 2 being the only witnesses, the whole world would have learned about the issue. That explains a lot. I truly was too innocent, naive, and reckless in the past." With one hand behind her back, Li Linghai rubbed her temple with the other, as if regretting her past stupidity. Looking at her brother through her fingers with her gloomy eyes, she asked, "So, what exactly do you want by raising my child after decades of work? He is not just your son, he is also my nephew. If you, as a mother, do not cherish your son, it is only natural for his uncle to raise him, isn't it?" Li Lingfeng said with a smile. Then, he suddenly changed his expression and raised his voice as he continued, "Should be asking you the question, sister. For decades, you have been secretly recruiting subordinates and establishing a secret fleet. Recently, you seem to be contacting the young, low-ranking officers of various fleets gathered for the Imperium's attack on the Covenant Alliance. What are you up to exactly? He. No matter how great the misunderstanding between us, we are siblings after all, and you will always be a member of the Li family. It doesn't matter if you hurt yourself when you act recklessly, but your brother and your entire family may be burned by the fire you have ignited. We may be doomed forever. So, whatever your plans and purposes are, why don't you say them frankly? Let's communicate well, so you don't ruin yourself, me, the family, and even the entire Imperium with your misdeeds." "Ruin the Imperium?" Li Linghai chuckled. With determination or zealousness beaming from her eyes, she said, "No, I am saving the Imperium." "Saving the Imperium?" Li Lingfeng was amused. He waved his arms and said, "The true human Imperium today includes the most prosperous sectors in the entire universe, with a concourse of valiant warriors and powerful experts and millions of starships. We have just crushed our old nemesis, the Covenant Alliance, on the battlefield. This is our most flourishing moment in the past 500, no, the past 1,000 years. Why on earth does it need rescuing? Do you mean what you said, or are you simply spouting brainwashed propaganda out of habit?" Looking Li Lingfeng in the eyes, Li Linghai said casually, "Enough of the nonsense. You and I are both aware that the Imperium today is no longer the Imperium of 1,000 years ago, and the immortal cultivators of today have changed from the true immortal cultivators of 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, when Wuying Qi and Blackstar the Great established the Imperium of true human beings, it was a promising, thriving, and unstoppable nation. At that time, everyone was full of ambition. The hominoids were the fuel, and the immortal cultivators were the engine and battle units within the iron tanks. Everyone was united in pushing human civilization forward in the infinite sea of stars. Expand, expand, and expand further. Evolve, evolve, and evolve ceaselessly to achieve the limits of the universe and make our civilization and human beings the strongest battle species in the universe. That was the highest ideal of the immortal cultivators 1,000 years ago. But has such a magnificent dream been fulfilled after 1,000 years? He. Not to mention, bravely exploring lands never visited by ancient people and surpassing the limits of all intelligent life in history, we have not even discovered and conquered the maximum territory of the Star Ocean Imperium from 10,000 years ago. In many aspects, we fall short of the Star Ocean Imperium, which is from 10,000 years ago. What have we achieved after sacrificing the lives of billions of hominoids as fuel? Is the so-called dream not a great joke? Li Lingfeng blushed. He couldn't help but argue, "Sister, don't be so imposing. You know clearly that the Star Ocean Imperium inherited the vast legacies of the Demon Beast Empire, which endured for 30,000 years. It also received direct enlightenment from the primeval civilizations, known as the Book of Revelation. That was the reason for the gigantic leap in human civilization. There were almost 10,000 years of wars in darkness after the Armageddon Rebellion and the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium. Many worlds fell apart and developed on their own, unable to reach out to others. It has been only 1,000 years since the Imperium of true human beings reunited the territory. We are also faced with the threat of the enigmatic Covenant Alliance. Even though we cannot restore the glory of 10,000 years ago right now, nothing can be done about it. Have you wavered as an immortal cultivator just because of that? No, I have never wavered as an immortal cultivator, and I have always been the most loyal believer of the Great Black Star. It is you, the selfish, greedy, corrupt, and scheming worms, who have betrayed the Great Black Star and the noble belief of immortal cultivators, that everything can be sacrificed for human civilization. You have degenerated into slaves of your personal desires. You are the false immortal cultivators. Li Linghai's eyes bulged and she sneered, I can understand not achieving the dreams and oaths of 1,000 years ago due to temporary difficulties. But look at the murky Imperium today. Look at the corrupt, decayed nobles, warlords, and profiteers. Look at the parasites who cling to their territories and interests, sparing no effort to extend their claws to fight for a slice of the cake, without considering the overall interests of the Imperium and human civilization. Can those people really be compared to the pure, true immortal cultivators of 1,000 years ago? Do they really deserve the glorious title of immortal cultivator? The simplest example is the battle between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. The battle this time is a long-prepared counterattack after a rest of hundreds of years. The expeditionary army includes the best fleets and experts from hundreds of sectors. They have indeed conquered dozens of worlds unstoppably, all of which are resource-rich, prosperous, and strategically important. Right now, the Covenant Alliance has been heavily wounded and is in the midst of desperate struggles. As long as all of our nobles and fleet commanders remain united, set aside sacrifices and personal interests, we will have a great chance to break into the heartland of the Imperium and eliminate the great threat forever. Even if we cannot dismantle the Covenant Alliance, I believe that we will at least deal a blow so critical that the enemy will not recover for 300 to 500 years. It will lose all bargaining chips to compete for the hegemony of the universe with the Imperium. Even I can see this simple logic, so why can't you? Why can't the noble ministers in the court see it? Why can't the family leaders, warlords, and fleet commanders see it? The real reason is that nobody is willing to risk fighting a grueling annihilation battle in the heartland of the Covenant Alliance at great cost. Nobody is willing to face the desperate counterattacks of the Covenant Alliance in its dying moments. Everyone is simply keeping their eyes on others, hoping to reap all the benefits after the fleets of other warlords and the Covenant Alliance are destroyed together. Even worse, while the war is not yet over, all the warlords have their eyes on the dozens of prosperous worlds that have just been conquered. Countless claws are already reaching for the hotcakes before they're even out of the oven. Therefore, although the situation on the front line looks promising, the war cannot continue any longer. The nobles and the military theorists they sponsored proposed countless reasons why we should not attack recklessly, as if these were the absolute truth. They claim that desperate enemies must not be chased and insist that the Covenant alliance is too weakened to be a concern for the Imperium in the next 100 years, and that the Imperium has secured the victory of 1,000 years. Perhaps the foolish hominoids will believe this nonsense, but both you and I know that we are missing the greatest opportunity, don't we? This is precisely the situation of the Imperium today. The Imperium of true human beings appears powerful and even on the rise, but in reality, it is in its twilight and is rotten to the core. 2144 A pig is a pig. He approached Li Linghai quietly, and the muscles and nerves along his spine were constricted. He was ready to attack at any moment. Li Linghai sensed nothing. Her voice grew louder and harsher. The nobles and warlords rule over everything. Their beliefs have degenerated, and social stratifications have become rigid. The channels of ascension have almost been entirely cut off. The high and mighty, pretentious, immortal cultivators are, in fact, parasites who use every method possible to earn personal benefits under the guise of the immortal cultivators and the civilization of mankind. They see the Imperium as a tree that will never fall, and they all dig into its roots to absorb its nutrients. When they encounter an enemy, they waver and hesitate, but they lunge forward like hungry wolves when they encounter benefits. They blatantly exploit the hominoids in the name of the Imperium, but all the gains from this exploitation fall into their own pockets, not used to nourish the Imperium at all. In the end, the Imperium must take the blame for them. Is there any essential difference between such a dusky, dying Imperium and the Star Ocean Republic that we overthrew in the past? It is even worse than the Star Ocean Republic. 1,000 years ago, the corrupt Star Ocean Republic was plagued by too many problems to be cured. Blackstar the Great rose and created the Imperium with a set of just, fair, and open systems to completely eradicate the many issues of the old systems. This was to ensure that everyone who worked hard and did not hesitate to sacrifice would have a chance to distinguish themselves. Only then could the full potential of human civilization be realized. But today, after 1,000 years, the Imperium that was once vigorous, hopeful, and just, where everyone had a chance as long as they worked hard, is now gone. It has been replaced by a replica of the Star Ocean Republic. The aristocrats and noble families of today are no different from the corrupt MPs of the Star Ocean Republic in the past, those pretentious, hypocritical, and selfish cultivators, are they? It is true that hominoids are a type of fuel that can be sacrificed. However, don't forget that Blackstar the Great's original purpose was to propel human civilization to a new peak at an accelerated pace through such sacrifices. The sacrifice of hominoids should be valuable. They should be sacrificed for the ultimate benefit of human civilization, not for the interests of a noble or the personal desires of a particular immortal cultivator, as is the case today. The immortal cultivators who engage in such practices have strayed from the original purpose of Blackstar the Great, the true founder of the path of immortality and the Imperium. They do not deserve the illustrious title of Immortal Cultivator, and are mere jackals compared to the cultivators of the Star Ocean Republic in the past. The Imperium, governed by such fake immortal cultivators, however powerful it may seem on the surface, lacks true strength within. It cannot withstand any significant blow and could collapse at any moment. Does such an Imperium not require saving? Li Lingfeng was speechless for a long time. Then, he gradually grew solemn and said, "So, the Queen actually has the noble ideal of restoring the glories of Blackstar the Great? It is true that numerous problems have accumulated over 1,000 years. The entanglement of interests and the sediment of conflicts have resulted in lingering issues that are difficult to resolve, especially over the past few hundred years. This is why reform has become a common aspiration among the elites of the Imperium in the last century. All wise individuals are deeply considering how to reform the Imperium to usher in a new era of prosperity. My Heavenly Eye Group and the Slaughter Stream platform are also modest attempts at reforming the Imperium. Since we share a common goal, we should work together." "Hee, don't compare me to you," Li Linghai sneered. "Firstly, it's a mere fantasy to resolve the Imperium's conflicts and reform it through the slaughter stream platform. The Imperium is already gravely ill, with deep-seated issues permeating its core, and your solutions are nothing more than superficial remedies and potent anesthetics. It would be a miracle if you could reform the Imperium. Secondly, I know you as well as you know me. You are a quintessential noble who lacks the spirit to sacrifice everything for the Imperium and the civilization of mankind. You are not a true immortal cultivator. Everything you do is driven by your own selfish desires or, at most, the interests of the Li family. The so-called reform the Imperium is merely a facade for your power struggle. As soon as you become the leader of the Li family, you will discard everything about the Imperium and the civilization of mankind, and only focus on the business of the Li family. Narrowing his eyes, Li Lingfeng declared angrily, "Don't forget that you are a member of the Li family too." "It's true that I am from the Li family," Li Linghai said casually. "But I am a member of the civilization first, a member of the Imperium of true human beings, a true believer of the Great Black Star, and a genuine, pure immortal cultivator willing to sacrifice everything for the civilization of mankind. Only then am I a member of the Li family, who considers the interests of the Li family. That is the greatest difference between you and me, and also the strongest motivation for me to save the Imperium." Li Lingfeng sneered, "You say my slaughter stream platform cannot save the Imperium, but do you have any solutions?" "Of course. I have methods to completely eliminate the diseases that plague the Imperium," Li Linghai replied calmly. "But first, His Majesty must seize real power, no longer manipulated by the four Kurfürst families and other warlords. Only a true emperor can renew the Imperium and restore its ultimate glory from 1,000 years ago. After all you've said, it seems to me that you're after power just like me," Li Lingfeng grinned. "Everyone knows the emperor is your puppet. Letting His Majesty seize power is the same as letting you seize power. So, it turns out that His Majesty doesn't want to be a second Black Star the Great, but my dear sister hopes to achieve an unprecedented feat and become a she-emperor who controls the entire universe? I have to say, your ambitions continually surpass my expectations. I'm truly curious. What is it that supports you deep in your heart and makes you believe you can achieve the unachievable? In any case, I have to remind you that the Emperor and the Lords managing the world together is the basis of the Imperium's 1,000 years of reign. Whoever tries to break the balance between the Emperor and the Lords will die a miserable death 99% of the time." Huh. Perhaps because her secret had been exposed, or perhaps because of her brother's undisguised threat, a brutality that almost felt like a real entity shot out of Li Linghai's nearly transparent eyes as she glared at Li Lingfeng's neck. "Don't be nervous," Li Lingfeng said, completely relaxed. Thinking he had the upper hand, he smiled and continued, "Even if you are a problem, it should be the real big shots of the four Kurfürst families who feel the headache. At the very least, I am neither the family leader nor the Kurfürst. It's definitely not my turn to kill you, right? Just like I said before, whatever you want to do, we are siblings, and there's no deep hatred between us. Why don't we set aside our disagreements and see if there are any opportunities for cooperation? At the very least, under such complicated circumstances, you have a loophole wandering loosely, and reinforcements from the four Kurfürst families may arrive at any moment. Although their main purpose is to investigate the uncanny cultivator, it would be awkward if they notice your traces. Why don't we endure the difficulties together as a brother and a sister first?" While talking, Li Lingfeng slowly approached Li Linghai. He believed that Li Yao and Li Jialing were prepared to suppress the queen at any moment. Of course, they could cooperate, but that would have to wait until he uncovered all the queen's secrets. Li Linghai considered the matter carefully for a moment before quickly replying, "No." Li Lingfeng's confident smile immediately froze. "Why not? Did you know that enhancing and boosting IQ has always been a cutting-edge project in biochemistry?" Li Linghai suddenly changed the subject, saying, "Imagine a pig that has been injected with countless strengthening drugs. Its muscles and bones might become 100 times harder, but its IQ will barely increase. At the very least, it can't be improved to the level of a human. Essentially, it's still a pig. Li Lingfeng was slightly dazed. What's your point? What I'm trying to say is that a pig is always a pig, regardless of the training it undergoes, Li Linghai said. Even if a pig is born into one of the 4 Kurfürst families and reaches the divinity transformation stage through the consumption of tremendous family resources and various underhanded, clandestine methods, it will be nothing more than a pig in the divinity transformation stage. On my path to realizing my dreams and reforming the Imperium, I may encounter many formidable, cunning enemies. But no matter how dangerous these enemies are, they can't be as dangerous as a teammate who is as stupid as a pig. So, I refuse to cooperate with you not because you played tricks to send me to the capital as the crown princess 100 years ago, not because you secretly hid my son to blackmail me, and not because you are vile and selfish and may betray me at any moment, but only because you are a pig. You. Li Lingfeng blushed, not expecting their conversation to end like this. Why, do you want to kill me? Li Linghai smiled, and the white hair behind her, like an ice waterfall, began to dance again. You had the intention of killing me as early as 4 minutes and 33 seconds ago. It's too late now. Don't think I'm vilifying you, my dear brother. I'm just speaking the truth. The best example is right before our eyes. In fact, the 2 men hiding deep within the fold, 220 meters to your left, could have run off if they had escaped at full speed. Yet, they were foolish enough to cooperate with you. With such a pig teammate as you, they have already been locked onto by me while I was stalling you with all that nonsense just now. Now, they cannot run away even if they want to. Do you still not admit that you are a pig? Chapter 2145, Suffocating Heritages. 220 meters away, deep in the mud at the bottom of the ravine, Li Yao and Li Jialing were stunned. They had reduced their heartbeats, breathing, and even their pores to a minimum, not releasing the slightest bit of spiritual energy. Their body temperatures matched precisely with the mud, rocks, and rain around them. By all common sense, they had no connection to Li Lingfeng. Yet, the queen had discovered them. Rightly shocked, Li Yao felt a pang of regret. The queen had spent so much time engaging in idle chatter with Li Lingfeng, even allowing him to share great secrets, likely for Li Jialing to hear. Li Jialing, a young man no older than 20, was not trained to the heartless and inhumane level. Hearing such shocking origins would inevitably cause some emotional fluctuation. It was through these minor emotional ripples that the queen had sensed their presence and locked onto them. But how could the queen have predicted they were hiding nearby? Was it because she knew Li Lingfeng's mindset and style so well? Did she believe that her despondent, desperate brother had no choice but to collaborate with them? Damn it! I shouldn't have trusted Li Lingfeng at all. He's a useless man, plain and simple. Even I can outwit him like a fool, let alone the queen. The queen is right. The guy is indeed a pig-like teammate, dragging us into this mess. In that moment of terror, Li Yao considered fleeing immediately, almost losing control of his bladder. Or maybe he should rise up and lunge forward with Li Jialing, each holding one of the queen's legs, and cry, "Mom," at the same time. Would their chances of survival be higher this way? But in the span of half a second, a series of dangerous changes had already taken place between the Li siblings, overshadowing the storm and lightning. Just as his sister berated him for being a pig teammate and pointed out Li Yao and Li Jialing's location, Li Lingfeng knew his plan had failed. As if to prove his sister's accusation correct, he gave a performance worthy of a pig. Instead of bursting into rage and fighting a desperate battle with Li Linghai, he let out a roar, unleashing an infinite aura that filled the entire domain, creating the most dazzling sound and visual effects. Then, under the cover of the aura and the domain, he immediately fled. Perhaps, in Li Lingfeng's knowledge, Li Jialing was Li Linghai's primary target. While Li Linghai was preoccupied with eliminating her son to ensure lasting peace, he would have a chance to escape. However, as he stomped the ground to accelerate his escape, the earth beneath his feet began to crack. Thousands of lightning bolts, like glittering thorns, surged from the planet's core and grabbed his feet and arms. Sparks erupted from Li Lingfeng's crystal suit, and countless rune arrays and magical equipment units had overloaded and blown apart. It turned out that during their conversation, Li Linghai had feigned being shocked by Li Lingfeng's words, while secretly channeling countless lightning bolts into the ground, ostensibly as a sign of her spiritual energy losing control. However, Li Linghai had secretly infused the power of lightning into the soil, establishing a magnificent cage around her brother's feet. "Are you serious? Sending lightning into the soil right in front of two divinity transformation stage experts and condensing it into a cage without us even noticing?" Li Yao's eyes bulged, and he secretly clicked his tongue. "The Queen's level is truly immeasurable, but it's impossible. You worthless pig, almost jeopardizing my great cause." Unquestionable resolve to kill gradually seeped from Li Linghai's pale, almost transparent eyes. With a gloomy, expressionless face, she strode toward Li Lingfeng, who stood on the lightning bridge midair. "If I don't kill you today, who knows what kind of trouble you, this so-called smart pig, will cause me tomorrow?" Hiss. Having been struck by thousands of lightning bolts, Li Lingfeng was in excruciating pain. In furious roars, the flames of his divinity transformation stage spiritual energy surged like a tsunami, converging on his domain, which resembled a giant sphere encased in lightning and rain. Amid the chaos, his hair disheveled, he shouted, "Li Linghai, don't push me too far. We are both in the divinity transformation stage, and I am not much weaker than you. If you are determined to kill me today, you will have to pay the most devastating price, even if I die. Let's see how you face the reinforcements of the 4 Kurfürst families that will soon arrive. You will die for sure too. Do you think a pig is even qualified to make me pay the most devastating price?" Li Linghai's smile was one of mockery, her face a mask of frost. "That is why I said a pig like you only has the petty cleverness that makes you think you are smart. You claimed that you had been drawing a psychological portrait of me for decades to infer my mindset and behavior. You think you know everything about me, but you couldn't be more terribly mistaken about the most fundamental facts." Ah! Threatened in such a way, Li Lingfeng finally awoke his dignity as an expert in the divinity transformation stage. The entire domain around him erupted like a volcano, directed at Li Linghai, while he performed hand gestures quickly, trying to summon his incomplete Colossus to resist the enemy. But the most astonishing scene unfolded. Just as Li Lingfeng channeled the spiritual energy in nature with his entire soul, boosting his domain to its maximum, the bolts of lightning around Li Linghai became 10 times brighter, almost blinding. After a while of dazzling dances, spins, and interchanges, the thousands of lightning bolts condensed into 9 purple, overwhelming dragons. These 9 dragons then transformed into the image of a magnificent giant roaring amidst the stars. This image was ensconced in an imposing throne, radiating an aura that suppressed, controlled, and dominated everything. It almost seemed to proclaim, "I am the strongest in the entire world," within its eyes. In the next 0.1 seconds, the grand image suddenly vanished, absorbed into Li Linghai's body. 2 purple stars the size of needle tips appeared in the depths of Li Linghai's pale eyes, and a hint of violet faintly flowed from the ends of her white hair, which resembled a waterfall of ice. The queen looked calm, indifferent, and inviolable a moment ago, but right now, she was truly like a supreme dominator who could decide the life or death of billions of people with a wave of her hand. She opened her hands, and dozens of dragon-like lightning bolts immediately dashed out of her fingertips, brutally striking Li Lingfeng's right hand. They controlled the enemy's cosmos ring and disrupted its functions with intense spiritual energy, preventing Li Lingfeng from retrieving the Colossus. There was even such a technique? Li Yao felt his blood freeze. He hurriedly took off his cosmos ring and, after a moment's thought, simply put it into his mouth. Li Lingfeng, however, seemed less terrified if he had run into a ghost. He had completely lost his will to fight. In a daze, he watched the purple electric arcs rolling like tides around Li Linghai. The arcs surged higher and higher, building illusions of thousands of soldiers launching a suicide charge in the midst of the thunderstorm. The neighs, roars, and clashes of blades and armor even dwarfed the rumbling thunder, further enhancing Li Linghai's infinite dominance. The true dragon reveals itself, the infinite flames of the Emperor darken the sea of stars. Li Lingfeng shouted desperately. This is Dragon over the Sky, a technique of the legendary, Supreme Emperor. How is it possible? How is it possible? The Supreme Emperor was the only one who had ever grasped such an unparalleled technique, wielding the fortunes of the Dominator of the infinite sea of stars. Where did you find such a technique? This is a martial art that solely belongs to the emperors. Those who do not have enough fortune will find it unbearable. You are just a mortal. How could you have survived such a blast of spiritual energy? Your body should have exploded. Li Linghai took a deep breath and let the purple flames, composed of thousands of lightning bolts, flow through her nostrils and mouth. Her face was so hollow it didn't seem to belong to her. With a casual smile, she said, "Brother, you know too much." Her voice was low, deep, and majestic. Each word sounded like an unchallengeable decree that would make everyone kneel and obey. She was like a person who had become completely desperate. Could it be? Li Lingfeng finally understood everything. Caught in such despair that his face turned pale, he shouted miserably, "I understand it now. The mysterious world fragment you found when you were lost in space 100 years ago was Gold Throne, the Imperial Transcendent Sector, the place where all immortal cultivators dream of, and where the Supreme Emperor was buried. You excavated the legacies of the Supreme Emperor." The words, Supreme Emperor, not only shocked Li Lingfeng but also made Li Yao and Li Jialing dizzy. Their ears were ringing, and they struggled to catch their breath for a long time. The Supreme Emperor was the greatest expert in human history, who overthrew the dark tyranny of demons that lasted for 30,000 years, established an enormous country that spanned 3,000 sectors, and created the system of the modern cultivation civilization. He pushed human civilization to its highest peak with the Star Ocean Imperium. In the legends, the Supreme Emperor was the top expert in recorded human civilization. He received 3 volumes of the Book of Revelation and opened tremendous heritages left by Pangu. Using ultimate treasures and advanced technologies, he advanced human civilization by thousands of years. In the legends, even though the Supreme Emperor developed 20 clones in the last years of his reign, pouring more than half of his strength into them so that they could help him control the Sea of Stars, the strength of his original body remained unbelievable and unparalleled. After the fierce battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon, in which his strongest clone almost blew up the entire Imperial Terminus sector, the Supreme Emperor suffered heavy wounds and was never seen again. According to the legends, the Supreme Emperor hid in a world fragment named the Imperial Transcendent Sector, and fell asleep on a golden throne. Buried with him were the most sophisticated techniques, the most powerful colossi, and the secret treasures capable of arming an enormous space fleet. Whoever possessed the legacy of the Supreme Emperor would be able to dominate the entire universe. 2146, playing the ultimate move again. Li Yao was greatly enlightened. If the mysterious world fragment where Li Linghai and his foster father were stranded together was the place where the Supreme Emperor perished, everything would make sense. The Supreme Emperor was undoubtedly an emperor of all times and an expert who had reached the highest peak. Not just all of his legacies, but even 1% of his knowledge would have been enough to completely transform a naturally docile and sentimental girl into someone with sophistication and long-term vision. His foster father came from the Covenant Alliance, where emotions were highly repressed. However, if the Supreme Emperor's power leaked out of the Gold Throne, it wouldn't be strange at all that he could break the restraint of the three fundamental laws. After all, according to legends, the Supreme Emperor had 3 volumes of the Book of Revelation, which should have given him a profound understanding of the Pangus civilization. It was not surprising that he could devise solutions to the 3 fundamental laws. Furthermore, the Supreme Emperor's abundant secret treasures must have been hidden in the Imperial Transcendent Sector, likely including crystal suits, starships, colossi, and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It would be much easier for the Queen to recruit and raise her subordinates with the Supreme Emperor's secret treasures. Meanwhile, what the Queen received from the Imperial Transcendent Sector was probably not just pure strength but also part of the Supreme Emperor's beliefs. While the Supreme Emperor found an Imperium in the legends as a dictator, he was an ancient man from 10,000 years ago and had his historical limitations. It was not appropriate to demand too much from him. At the very least, the prevailing opinions on the Supreme Emperor today are rather positive. Overthrowing the reign of demons, rescuing the people from disasters, ending the conflicts in the 3,000 sectors, leading humanity to its second peak after the age of the ancient cultivators, laying the foundation of modern cultivation civilization, and establishing the belief that cultivators are the sabers of human civilization, these were all his feats. Thus, despite being a technically autocratic emperor, the Supreme Emperor was still regarded by modern people as a true cultivator. The Star Glory Federation, despite its public elections and parliamentary republic system, also acknowledged the Supreme Emperor as a shared ancestor and a well-deserved hero. The Star Glory Federation considered itself a spiritual heir to the Star Ocean Imperium as well. In summary, although both were emperors, the Supreme Emperor and Black Star the Great were entirely different. The Supreme Emperor was relatively bright, decent, and a representative of justice. Therefore, if Li Linghai had truly found part of the Supreme Emperor's heritage and beliefs, she would naturally grow to loathe the murky, corrupt Imperium of true human beings and even resolve to reform the Imperium, in her own way. Of course, there were still many questions, such as how Li Linghai, with her weak body, could have shouldered the Supreme Emperor's formidable legacy. However, overall, Li Yao believed that Li Lingfeng's speculation was at least 50% likely to be correct. The reasoning was simple: Little Black and the half-key inside Li Yao's Cosmos Ring were clearly products of the Star Ocean Imperium from 10,000 years ago. Therefore, even if the world fragment that Li Linghai and Li Yao's foster father discovered was not the Imperial Transcendent Sector, where the Supreme Emperor perished, it must have a lot to do with the Supreme Emperor. Thinking quickly, Li Yao figured out the causes and consequences. Then, he felt like crying. Li Lingfeng was truly an out-and-out pig teammate, dragging him into trouble before his death. It was one thing to recognize the arts that Li Linghai used were "dragon over the sky," the Supreme Emperor's ultimate skill, but why did he have to shout it out and explain it so colloquially? As a result, both Li Yao and Li Jialing heard the big secret loud and clear. Even if Li Jialing's origin were a problem that could be resolved one way or another, would the Queen let them go after overhearing such a significant secret, that Her Grace received the heritages of the Supreme Emperor? With a grimace, Li Yao looked at the Queen and Li Lingfeng, only to see that the electric arcs glowing around the Queen were growing brighter and tightening around Li Lingfeng like thousands of dragons, strangling his muscles, veins, nerves, and bones. Li Lingfeng was a seasoned expert at a high level of the divinity transformation stage, yet he could not resist the Queen's dominating dragon over the sky. His domain had completely collapsed into broken ripples that writhed and wept in the storm, only to perish very soon. Struggling hard, he shouted desperately, "Spare me. I'm sincerely hoping to cooperate with you. No, no, no. I am willing to submit to you and help you deal with the 4 Kurfürst families and other nobles so that you will be a real queen who masters the entire Sea of Stars. You will gather supreme power and re-establish a new imperium." He. Li Linghai narrowed her eyes. With a smile of disdain, she said, "There are many who are willing to submit to me, but you are not qualified to be one of them." Li Lingfeng's eyes bulged. Lightning arcs flowed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth like magma while he moaned, I am your biological brother. The purple brilliance deep within Li Linghai's eyes gradually spread, just like her blossoming ambitions. The queen of the Imperium of true human beings smiled. So what? Hardly had she finished speaking when the lightning Li Linghai shot at Li Lingfeng grew 100 times brighter. At that moment, the wind, rain, and lightning seemed to freeze, and the world turned black and white under the lightning's illumination. The only thing visible was the purple flames that held the majestic aura of the Supreme Emperor. Transforming into a true dragon sword that once raged across the sea of stars, it shredded the last spiritual shield Li Lingfeng managed to construct and pierced through his chest at a speed 100 times faster than the lightning. Once the sword entered his body, it immediately burst into 9 wild dragons of purple flames that rampaged through Li Lingfeng's internal organs and limbs, tearing, burning, melting, and obliterating every nerve, vein, and cell. Ah! In screams of disbelief and excruciating pain, Li Lingfeng's soul transformed into an azure ball and fled desperately into the sky, only to be caught by 3 purple dragons that ripped it apart in an instant. Amidst a series of screams, the soul was entirely devoured by the fiery dragons. The 9 dragons of purple flames hovered in the midst of the pouring thunderstorm and soon returned to Li Linghai's back, adding to the mysterious and magnificent aura of her white and purple hair. Li Lingfeng, an expert in the divinity transformation stage, was burned to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. In less than 20 seconds, the man was reduced to nothingness, never to be reincarnated again. If the heart could sweat, Li Yao's heart would have been dehydrated by now. The contrast between the two parties was stark. Li Linghai was at least at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, enhanced by Dragon Over the Sky, an incredibly powerful and dominant martial art from the Supreme Emperor. It was also unclear how much magical equipment from the Imperial Transcendence sector she had stored away and not yet used. By estimation, it should have been relatively easy for her to defeat someone at the middle or lower level of the divinity transformation stage. Li Yao, on the other hand, was only at the middle level of the divinity transformation stage. However, his soul was unique. No one knew that he had a second soul, a mental devil. As an ancient extraterrestrial devil, it had experienced numerous fortuitous events and absorbed vast amounts of tenebrum energy. Despite lacking a physical form, it was also somewhat in the divinity transformation stage. Therefore, Li Yao was not simply at the middle level of the divinity transformation stage. In terms of maximum combat ability, it was as if 2 experts in the divinity transformation stage were sharing the same body. This was a more powerful and unusual level than the teamwork of 2 regular experts in the divinity transformation stage, and it was somewhat similar to the amazing technique of the divinity branching stage, where the soul could split and act independently. Therefore, Li Yao was generally not scared even if he encountered someone at the high level or even the peak of the divinity transformation stage. However, nothing could help him when he faced such a dreadful queen. Could he run? Li Yao's brain cells were working overtime, and he quickly reached a conclusion: he absolutely could not. If he had intended to run, he should have done it when Li Lingfeng shrieked, "Supreme Emperor," half a minute ago. But even if there was a 1% chance of escape, Li Jialing couldn't have fled. Li Jialing was likely his foster father's only child, and Li Linghai was very likely the only woman his foster father ever loved. Li Yao was very close to his foster father. Having been abandoned by his birth parents and struggled in the darkness on his own, he always regarded his foster father as his real father. How could he watch the ethical tragedy about to unfold between his foster father's woman and child and do nothing? Moreover, on a higher level, if Li Jialing was the sole weakness in the queen's heart, he was also the last defense of her humanity. If she were allowed to kill the child she truly wanted to have, the queen would become a cold and heartless monster completely. Such a monster had likely grasped part of the Supreme Emperor's legacy and was ambitious to seize the highest power in the entire Imperium of true human beings. If she succeeded, What would the Imperium of true human beings be like under the reign of such a monster? Would the Star Glory Federation be able to face such an Imperium? Therefore, for the public good and his own, for his foster father, for the Federation, and for the lives of himself and Li Jialing, Li Yao had to hold back the pressure instead of running. I still believe that the real Li Linghai whom Pop loved couldn't have been like this. Li Yao gritted his teeth. I have to keep the last bit of humanity in Li Linghai's heart and slowly awaken her. It would be best to transform her into the kind-hearted woman that Pop loved in the past. Even better, since the Supreme Emperor was once a cultivator, Li Linghai, having received the Supreme Emperor's legacy, has a small chance of turning into a cultivator from an immortal cultivator, right? Perhaps she only needs a critical nudge. A tiny push is all that's needed. It seems I have to play my ultimate move now that I'm no match for her in combat. The mental devil crawled out of Li Yao's brain, anxious about the formidable enemy. The ultimate move again? Isn't our reserved ultimate move running? Who says that? Li Yao's cheeks and lips vibrated at a high frequency. The ultimate move I'm talking about is my silver tongue. 2147. It all depends on the attempt. The mental devil, are we going to deceive someone with carefully woven rhetoric again? Great, I like it. What are you planning to do? Very simple. I might even solve all the problems the Federation and we face without a fight. Li Yao said confidently. I plan to convince Li Linghai and awaken the true treasures in the Supreme Emperor's legacy, finding the right path to fulfill the noble mission of defending humanity. I will transform her into a cultivator. Think about it. If the Queen of the Imperium of true human beings can be transformed into a cultivator, and if the 4 Kurfürst families and the various nobles and warlords are eliminated, could the Imperium gradually become a nation of cultivators in the next few centuries, or at least a place where experts and commoners coexist more harmoniously? Even if the Queen can't eliminate all the nobles and warlords, as long as the two sides reach a balance and cultivators' ideas spread through the Imperium under her protection, it will greatly aid in easing the military pressure on the Star Glory Federation and our subsequent public activities. None of this will require a single soldier or a gun. I don't even need to lift a finger. All I have to do is persuade the Queen. Wow, the mental devil exclaimed. So, it seems like a truly easy task to persuade a queen who killed her own brother without blinking and is about to do the same to her son. The trip to the Imperium will turn out to be the easiest and most comfortable excursion since our career began, won't it? While the two personalities were in an argument, Li Linghai, surrounded by a purple aura and dazzling lightning, started to float toward them. Her speed was not very fast, but the bolts of lightning, raging like dragons, wandered in the 1,000 square meters around, under the control of her telepathic thoughts, weaving into an impenetrable cage from which no one could escape. Deciding to take a wild gamble, Li Yao abandoned any thought of running. He simply dragged Li Jialing out of the ravine and gritted his teeth to face the Queen. Seeing the young man without a helmet, Li Linghai's eyes became deep and complex. The invisible, transparent mask on her flawless and beautiful face cracked and healed over and over again. She slowly extended her hands toward Li Jialing, lightning arcs spurting from her fingertips. It was unclear whether she intended to touch Li Jialing's head or simply to decapitate him. Li Jialing's lips trembled constantly in the storm, but he was unable to speak. With the sharpest telepathic thoughts, Li Yao shouted at the young man, "Hey, don't just stand there like a fool. It's time to kneel and cry out, Mother." Li Jialing swallowed the rainwater and air hard and hesitated for a moment. But a stubborn light shone in his eyes. He clenched his fists and held his head high, saying nothing at all. In the midst of the wild wind, the sudden rain, the rumbling thunder, and the bolts of lightning that occasionally illuminated the dark sky and cast the earth into paleness, the three of them were enveloped in an eerie silence, like 3 distinct monochrome sketches. After observing Li Jialing for a long time with no expression, Li Linghai finally spoke. You are more like him than in the 3D photo. I truly wish you could live on, and live well. Not good. A voice shrieked deep inside Li Yao's mind. The queen is growing murderous intent. She truly intends to kill Li Jialing. If your tongue is any good, now's the time to use it. Don't be hasty. I'm still considering what to say. The key is my identity. I really can't explain myself at all. Li Yao was quite anxious. The queen is definitely not as foolish as Li Lingfeng was. Having hidden in the shadows for decades, evading everyone's attention, she must know 100 times more than Li Lingfeng ever did. As an expert in the divinity transformation stage, with such a powerful colossus as the Tartarian skeleton, where did it come from? How have I been training? Which force supplies and maintains it? I can't explain any of this. I can't use the trick I played on Li Lingfeng, telling her that I'm a secret warrior raised by a certain family in secret. The queen must be well versed in every family and force in the Imperium. If she started chatting about the details of the family with me, I'd expose myself in no time. Also, my ultimate goal is to persuade the queen and transform her into a cultivator. Even if I manage to pretend to be an immortal cultivator, all we can discuss would be the true path of immortality, since we are both immortal cultivators. What could I possibly transform? Therefore, I must honestly admit that I am a cultivator. Only then can I debate with the queen and try to influence her without her knowing it. But you can't pretend to be a cultivator, the mental devil hurriedly interjected. If you confess you are a cultivator, it will expose the Star Glory Federation. Do you think it's wise to let the queen know about the Federation, given her traits and stance? Trust me, even if she doesn't immediately dispatch troops to destroy the Star Glory Federation, she will surely devise various schemes to bind the Federation to her war machine as leverage against the 4 Kurfürst families. She might even let the Federation die alongside the noble families before claiming all the advantages. Not a cultivator, and not an immortal cultivator, then who the hell am I? Li Yao pondered for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Should I pretend to be a demonic cultivator? The mental devil. Are you serious? Li Yao, it seems like a bad idea. But it's an irresolvable paradox. I, Vulture Li Yao, have traveled for 100 years, yet I've never been forced to tell such a difficult lie. Li Linghai appeared to overlook Li Yao's rapidly changing expressions, focusing all her attention on Li Jialing. Her voice gradually turned cold as she said, however, I am aware of the procedures through which the 2 bastards, Li Lingfeng and Wuying Lan, refined you. You have been corrupted by them into a complete monster. I really can't keep you alive like this. Moreover, your life in the past decades must have been very painful, wasn't it? Trust me. There are 10,000 kinds of pain in the world that are 100 times more agonizing than death, and I would rather you taste none of them. How dark and desperate will your life be even if you can survive with your body and past intact? The road I am walking on is one of thorns and flames, where no one can turn back. I really can't bring you with me. So, just let me grant you relief. Close your hands. It will be like a sleep without any pain, nothing like the inhuman experiments you endured in the past. Li Linghai raised her arm high, and lightning arcs danced and condensed around her fingertips, turning into the sword of the true dragon once more. Li Jialing, whether stunned by the ruthlessness of his mother or heartbroken, slowly closed his eyes, biting his lower lip so hard that his teeth were buried in it. The muscles around his eyes cramped violently. No matter how hard he closed his eyes, he could not prevent the clear tears from gradually leaking through his eyelids. Wait! Li Yao, seeing the tragic scene about to unfold, could not help but step in front of Li Jialing and shout without a second thought, you can't kill him. Huh? Even the queen was surprised at Li Yao, a mysterious figure who had emerged out of nowhere, and his willingness to defend Li Jialing. She had just killed an expert in the divinity transformation stage. Brother Yao, Even Li Jialing opened his eyes quickly and gazed at Li Yao's back, as sturdy as a wall, though it was currently trembling slightly. Who are you really? The queen scrutinized Li Yao's face carefully. Undisguised confusion appeared on her face for the first time as she said, I do not want to kill you yet, not until I uncover the secrets you hold. Stand back. She waved her hand softly, and the purple electric currents struck Li Yao forcefully. This was a win-or-die gamble. Pop, if you are watching over me, please ensure that my eloquent words work and I can bring back your innocent and kind-hearted old lover. Though what I'm about to say may slightly contradict reality, surely you wouldn't blame me, would you? I'm helping you reclaim your lost youth. Li Yao roared but did not dodge. A black light shot out of the cosmos ring in his mouth, forming an arc-shaped shield before him. Voila! The purple electric blade cut through the black shield, and the explosion hurled Li Yao nearly 20 meters away. His legs left deep trenches in the ground, and half of his body was buried in the hard rock. On the surface, Li Yao was defeated. However, the moment the black shield formed, Li Linghai seemed to be struck by 10,000 lightning bolts. The mask covering her face shattered suddenly, revealing a genuine, profound shock. Shwa, the purple lightning caused a narrow, long crack in the black shield, but the wound soon healed, as if it were composed of thick, liquid metal, slowly morphing into a cute black sphere. It was Little Black, born from Black Wing, the flying sword Li Yao's foster father left for him. This is. Her face, which initially resembled flawless, perfect white jade, was now even paler. There was not a hint of blood in her lips. She asked in a shaking voice at first, but then her voice turned sharp and desperate, and her flames of spiritual energy surged at Li Yao like hissing vipers. Where did you find it? Who gave it to you? Did you steal it or pick it up somewhere? Speak. Speak now. Li Yao could tell that, despite appearing 10 times more intimidating than before, her killing intent was quickly fading. He felt relieved, knowing he had won the first round of the gamble. The queen was indeed aware of Little Black's existence. Perhaps she had seen its kind in the mysterious world fragment? This is my foster father's belongings. Li Yao declared, holding Little Black in his arms, taking a chance and shouting aloud, he held my hands tightly before he passed away and asked me to carry it with me and find a woman named Li Linghai in the Imperium. 2148 Everything I say is true. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, the queen of the Imperium trembled, and the invisible armor around her shattered, revealing another Li Linghai that had been deeply hidden for a moment. Li Jialing also exclaimed in shock, staring at Li Yao in disbelief. The queen only lost her composure for a moment. When she regained herself, her determination to kill intensified 100-fold. She shouted, "Liar! How can there be such a coincidence? What exactly do you know? Who sent you here, and for what purpose? Speak now." The swords forged from thousands of bolts of lightning all lunged at Li Yao, hissing like snakes. Li Yao could have defended himself, or even summoned his Colossus to escape, but doing so would render his previous efforts futile. Quitting halfway was never his style. Opening his arms to protect Li Jialing behind him, he bellowed, "I admit that it started as a coincidence, but the subsequent developments were logical. From start to finish, the only coincidence was my encounter with Li Jialing. But you should know how much he resembles his birth father, my foster father. When I unexpectedly noticed a young man who looked extremely like my foster father caged in a prison, undergoing the most excruciating procedures, my curiosity was naturally piqued, and I wanted to rescue him to uncover the truth. That's why I clashed with Wuying Lan, Li Lingfeng, and the rest. I even accidentally destroyed Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The rest is history. Think about it, Your Grace. No one could have predicted that you would be here. Even if it were a trap against you, there was no reason for me to show up in such a high-profile way, right? Li Jialing couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yao, is it true?" "Of course it is true," Li Yao declared solemnly. "Everyone who knows me respects Vulture Li Yao for his honesty and integrity. I have never told a single lie in my entire life." Li Linghai took a deep breath, but she was still in apparent shock. The purple flames deep in her transparent eyes gradually dispersed. Her eyes, once lost, moved back and forth between Li Jialing and Li Yao, but the furiously burning swords of purple flames could no longer slash at either of them. She mumbled, his last words. "He has died." "How could he die?" What was your foster father's name?" "My foster father never told me his name. He said his name and his real life had long been left in another world with a woman, and the man standing before me was nothing but an empty shell without a heart," Li Yao said. "So, my foster father only allowed me to call him Pop. Even at his deathbed, he never told me his name but simply asked me to find Li Linghai in the Imperium. He said that Li Linghai would tell me everything." In his heart, however, Li Yao shouted at his foster father, "Pop, please forgive my deceit. But speaking of which, sweet-talking to a girl can't be counted as lying, right? Your son is doing his best to avoid an ethical tragedy in your family, to help sustain your bloodline, and, by the way, probably save the world. You must understand and support my actions, which have such abundant significance." His name and his real life were left in another world. The sentence hit Li Linghai's heart like a flying sword, making her wear a half-weeping, half-laughing expression. She asked in a trembling voice, what else did he say?" "Before my father's death, his mind had already become unclear, but he kept repeating that," Li Yao sobbed and said, "that I must come to find Li Linghai in the Imperium, no matter how many difficulties there might be. He said that Li Linghai was the gentlest and kindest woman in the 3,000 sectors, and she would love me, take care of me, and protect me just as he did. As long as Li Linghai was there, I would have nothing to fear. He also said that he had countless regrets in his life, but even if all the regrets were combined and multiplied 100 times, they would not be as great as the sorrow he felt when he left Li Linghai years ago. Now that he was dying and it was impossible for his soul to fly to Li Linghai through the sea of stars, he demanded that I find Li Linghai and respect her as a mother. He asked me to do my utmost to protect and fight for Li Linghai in the evil Imperium, even at the cost of my life." Well, Li Linghai was in a daze. The purple flames on her fingertips flickered uncontrollably, and the electric currents darted in all directions beyond her control. "Brother Yao, my birth father, did he really say that?" Li Jialing's voice was almost a sob. Li Yao secretly felt apologetic in his heart. But on closer inspection, he wasn't exactly lying. He had seen countless times how remorseful and sorrowful his father was after the man was drunk. It was probably what his foster father thought but never spoke aloud. If his foster father was too embarrassed to say it, it was his responsibility to help his foster father confess it. Moreover, if his foster father knew that he and Li Linghai had a child, he would certainly be overjoyed and wish the whole family could be safe, sound, and happy ever after. He immediately nodded. "Of course. I was a poor orphan after losing my parents in my childhood. It was Pop who rescued me from darkness and raised me. We were like a real father and son, connected by blood. So, when I saw you, I saw my own brother. How could I have watched you suffer at Wuying Lan and Li Lingfeng's hands without doing anything? Although I had a father, I never had a mother. They say that children without mothers are like weeds without roots. For decades, my greatest wish was to find a mother I could respect and serve. After such a difficult journey to the Imperium, my primary mission was to find Li Linghai and respect her as a real mother. Meeting you, my brother, was a great surprise, but little did I anticipate that the woman my Pop loved most would be, like this." Staring at Li Linghai's flawless armor and dazzling sword, Li Yao sighed and smiled in the most pitiful way before continuing, it seems that unless the Li Linghai my pop mentioned is someone else, and you just happen to have the same name, the queen is too strong and ambitious to need the protection of someone like me. Rather, our very existences are obstacles on your grace's path. Your grace, you have the heritages of the Supreme Emperor, the greatest expert in human history. Although you and we may be similar in level, we are no match for you at all. Even if we fight with all our strength, the best we can do is seriously wound you. What's the point? We understand that you have your ambitions and reasons. Come on, give us a quick death. When I see my pop in the other world, I'll tell him that you live a great life in the human world and don't need his concerns or my protection. His soul will rest in peace, and I will be able to return the favor for raising me. Li Yao held his head high and closed his eyes, as if determined to die. But deep inside his head, he shrieked at the mental devil, "Hey, you must be prepared. If the queen so much as moves her little finger, you'll jump out with Neltharion to block her attack, and will run as far away as possible. You understand? If I'm hurt badly, you will be equally hurt." The mental devil replied sullenly. "Sometimes, I can't help but wonder if I should just let you, you son of a *ch, be slashed and die with you. Really? The queen's sword of true dragon never did slash." The brilliance flashing in her eyes was probably the ripple of her memories rather than the determination to kill. The purple in her eyes and hair gradually faded, along with the raging and roaring lightning around her. The overwhelming killing intent completely dissipated. Even the thunderstorm outside, blocked by her domain, resumed peace, creating a small, absolutely tranquil world. She exhaled a long breath in relief. After the things she had held back for 100 years were finally spoken, she now looked at Li Yao and Li Jialing with an even more complicated expression. "Tell me everything about you, including your origin, your training experience, how you advanced to the divinity transformation stage, where you found your Colossus, and who is helping you maintain it." Staring at Li Yao, Li Linghai said, "Word by word, I'll keep you alive for now, but if I notice a single loophole in your story, I guarantee I will torture you in ways 100 times crueler than those employed by Li Lingfeng and Wuying Lan, for 1,000, or even 10,000 years. Trust me, I do what I say." Li Yao couldn't help but shiver. He struggled to say, "I never told any lies. How could there be a loophole?" Li Linghai sniffed and said, "Fine. Tell me your name first. Are you an immortal cultivator, or a cultivator as you claimed in the slaughter stream?" Li Yao held his head high without any hesitation. "My name is Li Yao, and my nickname in the organization is Vulture. I'm a 100% cultivator." "A cultivator?" Li Linghai played with the electric arcs on her fingers, a faint smile on her face. "That doesn't sound right. Are the gangsters of Starlight capable of raising an expert to the divinity transformation stage and equipping them with such an advanced Colossus? Don't tell me you come from another noteworthy resistance group of cultivators in the Imperium. I'm pretty sure other minnows are even more unworthy than Starlight. Or do you want to tell me that you are from some mysterious relic, where you casually advanced to the divinity transformation stage through primeval treasures and picked up a Colossus along the way? Ha! Do you think I'll believe your lies like the idiot Li Lingfeng did?" Li Yao frowned and said solemnly, "I never intended to deceive your grace with such lies. As I said earlier, I came to the Imperium after a long journey to find Li Linghai. Naturally, I am not a cultivator from the Imperium." "Oh?" Li Linghai rolled her eyes and asked with great curiosity, "Now, it's getting interesting. I know he absolutely could not return to the Covenant Alliance. So, besides the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, is there a third powerful force that can raise a young expert in the divinity transformation stage and boast Colossi? Tell me where your hometown is and its coordinates for space jumps." Li Yao said with a bitter smile, "Although my hometown is indeed powerful enough to support someone in the divinity transformation stage and maintain the Colossi, it does not have fixed coordinates for space jumps. Li Linghai furrowed her eyebrows. What do you mean? Are you messing with me? Please don't be angry, Your Grace. Everything I say is true. Li Yao took a half-step back and waved his hands, somewhat in a panic. My hometown truly does not have fixed coordinates because we are nomadic refugees in space. I am the last cultivator from Firefly of the Star Ocean Republic. The wind, the storm, the thunder, the Queen, and Li Jialing were all stunned. The Star Ocean Republic? The Queen frowned, muttering, Firefly? Li Jialing blinked rapidly, finding it hard to believe. Exactly. Li Yao nodded matter-of-factly. Blinking his clear, water-like eyes, he turned to the young man. You've heard of the Star Ocean Republic and Firefly before, right? Yes. The young man paused, then replied solemnly, I've been told they are a bunch of cowardly, shameless, garbage cultivators, worse than cockroaches and rats. They were crushed by the Imperium 1,000 years ago and have been hiding and degenerating in space ever since. They should have become outright space pirates or gone extinct entirely, shouldn't they? Li Yao. Well, Brother Yao doesn't like your rhetoric, but yes, I am from that Star Ocean Republic and Firefly. So, Your Grace? No matter how devastated Firefly is, it is the last territory of the Star Ocean Republic, after all. When we fled the Imperium years ago, we brought many facilities with us. The leadership also has highly confidential information, like the coordinates of the Star Ocean Imperium's relics and treasures. As the saying goes, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. It's only reasonable that the Star Ocean Republic could raise someone to the divinity transformation stage, and Firefly boasts the ability to maintain a Colossus. Is there any loophole at all? Take your time to think, and feel free to chop off my head if you find one. Li Yao declared confidently and aggressively, but he was not as sure as he appeared. The existence of Firefly should be a big secret known only to him. According to the sailing log on Firefly, they were discovered by the Black Wind Fleet, the expeditionary force of the Imperium, a dozen years ago, after hiding for nearly 300 years. However, Commander Hai Ming of the Black Wind Fleet did not report this to the Imperium's homeland to keep the wealth for himself. Otherwise, reinforcements from the homeland would have stolen all the credit. Later, after the Black Wind Fleet suffered a heavy blow and was almost annihilated, Commander Hai Ming was gone, and Deputy Commander Di Feiwen decided to make peace with the Federation and return to the Imperium with the Federation support. Naturally, he would not send such significant intelligence back to the Imperium's homeland. So, theoretically, the Imperium's homeland only vaguely knew that the Black Wind Fleet had sailed to the edge of human territory during the age of the Star Ocean Imperium. The people of the Black Wind sector grimaced as they bit into the tasteless hard bones of worthless, barren worlds inhabited by unruly barbarians. They could not have known about the Federation's power, the scale of treasures in the ancient sages sector, the Kunlun relic, or the whereabouts of Firefly from the Star Ocean Republic. However, this was only theoretically speaking. Who knew if the Queen had other sources of intelligence? If he were seen through, with her bad temper, it would be hopeless even if Li Yao clung to her thigh and cried, "Grandmother." Li Yao focused his acting skills, honed over 100 years, on his face and eyes. Despite his intense nervousness, his face and eyes conveyed nothing but sincerity. Every wrinkle on his face seemed to brim with sincerity. Frowning, the Queen stared at him in silence for a long time. Her eyes appeared like two vipers, crawling into his head through his eyes and devouring all his memories. After observing him for half a minute, she finally said, "Continue. Tell me about your birth and growth on Firefly." Li Yao exhaled a long breath of relief, knowing he had passed the second test. I was born in a cabin at the bottom of a garbage ship, the most dilapidated and low-level starship among the hundreds that comprised Firefly. With ripples of memories in his eyes, Li Yao spoke in a low, poignant voice. It was a harsh, murky, difficult, and dark world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was also known as the magical equipment graveyard. Because Firefly wandered through space, it might not find any relics of forsaken worlds or space battlefields to gather supplies for decades during the most difficult times. Therefore, we absolutely could not waste any scrap of magical equipment. Even the most useless and broken debris would be piled up on the garbage ship into Hills, which was precisely my home. Li Jialing couldn't help but ask, harsh and dark. Were the strong prey on the weak? Didn't you claim to be cultivators? Li Yao's lips moved, and he blushed. As if unable to answer, he turned his uneasy eyes to Li Linghai for help. The queen sneered, is there a clear boundary between cultivators and immortal cultivators? When resources are ample, everyone can be a decent and righteous cultivator, but when half the people are facing starvation due to resource shortages, even the most honorable men will have to embrace survival of the fittest as their ultimate creed. Firefly has drifted through the starry seas for nearly 1,000 years. Though it managed to escape the Imperium's pursuit, it was forced to retreat to the increasingly barren and desolate fringes of human civilization. No supplies, no communication, and no resources. How could any cultivators possibly remain? I fear the loyalists of the Star Ocean Republic are even worse off than the false immortal cultivators in the Imperium today. Li Yao coughed, a bit embarrassed, and said, you might have a point, Your Grace. I grew up in a harsh environment, amidst the life-and-death struggles in the magical equipment graveyard. My dark experiences are somewhat similar to Li Jialing's upbringing, which is why I felt a connection to my brother the moment we met. Brother Yao. While Li Jialing didn't fully grasp the deeper meanings of a magical equipment graveyard, he had some knowledge of Firefly and the Star Ocean Republic from history books and various texts. Many experts in the Imperium had speculated on Firefly's fate, and their theories aligned closely with Li Linghai's. They believed that Firefly would inevitably collapse due to its desperate situation and resource scarcity, and that the end times before its fall would be 100 times more terrifying than the harshest mines in the Imperium. Thinking about Li Yao's origins in such a place, Li Jialing felt a subtle sympathy for him. Li Yao sighed and continued, all in all, having no parents or anyone to rely on, should have died in the dark, cruel magical equipment graveyard during my childhood. However, I accidentally found a severely wounded uncle in the magical equipment graveyard, which changed my fate and probably yours too. Holding his breath, Li Jialing asked, Was he my birth father? Exactly. Li Yao nodded and fell into memories from long ago, speaking the truth now. No one knew where the uncle came from or what he had been through, but when I found him, he was badly wounded, and even his internal organs were exposed to the air. Li Yao noticed Li Linghai's eyes were visibly trembling. Her breath, which had been steady, faltered for 0.01 seconds. For an unrivaled expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage or even higher, such a loss of control was absolutely unprecedented. Before the young man could exclaim again, Li Yao continued, at that time, I thought the uncle had fled to our garbage ship because he had done something wrong or angered someone on other starships, which was quite common among the hundreds of starships that made up Firefly. I couldn't quite explain my feelings, but I grew slightly fond of the uncle. Perhaps it was because I never had a father, and he seemed quite reliable. Anyway, I saved the uncle, and after his wounds healed, he saved me many times. He even adopted me as his son and taught me all his skills in refining. He also gave me a rusty, peculiar flying sword. Later, the flying sword exploded, and the sticky, soft, and highly elastic black ball, which I call Little Black, jumped out. You. The queen couldn't help but pace back and forth. Perhaps even she didn't know what she wanted to ask. After a long days, she said, you live together, just the two of you? Only the two of us. My foster father was never much of a talker. He always maintained magical equipment in silence, trading them for food to sustain us and for alcohol. His only hobby was to polish the scraps of magical equipment until they were extremely thin and clear, then build them into beautiful roses that looked like diamonds. Li Yao smiled and said, when their number was at its highest, our small cottage was filled with metal roses, and I felt they were sticking to me even as I slept at night. I asked him why he made so many useless items that could barely be exchanged for any money and why he didn't turn them into battle magical equipment instead, but he never answered me. Looking back now, I understand. Perhaps he spent his entire life carving 99,999 metal flowers with delicate runes, making them even more beautiful than real roses, because he wanted to give them to a woman on the other side of the Sea of Stars, right? The story was true. Of course, the number of metal roses might not have been exactly 99,999, but there were definitely a lot of them. After his foster father passed away, Li Yao buried his ashes with the metal roses and piled them into a small hill. They were kept at the deepest part of the magical equipment graveyard, before being covered by the infinite garbage mountains. When Li Yao returned to the Federation after 100 years of hibernation, the magical equipment graveyard in Floating Spear City had been completely transformed. But perhaps today, his father's ashes were still deeply buried beneath the earth in the Heaven's Origin sector, alongside the glamorous, glittering roses, weren't they? Li Linghai was in a trance, but the invisible mask and armor of indifference she wore could no longer be maintained. Her fingertips, arms, and shoulders all trembled slightly, as if she were trying to hold back the thorns that had suddenly crawled out of her heart and entangled her entire body in an instant. Li Yao took a deep breath. His eyes were more or less moist, too. It was because, while the background of Firefly was made up, everything else, including the struggles in the magical equipment graveyard, the shimmers in the dark, and the father-son relationship between him and his pop, was all real. So real that it couldn't be any more real. I don't know why I rescued my pop in the spur of the moment, and I don't know what motivated my pop to adopt me, who was disobedient, aggressive, bigoted, and brutal. At that time, I already had the nickname Vulture, and I certainly wasn't the most popular person around. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao tried to stay calm as he continued, besides the arts of refining, he also taught me many life lessons. He showed me the light in the dark for the first time and made me realize that survival of the fittest shouldn't be the only truth in the entire universe. He also let me taste the most sincere feelings between human beings for the first time. Perhaps, many times, I saw him get drunk to cover his tears with the stink of alcohol. Then, he would pick up one of the metal roses he had carved carefully and bury his head in it, as if he could really smell the fragrance of flowers from the other side of the Sea of Stars. Sometimes, he would look at me in a very strange way. His eyes would pierce through me, through the magical equipment graveyard, and through the shackles of time and space, reaching a place far, far away. Whether I was overthinking or not, I could vaguely sense that he truly wished I were his real son, the fruit of his love with a certain woman. Then, if our whole family could live in peace and happiness together, it would be the most beautiful thing in the entire universe. Stop it. Stop it, the queen muttered before she suddenly had an outburst of emotions. I told you to shut up. Voila. The land beneath the queen's feet crumbled apart. Countless bolts of lightning shot from her feet into the ground and rose to the sky along the thick chasms, tearing apart the sky like thousands of flying swords. Even the storm and thunder quaked in fear at the queen's catharsis. Li Yao and Li Jialing's faces were almost blown out of place when the queen lost control. Stop talking about useless things, the queen said, covering her chest and gnashing her teeth. Tell me what happened later. How did you advance to the divinity transformation stage, and how did you obtain a Colossus? Li Yao replied, with Pop's help, my skills in refining sword. Firefly, which had wandered for 1,000 years, might be short on many things, but broken fragments of ancient magical equipment were certainly not among them. Together, we repaired a vast amount of magical equipment and jade chips, from which I gathered techniques and training methods. With that foundation, I grew step by step. Firefly had already sailed to the edge of humanity's expanse in its tens of thousands of years of history. It was a dim, barren, and lackluster area where resources were not readily available. Only by exploring the few world fragments and forgotten worlds could we gather some leftovers. We had an organization called the Occult Orbs Fellowship, dedicated to exploration missions. I joined the Occult Orbs Fellowship and adventured through countless world fragments and forsaken worlds, including Boneyard, where a great demon from the primeval age was hibernating, and the Netherworld sector, scarred by war and inhabited only by foul spectral cultivators. Through these dangerous adventures and fortuitous incidents, I collected many heritages and survived, gradually reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. As my combat abilities grew, so did my position in the Star Ocean Republic. I was promoted until I was nominated as the special emissary of the Speaker and the captain of Team Red Lotus, the Speaker's secret guard team. I could be considered one of the top experts on Firefly and was highly regarded by the Speaker of the Star Ocean Republic. So, it shouldn't be surprising that I was chosen to use the Tartarian skeleton, the only Colossus on board, right? The Queen paced back and forth, pondering for a moment before speaking. No wonder you are skilled in stealth and sabotage and were able to crush Manjasaka, the city in the sky. You have received professional training and once served as the captain of a secret squad? However, your story still doesn't quite add up. Since you are considered the top expert on Firefly, the special emissary of the Speaker of the Star Ocean Republic and the captain of his guards, and the user of the Soul Colossus, you are undoubtedly powerful and influential. No matter how uninterested in politics you might be, given your expertise in combat and refinement, you are at the center of power. Many people should be dependent on you. Then, how did the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic allow an expert like you to leave Firefly with their only Colossus, to join me in the Imperium? Did it not raise any suspicion of defection? With a bitter smile, Li Yao said, I already mentioned it earlier, Your Grace. Perhaps you missed it. I said I was the last cultivator of the Star Ocean Republic from Firefly. Therefore, there is no speaker or captain now. The Queen was slightly dazed. What do you mean? What happened to your starship? This time, it was Li Yao's turn to be in a trance. After a moment of hesitation, he grunted and spat out a mouthful of black blood, looking more haggard than ever. Brother Yao. Li Jialing hurried to his side. What's wrong? His belief is wavering, the Queen said coldly. I sense that your soul is very unstable, almost collapsing. You are not far from madness. Why? Was something so terrible on Firefly that it is causing you to lose your conviction? Half closing his eyes, Li Yao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to say, yes. Firefly was destroyed, the Star Ocean Republic is gone. I am the only survivor who fled to the Imperium to find you. Could you please not delve into the details? No, the Queen snapped. Even if you are on the brink of madness, you must divulge the truth, or I will kill both of you immediately. The blood rushed to Li Jialing's head. For the first time, he summoned the courage and glared at his own mother, or, to quote him, his gene provider. The collapse of beliefs and mental derangement can possibly result in death. So what? The Queen sneered, do you not deserve to die? Then, do it now. The young man, who had been restraining himself until then, finally burst into fury. Cold, shining claws shot out from both of his hands, and his teeth protruded like the tusks of a ferocious beast. He glared at the Queen and declared, do as you will, but I will not sit and be killed. I will fight a bloody battle with you to the end. You think I do not dare to kill you? The Queen, looking at Li Jialing's mutations with disgust, her lips trembled incessantly. Look at what a monster Li Lingfeng and Wuying Lan have turned you into. I should not have let the pig die so easily. I have always been a monster, ever since the moment I was born. Li Jialing shrieked, but I never asked anyone to give birth to me. It was your mistake that created such a monster like myself. Indeed. The queen narrowed her eyes. I am going to correct the mistake now. Don't. Li Yao secretly shouted, knowing it was not good, and hurried to break Li Jialing and Li Linghai's eye contact, while putting on a more and more complicated and painful look. The queen retracted her eyes from Li Jialing, smiling with mockery, and spoke to Li Yao casually, I know what happened, even if you do not tell me. When the resources on Firefly ran out, did the so-called cultivators all completely rip apart their pretentious masks and brutalize each other, fighting for the last chance of survival until all of them died together? Li Yao's body trembled, and he stared at the queen in disbelief. Don't look at me like that. This is the only reasonable outcome by common sense. What is there to be surprised at? The queen remarked disdainfully. Countless specialists of the Imperium have run the most detailed deductions and inferred that Firefly would collapse from the inside after wandering the sea of stars for 1,000 years at most. The reality truly matched their vision. Your hypocritical cultivators are truly not surprising at all. Rendered speechless, Li Yao was at a loss for a long time before he finally lost his vigor, like a balloon whose air had been emptied. He muttered, yes. After 1,000 years of roaming, we still failed to find a sector suitable for survival. The resources of all the world fragments and forsaken worlds had been exploited, and our population had soared to 500 million. The hibernation cabins and the recycling system on board were seriously damaged. Food, clean water, and even air were growing scarce each day, not enough to support 500 million people. At that time, our speaker, Cui Lingfeng, who coincidentally had the same name as your brother, proposed a rebirth plan, planning to kill 80% of the people with a randomly attacking biochemical virus. If the population was reduced to 100 million, the ecological system of the whole starship would keep functioning. In fact, it was not exactly Speaker Cui Lingfeng's idea. I learned later that the parliament always had such an emergency plan. The lethal virus had been sealed for hundreds of years. It's perfectly normal, the queen said casually. In such a closed and desperate environment, it was perhaps the only way to continue your civilization, although only for another few hundred pitiful years. Li Yao said with a pained expression, however, there was another faction in the leadership of our government, led by Tang Zhengdong, captain of Firefly. They were the fundamentalist cultivators who believed that no innocents should be killed under any circumstances. Idiots, the queen remarked briefly. After a brief hesitation, Li Yao continued, Captain Tang Zhengdong discovered Speaker Cui Lingfeng's plan and had to stop him. The two factions had a fierce fight. Later, the issue somehow got leaked, and everyone on Firefly learned about it. Everyone knew about the rebirth plan and the fatal virus. They also knew that the resources on board were nearing bankruptcy. Doom arrived in almost less than a day, and Firefly turned into a living hell of dead bodies and blood.